In a land of grass, nestled within the village of Junin, a strikingly handsome young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, stood with an expression of uncontainable excitement upon his visage. At last. The conditions have finally been met. System, activate. His name was Yi Chun, the village chief of Junin, and a traveler from another realm. A year prior, he had traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming an ordinary individual devoid of any bloodline limits or familial ties. Not even a member of a hidden village. Yi Chun was acutely aware of the monumental challenge faced by ordinary individuals aspiring to become ninjas in this universe. Every renowned ninja, celebrated by name, hailed from illustrious families, who would impart ninjutsu to an ordinary shinobi. Such individuals were destined to remain mere fodder for the lower ranks throughout their lives. As for Yi Chun, who resided outside the confines of any ninja village, the prospect of becoming a ninja appeared utterly impossible. According to the timeline he had gleaned, the Fourth Great Ninja War was imminent that I end that conflict. Apart from the chosen ones, all others would inevitably become mere cannon fodder. Yet, everything was about to change. Ninja Village template successfully established. Congratulations, system activation successful. Accompanied by two melodious electronic chimes, Yi Chun was overwhelmed with joy. Following his arrival in this world, he had acquired a system. However, it required him to become the village chief for it to activate. Fortuitously, Junin village was remote and sparsely populated. Utilizing a wealth of management experience from his past life, Yi Chun successfully ascended to the position of village chief within 6 months. Interdimensional summoning successfully initiated. Task rewards successfully activated. Marketplace successfully launched. You may summon players from the parallel Blue Star world for login. The summon players. In essence, the system functioned as a game launcher. In Blue Star, players could traverse into this world in a VR format, engaging in village construction. Moreover, to maintain game balance, no one in the real world retained memories of Naruto. Yi Chun's task was to guide these players, helping them grow stronger and fortify the village. All the cultivation achievements attained by players such as chakra quantity, ninjutsu, and even bloodline limits could be synchronized and accumulated onto Yi Chun himself. As for the intricacies of cultivation and ninjutsu, he need not fret. The system would handle it. A free labor force? Yi Chun chuckled. According to the system's explanation, players could not betray him, nor did they require compensation. It was entirely voluntary labor. He need not even engage in training. He could simply recline and await the reward from the players' relentless efforts. Junin Village. Village level, 0 number of ninjas, 0 buildings, wooden cabin. Please, host, expedite the development of the village to achieve upgrades. Note, each upgrade will reward the system with abundant resources and slots for summoning interdimensiona. Players, the number of slots doubles with each upgrade. Village level is assessed based on the number of ninjas, buildings, and reputation. You currently possess the qualification to recruit 9 interdimensional players. Please recruit promptly to receive village rewards. Gazing at the panel before him, Yi Chun understood clearly. Upgrading the village was paramount. If the slots were sufficiently plentiful, with thousands of participants, even Otsutsuki would pale in comparison. Parallel World Game official website construction successful. Please choose recruitment after creating the promotional video. The system will automatically match the best interdimensional players. Within Junin Village, the host will possess invincible natural abilities. Swoosh! The moment the system's notification resonated, an overwhelming force erupted within Yi Chun. In the entirety of Junin Village, he held absolute control and natural energy. Excellent. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. As long as he remained within the village, even the 10 tails would be rendered futile. One punch would suffice. He had already conceived the content for the promotional video, and upon completing the recording, he commenced recruitment. On Earth, within the superhuman streaming platform, a popular streamer known as Dai Xiaomei was live, persistently searching for games. Alas, today's games are becoming increasingly subpar. It's been 3 years, yet not a single good game has emerged. Indeed, with VR technology so advanced, achieving holographic realism, yet the gaming industry continues to falter. We've lost interest in previous games. They lack excitement. Dai Xiaomei, stop searching for games that are none worth playing. Why not do a fashion stream instead? We can send you stockings. Whoa, the person above is truly talented. I second that. The chat was inundated with comments from viewers. Dai Xiaomei appeared exasperated. The decline of the gaming industry had severely impacted her streaming career. If no good games surface soon, she would have to consider a career change. Ding dong. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared on Dai Xiaomei's computer screen. Junie Ninja, closed beta test. What the heck is this? A full-screen pop-up? Ha ha ha. And it doesn't even have a close button. How utterly shameless. Is there truly a vendor this brazen? Junie Ninja, what on earth is this? To be honest, just based on this atrocious pop-up, the game must be trash. The viewers found amusement in the situation, while Dai Xiaomei seethed with frustration. The gaming industry's decline had led to a deterioration in quality. Over the past few years, pop-up advertisements for games had become exceedingly common, and she had grown accustomed to dismissing them as nothing but rubbish. Yet this was the first time she encountered such an audacious display. Brothers, let's report this together. If we can't close it, we might as well keep watching. Exactly, let's report it together. Let's see what this rogue game is all about. It's Super Mario? Haha, last month, Dashua Company said they were launching a new game. And it turned out to be a VR version of Super Mario, complete with character upgrades, but the graphics were atrocious, just a mess of pixels. It's laughable. Netizens continued to mock the situation. In this day and age, games were increasingly pitiable. Within the pop-up, a young man clad in a white cloak with flowing hair suddenly soared into view. This individual was none other than Yi Chun. Wow, this character looks quite handsome. Dai Xiaomei blinked, involuntarily expressing admiration. But what use was handsomeness? Immediately, Yi Chun formed hand seals with both hands. Lightning release. Kirin. Yi Chun's lips parted slightly. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Boom! A streak of purple lightning cleaved through the atmosphere, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning surged and crashed down. The entire realm transformed into a purgatory of violet. The void began to warp. Suddenly, a massive tear rent the sky asunder. Roar! A colossal Kirin, composed of lightning, materialized in the expanse above. Instantly, the sea of lightning churned. Indeed, this was Kirin, as the most potent and visually stunning ninjutsu within the realm of lightning release. It was perfectly suited for the promotional video. Of course, Yi Chun did not possess this technique. However, under the influence of absolute natural energy, he could emulate it. Roar! In the next moment, the Kirin charged forth, accompanied by a multitude of lightning serpents. Boom! Under the indiscriminate assault of the Kirin, everything within a 10-mile radius was reduced to rubble. Mountains and rivers crumble. The sun and moon fall into despair. Behold, the hidden ninja. The first test has commenced. In the realm of absolute reality, follow the shadows of a ninja and embark on your journey. Whoosh! As the visuals concluded, everyone stood frozen in place. Only the sound of frantic inhalation remained. The silence was terrifying. Even the barrage of comments had vanished. A full 10 seconds elapsed before a viewer finally reacted. Goodness, I can't believe my eyes. The graphics are astonishingly exquisite. Every blade of grass and tree is rendered so realistically. Could this truly be a game? I would believe it if you told me it was shot in real life. The special effects are off the charts. Even a AAA game could not boast such realism. Wow, this game has piqued my interest. The comments surged wildly. Even the usually stoic Dai Saw was now wide-eyed with astonishment. It was simply too extravagant, whether in visuals or combat effects. Everything reached an extraordinary peak. This left Dai Saw and everyone else bursting with anticipation. After all, this was precisely the essence of what they envisioned VR gaming to be. I wonder, can we actually play it? No wonder the gaming industry has been lackluster in recent years. Perhaps they are saving their best for last? Wait, everyone, don't be fooled. I just checked their official website, and it was released today, but for some reason, the production company, ISN, T-listed. Coupled with this pop-up, I suspect it might just be a shell of a game designed to swindle money. Can you all comprehend? The viewers found some merit in this argument. Indeed, the gaming landscape in recent years have been riddled with disappointments. They often showcased stunning promotional videos, only for the actual product to be a mere facade. Exactly. Just like that game based on the classic of mountains and seas hatching eggs to gain strength, the promotional video looked fantastic. But what did we find once we entered? Full of bugs, with horrendous controls. Most crucially, it turned out to be a card game. Can you believe it? I suspect this hidden ninja will be just as disappointing, a dreadful game. No need to speculate, it surely is. If it turns out to be real, I'll live stream myself eating excrement. How many of you in the chat would join me? As she read the comments, Daison nodded in agreement. She had encountered such scenarios countless times. The quality and effects of the promotional footage surpassed even Hollywood blockbusters. If it were genuine, how much would it cost? It had to be a ruse. And what's this about a global beta test with only 9 participants? This reeks of a classic scam. How could a game company profit with just 9 players? That's laughable. All right, friends. Let me take you on a journey to see just how stark the difference is once we enter this game. Daison raised her small fist in determination. The viewers buzzed with excitement. Come on, streamer, let's get this started. I bet it's a turn-based garbage game. You're too generous to the current game developers. I wager it's a card game. Let's get it rolling. The live stream chat erupted with energy. Daison felt a thrill of joy. With today's buzz and content, the moment had finally arrived. Donning her VR holographic headset, Daison prepared to log into the game and conduct her live trial. Chapter 2. Upgrade. Meanwhile, as Daison received her invitation to the game beta test, a select group of individuals also received the same invitation. Among them was Zhang Tian. Many people may not be familiar with him, but if one mentions his moniker, One Sword Opens Heaven, every gamer has certainly heard of him. One Sword Opens Heaven, the master of speedruns. He holds the record for the fastest completions in numerous games, including Sekiro and World of Warcraft, demonstrating exceptional skill across a variety of titles. At this moment, he too had received an invitation. Additionally, there were others, all distinguished figures in their respective fields, including martial arts masters and even Taoist practitioners. In that instant, this group of individuals faced a choice, to enter or to exit. In Daision's live stream, the advancement of VR technology had reached unprecedented heights, and the live streaming of VR games had been perfected. Once the audience donned their holographic helmets, they could fully immerse themselves in the experience. After putting on her helmet, Daison opted to download the game. The download proceeded swiftly. Upon logging in, the scenery transformed dramatically in an instant. With a whoosh, Daison found herself transported to a mystical realm. Looking down, she discovered that she was standing atop clouds. Every edge of the clouds appeared incredibly lifelike. Daison felt a sense of wonder. The login interface seemed surprisingly well-crafted. Could it be that this game was genuinely impressive? No need to rush. Modern game developers had become astute, fearing player attrition, hence the polished login page was to be expected. Just wait and see. The graphics would soon rival those of games from 20 years ago. Congratulations, you have become a player of Junin Ninja. Your character's appearance will match your real-world likeness and cannot be modified. The sensory feedback level is set at 10. Adjustable to your preference. Note, maximum pain feedback does not exceed 40. Please register your name. Without hesitation, Daison registered her name. Registration successful. Congratulations on logging into the game. Transmitting, please wait. With a flash of light, Daison appeared in the square of Junin Village. Buzzing with energy, several other players materialized alongside her. All gazed in astonishment at the wonders of Junin Village. Towering mountains, majestic trees, babbling brooks, and quaint wooden cottages, all so vividly realistic. In disbelief, players exclaimed, "These graphics are identical to the promotional video. How can I even feel a draft? The wind is simulated. Look at the water. I can feel its temperature." Players stood frozen, bewildered. This was no mere game. It felt as though they had truly crossed into another realm. Soon, players began to engage in bizarre antics. Some rushed to the river to drink, bewildered by the sensation of water in their throats and bellies. Others struck their own heads with stones, grimacing in pain. A few rolled in the grass, inhaling the fragrant flowers, growing increasingly disoriented. Is this really a game? Have I somehow crossed over into another world? Daison was equally astonished. She had come to debunk the experience, yet now she found herself proven wrong. Simultaneously, She was filled with exhilaration. As a game streamer, she understood that Junin Ninja was destined to become a massive hit. What incredible fortune to be among the 9 global beta testers. This meant her streaming popularity was poised for an unprecedented surge. As anticipated, the chat in her live stream erupted. This is real. The game is authentic. How is this even possible? On the other side, Yichen stepped forth. The first batch of villagers had finally arrived. Daizio and the others swiftly turned their attention to Yichen. Strikingly handsome and exuding charisma, he was the epitome of charm. The characters in Junin Ninja are astonishingly lifelike. How is this possible? Suddenly, recognition dawned upon them. Wait, isn't that the master from the promotional trailer, the one wielding ninjutsu? Indeed, it was he. All players instantly perked up. Yichen surveyed the crowd, realizing these were his first villagers. In an instant, all pertinent information materialized before him. Villager, Daizio. Level, ordinary person. Talent, proficient in interaction, possessing a certain charisma. Chakra specialty, wind. The details were straightforward and clear. Daizio. Yichen's eyes flickered with intrigue. It appeared the system had matched him with commendable players. Now, it was time for him to showcase his leadership. How to utilize these 9 players to develop Junin Village and facilitate its upgrade was of utmost importance. With a deep breath, Yichen began. Welcome to Junin Village. I am Yichen, the village chief. Within the ninja realm, countless nations exist. Our nation is known as the Land of Grass. Each nation possesses its own ninja village, serving as a combat force. Ninjas can cultivate chakra and wield ninjutsu, attaining abilities beyond ordinary mortals. Chakra and ninjutsu can be acquired through village contributions. Each day, I will issue tasks. Villagers who complete them will immediately earn contributions. Should you perish in the game, your ninjutsu will remain intact, but 10 of your chakra will be lost. Together, we shall elevate the reputation of Junin Village throughout the ninja realm. As Yichen elaborated, the players were filled with excitement. The myriad elements and background of the game sounded enticing. A cultivation system, a development framework, stunning landscapes. This encompassed everything. Build the ninja village. Build the ninja village. The players cheered, eager to train and aspire to wield ninjutsu and partake in village battles. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yichen nodded with a smile and then presented the game contract to the players. The contract was undoubtedly stringent, complicated and lengthy, replete with inequitable terms. For instance, any discoveries must be reported for rewards, and betrayal of the chief or village was strictly prohibited. The clauses were too extensive. Players barely glanced at the first line before hastily clicking the agree button. Who reads contracts while gaming? As Daizio and the other 9 players confirmed their agreement, a system notification resonated in Yichen's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing villager recruitment. Congratulations, you have received a Ninja Village Starter Pack 1. Chapter 3. The economic model is paramount. The names of the ninjutsu reveal their fundamental nature. Coupled with the system's description, they are classified as E-level. However, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. Furthermore, as the system's level increases, the potency of the ninjutsu will correspondingly enhance. Contribution value system successfully activated. The host may issue tasks, and the system will reward contribution points based on the player's task completion. Players can utilize contribution points to purchase ninjutsu and enhance chakra for various purposes. Yichen stroked his chin, contemplating. This is excellent. With the contribution value system in place, players are incentivized to serve him without any actual cost on his part. It is the perfect arrangement for having players work on his behalf. The logic of contribution value being dispensed by the system is impeccable, elegantly sidestepping the issue of distributing substantial contribution points to players, thus avoiding potential exploits. Yichen listed the 5 types of ninjutsu and chakra in the system store. In an instant, players took notice. Look at the system store. Ninjutsu and chakra have appeared. They seem incredibly powerful, capable of summoning wind and rain. Were these the ninjutsu used by the village chief? Wow, these ninjutsu can be learned for merely 5 contribution points. The chakra refinement technique is the same, only 5 points. That's quite inexpensive. Wait, while it seems cheap, Observe how the required contribution points double with each level increase. For chakra, it starts at just 5 points. But after 10 levels, the contribution required becomes unimaginable. Hey, isn't that the case in other games too? Regardless, we need to learn chakra quickly. According to the village chief, chakra is akin to internal energy. Without it, we cannot learn anything. Exactly, but how do we obtain village contribution? Dai Xiaomei and the others eagerly urged Yuchen to issue tasks. Yuchen squinted thoughtfully. His primary objective was to upgrade the village. The requirements for upgrading were straightforward. 1. The number and strength of ninjas. 2. The prosperity of the ninja village related to development. 3. The happiness of the villagers. 4. The ninja village's reputation within the ninja world. A comprehensive evaluation based on these 4 factors would determine the upgrade. The latter 2 factors could not be achieved overnight. But the village's development and the happiness of the villagers could be addressed promptly. Firstly, infrastructure development was essential. For instance, the roads in Junin village were poorly maintained, making them impassable during rainy days. Repairing the roads was paramount. With wide roads, numerous opportunities for commerce and trade with neighboring villages would arise. If one wishes to prosper, one must first pave the way. Secondly, the happiness of the villagers was crucial. Villagers have their own needs. Previously, Yi Chun had assisted them extensively to become village chief, and he understood their daily demands. This was relatively simple. Consequently, Yi Chun issued the following tasks. Daily Task 1. Construct roads in the village. Earn 1 contribution point for each meter. Daily Task 2. Assist villagers in cultivating abandoned fields. Earn 1 contribution point for each square meter. Daily Task 3. Help villagers solve problems. Earn 1 contribution point for each task. The tasks had arrived. The first 2 were physically demanding. Wow. The third task is appealing. Isn't it just solving villagers' issues? That's great. Brothers, let us focus on the third one. Dai Xiaomei and the others rushed to accept the tasks. Although the problem-solving tasks were limited in number, they were easy to complete. They involved minor issues such as sharpening a broken knife, retrieving a runaway pig, delivering messages, or planting trees. In essence, they were trivial tasks. After accepting the tasks, Dai Xiaomei excitedly led everyone around. Wow, look at these towering mountains. Climbing them feels incredibly real. And look at the river below. It's identical to reality. Brothers, I've hit the jackpot. Choosing to play Junin Ninja is the wisest decision of my life, bar none. Dai Xiaomei elaborated continuously. The viewer count in the live stream surged, creating a buzz. My goodness, it's astonishingly realistic. The feedback is indistinguishable from the real world. I wonder who created this game, making it so lifelike. It's pure black technology. This pristine scenery is breathtaking. This game is undoubtedly unbeatable. Setting aside gameplay, just the scenery alone qualifies as a vacation destination, surpassing any travel experience. How could I have previously dismissed it as a garbage game? Now, I realize I was the fool. I must play it. I need to download it right away. Wait, don't go, brother. I just returned from the official site. They only have 9 testing slots. What? Only 9 slots available? This is outrageous. I'm so envious. Viewers in the live stream expressed their envy and frustration. Why? Why weren't they invited? Why her, that old woman Dai Xiaomei? This envy needed to be shared widely. Instantly, many viewers recorded the live stream and posted it on Weibo and various short video platforms. Stunning. The best game of this year, Junin Ninja. You call this a game? This is a time travel adventure. Junin Ninja, when will you have another round of internal testing? Upon the video's release, initial confusion surrounded Junin Ninja. What on earth is this? Yet, upon clicking, everyone was left astounded. This is a game? Why wasn't TI included in the internal testing? Within half an hour, the term Junin Ninja dominated all platforms, achieving a remarkable level of popularity. The buzz surrounding Junin Ninja was explosive. Even Dai Xiaomei's live stream experienced a massive surge in viewership, triggering a significant butterfly effect. As various streaming platforms became aware of the other 8 players, they issued notifications, heavily investing in the search for Junin Ninja internal test players. First-tier streamer contracts await your signature. These platforms were astute. They quickly recognized the commercial opportunity. The future gaming market was undoubtedly that of Junin Ninja. This game was poised to become a phenomenal success. Moreover, its audience was incredibly diverse. Players who enjoy tower defense, those who favor character development, combat enthusiasts, and even individuals who typically avoid gaming, all wish to explore its exquisite scenery. Capturing the internal test players would allow them to seize a vast market. In no time, the internal testers of Junin Ninja became highly sought after. They all felt immense relief for not having declined the invitation to enter the game. Those who previously abandoned the game have, without exception, experienced a complete mental breakdown. Jun Injian has risen to prominence. Chapter 4. The boss of Junin Village. As Daixiromii curiously completed her tasks, she excitedly shared her experiences with everyone. The popularity of her live stream exhilarated her, and she could already foresee her ascent to becoming a leading super streamer. All of this was thanks to the Junin ninjas. Daixiromii took a deep breath, resolving to put in the effort. When opportunities arise, they must be seized. She needed to become a prominent figure among the Junin ninjas. Brothers, I'm quite swift, aren't I? In just half an hour, I've completed 2 tasks. I estimate that in another hour, I'll be able to exchange for chakra. At that time, I'll show you what a true ninja looks like, Daixiromii proclaimed proudly. However, at that very moment, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared on the system's public screen. Congratulations to the villager, Emperor of Despair, for learning the chakra technique. Achievement unlocked, Chakra Pioneer of Junin Village. Congratulations to the villager, Sword Opening the Sky, for learning the chakra technique. Seeing the words on the screen, Daixiromii was taken aback. Learning chakra? So soon? It had only been half an hour, and she had merely completed 2 tasks. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. You were just boasting about showing us what a ninja master looks like, and yet here you are, still so inexperienced. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Simultaneously, everyone's anticipation surged. What would happen now that they possessed chakra? Would their damage skyrocket? Or would they become superhuman? The excitement was palpable. Once Daixiromii regained her composure, she hurried back to the village square. Other players were returning to the square as well, where 2 excited players stood, Emperor of Despair and Sword Opening the Sky. Sword Opening the Sky. I know him. He is the fastest player in the game, Daixiromii realized, surprised that he had also entered the game. The viewers in the live stream quickly recognized him but were also puzzled. It didn't surprise them that he learned chakra so quickly. But why was Emperor of Despair even faster? Who was this person? A game master? They had not heard of him before. But anyone who could progress so swiftly must be a mysterious powerhouse. Indeed, just hearing his name sounded formidable. All eyes were on Emperor of Despair, and his seemingly profound demeanor only intensified their admiration. Master, how did you complete the task so swiftly? Please enlighten us, they implored. Yes, Master, do share. Several players eagerly approached Emperor of Despair, but he remained silent, which only increased their respect for him, perceiving him as an extraordinarily low-key figure. Only Yichun, at that moment, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had just witnessed everything through the system's video playback. Emperor of Despair was no supermaster. He was merely lucky. The task he received was to help an elderly woman find her lost cat. It appeared to be a mundane task. Yet, oddly enough, just as he found the cat, it ran away again. Thus, he continued the search, repeating the process 5 times. His luck was astonishing. Yichun was left dumbfounded. At this moment, Emperor of Despair excitedly began explaining to everyone. As the foremost chakra user, let me share the transformations that come with possessing chakra. Firstly, strength. He clenched his fist and struck a large tree. Bang! The tree was indented by 5 centimeters, forming a fist imprint. My strength has increased 5-fold. The crowd, including Daixiromii, was utterly awestruck. This is incredible. Other physical capabilities, such as running speed, had also increased 5-fold. Emperor of Despair showcased his agile physique, eliciting gasps of admiration from all players. Chakra is truly powerful. If we amass more, won't we become divine beings? They marveled. Emperor of Despair is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, we must hasten to complete our tasks and earn contributions to learn chakra. The players looked at him with envy. However, Emperor of Despair shook his head dismissively. The contribution points from daily tasks are far too low. They no longer suit my needs. I've noticed that there are ninja beasts outside the village. Slaying one will yield 80 contribution points. I shall go hunt the ninja beasts. Daixiomi and the others quickly accessed the system's task page. Indeed, as Emperor of Despair had stated, defeating a ninja beast would yield 80 contribution points. Wow, that's a lot. Even if we worked tirelessly on daily tasks, we'd barely accumulate 30 or 40 points. Defeating a ninja beast means instant rewards. They were exhilarated, realizing he was a true master, always attuned to the game's dynamics. Finally, a chance to engage in battle. I love playing games, Emperor of Despair exclaimed. What are we waiting for? Let us rush out and clear all the ninja beasts outside the village. The excitement was infectious among Daixiomi and her companions. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was utterly stunned. Wait, are they really going to hunt ninja beasts? The task was initiated by Yi Chun, but he had merely posted it in advance. The system had introduced ninja beasts to challenge players. Outside the village, the ninja beasts were massive wolves, ferocious in battle, capable of devouring an ordinary person in one bite. Their battle prowess was comparable to that of a lower-ranked ninja. It was no wonder they offered such a substantial reward of 80 contribution points. Yet, among these novice players, only 2 had acquired chakra, and none had learned ninjutsu. Yet they were contemplating hunting giant wolves. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Don't go. It's a suicide mission. Charge with me. I am invincible. Emperor of Despair shouted as he led the players charging outside the village. In the woods outside the village, Emperor of Despair surged ahead, followed closely by Daixiomi and the other players. However, the master player, sword opening the sky, lagged behind, not rushing to join the fray. Look, is that the ninja beast ahead? As the players entered the forest, they spotted a massive gray wolf with glowing green eyes. The wolf stood tall, over a meter high, with a menacing glare fixed on the group. Is that a wolf? It's towering over 3 meters. Has it mutated? How can it be so enormous? That maw could easily swallow me whole. As the wolf approached within 5 meters of the group, it halted and let out a chilling howl. Its terrifying roar echoed through the surroundings, and the rustling of grass indicated that countless wolves were emerging from the thickets. Chapter 5. The first encounter with the beasts, total annihilation. They moved like seasoned soldiers, forming a tight encirclement around the group. What a surprise! These creatures have evolved into formidable adversaries, capable of coordinated attacks. Wolves, being pack animals, are naturally inclined to fight as a unit. How fascinating, how utterly captivating. The game's environment is rendered with such realism that it feels almost tangible, devoid of any semblance of virtuality. As the wild wolves drew nearer, instead of fear, the players felt a rush of exhilaration. The leader, Emperor Chenluan, was particularly stirred. Thinking it was time to showcase his true skills, he clenched his left fist, silently channeling the chakra energy he had just learned, preparing to achieve the first kill. Brothers, charge with me. Let us take down the wolf on the outskirts first. Do not allow them to surround us, or we are finished. A deafening howl erupted from the pack, seemingly in response to Emperor Chenluan's rallying cry. The other wolves, upon hearing the command, bared their sharp teeth and charged towards the players with menacing growls. Brothers, forward. Kill it. With determination, Emperor Chenluan swung his fists and rushed headlong towards the towering wolves, undaunted. The other players, inspired by his bravery, grabbed branches from the ground and surged ahead, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Only one, the player known as Ejian Kaitian, remained stationary, utilizing his character's agility to leap atop a towering tree to observe the wolves' movements intently. The wolf pack seemed to have discerned the player's strategy, standing resolutely without a hint of movement, their proud heads betraying a sense of disdain. As Emperor Chenluan charged forward, closing in on the wolf's underbelly, he concentrated all his chakra into his left hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow. In that moment, he envisioned the dawn of victory. Die! He roared, unleashing a thunderous shout. But the wolf merely raised its front paw and swatted him away. A violent gust of wind followed, shaking the entire forest. Emperor Chenluan's form vanished in a flash, dissipating into thin air. What on earth? Where did the Great One go? Before anyone could react, they were all sent back to the revival point by the wolf's swipe. Ijian Kaitian found himself in the revival hall, surrounded by shimmering lights. Still gripping his stick in a combat stance, utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did we die? Was it that small wolf that turned us into mush? After a few moments of confusion, the players slowly recalled the grim spectacle, lamenting their fate. Emperor Qinluan was equally vexed, unable to fathom how he had been defeated without even landing a blow. One strike, and we were all wiped out. Goodness. Even the lowly monsters in the novice village are this formidable. How are we supposed to progress? Wait, has anyone noticed we're missing someone? Yijin Kaitian exclaimed. And the others quickly realized they were now only 8, having entered the forest as a group of 9. Where did the other one go? Where is Yijin Kaitian? I recall he was right behind us. We were all teleported back, yet he remains absent. Could it be that he discovered a method to defeat the wild beasts? Should we go check on him? I think we should. He is the master of speed runs. Perhaps we could benefit from his insights. Let us go to the forest. Excited by the prospect, the players hastily exited, momentarily forgetting their recent slaughter. However, as they reached the entrance, a voice echoed nearby, accompanied by a flicker of light. Emerging from the revival point was none other than the master of completion, Yijin Kaitian. Great One, you've returned? The group gazed at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. If even he had met his demise, their hopes of success seemed dim indeed. Yijin Kaitian stood still, at a loss for words, feeling immense frustration. He had jumped to the treetops to identify the wolves' weaknesses, only to discover that after the rest of the players were defeated, he too had been detected by the wolves' keen sense of smell. He hadn't even had time to react before he was knocked down by their fierce howls, losing his balance and falling to his demise. Naturally, he would never admit to such a humiliating defeat. After a prolonged silence, Yijin Kaitian finally spoke, redirecting the conversation. The wolf pack is truly formidable. Their intelligence rivals that of adults. We cannot rely on brute force. We must devise a clever strategy. This statement garnered unanimous agreement. Yes, we cannot act impulsively any longer. Although the game has set revival points, excessive deaths will not benefit us. Yijin Kaitian nodded in agreement, while another player, Ida Xiaomei, chimed in. I believe we should first learn ninjutsu. After acquiring a sufficient amount of chakra, battling the monsters should become considerably easier. I concur. Let us hasten to the marketplace to purchase ninjutsu and chakra, enhancing our strength. Emperor Qinluan's proposal received unanimous approval, and Yijin Kaitian silently nodded as they began earnestly learning ninjutsu. Ida Xiaomei studied particularly diligently, driven not only by the desire to level up, but also by her aspiration to become a gaming deity and a prominent streamer. Meanwhile, Yi Chen observed the players' progress through his energy sphere. Witnessing their enthusiastic dedication to mastering ninjutsu and enhancing their powers filled him with immense satisfaction. As day turned to night, and the sun rose once again, a day passed swiftly. The players tirelessly practiced throughout the day, significantly improving their ninjutsu skills, each now possessing varying amounts of chakra energy. Ida Xiaomei, the only female among them, felt invigorated, confident that she could effortlessly run 10 laps around the village. Is this the power of chakra? I feel revitalized and considerably more agile. Me too. Look, I can jump over 3 meters high. The players, experiencing chakra energy for the first time, were filled with excitement, jumping around in jubilation. Yet, the most exhilarated of all was Yi Chun, as the system's enhancement notifications rang continuously in his mind. Ida Xiaomei has successfully refined chakra, now synchronized with the host. Yijin Kaitian has successfully refined chakra, now synchronized with the host. Emperor Qinluan has successfully refined chakra, now synchronized with the host. In just one day, the amount of chakra within Yi Chun surged dramatically, reaching the level of a lower ninja. It is worth noting that in this world, for an ordinary person to cultivate chakra is akin to scaling a mountain. Many toil for a lifetime only to achieve the status of a lower ninja. And advancing to higher ranks is even more challenging. Unless one belongs to a family with a legacy, possesses extraordinary talent, or encounters an exceptional mentor. Even the most diligent practitioners may struggle their entire lives without achieving the status of a middle ninja. Yet, Yi Chun attained the strength of a lower ninja within a mere day, effortlessly growing stronger while relaxing at home. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite envy among those seasoned ninjas who have toiled tirelessly for years. Players, train diligently. Strive to elevate me to the status of a higher ninja. The village is his. The chakra energy gained by the players belongs to him, and any treasures discovered are his as well. He would obtain a multitude of free and effective laborers without lifting a finger. A life of effortless victory is simply too delightful. Wouldn't you agree? In that moment, Yi Chun gazed at the players with fervent intensity. They were all his wealth. Chapter 6. The first kill by the 8th level brawl. Since chakra can enhance our physical prowess so remarkably, wouldn't it render us even more invincible when combined with ninjutsu? Questioned the curious Daisaw. The players immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. When I watched the promotional video, I was utterly captivated by the ninjutsu displayed by the NPCs. Setting aside the sheer power, the poses and movements were simply stunning. Who wouldn't be enthralled? I want to purchase ninjutsu. I aspire to be the first to conquer the game. The resurrection hall buzzed with excitement once more, with a long queue forming at the marketplace. Some players, lacking sufficient village contributions, hurriedly completed daily quests. Just as everyone was immersed in their tasks, a sudden system notification echoed. Congratulations to player Bullfighter for completing the first kill quest, successfully slaying a ferocious wolf beast. This announcement repeated thrice above the players' heads, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Even Yi Chun was astonished that a player had managed to single-handedly defeat a beast of lower ninja rank with merely chakra energy. His excitement surged. It seemed that this batch of selected players possessed considerable strength. After a minute of stunned silence, the players finally reacted. Who on earth is this? So impressive. Just as I purchased chakra energy, they secured the first kill? Let's go see who this master is. As soon as the words left the mouth of the Emperor of Descent, a brilliant flash illuminated the resurrection point, revealing a robust figure. This was none other than the recently crowned master, Bullfighter. Tall and muscular with dark skin, he stood at the center of the resurrection point. Slightly embarrassed as he noticed the crowd's attention, he scratched his head sheepishly and offered a warm smile. Master, that's incredible. You achieved the first kill so quickly. Please, share with us how you accomplished it. Yes, with chakra in our possession, why are you so exceptional? Master, do you possess some secret technique? Please share it with us. Immediately, Bullfighter found himself surrounded by eager players. Gazing at their excited and fervent expressions, he revealed a bright smile and said, Actually, there's no special technique. I merely combined it with some fighting skills. The players were now puzzled. Daisaw blinked her sparkling eyes and asked, Is there fighting skill available in the marketplace? I didn't see any. Could there be a bug in the game? I didn't see it either. None of us did. The Emperor of Descent and other players wore confused expressions, genuinely believing there was a glitch in the game. No, it's not a bug. Bullfighter shook his head vigorously, eager to clarify. I didn't purchase my fighting techniques from the game store. In reality, I am a martial artist skilled in multiple fighting styles, with my greatest proficiency in Baji Fist. After cultivating chakra, I felt my inner strength surge. I could strike a tree with a single punch. So, I whimsically decided to see if combining it with Baji Fist would yield unique results. To my surprise, it worked. While battling the wolf, I employed the Baji Fist alongside my chakra, landing dozens of powerful blows to its most vulnerable head, ultimately bringing it down. However, the wolf pack was too numerous, and after slaying one, they turned furious, leading to my demise. The players, upon hearing this explanation, were utterly astonished. Is that even possible? You landed dozens of punches. Your stamina is incredible. Martial arts from the real world can be utilized with chakra in the game? Daisaw exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a new continent. The rest of the crowd gazed at Bullfighter with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Indeed, Bullfighter affirmed with a nod. I only recently discovered this. Not only can it be used, but the effects are surprisingly effective. In the game, my speed and strength surpass those in the real world, allowing my Baji Fist to be extraordinarily powerful. For instance, In reality, I could only spar with an adult. But here, I can barehandedly take down a ferocious wolf. After hearing Bullfighter's account, the crowd gasped in awe, exclaiming, "That's astounding. To think one could slay a wolf barehanded. Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. I regret not learning martial arts in real life. Otherwise, I would be a master too. I've decided. I will sign up for classes, even if I have to collect scraps. I must learn this remarkable Baji fist." While the crowd excitedly clamored, Daisaw, with admiration in her voice, suggested, "Master, why not teach us?" At this remark, the players erupted in fervor. "If not in reality, then I must shine in the game. Master, please teach me. I will exchange contribution points for your knowledge. Master, teach me, please." Except for the typically quiet one sword to open the heavens. The others were overwhelmingly animated, clamoring to learn Bullfighter's Baji fist. Among them, the Emperor of Descent was the most boisterous. "Master, teach me first. I have the most contribution points. I can give them all to you. If necessary, I'll be your sidekick. Take me along when you hunt wolves as bait." The humble little emperor humorously pleaded, even going so far as to clutch Bullfighter's leg in a comical display of desperation. This prompted the other players to protest. "Come on, that's a bit shameless. To learn a fighting technique, you're kneeling and clutching his leg? Don't you know there's gold beneath a man's knee?" "Exactly. Release the master's leg. Let me have a turn. Go, go, go. There's gold beneath a man's knee, and now's the time to claim it. If you're capable, don't try to snatch him from me, regardless. I'm determined to cling to this leg." Amidst the boisterous banter, the Emperor of Descent not only refused to let go but tightened his grip, showcasing his relentless tenacity. This display made the somewhat socially anxious bullfighter increasingly uncomfortable. Had this occurred in the real world, he would have likely blushed profusely. Thankfully, he was in the gaming realm, which eased his panic. However, after nearly a minute of stunned silence, he finally managed to muster his signature goofy smile and said, "I would love to teach you. But the Baji fist consists of many techniques, and it's not something that can be mastered overnight. Moreover, in the game, I'm unsure how to instruct you." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt disheartened. "Ah, you can't teach us. It seems there are no shortcuts to success. I suppose I'll just have to grind quests and purchase ninjutsu to learn." Sighing, they began to disperse, ready to continue their tasks. Just then, another line of notifications appeared overhead, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 7. Creating Unique Martial Arts and Amassing Wealth. Attention all players. Once you acquire skills or create your own skills, as long as you meet the conditions set by the system, you may contribute them to the village in exchange for contribution points. The skills contributed by players will be available in the marketplace for others to purchase and learn. This announcement was, of course, disseminated by Yi Chun, who seized the opportunity to harvest a bounty from players' self-created martial arts without exerting even the slightest effort himself. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. Given that these skills were crafted by players themselves, Yi Chun set the price remarkably low, merely collecting a symbolic 1 contribution point, akin to giving it away for free. Consequently, the players were elated. The complete set of Ba Ji Bung was far cheaper than ninjutsu, and the damage had been personally verified by a master. With such a stroke of fortune, the players were eager to participate. "Master, please, let us exchange and learn." The Emperor of Despair seized the moment, clinging to the leg of the bullfighting master like an eager puppy, shaking with excitement. The naive girl looked on with wide-eyed admiration, while others gazed at him with anticipation. The bullfighting master, somewhat embarrassed under the collective gaze, stammered, "But I don't know how to exchange. I'm not sure if I meet the exchange conditions." "Indeed. What are the exchange conditions?" The crowd looked around, searching for NPC Yi Chun, eager for clarification. "It's quite simple." After a flash of light, Yi Chun appeared before them and explained, "You merely need to visualize the complete set of Ba Ji Bang movements in your mind. The system will automatically record and assess its value." Is it truly that straightforward? Upon hearing this, the bullfighting master promptly closed his eyes, diligently recalling each action he knew. When he completed the final move, a line of text appeared above his head. "Player bullfighting master has created the martial art Ba Ji Bang. The complete set has been generated. and contributing it to the village will yield 120 contribution points. Do you wish to exchange? When this message emerged, everyone was taken aback, including the usually composed speedrunner. One sword opens the heavens, who was equally astonished. 120? A complete martial art can be exchanged for 120 contribution points? This is incredible. Killing a fierce wolf only nets 80 points. I'm envious, truly envious. System, I know Tai Chi. Can I exchange it? Yes. As long as you demonstrate a complete set of movements and prove its lethality, you can exchange it for corresponding contribution points in the marketplace. Forget it. I was just joking. The Emperor of Despair clearly did not anticipate a genuine response from the system, quickly shaking his head to indicate he was merely jesting. He had no knowledge of Tai Chi. His earlier remarks were simply expressions of envy. The naive girl remained silent, her gaze fixed on the system's response, as if pondering something profound. This game's freedom appeared to exceed expectations. If self-created martial arts could be exchanged, could other skills also be eligible? The bullfighting master was equally surprised, not expecting such a generous reward from the system. Naturally, he chose to exchange. To forego this opportunity would be foolish. Congratulations to player Bullfighting Master for contributing a complete set of martial arts Ba Ji Bung to the village, earning 120 contribution points. New skill Martial Art Ba Ji Bung is now available in the marketplace for the price of 1 contribution point, accessible to all players. Wow, this is amazing. Long live the Shadow Ninja. Long live the Bullfighting Master. Thank you for your contribution, Master. Our days of enjoying crabs are now upon us. I just happen to have a little left. I'm off to learn skills. See you, Master. The moment the news broke, the Emperor of Despair released his grip on the Bullfighting Master's leg and sprinted toward the marketplace with lightning speed. In no time, the revival hall was left with only the Bullfighting Master, who had just acquired a hefty sum of 120 points and was now unsure of how to spend them. Should I learn ninjutsu first, or continue purchasing chakra? Children make choices. I want them all. After a moment of hesitation, the Bullfighting Master ultimately decided to use half of his contribution points to buy chakra and the other half for ninjutsu training. This expenditure left the onlooking players aghast. They could only sigh in envy, such lavish spending by the wealthy. When will I have the opportunity to indulge in such extravagance? It also spurred them to strive harder in learning skills, aiming to slay monsters and earn contribution points. The village and players were developing steadily, much to Yi Chun's satisfaction, who returned home to recline comfortably. Meanwhile, outside, the game forum was bustling with activity. Were it not for the robustness of the system, it might have already collapsed. This game is astonishingly liberal, from the beginning until now. It has not compelled players to spend a single dime while allowing them to exchange self-created skills for contribution points. An unprecedented operation that dazzles the eyes. It is evident that this game is destined for immense popularity. I now eagerly await the announcement of the second round of internal testing. I wish to partake. Naturally, some professional players began analyzing. Since martial arts can be self-created, might we assume that ninjutsu can be as well? I had thought of this as well. If we could indeed create ninjutsu, it would mean we no longer need to grind daily tasks for contribution points. We could directly exchange for substantial amounts of contribution points in the marketplace, then purchase chakra to slay monsters and level up, soaring to new heights. Indeed, perhaps we could even devise more advanced skills. Who knows what greater rewards the marketplace might offer? With this thought, my anticipation for the second round of internal testing has only intensified. I hope the esteemed Shadow Ninja may notice my presence. Esteemed ones, select me first. I am a seasoned Naruto fan, well-versed in several ninjutsu. As the discussions grew fervent, some players voiced skepticism. Creating ninjutsu may seem simple, but it is quite challenging in practice. Did you not notice the system's requirements? Upon hearing this, the forum fell silent for a few moments. Then a sense of despondence set in. The system requires a complete set of movements with a certain degree of lethality. Not just any flashy moves will suffice. It appears we must exert some effort to exploit this opportunity. Ninjutsu may appear simple, yet the execution is far more complex than martial arts. Perhaps we should abandon thoughts of shortcuts and focus on diligently grinding daily tasks to learn ninjutsu and chakra. Alas, we should refrain from dreaming of easy gains. We cannot be certain we will even be selected for the next round of internal testing. Though the players felt disheartened, discussions remained lively, and the forum continued to buzz with activity. Only a handful of master players ceased their chatter, forming a private group to discuss strategies for self-creating ninjutsu to exchange for contribution points. As the forum thrived, it naturally caught the attention of numerous online merchants, who began contemplating how to capitalize on the Shadow Ninja game for their own gain. Among them was the live-streaming company that the naive girl collaborated with. They had already begun recruiting top-tier players from similar games, aiming to cultivate a cadre of outstanding game streamers to enhance their reputation. Chapter 8. Dismembered Directly. How can one fight? In the vicinity of Junying Village, with the complete video demonstration of the body technique, 8 extremes collapse, the players found it considerably easier to learn. Within less than an hour, nearly everyone had mastered this set of military boxing techniques. Although their movements were not yet polished, they had grasped the essence of several highly lethal actions. With the body technique, 8 extremes collapse and chakra now at his disposal, I am invincible. Charge. Big Wolf. Here I come. Before anyone could react, a figure shouted loudly and leaped forward. What just flew past my eyes? Dazed little sister looked on in confusion. Was that a big black rat? Wait, it seems like someone is missing here. Who was it? One sword opens the sky, casually replied. The ID seemed to be called the Emperor of Despair. Yes, that SM. The first to complete the daily task and acquire chakra. He seems to have gone off to hunt monsters. Let us follow and see. Perhaps we can reap some rewards from the Great One's endeavors. In the forest, faced with a pack of wolves nearly 3 meters tall, the slender figure of the Emperor of Despair appeared remarkably insignificant. Newly acquainted with the military technique, 8 extremes collapse, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, excitement gleamed in his eyes. These are treasures, each worth 80 contribution points. 20 wolves mean 800. His eyes shone with anticipation, gazing at the wolves with a fervor surpassing that of first love. However, having been brutally defeated previously, he was acutely aware of the wolves' ferocity and dared not recklessly provoke them, opting instead to hide in the grass and seek out the weakest member of the pack. Soon, he identified a target, a frail little wolf on the periphery. Regardless of size, each was worth 80 contribution points. I'll eliminate this little creature first. He zeroed in on his target and wasted no time, swiftly channeling chakra through his body, raising his fist and sliding towards the little wolf's feet. Prior to this encounter, he had researched the wolves' weaknesses, knowing they lay in their waist and head. Although this wolf was small, it stood over 2 meters tall, making it exceedingly difficult to reach its head. Thus, he aimed for its waist. I'll slide beneath it, then dash up its thigh while it's distracted, and with a leap, unleash my full force to shatter its kidneys, rendering this little wolf utterly life. Chapter 9. Teaming up for a challenge even after his resurrection. The fallen emperor remained undeterred, rushing back to confront the wolf pack once more. After several harrowing skirmishes, all ending in failure, he finally resigned himself to his fate. Damn it, you beast, just wait. I shall return when my strength has surged. The emperor's curses echoed in the resurrection hall. By the time he gathered his wits, he noticed other players relentlessly completing tasks, their chakra reserves visibly replenished. In contrast, after experiencing repeated deaths and revivals, his previously purchased chakra had been entirely depleted. He could barely catch his breath, let alone face the wolves. I cannot fall behind. I must elevate my power. With renewed determination, the fallen emperor charged out of the resurrection hall, no longer picky about tasks. He accepted any and all assignments, whether it involved fetching water for an elderly woman or tending to her garden. Hey, come on, don't take them all, exclaimed the clueless girl, who had been unable to secure a task for hours, her frustration palpable. At this moment, the emperor displayed his audacity to the fullest, ignoring the players' protests and snatching up tasks the moment they became available. Other players looked on in bewilderment, their grievances mounting. Yi Chun, witnessing this spectacle, felt exasperated. He had initially posted enough tasks for the players to engage in for an entire morning, only to have this fool claim them all. However, this was not entirely a misfortune. It accelerated the village's development. The presence of such a fool was more of a blessing than a curse, and Yi Chen found himself rather pleased. Seizing the players' enthusiasm, he seized the opportunity to announce several public works as daily tasks. The muddy road at the eastern entrance requires stone paving. 3 people needed. Each completion rewards 10 contribution points. The western road needs landscaping trees planted. 2 people needed. Each completion rewards 10 contribution points. And so forth. Yi Chen issued dozens of similar tasks pertaining to village construction. Only by enhancing the village could the happiness index of the villagers rise, thereby strengthening his own authority as the village chief. As for the players, they were eager to contribute. Previously, they had been accumulating points at a sluggish pace, often taking an entire day to gather a mere dozen contribution points. However, the later stages required increasingly more contribution points to purchase chakra and ninjutsu, sometimes leaving them insufficient even after a full day's work. Now that higher contribution tasks were available in the village and could be completed in teams, their excitement was palpable. Tasks were snatched up the moment they were released, as they were not time-sensitive. After all, with each task yielding 10 contribution points, such opportunities were rare and should not be missed. Driven by the desire to swiftly enhance their capabilities, the players completed what was originally a 5-day task in merely 2 days. Yi Chen was astonished by their speed. It appeared he had underestimated their potential. Though there were only 9 of them, each possessed unique strengths, and their teamwork was remarkably cohesive. Tasks that once seemed daunting were swiftly accomplished through their seamless collaboration. Of course, this did not include the fallen emperor, who did not team up with the players nor engage in village duties. Apart from the initial tasks he accepted, he spent his days fetching pigs, cats, and dogs for the old lady, accumulating nearly 100 contribution points in just 2 days, a stroke of luck beyond compare. During the time spent completing tasks, the players seemed to grasp the significance of teamwork. One day, after everyone had learned ninjutsu and spent their remaining contribution points on chakra, a previously silent veteran, one sword to open heaven, finally spoke up. "I have an idea I wish to share." With his words, the others became instantly animated, eagerly pressing him for details. "Great one, please enlighten us. Do you have a brilliant plan to lead us into battle?" The clueless girl gazed at him in awe, for it was he who had guided them through their tasks these past 2 days, enabling them to achieve in 2 days what had initially been planned for 5. Under the expectant gazes of his companions, one sword to open heaven continued. After observing for the past 2 days, "I believe we stand a better chance if we team up to fight monsters. The wolves are pack animals. If we disturb one, we will be surrounded and have no chance of victory, leading to a brutal defeat. Hence, I have made a decision. We shall also form a team to confront them." Many players agreed with this decision, but the clueless girl raised a concern. "But we charged in together before, and we were utterly defeated. There are too many wolves. We surely cannot prevail." Upon hearing this, the players fell silent, recalling how fearsome the wolf pack had been. They knew that confronting them head-on was futile. "I do not mean to confront them all at once. Rather, we shall cooperate by dividing our efforts." One sword to open heaven calmly explained. "There are nearly 20 wolves, and the most formidable wolf king has yet to appear. If we engage them directly, we will undoubtedly be decimated." As he spoke, he produced a map seemingly acquired from nowhere. "Based on my observations, it appears the wolves cannot stray far from the mountains, which presents us with a golden opportunity. We can set traps and lure them into isolated ambushes." Luring them into ambushes? The players listened, their minds swirling with confusion, yet they did not interrupt his explanation, opting instead to hear him out. "This is the location of the wolf pack. We have 6 people. 2 can lure the wolves with meat, while the others prepare traps here. Once the wolves fall into the traps, we will launch a coordinated attack, ensuring they have no escape." Brilliant. Such foresight from the Great One. The players were thrilled, eager to embark on their first hunt. They immediately dashed into the forest to dig the traps. One sword to open heaven brimmed with confidence as they excavated a nearly 3-meter deep pit, awaiting the wolves' arrival. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, with the wolves successfully lured into the trap as planned. Now, One sword to open heaven commanded, and the 6 of them unleashed their full might upon the wolves. However, the outcome was far from what they had anticipated. Their supposed full-on assault merely tickled the wolves, who, unscathed, howled triumphantly and effortlessly leaped out of the pit, sending all the players back to the resurrection point with a swift swipe. In a flash of light, the players found themselves standing in the resurrection area, taking a full minute to process what had just transpired. These creatures are even more formidable than we imagined. All 6 of us were defeated by a single swipe. Curse it. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish you. Just wait until I strengthen my abilities. I will return to settle this score. Chapter 10. The creation of ninjutsu. After enduring a series of disheartening defeats, the players' tempers flared. At this juncture, the character known as One Sword Opens the Heavens felt a wave of frustration, pondering for an extended period without discerning the root of the problem. This was not right. According to my strategy, this monster hunt should have been a breeze. So where did the issue lie? The creatures in the novice village couldn't possibly be as formidable as they appeared. Surely, they had weaknesses that I had yet to uncover. No, I must observe further. Seated upon the ground, One Sword Opens the Heavens unfurled a map, embarking on yet another round of analysis. It wasn't long before he pinpointed the crux of the issue. Throughout this ordeal, they had consistently overlooked one crucial detail: the wolves' agility and keen sense of smell, not to mention their considerable intelligence. I suspect that the wolf we encountered earlier led us into a trap. Its intention was us from the very beginning. We were played for fools. Goodness, is this game truly designed so astutely? The monsters are practically sentient. How can we possibly prevail? How can we continue to fight? Perhaps it's time to abandon the game. Some players began to have second thoughts, feeling that a game with such high intelligence was ill-suited for them. They might as well return home to play card games. At this moment, the previously silent player, Daixiomiai, suddenly spoke up. If close-quarters combat proves ineffective, why not attempt ranged attacks? Upon hearing these words, One Sword Opens the Heavens' eyes sparkled with inspiration. Yes, I was just contemplating how to extend our combat range. Your suggestion has sparked a revelation. Since the wolves cannot venture beyond the forest, we can lure them to the edge and utilize ranged attacks to wear them down. This idea rekindled the hope of the previously despondent players, and the once quiet resurrection hall erupted with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us search for any available ranged ninjutsu. The sooner we acquire and learn it, the sooner we can slay monsters and level up. Meanwhile, Yi-chun was roused from slumber by a sudden system notification. Player Thunder God has created a complete set of ninjutsu, preliminarily assessed by the system as Class C. Estimated value, 180 contribution points. Initially, Yi-chun had granted the system permission to autonomously evaluate the value of players' self-created skills and facilitate exchanges. What? Someone has actually created ninjutsu? This news jolted Yi-chun awake, and upon confirming its authenticity, he was filled with immense joy. Currently, the ninjutsu available for purchase in the system shop were merely Class E, the most rudimentary level, essentially introductory techniques. Even these entry-level ninjutsu were sufficient for an ordinary player to master over the course of a year. Now, however, someone had conjured a Class C ninjutsu. It was utterly astonishing. The surprises these players provided me were indeed plentiful. Congratulations to player Thunder God for creating ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderstrike, contributing it to the village and earning 180 contribution points. Momentarily stunned, the system notification rang out again, snapping Yi-chun back to reality. The price of this ninjutsu exceeded that of the previous body technique, Level 8 Collapse, and with the system recognizing it as Class C, its power must be considerable. Intrigued, Yi-chun hastily utilized his system privileges to observe the actions of this player through the energy orb. The players who had just mastered the introductory ninjutsu were equally astonished by this system message. Goodness, how can one even cope with this? Having just learned the body technique, Level 8 Collapse, now there's a master who has created ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderstrike. With such talent, is it not a travesty for them to be playing this game? This master is so extraordinary. I must go and witness this for myself. In a grove within the village, Players encircled Thunder God, chattering excitedly to observe this newly created ninjutsu. Thunder God appeared to be a boy of 17 or 18, and with a shy smile, he graciously showcased his innovative ninjutsu to the audience. With a leap reminiscent of a dog paddle, he ascended to a tree branch. Wielding a hammer in his left hand while his right hand traced circles in the air, forming a relatively simple seal, lightning release. With a mighty shout, a bolt of lightning materialized in the sky. This phenomenon astounded not only the onlookers, but also left Yi-chun, who watched from the sidelines, utterly stunned. He couldn't help but silently commend this player, a true talent. Once the thunderclap resounded, the player known as Thunder God swiftly grasped the hammer's head, meeting the lightning midair. Thunderstrike. In the next instant, the lightning struck the hammer with a blinding flash, dazzling all present. Players found themselves momentarily blinded, their vision obscured by the brilliance. What is happening? Why can't I see anything? Where is the master who created this ninjutsu? I saw him struck by lightning. Surely he hasn't perished? What if this demonstration goes awry? Is this ninjutsu truly safe? What if we fail to strike the wolf and instead end up electrocuting ourselves? I'm still alive. Just as the players began to voice their concerns, a voice resounded in their ears. It was none other than Thunder God himself. Haha, I'm alive and well. No need to worry, we were merely jesting. The players marveled, expressing a mixture of embarrassment and polite admiration. As their vision gradually returned, they were left in awe upon witnessing the scene before them. Approximately 5 meters ahead, trees and underbrush lay scorched, and the air was tinged with the scent of roasted game. Goodness, that master is astonishing. One skill yields such devastating power and can reach 5 meters in range. Is this even human? He is nothing short of divine. This skill is incredibly impressive. I must learn it. Fellow players, victory against monsters is within our grasp. Ecstatic cheers erupted in the forest, the players buzzing with excitement. Daixi Omii hurriedly recorded and saved the spectacular display, envisioning the explosive scene her livestream would garner when the game resumed. Once again, Yi-chun was taken aback. This player is undoubtedly a seasoned anime enthusiast. Their understanding of ninjutsu surpasses even my own as the village leader. The movements they executed earlier were not merely self-created, they undoubtedly drew inspiration from anime. However, this player also displayed remarkable ingenuity, creating a Class C ninjutsu after being inspired by anime, a feat indeed worthy of admiration. Learning ninjutsu is inherently challenging, and self-creating ninjutsu is a task akin to scaling the heavens. Even elite shinobi from the land of grass may spend their entire lives without developing a single introductory ninjutsu of their own. They merely inherit the techniques passed down through generations. Thus, it is truly a remarkable occurrence that this player has managed to create their own ninjutsu. Concurrently, Yi-chun's curiosity intensified. How did they accomplish this? Chapter 11. Creating Wonders Anew. Thus, Yi-chun utilized the system's privileges to initiate the energy sphere and observe the activities of a particular player. A youth, approximately 18 years of age, appeared on screen. Upon entering the game, he immediately engaged in daily quests, shunning the company of others and rarely interacting with fellow players, remaining solitary throughout. Once he accumulated sufficient contribution points from his tasks, he purchased chakra and retreated to the woods to practice his self-created ninjutsu, repeating this routine daily. While other players found the daily quests tedious and sought more challenging encounters, this player, known as Thunder God, persisted in his solitary endeavor. He continued to complete tasks, purchase chakra, and hone his ninjutsu without faltering. When the system announced that the bullfighting master had completed the first kill quest, and everyone rushed to seek his guidance in mastering the 8th level body technique, Thunder God remained unfazed, absorbed in his practice. After relentless experimentation, he eventually mastered the ninjutsu, lightning release, and ventured to confront monsters. Initially, he approached a pack of wolves alone, but before he could even graze their fur, he was swiftly sent back to the resurrection point. On his second attempt, he employed the lightning release, skillfully maneuvering to the wolves' midsection. However, he inflicted no damage and was again returned to the resurrection point. After numerous such attempts, His chakra reserves nearly depleted, he ceased his monster hunting and resumed his daily quests. Concealed within the woods, he ultimately devised a devastating long-range ninjutsu, which he named Lightning Release, Strike. After witnessing this entire process, Yichen could not help but chuckle. This player truly embodies the spirit of an indomitable warrior. Even after being mercilessly slain by wolves countless times, he persevered, continuing to refine his ninjutsu. Such unwavering determination is indeed commendable. The other players, having listened to Thunder God's account, were equally filled with admiration and astonishment. Every achievement is not merely a stroke of luck. True masters do not arise without effort, and we must strive diligently. Yichen wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Indeed, true masters do not emerge effortlessly. However, some of the greatest do benefit from fortunate circumstances, such as himself. Thunder God was exhilarated and thrilled by the recognition of his self-created ninjutsu by the system. I have been an anime enthusiast since childhood, having watched countless series from both domestic and international sources. From a young age, I aspired to become a ninja. I never imagined that this game would not only fulfill my dream of becoming a ninja, but also allow me to create my own ninjutsu. I vow to play this game as long as it exists. This declaration resonated deeply with many players, who expressed their belief that this game is exceptionally realistic. I am convinced that anyone who has played Junin Ninja will find it hard to appreciate any other game. Indeed, this will be my game of choice from now on. Junin Ninja is unrivaled. At this moment, the players, who had been disheartened by their repeated deaths at the hands of wolves, regained their confidence. With the introduction of long-range attacks, did this not mean they could finally confront the wolves? Those beasts had tormented them for far too long. It was time to reclaim their dignity. Let us go now. I just purchased the ninjutsu created by the great master from the system. This time, we shall make those beasts pay. With their hearts brimming with excitement, the players resolved to return to the wolf pack for retribution. Wait, I believe we are not quite ready. One sword to open heaven interjected. The little sister quickly concurred. Yes, I too feel the timing is not yet right. Let us not rush. The players halted, puzzled, and turned back. We now possess long-range attacks. According to our previous strategies, defeating a few wolves should pose no issue. In response to the players' confusion, One Sword to Open Heaven patiently explained. While we do have long-range attacks, we have just learned them, and our proficiency is still lacking, resulting in insufficient damage. Feel free to test it for yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than some players, undeterred by his caution, unleashed the newly learned ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunder Strike. However, the power they wielded paled in comparison to Thunder God's, failing to even fell a single tree. The lightning appeared as thin as noodles, scorching only a few blades of grass. How is this possible? Why is my damage so feeble, despite using the same technique? One player exclaimed, utterly bewildered, their confidence significantly shaken. It is quite simple. Your proficiency is insufficient, and the chakra energy within you is limited, making low damage entirely reasonable. One Sword to Open Heaven elucidated. Thunder God nodded in agreement. Indeed, ninjutsu is akin to martial arts in our reality. It necessitates continuous practice to yield significant damage. Furthermore, chakra, akin to internal energy, must be abundant within you. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your ninjutsu, it will yield minimal impact. This is akin to a starving giant being unable to overpower a well-fed, thin man. Upon hearing this, the players experienced an epiphany, recognizing the importance of practice, and refrained from hastily seeking to battle monsters, though their enthusiasm was somewhat dampened. Do not despair. With diligent practice, a horde of wild wolves shall pose no challenge to us. I plan to develop this ninjutsu into Thunder God's skill. We shall wield lightning with greater ease and learn it more swiftly. This will save much time, and you need not expend contribution points, as you can directly purchase chakra with your contributions. With sufficient chakra energy and my ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunder Strike, we shall be invincible, soon. We may find the village's monsters insufficient to satisfy our thirst for battle. Is such a tactic permissible? The players were astounded, exclaiming, the expert truly is an expert. His mind is far more agile than ours. With this approach, we not only conserve contribution points, but also save time. Why did we not think of this sooner? As the players brimmed with excitement, one sword to open heaven solemnly remarked, "But will the system allow us to do this? Will it not deem us cheaters?" Absolutely not. Before anyone could react, Yi Chen appeared at the opportune moment, providing a reassuring answer. The rules of this game are precisely that there are no rules. You are free to play and create as you wish. As long as the system recognizes what you create as valuable, you can exchange it for contribution points. That's incredible, truly remarkable. I have fallen in love with this game. Upon receiving Yi Chen's affirmation, the players erupted in cheers once more. What are we waiting for? I shall now demonstrate my new skill, Thunder God declared, springing into action. As he spoke, the players quickly retreated several dozen meters to avoid self-harm. Only Yi Chen remained steadfast, and when Thunder God inquired about his lack of fear, he merely smiled and remained silent, allowing Thunder God to continue showcasing his developed skill. What a jest! He is the strongest existence in the village. How could a mere ninjutsu possibly harm him? Thunder God, not overthinking the matter, after all, NPCs are hardly easy to injure, began to unleash a variety of skills. Chapter 12. The creation of unique ninjutsu and new skills. A tremendous rumble echoed through the air as bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, illuminated the entire forest. The Thunder God raised his hammer with his left hand, channeling the chakra energy within his body, converging multiple bolts of lightning into one. Lightning release, he bellowed, pointing towards a towering tree before him. Instantly, countless intertwined lightning bolts surged forth, as if animated by a life of their own, cascading down in the direction of his finger. A deafening crash resonated through the valley, followed by another flash of blinding light, leaving the players utterly astonished. The colossal tree, which 10 individuals could scarcely encircle, was obliterated into charred remnants by the lightning, its once dense branches vaporizing into fine dust that dissipated into the sky. After a brief moment of silence, the air was filled with thunderous applause. Incredible! How did you achieve this? One player exclaimed. With this skill, dealing with those beasts will be child's play. Another added, recognizing the value of the technique. This skill is indeed remarkable. Yi Chen chimed in, offering rare praise. However, your chakra energy is still insufficient. Otherwise, you could unleash tenfold the power. Really? The Thunder God's excitement surged at the NPC's affirmation. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded, then addressed the others. While the destructive power of the Thunder God's skill is undeniable, your chakra energy is far too limited. If you intend to combat monsters, I suggest you first acquire ample chakra to enhance your efficacy. With that, he swiftly channeled his own chakra, demonstrating the skill the Thunder God had just exhibited. The sky crackled with arcs of lightning once more, intertwining and descending rapidly. This time, the explosion was even more thunderous, nearly unbalancing the players. When they regained their composure, they beheld a deep crater where the lightning had struck, annihilating the flowers and trees in the vicinity. The sight left everyone speechless. This is terrifying, someone gasped. The quantity of lightning was comparable to before, yet the destructive force is several times greater. It's simply unimaginable. Have you noticed? Not only has the lethality increased significantly, but the range has also doubled. Dismissively, a player remarked, "Is this the power of chakra?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Yi Chen. Yes, the more chakra energy you possess, the greater the damage you can unleash. You should all give it a try. As he spoke, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from the forest. The remaining players experienced an epiphany. I understand now. We had misjudged our priorities from the beginning. In this game, chakra energy is paramount. Ninjutsu and taijutsu are secondary. Without chakra energy, mastering 100 ninjutsu would be futile. I have an idea, exclaimed a player named Yi Jiankai Tian, prompting the others to turn towards him. I will focus solely on mastering the Thunder God's unique ninjutsu, using all my contribution points to purchase chakra. Once we fully learn the Thunder Release, Lightning Strike, we can revert to our previous strategy of defeating the giant wolf. This will significantly enhance our chances of victory. This proposal received unanimous approval from the players, who now devoted their days to completing daily quests and studying ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the Thunder God, Apart from engaging in daily quests with the players, spent the majority of his time researching new ninjutsu, his passion bordering on obsession. There was one exception, the clumsy Emperor Chunlun, who, after completing numerous daily tasks, had amassed a considerable amount of chakra and learned several ninjutsu techniques. Filled with newfound confidence, he ventured into the forest, ready to confront the giant wolf once more. "Huh, you fools, come and meet your demise," he taunted. The slender wolf on the outskirts seemed to recognize the emperor as the one who had ambushed it previously. It raised its paw and charged forward. "Hey, you're not playing fair," Emperor Qinluan exclaimed, before the young wolf struck him back to the revival point before he could unleash his ninjutsu. "Today, I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish this beast." Returning once more to the revival hall, his frustration flared anew as he stormed out. In the forest, he provocatively waved a chicken leg, taunting the wolf that had just bested him. "I knew you wouldn't dare approach. Today, I will exhaust you." The young wolf, incensed by his provocation, let out a furious howl before unleashing a torrent of wind directed at the emperor. The gust uprooted nearby saplings, exposing him to the elements, and he was sent tumbling down a cliff, shattering upon impact. Observing this spectacle, Yi Chun, standing before the energy orb, was left speechless, pondering how the system had allowed such a fool to enter the game. This is truly painful to watch. With nothing better to do, he resumed his study of the Thunder God's self-created ninjutsu. As he contemplated, he muttered to himself, "This set of techniques seems oddly familiar." He proceeded to execute the Thunder Release, Lightning Strike again, and a sudden realization struck him. Isn't this merely a revised version of the Lightning Bolt technique? No wonder it feels so familiar. This lad is quite the genius to have conceived it. However, he quickly recognized a flaw. The Thunder God's ninjutsu, while reminiscent of the Lightning Bolt, was executed with entirely different motions. The Thunder God's technique involved a lengthy launch time and overly complicated actions. It required the use of the hammer and chakra manipulation, which could not be performed simultaneously. The multitude of moves was visually impressive but impractical. Should he encounter a true ninja, he would likely be dispatched before he could even launch his attack. Nevertheless, for someone entirely unversed in ninjutsu, the ability to create a powerful technique inspired by anime was nothing short of miraculous. Watching the Thunder God diligently strive to develop new skills, Yi Chun felt a sense of pride. This lad has potential. He might just become a cornerstone of our village. I must keep a close watch on him. Unaware of Yi Chun's musings, the Thunder God, after several days of practice, began to perceive the weaknesses in his technique. How can I shorten the time required? Or perhaps find a way to unleash lightning without external assistance? Gazing at his palm, then up at the sky, he repeatedly recalled the process of executing Thunder Release, Lightning Strike in his mind. Suddenly, he sat upright, as if struck by inspiration. Chakra energy is so potent. Could I possibly use it to summon and control lightning? With newfound determination, he cast aside the hammer, concentrating chakra into his right hand, pointing skyward. Lightning Release. Chapter 13. The Chosen One, unfazed by chakra, lures the giant with a resonant command from the Thunder God. The woods were enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the echoes of his voice and the cawing of a few crows. My thoughts must be sound. What could possibly have gone awry? Gazing at the tranquil sky, the Thunder God felt a pang of frustration as he attempted several more times. Yet the heavens remained unchanged. Days swiftly passed with the sun's rise and fall. Players diligently completed their daily quests, accumulating substantial chakra energy and mastering various ninjutsu techniques. As they gathered at the forest's edge, prepared to hunt monsters, a system message illuminated above them. Congratulations to Player Emperor of Despair for successfully slaying the Wolf King, earning 120 contribution points. Upon receiving this news, all players halted in unison. The Wolf King, vanquished? We struggled against mere wolves, yet someone has effortlessly defeated the Wolf King? The Emperor of Despair, wasn't he the first to purchase chakra energy? How extraordinary! How did he achieve such a feat? Killing a single ninja beast is already remarkable. But the Wolf King, that is beyond belief. Yet, there was no time for speculation. We must venture into the forest. with the Wolf King defeated. If I dawdle any longer, I might miss out on even the lesser monsters. Eager and impulsive, the girl rushed into the woods. However, upon entering, they found no sign of the Emperor of Despair. The giant wolves remained as numerous as before, leaving everyone puzzled about the situation. Nevertheless, they pressed on with their plan, positioning themselves in a relatively safe area, with two players luring a wolf towards them. The others, quick-witted and nimble, employed lightning techniques to dispatch the beast. Joyous cheers erupted among them. Following this strategy, the group continued their assault, and within half a day, they had slain nearly 10 wolves. Despite the prolonged battle, their chakra energy remained plentiful, and fatigue was nowhere to be felt. What exhilarating hunts these have been! After dispatching another giant wolf, the players sat upon the ground, their faces radiating joy. After days of foraging, they could finally revel in their success. You wouldn't believe it. This is my first taste of wolf meat, and it is exquisite. One player deftly snapped off a branch and kindled a fire to roast the wolf. Soon, the savory aroma of grilled meat wafted through the forest. Save me a piece. The girl, enticed by the scent, eagerly grabbed a chunk of wolf leg and took a hearty bite, utterly satisfied. This game is incredibly engaging. I am genuinely tasting it. In the real world, she is a foodie, and now, she savors the experience as if discovering a new world, disregarding all decorum. Really? I must try it too. Those initially uninterested in the meal raised their thumbs in approval after tasting the roasted wolf meat, their mouths filled with exclamations of delight. On the cliff's edge, a young man dressed in white stood, bending low as if a thief, scanning his surroundings. A gust of wind carried a peculiar scent to him, making his mouth water. Why do I smell roasted meat? Am I hallucinating? The Emperor of Despair, puzzled, looked around but soon shrank back. A thunderous howl reverberated through the valley. The giant wolf had arrived. The Emperor of Despair quickly concealed himself, retrieving a prepared chicken leg, stringing it along a line tied between two trees at the cliff's edge. When the giant wolf lunged for it, the rope would snap, sending the beast plummeting to its demise. This was precisely how he had slain the Wolf King. The method was born of serendipity. After being repeatedly vanquished by wolves, he had abandoned his quest to slay them and, while chasing a hare, stumbled upon this cliff. When the hare fell to its death, he gazed at the abyss and the mangled remains, and a thought crossed his mind. What he did not anticipate was that his first trap would attract the Wolf King. Initially convinced of his impending doom upon seeing the towering creature, he was astonished to find that the Wolf King, driven by hunger, had not even noticed him and instead plunged to its death. After savoring his victory, the Emperor of Despair was filled with unparalleled excitement, designating this place as his secret base, intent on exploiting the cliff to become a formidable figure in the game. Observing this spectacle, Yi Chun could only chuckle, bemused by the sheer luck of this simpleton. It seems some individuals are simply born under a lucky star. There's no denying it. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm echoed, freezing Yi Chun's smile. This was the village's alarm, typically sounding only during enemy invasions, audible exclusively to him. Sure enough, the next moment, a glaring line of red text appeared before Yi Chun. Attention, host. Enemies are invading Junying Village. Immediate tracking of enemy locations commenced. Yi Chun quickly responded, utilizing his system privileges to activate an energy sphere, scanning the village. Soon, he identified a suspicious figure, clad like a villager, lurking in the remote western part of the village. Although he appeared harmless, Yi Chun sensed something amiss. First, the land in the western region was desolate, seldom frequented by villagers, with only a few elderly residents present, no young people at all. Secondly, despite his villager disguise, the intruder's movements were deliberate and powerful. His gait slow, but his gaze sharp. A clear inconsistency lay in how he hunched over. A young, ordinary person could not possibly bend that way without arousing suspicion. How amusing! Yi Chun scoffed, finding it insulting that such a weakling would be sent. Rather than alerting the intruder at once, he chose to observe their actions. The infiltrating ninja made his way from the western edge to the village's bustling center. Initially cautious, he kept his head down, avoiding eye contact. However, as he noticed the villagers engrossed in their tasks, He grew bolder and began conversing with them. After some small talk, he inquired about the village's affairs, asking even the minutiae, such as how many dogs each household owned. The villagers, unsuspecting, answered his questions freely. The ninja likely did not anticipate how easily he would complete his mission. Once satisfied with his inquiries, he departed the village, cheerfully striding away, emboldened and no longer hunched, clearly underestimating the residents of Junying village, believing them to be weaklings. Little did he know, every action of his was under vigilant observation. Chapter 14. The invasion of enemies. Yi Chun observed the situation and concluded that this simpleton posed no threat to the village. However, he understood that an invasion could not be taken lightly. He accessed the system's permissions and immediately retrieved the basic information of the ninja. Name: Yoji. Age: 30. Ninja rank: Jinin affiliated village. Grass ninja village. Agile in body, skilled in disguise. The system provided clear details, though this was merely preliminary information. Should Yi Chun desire, he could easily access the ancestral records of this ninja named Yoji. Grass ninja village? When was it discovered? Yi Chun examined Yoji's detailed information once more. Yoji was a ninja primarily tasked with reconnaissance, collecting information from villages other than Grass Ninja Village. However, his current venture was not aimed at Junin Village. Instead, after completing a mission, he stumbled upon this secluded hamlet. Despite Junin Village's obscurity and its rudimentary facilities, he had encountered the corpses of ninja beasts outside the village, which hinted at a faint chakra energy upon closer inspection. This immediately piqued Yoji's interest, prompting him to infiltrate the village. It appeared that my concerns were unwarranted. The villagers possess no chakra whatsoever, and throughout my exploration, I have yet to encounter a single ninja. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took, including his personal information, was already under Yi Chun's control. Wait, this is chakra energy. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from afar, causing Yoji's previously joyous stride to halt abruptly. He scrutinized his surroundings, but detected nothing unusual. Confusion etched on his face. Indeed, someone was utilizing chakra, and it was potent, yet no ninja was present. Where could this chakra energy be emanating from? After observing for a while, without any further revelations, he grew cautious, sensing that this village was perhaps more complex than he had initially presumed. Soon, he arrived at the eastern edge of the village and discovered the recently paved road, still pristine with clean stones, suggesting it had been laid down recently. Yet, as he wandered, he encountered only the elderly and children. There were no young adults in sight. Such an extensive road could not have been constructed solely by the elderly and children. What could be the reason behind this? Was there some mysterious, undiscovered matter within the village? Just as Yoji was engulfed in contemplation, an elderly woman approached. He promptly discarded his stone and rushed forward to gather information. The elderly woman, hard of hearing, required persistent questioning before Yoji finally learned that a few young people resided in the village. They simply remained out of sight, and most of the village's construction was carried out by them. Yoji did not dwell on this revelation. After all, he was a chunin, and the villagers were ordinary folk. Even if discovered, he would pose no threat to him. His abilities would easily dispatch a handful of young commoners. What intrigued him most was the formidable chakra energy. If it originated from a person, that individual would possess at least Jonin-level strength, a fact not to be taken lightly. Thus, he chose not to hasten his departure, but instead continued to lurk within the village, seeking to uncover the source of the powerful ninja and persuade them to join his village. After Yi Chun reviewed all the information regarding the invading ninja, the system presented two choices. Enemy infiltrating the village. The host must act swiftly. 1. Ignore the reconnaissance of Grass Ninja Village and allow it to depart. 2. Designate Ninja Yoji as a hostile entity and initiate capture immediately. Observing Yoji as he continued to gather intelligence, Yi Chun's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Ninja villages represent military strength for nations, and there could only be one. Now that another had appeared, even if he refrained from provoking them, once this ninja returned with intelligence, they would certainly devise means to obliterate his village. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless they are of different genders. yet they could never forge an alliance. The other village would undoubtedly not tolerate their presence. Rather than passively awaiting an assault, it was more prudent to take the initiative. Furthermore, according to the system's prompt, there appeared to be substantial rewards for village experience. Most crucially, such a challenging task could afford players the chance to earn contributions and enhance their strength. After careful contemplation, Yi Chun decisively chose the second option, marking Grass Ninja Village as a hostile entity. Having made his choice, Yi Chun promptly began to issue a mission. New mission. An enemy ninja has infiltrated the village. Players, please proceed to eliminate them immediately. Each participant who successfully slays the enemy ninja will receive 600 contribution points. Note: completing the mission may yield hidden rewards. Thus, all players are encouraged to act swiftly, as the shorter the mission duration, the greater the rewards. Meanwhile, the players, invigorated by the potent chakra energy, were filled with excitement, having fought tirelessly in the forest for several days. They resembled a band of valiant warriors, swiftly dispatching a towering 2-meter wolf. When fatigued, they would rest, roasting wolf meat and wild fowl to satiate their appetites, living a life of utmost leisure. Surprisingly, Shenluan the Great had also hunted dozens of giant wolves without forming any teams. Others were oblivious to his methods, believing him to be a concealed expert. Superb strategist. Upon witnessing the system's continuous announcements, the players could no longer contain their curiosity. How did this master achieve such feats? Not only did he slay the Wolf King, but he also dispatched many giant wolves, totaling several dozen. Was he cheating? I too am curious. The aggregate of our kills barely matches his. Is he truly a god? Dai Xiaomei, with her big, sparkling eyes, brimmed with curiosity. Let us go see. The game had opened a mini-map, allowing players to monitor their teammates' movements. They followed the markers towards the cliff. Shenluan the Great was luring the giant wolves once more. A row of chicken legs hung precariously over the cliff's edge. The scent of meat drove the giant wolves into a frenzy, causing them to leap off the cliff to their demise. Then, the familiar voice of the system echoed through the air. Upon hearing the system announcements, the players were left dumbfounded. Congratulations to Shenluan the Great for successfully slaying a giant wolf. Congratulations to Shenluan the Great for successfully slaying. All players' minds raced with vivid imaginations of Shenluan the Great's heroic battles. Some believed that Shenluan the Great must be an unparalleled genius, endowed with extraordinary talents, capable of maximizing the potency of chakra and ninjutsu to their fullest extent. Others speculated that Shenluan the Great might be a game developer, intended to inspire players and identify game bugs. After all, how could he be so formidable? When the time came, they would certainly seek his guidance. Indeed, a group of players, akin to pilgrims, slowly ascended the mountain. However, as they passed directly beneath the mountain, a colossal wolf suddenly plummeted from the sky. Thud! One player, unable to evade in time, was crushed. What on earth? Was there an ambush? No, it was a giant wolf. All players panicked, glancing at the ground, only to discover the falling creatures were none other than ninja beasts. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What is happening? How can wolves fall from the sky? Dai Xiaomei and the others looked up at the sky. After some contemplation, they all suddenly realized. Oh no! It turns out to be a trap. Is this even possible? This group of wolves possesses a modicum of intelligence, yet it is hardly substantial. It is evident that this is a trap, yet they seem to leap into it with reckless abandon. How can they be so foolish? Are we not the foolish ones? Why have we not conceived a more effective strategy? The players hurriedly approached the cliff, their faces filled with awe. Oh, Great One, may I make use of your location? I shall return once you are done. As the realization dawned upon the players, they observed the ever-increasing contribution points of the Sovereign of Despair, and envy consumed them, prompting them to hastily request his support. After several days of temptation from the trap, the Sovereign of Despair now possessed contribution points exceeding 4 digits, surpassing all others. Naturally, he had no intention of hoarding them. Anyone who logged in could benefit. With a casual wave of his hand, he nodded in agreement. His generous gesture garnered a chorus of admiration. The Great One is magnanimous. We shall forever cherish your kindness. Gratitude flowed forth, as the Great One remained a deity in their hearts. Ding. Quest assigned. Eliminate the invading grass ninjas. At that moment, the system issued a new quest. All information regarding the ninjas from Grass Village was laid bare before the players. Goodness, an invasion? This quest is exhilarating. After slaying monsters for several consecutive days, I had grown weary. This new task has arrived just in time. Chapter 15. Becoming the hostile force after several successful ambushes against the colossal wolves. The remaining wolves in the forest had diminished significantly. They appeared to have grown considerably wiser, ignoring the traps laid by the players. Upon encountering the players, they would simply turn and flee, leaving the players unable to give chase. However, the players were unconcerned. After several days of relentless hunting, each had accumulated over 1,000 contribution points, sufficient to purchase ample chakra energy, which brought them immense satisfaction. A new quest emerged, igniting excitement among the players, who hurriedly spent all their contribution points on chakra. As a seasoned gaming streamer, Daxiomi observed the task and muttered, "This quest actually has hidden rewards. A first since we entered the game. What do you think this hidden reward could be? If we complete the quest as a team, will the reward go to the player with the highest damage or to everyone?" Upon this inquiry, the players fell silent for a moment, but soon erupted with enthusiasm. This game is so enjoyable that I would play it even without rewards. Whatever the hidden prize is, I'm off to eliminate that foe first, declared Chinchundati. Indeed, daring to intrude upon our village is a provocation in itself. I want to allow them to leave unscathed today, added Laishan. The bullfighting master echoed this sentiment. Although Ejin Kaitian remained silent, he too seemed indifferent to the hidden rewards. Other players shared a similar lack of concern. I'm just curious, Daxiomi admitted, feeling a bit awkward. Her question was merely an attempt to engage with the audience beyond the screen, and she hadn't anticipated their indifference. In truth, she herself wasn't overly concerned. The game was simply enjoyable, and she didn't dwell on it, engaging with the audience while purchasing chakra alongside the players. At that moment, Yichin suddenly appeared. The players, accustomed to the sudden emergence of NPCs, were unfazed, with some more exuberant players even teasing him. "NPC Master, what brings you here? Is there a new quest that you need to explain?" they urged eagerly. Yichin nodded. "I'm here to warn you that the enemy you face is formidable, possessing strength far beyond your level. You must devise a comprehensive strategy, otherwise, recklessness will lead to your demise. Additionally, I have marked the position of Yoji on his left chest. Even if he transforms, you will be able to recognize him immediately. Beyond this, you must rely on yourselves. Good luck." "Thank you, NPC, but your concerns are unwarranted. We are nearly invincible." The players dismissed Yichin's warnings. After all, they had already defeated colossal wolves over 2 meters tall, and dealing with a mere ninja was hardly a challenge. Yichin observed the players brimming with confidence, but refrained from further comments. He had done his part in providing warnings. How they proceeded was entirely up to them. Moreover, he had no real concern for their safety, given their ability to respawn infinitely, losing merely 10 of their chakra. In a flash of light, Yichin vanished from their sight. "I purchased 900 contribution points worth of chakra. That should suffice for dealing with that ninja named Yoji." Not so smart Yoji. "Come, my friends. Watch how the indomitable Daxiomi claims the head of the ninja," Daxiomi exclaimed, moving alongside the players toward the village while engaging with the audience, relishing the dual interaction. Meanwhile, Yoji, wandering the village, complained about the poor roads and outdated facilities, lamenting that they paled in comparison to his home village of Kainingia, unaware that he had already become a target. "Damn it, this wretched village has wasted an entire day of my time. Unforgivable. How could such a dump possibly harbor ninjas?" he grumbled. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged ahead, their oppressive presence enveloping him. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air resonated. Yoji looked up to see several shadowy figures before him. His brows furrowed as he instinctively lowered his body into a combat-ready stance, his honed instincts sensing an imminent threat. Trouble. Upon spotting Chinchundati and the other 9, Yoji's heart sank. The sheer number of ninjas before him was daunting. He had never anticipated encountering so many in such a small, insignificant village. How had this village managed to cultivate ninjas so quietly? Why had he not noticed earlier? A barrage of questions flooded his mind. Time was of the essence, and he knew he was about to face the most challenging moment of his life. The appearance of the ninjas confirmed that Junin Village was indeed a ninja village. Such critical intelligence warranted the presence of a Jounin, yet he was but a Genin. He was certain he was doomed. At that moment, Yoji prepared himself to face his fate with a sense of resignation, though a part of him was unwilling to accept it. He recalled the woman he had just met in the brothel, lamenting that he would soon never see her again. What struck Yoji as most peculiar was that he had no idea when he had been discovered. It must have been their formidable skills. Charge! Roared the bullfighting master. Leaping high, 8 extremes collapse. He channeled all his chakra into his limbs, unleashing an unprecedented surge of energy from within. Suddenly, he struck with his palm, the sound echoing as his hand transformed into a steel wing, bearing down on Yoji with unstoppable force. Yoji furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Taijutsu? Simultaneously, Shinshin Dadi and the others formed hand seals, launching their attacks. Lightning release, lightning technique. Earth release, earth technique. Wind release, wind technique. Fire release, fire control technique. Water release, water control technique. In an instant, 5 types of chakra surged through the air, converging upon Yoji. His heart raced as he envisioned a grim fate awaiting him. Yet upon witnessing Shinshin Dadi's assault, Yoji suddenly froze, his tense demeanor gradually easing. His initial panic transformed into calm, even joy, followed by a wave of mockery. His expressions were a vivid tapestry of emotions. Indeed, it was mockery. He realized that. Despite their numbers, Shinshin Dadi and his companions were shockingly weak, lacking even the strength of a Genin, akin to students who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. They were nothing more than a bunch of inept fools. Disdain washed over Yoji's face. In an instant, he formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. With a resounding roar, an immensely scorching flame erupted from his mouth. As the chakra swirled, the flame expanded, racing towards the oncoming attackers. In an instant, the searing flames reduced the foremost bullfighting master to mere ashes. The Sovereign of Desolation followed closely behind, unable to evade a similar tragic fate. Within just a fleeting encounter, 5 players perished at his hands. Chapter 16. What on earth is resurrection? The players were utterly bewildered. What is this? Is this really ninjutsu? Why is it so different from ours? Aren't our techniques supposed to be the strongest? At that moment, all their perceptions crumbled. Previously, after battling the beast ninjas, they believed their skills had reached an unparalleled level. They thought that, no matter what, they would possess commendable combat abilities within the ninja world. Yet, in the face of Yoji, they were astounded to discover the shocking truth. Their power was far inferior. They had grossly overestimated themselves and underestimated their adversary. Take the fire release technique as an example. They could only conjure a small fireball the size of a basketball. While it had some damage potential, it lacked the capacity to deliver a fatal blow. In stark contrast, Yoji's fire release resembled an ocean of flames. An unfathomable chasm separated their abilities. Absurd, utterly ludicrous. However, the players refused to surrender. Instead, their hearts brimmed with determination. The likes of the Emperor of Despair and his companions were handpicked by the system, unmatched in their fervor and mastery of combat games. High-difficulty battles were the essence of excitement. The remaining players seized the moment to launch another assault. Ants! Yoji cackled madly. He wielded his weapon like the Grim Reaper, weaving effortlessly among the 4 remaining players. With swift strikes, blood painted the ground. All 9 ninjas lay slain. Huh! What a bunch of trash. Yoji's expression radiated arrogance. He had never experienced such a battle. As a Genin, his tasks usually involved non-combat missions. Even when assigned to combat tasks, he merely acted as fodder behind the J-Nin and Ch-Nin. When had he ever slain so many ninjas? The thrill was exhilarating. Of course, there was another reason for his excitement. A bounty awaited upon returning to the village after such a massacre. With that thought, A grin crept across Yoji's face, envisioning a moment of glory in the land of grass. Charge! Everyone advance. Suddenly, a voice pierced Yoji's ears. He looked up and was met with utter astonishment, for he discovered that 9 more ninjas were charging toward him. Yet, what bewildered Yoji was not the reinforcements, but their painfully low power. They posed no threat whatsoever. Even if 30 more showed up, it wouldn't matter. Yoji had the capability to annihilate them. Neither their chakra levels nor their jutsu were on the same scale. The most crucial factor was combat awareness. Yoji had faced numerous battles, many of which were life and death encounters. In contrast, the players like the Emperor of Despair, despite their experiences against the giant wolves, had fought beasts whose intelligence and agility were far inferior to those of real ninjas. No matter how many came, they were merely offering their heads. Yet, Yoji was taken aback by the resemblance of the new arrivals to those he had previously dispatched. Rubbing his eyes, he wore an expression of utter disbelief. Jinjutsu? At that moment, Yoji questioned whether he had fallen victim to an enemy's illusion. Otherwise, how could such an unreal scene materialize? This cannot be. I just killed them. He glanced down, noting the corpses of the Emperor of Despair and the others still on the ground. Yet what were these newcomers? Could it truly be an illusion? No. Impossible. Yoji shook his head vehemently. How could such a small, insignificant village harbor ninjas skilled in Jinjutsu? That was simply unrealistic. Furthermore, even if they did, why would they target him? A mere genin, unworthy of such attention? But what on earth was happening? Yoji was bewildered, unable to fathom. At that moment, all that remained for him was battle. No matter how many approached or what tricks they employed, they would perish at his hands. A collection of worthless insects. Yoji let out a cold snort. He hurled an explosive tag. Boom. With a violent explosion, the tag obliterated 2 players into a bloody mist. Yet, this was just the beginning. In the next instant, like a phantom, he appeared among the crowd, striking down player after player with his kunai. However, just then, the Emperor of Despair emerged from nowhere. 8 extremes collapse. With a fierce roar, chakra surged into his arm, crashing down toward Yoji's chest. The sheer number of opponents, coupled with the Emperor's stealth, left Yoji oblivious to his presence until it was too late to evade. Bang! The 8 extremes collapse struck his chest, and Yoji felt as though a colossal rock had slammed into him. Crack! He distinctly sensed a rib fracture. Damn it! Yoji seethed with fury. A horde of insects, a bunch of useless trash, had the audacity to injure him. Unforgivable. In retaliation, he plunged his kunai forcefully into the Emperor of Despair's neck. Blood spurted forth, and the Emperor undoubtedly met his end. But in that very instant, a sword of destiny struck out. Lightning release, lightning technique. Crack! With chakra fueling it, a slender purple lightning bolt burst forth, striking Yoji's wounded chest, amplifying his agony. Although the power of the sword of destiny was weak, any damage inflicted was still significant. In his rage, Yoji swiftly ended the life of the sword wielder. Clutching his chest, the sharp pain forced him to gasp for breath. Thankfully, it wasn't a severe injury. As he surveyed the ground littered with the bodies of players once more, Yoji took a deep breath. Just when he thought the chaos had subsided, cries erupted anew. He turned to the distance, his pupils constricting in shock. The Emperor of Despair and the other 9 had revived yet again. Their eyes filled with rage as they charged toward him once more. What on earth was happening? Yoji's mind was in a whirlwind. He couldn't comprehend why ninjas could continuously resurrect. He had never heard of such a phenomenon. Could it be that he truly was ensnared in a Jinjutsu? Regardless of the circumstances, none were matters a mere genin like him could handle. Yoji turned to flee. In that moment, all previous disdain and mockery vanished, replaced by gravity and fear. He had to escape. He needed to relay this information to Lord Tsuchikage. Reinforcements must be dispatched to obliterate the hidden June village. Chapter 17. Overwhelming Rewards. A surge in power. Yoji understood that despite the feeble attack power of the likes of the fallen emperor, their relentless ability to resurrect made them formidable. They fought with reckless abandon, willing to sacrifice themselves to inflict harm. This aspect was indeed terrifying. No matter how skilled he was, his chakra was finite. It was impossible to maintain an unceasing offensive without eventually succumbing to their assaults. What unsettled Yoji the most was that after just 2 brief skirmishes, he discerned a remarkable enhancement in the combat proficiency of the fallen emperor and his companions compared to their previous encounters. Initially, a single ninjutsu from Yoji could eliminate half of the players. However, after the second engagement, that number plummeted drastically. Their evasion rates had soared. When Yoji unleashed the fire release, Great Fireball technique once more, he was startled to find that, in the fleeting moment of his hand seals, the fallen emperor and his cohorts managed to evade entirely, leaving no one harmed. Such alarming progress. Yoji furrowed his brow, bewildered by the situation before him and the inexplicable nature of these 9 individuals. The only thought that permeated his mind was the urgent need to flee or risk being defeated here. Disregarding all else, Yoji sprinted towards the village outskirts, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Yet, how could the fallen emperor and his allies allow him to escape? Setting aside the alluring contribution points, the thrill of engaging in battle far surpassed their expectations. Their prior strategy of sacrificing themselves felt tedious and daunting, yet now they were invigorated, shouting as they charged toward Yoji. Under the guidance of the sword breaking the heavens, they divided into several small teams to intercept and assault Yoji. Wave after wave, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Despite their deaths, the combat skills of the fallen emperor and his companions continuously improved, elevating them to a level far beyond their initial capabilities. Finally, during the 8th wave, sword breaking the heavens and the others succeeded in completely vanquishing Yoji. Yoji could hardly fathom that he did not perish while undertaking a high-difficulty mission, nor did he fall as a mere pawn in the village battle. Instead, he met his end at the hands of those who were not even genin. Ding! Congratulations to player sword breaking the heavens for successfully defeating a genin of the land of grass. Reward, contribution points, 600. Ding! Congratulations to player fallen emperor for successfully defeating a genin of the land of grass. Reward, contribution points, 600. The system's notifications echoed across the screen. All players were ecstatic. Hooray! We finally killed him. We won. We won. The fallen emperor and his companions cheered with uncontainable joy. It had not been easy. They had never anticipated that defeating a ninja would prove so challenging. Initially, they believed that genin were merely on par with the weakest of creatures, underestimating their prowess. Indeed, had it not been for our ability to resurrect infinitely, the 9 of us would have stood no chance against him. If genin are this formidable, how powerful must Jounin or even Kaga-level ninjas be? The game Kunin, Hidden Ninja had truly become unbeatable, occasionally presenting elements that reshaped their understanding of the game. It was evident that they needed to strive for greater strength. Indeed, the ninja beasts are the weakest existence. We must not confine ourselves to the satisfaction they provide, but instead, we must grow stronger. The players engaged in discussions about their battles, initially focusing on summarizing details and techniques, including strategies for future victories. As time progressed, they began to outline how to enhance their strength and the benefits derived from this encounter. Listen to me. Chakra is of utmost importance. I propose we invest all our contribution points into enhancing our chakra levels. Absolutely. What sword breaking the heavens said is correct. Did you see how the opposing ninjas employed their jutsu? The intensity of their techniques is on an entirely different level from ours. Chakra is as essential as experience points. Let us go purchase chakra. The fallen emperor and his group swiftly reached a consensus. Without hesitation, they spent all their contribution points to acquire chakra. A series of shimmering circles appeared, signifying an increase in their chakra amounts. In the distance, Yuchen observed silently. Pleased with the rapid improvement in their combat awareness and skills, he nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the overall caliber of this group of players. This battle had imparted considerable benefits, both in combat prowess and in reshaping their worldviews. For Yi Chun, however, what mattered most was their enhancement of strength. He opened the player's attribute panel to review their progress. ID, Fallen Emperor. Chakra level, Genin. Ninjutsu. Already reached the Genin level. Quite impressive. Yi Chun was astonished to discover that several players, including Fallen Emperor and Sword Breaking the Heavens, had elevated their chakra levels to that of genin. His village had finally produced true ninjas. Although they were merely genin, this was just the beginning. Yi-Chin firmly believed that one day, his hidden village would be renowned throughout the ninja world. It was time to reap the rewards. As the players advanced, he too would receive substantial rewards. The system began to synchronize the rewards. Yi-Chin silently recited a mantra. Ding! Your ninja village now has 4 genin. Congratulations! You have received a substantial chakra feedback. With a rush, the system flooded Yi-Chin with an immense amount of chakra feedback. He felt an explosive surge within him, far surpassing the previous increase. At that moment, Yi-Chin's chakra reached approximately the level of a chunin. Seeing this, Yi-Chin's heart swelled with joy. The satisfaction of nurturing growth was beyond what others could imagine. If this trend continued, as long as the players diligently pursued improvement, he would effortlessly grow stronger. In just a matter of days, he had attained the level of a chunin. With time on his side, Yi-Chin was confident that he would soon reach the Kage level. Even surpassing the Kage level to touch the realm of the Sage of Six Paths was merely a matter of time. Of course, this was solely in terms of chakra levels. A true ninja's combat prowess must be assessed holistically, considering ninjutsu, combat intelligence, and chakra levels. For now, Yi-Chin was merely at the chakra level. However, he was untroubled. There was no need to fret over ninjutsu. He simply needed to relax and await the players' feedback. Excellent. Charge forth, my beloved villagers. I have faith in you. Yi-Chin felt invigorated, aware that his time was approaching, as was the era of the hidden village. Chapter 18. The Super Resource Package. The ninja village is transformed. Ding! Your villagers have defeated a grass ninja, and your Junin village has gained 50 experience points. Congratulations! Your village has achieved the first blade of the ninja world. Reward obtained. Achievement Resource Package 1. Would you like to open it? The system's delightful notification chimed. Rewards from the system are dispensed in 2 forms. 1. Village upgrades, which provide fixed player recruitment slots and resource packages. 2. Achievements of various kinds, which randomly grant resource packages. Open. Yi-Chin replied. Achievement Resource Package opened successfully. Congratulations. You have acquired C-Rank 5 Elements Ninjutsu. Wind Release, Sandstorm Technique. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. Water Release, Water Prison Technique. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Hiding Technique. Lightning Release, Thunder Beast Tooth. With the system's announcement, Yi-Chin obtained C-Rank 5 Elements Ninjutsu. The elevation of ninjutsu rank is a crucial indicator of the combat prowess of a ninja village. From the previous battle against the grass ninja, Yi-Chin discerned that the ninjutsu of Emperor Chindun and his companions was still too rudimentary. Their firepower was severely lacking. After all, they were using merely E-rank ninjutsu. What does E-rank ninjutsu imply? It simply denotes the ability to perform basic attacks using chakra. As for lethality, it was utterly unimpressive. C-rank ninjutsu, on the other hand, possesses genuine destructive power. Although it cannot be compared to A-rank or even S-rank forbidden techniques, it undoubtedly serves as a foundational requirement for showcasing a ninja's combat capabilities. With these C-rank ninjutsu at his disposal, the combat strength of his village would undoubtedly ascend several levels. But that was not all. This resource package was exceptionally abundant. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations! You have received Village Generator 1. Establish hydroelectric power, capable of supporting the entire village's electricity needs. Requires no maintenance. The system will provide 1 maintenance staff member. Congratulations! You have received Village Restaurant 1. Congratulations! You have received Village Item Shop 1. Congratulations! You have received Village Medical Department 1. All facilities mentioned above are equipped by the system, with 2 professional NPCs. What? Buildings? A generator? Yi-Chin was utterly astonished. This reward was entirely beyond his expectations. In truth, the world of Naruto has a rather peculiar setting. While it is ostensibly in an ancient era, the technology they can utilize is surprisingly advanced, including computers and more. However, the Junin village where Yi-Chin resided was merely a backward mountain village. With a population of only a few hundred, As for various facilities, they were virtually non-existent, or more accurately, completely absent. It resembled an impoverished village from ancient times, consisting solely of simple wooden huts. The villagers merely survived. Electricity was a luxury, and at night, they could only sleep or light kerosene lamps. Now, with the generator, Junin village was finally stepping into the ranks of technology. This meant that the villagers' quality of life would improve dramatically, enabling them to accomplish more. To say nothing of the future, Yi-chun could now create electric lights, illuminating Junin village and dispelling the darkness of night. As for the restaurant, this reward was immensely beneficial. After his transmigration, Yi-chun faced a scarcity of food in the ninja world. To eat, one had to cook for oneself. Now, with the restaurant, everything would be resolved, allowing him to dine there directly. Yi-chun glanced at the restaurant's description. The restaurant can prepare a variety of dishes from around the world, including Chinese, French, Western, Japanese cuisine, etc. The chefs provided are all Michelin-starred, capable of perfectly executing any culinary task. Excellent. The system's rewards were indeed beyond Yi-chun's expectations. With this restaurant, he would no longer worry about meals. Furthermore, the player experience would elevate to new heights. Item shop, description, sells various items, including ninja tools, shuriken, soft armor, and the production of various weapons and explosive tags. Not bad. Although the ninja world fundamentally relies on personal strength, equipment remains crucial during the novice phase. The emergence of the item shop would significantly enhance the village's combat capabilities. Medical department provides professional medical treatment, currently at a 1-star healing level. As for this medical department, it seems somewhat superfluous at present. After all, players either sustain no injuries or simply perish. However, upon noticing the 1-star designation, Yi-chun began to speculate. Could it be upgraded? What would happen if it reached its maximum potential? Since it was a gift from the system, it surely was not an ordinary item. The potential for growth was of utmost importance. With these rewards, Junin village's overall level had ascended immeasurably. Indeed, to achieve prosperity, one must first engage in battle. Yi-chun was resolute in his decision to declare war on the Grass Ninja Village. This battle had granted players substantial rewards, and he had transformed Junin village into a true ninja village. At this moment, Yi-chun contemplated the implications of defeating a single grass ninja and receiving such bountiful rewards. What if he were to annihilate the entire grass ninja village? Undoubtedly, the rewards would far exceed his imagination. It was time to commence the plan to eliminate the grass ninja village. The eradication of the grass ninja village would be the first step toward dominating the ninja world. Yi-chun smiled faintly, his mind brimming with ideas. Meanwhile, Emperor Chindun and the group of players were fervently accumulating contribution points. Through their recent battle with the grass ninja, they had clearly recognized the disparity between themselves and other ninjas. Only through relentless effort and the enhancement of their combat strength could they avoid unnecessary deaths in the next war and prevent themselves from being easily defeated. The competitive spirit of all players was ignited, filled with determination. Ding! Junin village has made scientific progress. Generator completed. Item shop completed. Restaurant completed. Medical department completed. Players can purchase using contribution points. What? There are now shops? With the system's notification, some players keenly noticed the changes in the village. Wow, I always felt that the Junin ninja game, while excelling in every aspect, lacked a certain liveliness. This is not a criticism, but rather a testament to how lifelike Junin ninja is. For instance, characters in the game actually feel hunger and fatigue, perfectly replicating reality. This necessitates that we must eat in the game as well. Unfortunately, there were no restaurants in Junin Ninja, and we had to cook for ourselves. If we encountered players who could cook, we might be fortunate enough to enjoy a decent meal. However, most of us are not skilled in cooking. For example, I can only grill meat. The first and second times it tasted decent, but after repeated consumption, it became monotonous. I was worried about what to do in the future. And to my astonishment, our village has developed a restaurant. This is fantastic. I can eat a variety of foods now. I want to try hot pot. Wow, incredible. We can eat diverse dishes in the game. This game is truly remarkable. Junin Ninja. I shall call it the strongest. All the players were exhilarated beyond measure, especially for those culinary enthusiasts, like the adorable Daixiomi. Their joy knew no bounds, dancing with glee. Wow, my friends, did you see that? We can indulge in 5-star Michelin cuisine without spending a dime. Daixiomi boasted in the live stream. I feel so envious. Why am I not the one playing this game? Why? The game Junying Ninja is simply extraordinary. One cannot help but wonder what the developers were thinking. Do they truly aspire to create an entirely new world? Indeed, it is astonishingly realistic. Even those who do not engage in gaming can explore this virtual realm. Is this not 1,000 times better than visiting popular tourist attractions? Is it not 1,000 times superior to being exploited by tour guides? This transcends mere gaming. It is a new way of life. Everyone in the live stream was overwhelmed with envy, simultaneously admiring Junying Ninja. A groundbreaking creation, this is what Junying Ninja represents. As players delved deeper into the shop, their excitement continued to escalate. Look, everyone, there's even a prop shop. The description inside indicated one could manufacture any item. Does this mean we can create our desired tools based on our own imagination? Indeed, it does. How marvelous. The last time I saw that grass ninja wielding a shuriken, I was so thrilled. If I could craft a sword or a suit of armor according to my vision, how wonderful that would be. And now, it's all within reach. I must forge the most stunning sword in the entire ninja realm. Shouldn't we be focusing on the medical department? We often sustain injuries while battling monsters. Due to the hyper-realistic nature of Junying Ninja, players experience pain feedback. Although they do not perish, the discomfort is quite real, often leading them to leap off cliffs to respawn. Alternatively, in order to avoid wasting chakra, they must endure. Now all of these issues have been resolved. How splendid. The players cheered incessantly. In the distance, Yuchen observed the scene, a hint of surprise gracing his features. He had not anticipated that even a seemingly trivial facility like the medical department could yield such effective results. It appears that all rewards bestowed by the system align perfectly with the needs at hand. With a wave of his hand, Yuchen listed the ninjutsu. Ding! The latest ninjutsu is now available. Villagers in need, please make your purchases. The system's notification echoed through the public screen. What? The ninjutsu has been refreshed? The Emperor of Solitude hurriedly opened the shop, and upon seeing the array of C-grade ninjutsu, he was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "No way, they are all C-grade ninjutsu. I must learn them. I must learn them." What? All C-grade ninjutsu? Is this for real? Other players, upon witnessing the dazzling assortment of C-grade ninjutsu in the system shop, were so excited they could barely contain themselves. Is C-grade ninjutsu what that grass ninja used last time? We can learn it too? How fantastic. We have finally addressed our shortcomings in ninjutsu. Learning is imperative. All players eagerly spent their remaining contribution points to acquire C-grade ninjutsu. Previously, even with extensive training, their E-grade ninjutsu had limited power. C-grade ninjutsu alleviated their fears of insufficient firepower. Ding! Congratulations. Your villagers have mastered wind release, wind sand technique, achieving maximum proficiency. Fire release, fire dragon technique. You have gained super high proficiency. Water release, water prison technique. You have attained super high proficiency. Earth release, earth dragon concealment technique. You have achieved super high proficiency. Lightning release, lightning beast pursuit tooth. You have gained super high proficiency. The system's notifications resounded in Yichen's mind. Syncing could occur once a day, but for these lower-tier ninjutsu, there was no need for a fixed daily sync. The system promptly provided feedback after players learned. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. This is the essence of relaxation. By simply lying back, one could receive a continuous stream of rewards. What a delightful sensation. Simultaneously, Yichen pondered, if any of these villagers awakened a bloodline limit, what rewards might he receive? Would he possibly awaken a single Tomo Sharingan, granting him an eternal Mangeki? Yichen eagerly anticipated the system's upgrade. Only with an upgrade could he acquire additional recruitment slots. With more slots, he could possess a greater number of villagers to serve him. Contemplating the upgrade, eliminating the grass ninja village became paramount. Yichen immediately dispatched the tasks he had long prepared. Chapter 19. The Dark Division of Grass Ninja Village moves. The Fall Emperor is captured. Ding. The village chief has issued a mission to expedite the clearing of ninja beasts surrounding the village and to investigate the exact location of Grass Ninja Village. Mission reward, 2,000 contribution points. Upon the issuance of the mission by Yi Chun, all players associated with the Fall Emperor stood frozen in place. What? 2,000 contribution points? Am I seeing this correctly? 2,000. My heavens, why is the reward so substantial this time? It's merely a map check of Grass Ninja Village. How difficult could that be? This is practically a gift. Brothers, let us charge ahead. We cannot let 2,000 contribution points slip through our fingers. Seeing such a colossal amount of contribution points, all the players became invigorated, akin to having been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. 2,000 contribution points, an astounding sum. How many daily tasks would one need to complete to accumulate this? A month? 2 months? Or perhaps 3. To receive it all for just one task is simply astounding. Disregarding the dangers, all players rushed out at once, clamoring to uncover the precise location of Grass Ninja Village. Yi Chun, observing this scene, could only shake his head with a wry smile. This is the remarkable quality of players. They are utterly unafraid of death. If it were ordinary ninjas, investigating the location of a formidable ninja village would be an exceedingly perilous task, verging on a certain death sentence. Who would dare to undertake it? Yet for these players, it was all trivial. After all, if they died, they could simply respawn. Indeed, the existence of donkeys serves merely to turn the millstone. As long as I can utilize the players to their fullest, everything will be fine. Once the investigation of Grass Ninja Village's exact location is completed, it will be time for Yi Chun to proceed with the next phase of action. Meanwhile, deep within a vast forest, one could see the land blanketed by a dense canopy of trees. Towering trunks loomed like colossal umbrellas, obscuring the sun's rays. Although it was daytime, the ground beneath the trees was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Nestled within the forest were clusters of tightly packed structures. This was Grass Ninja Village. At that moment, within the dark division of Grass Ninja Village, the leader, Bibi, was attentively listening to the daily reports from his team members. While Grass Ninja Village may be modest in size compared to the 5 great ninja villages, its dark division was not inferior to any of them in terms of intelligence gathering and the number of ninjas. However, this is not to be confused with combat prowess. After all, Grass Ninja Village had managed to thrive amidst the 5 great nations largely due to its advantageous geographical position, which allowed it to gather more intelligence and engage in information trading. Consequently, the dark division of Grass Ninja Village was exceptionally large, with a multitude of members. Report. Captain Bibi, we have received an invitation to the Chunin exam in Kanahagakure. The exam will be held in 20 days. Should we send representatives to participate? If so, we need to provide a list of personnel soon. Bibi nodded upon hearing this and responded, Ah, it is indeed Konoha's turn this year. What is the response from the other nations? Report, Captain. The other 4 nations have all responded. Particularly, Sunagakure has decided to send their Jinchuriki, Gara, the host of the One-Tail Shikaku, to participate in the Chunin exam. Oh, a Jinchuriki, is it? The Land of Wind is certainly stirring with intent. Bibi slowly tapped his fingers on the table. The Chunin exam, while seemingly a mere test, transcends the boundaries of an ordinary examination. If it were a typical test, it could be held within one's own nation without fanfare. The true purpose of the Chunin exam is to showcase strength, to present one's most promising and capable juniors to the other nations of the ninja world. It is about amplifying one's reputation and demonstrating military might. This is the true significance of the Chunin exam. As for a small nation like the Land of Grass participating in the Chunin exam, it often serves merely as a backdrop for the 5 great nations. It is no laughing matter. In a world where ninjutsu is so monopolized, who among the younger generation could possibly rival the 5 great nations? Yet, abstaining from participation is not an option, as one must still save face for the larger nations. Alas, being a small nation comes with its own set of challenges. Understood. Is there anything else of note? Bibi inquired once more. Captain, there is another matter that is rather peculiar. One of our genin has gone missing. Missing? A genin? Bibi remained unfazed upon hearing this. Of course, it is not that he was indifferent to the lives of his team members. Rather, due to the peculiar geographical location of the Land of Grass, it frequently faced assaults from ninjas of other nations. The disappearance of a few ninjas is, regrettably, exceedingly commonplace. Not to mention, it was merely a genin. Thus, Bibi exhibited no signs of concern. However, his subordinate continued, "Captain, this missing genin is somewhat different. He was on a covert mission, and according to intelligence, he discovered traces of chakra in a certain village. He was investigating the source of this chakra." Chakra? Bibi's fingers halted upon the table. What could this imply? The appearance of unknown chakra energy within the borders of the Land of Grass signifies a grave situation. It could indicate an invasion by ninjas from other nations, or it may suggest an event of which they remain unaware. Where was the location of the unknown chakra? Bibi asked. "Apologies, Captain. This was a solo endeavor by the genin, and we do not possess specific details on the location. We discovered this information in his journal, and can only infer a rough vicinity," the subordinate replied, looking apprehensive. "From today onward, dispatch more intelligence ninjas to gather information. Pair them into teams of 2, and have them relay information every half hour." Bibi swiftly issued orders. "Understood." The team nodded and departed. Who could it be? Once everyone had left, a glint of intrigue flickered within Bibi's eyes. With the Chunin exam approaching, certain organizations are undoubtedly stirring. However, the Land of Grass will not become a mere pawn in the games of these great nations. In Junin Village, following Yi Chen's issuance of the mission to investigate the precise location of Grass Ninja Village, players like Daisaw's sister sprang into action. They began their search in all directions. In reality, the game design of Junin Ninja shares similarities with most games. The initial map is shrouded in darkness, save for Junin Village itself. When players venture into unfamiliar territory, their vision expands, and all villagers can share this sight. The thrill of exploration filled each player with excitement. "Exploration, brothers. Do you know what it means to explore?" Daisaw's sister enthusiastically explained. "As an intelligence operative of Junin Village, I am certain I can uncover the exact position of Grass Ninja Village. This 2,000 contribution points are rightfully mine." Daisaw's sister brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream rolled their eyes in unison. "Old woman, since you're so confident, why are you bringing the Fall Emperor along?" "Exactly. You just want to ride on the Fall Emperor's luck, don't you? What strength? Is it strength to ride on someone else's fortune?" The eyes of the live stream viewers lingered on the Fall Emperor, who was positioned before Daisaw's sister. Indeed, Daisaw's sister had brought the Fall Emperor along to partake in his good fortune. At this moment, the Emperor of Despair remained blissfully unaware of the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. He was convinced that his exceptional combat intellect and nearly flawless fighting prowess had captivated the naive girl beside him. With this thought in mind, the Emperor of Despair, brimming with pride, patted the girl on the shoulder and declared, "Choosing to team up with me is undoubtedly the wisest decision of your life." The naive girl nodded in agreement, saying, "It all depends on you, Emperor." Still lost in the reverie of his own brilliance, the Emperor led the girl through the forest, navigating swiftly while elaborating on their path. "I once witnessed the Wolf King appear along this route. A boss like the Grass Ninja Village is sure to be surrounded by formidable ninja beasts. I believe there is a significant chance we will find the Grass Ninja Village down this path." The Emperor analyzed this with confident authority. Yet, the naive girl and all the viewers in the live stream were entirely disinterested in his discourse. Seriously? Why listen to him when we could team up with the Great Sword Breaker? His combat commentary and analysis are far superior to yours. We're merely here to bask in your good fortune, and you truly think of yourself as a master tactician? One must recognize their own position. To suggest that the appearance of the Wolf King guarantees the location of the Grass Ninja Village is rather absurd. Of course, the naive girl did know Chapter 20. What an imposing ninja village. Earth Release, Binding Dragon Technique. One of the Grass Ninjas formed hand seals, causing the ground beneath to transform into a cage that swiftly ensnared both Daimei and the Sovereign of Despair. "At last, we've caught you." The Grass Ninja's lips curled into a slight smirk. "This morning, Under the orders of the Umbu Captain Bibi, he had intensified patrols in the vicinity, not expecting to encounter Daimei and her companions so soon. Curiosity piqued among the grass ninjas, as they discerned through the chakra emanating from Daimei and the sovereign that they were merely genin. Two genin daring to intrude upon the stronghold of the grass ninja village. What were they thinking? Were they out of their minds? Take them back to our captain for further handling, commanded the squad leader, Ukulele, with an assertive wave of his hand. Understood. The other grass ninjas swiftly subdued Daimei and the sovereign. However, at that moment, Daimei and the sovereign showed no signs of fear. Rather, they were filled with an unusual excitement. So, you intend to take us to the grass ninja village? Daimei eagerly inquired. The grass ninja furrowed his brow. Indeed. Why do you ask? If we are not taking you to the village, would we simply release you? This is fantastic. Sovereign, we've been captured. Soon we will arrive at the very heart of the grass ninja village. I told you I could do it. Daimei excitedly chatted with her companions. Brothers, did you see that? This is what the ninjas of the grass village are like. Her enthusiasm was palpable. The sovereign of despair basked in the praises, feeling a swelling pride. Accompanying him, there seemed to be no task beyond their reach. While other players struggled to discover the location of the grass ninja village, they enjoyed a dedicated escort, effortlessly locating the village's precise whereabouts. The grass ninjas, overhearing their banter, were infuriated. What is the meaning of this? Have Daimei and the sovereign lost their minds? Shouldn't they be terrified after being captured? They could not fathom it. Perhaps the sovereign of despair and Daimei were simply naive, unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world. Once they reached the Umbu, they would learn what true torture entailed. Then they would see if their smiles remained. With that thought, the grass ninjas exchanged cold smirks, revealing their cruel intentions. They soon transported Daimei and the sovereign to the grass ninja village. Upon witnessing the village's peculiar architecture and unique geographical features, both Daimei and the sovereign stood in awe. Wow, friends, have you seen this? They even have houses and trees. Daimei exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she described the scene to her companions, who were equally intrigued by the unfamiliar structures. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Grass Ninja Village map exploration task. Congratulations, player Daimei, for earning 2,000 contribution points. Congratulations, Sovereign of Despair, for earning 2,000 contribution points. The system's notifications arrived as anticipated, sending Daimei and the Sovereign into a frenzy of excitement. Completing tasks was this effortless. What shall we do with all this wealth? They pondered. However, at the same time, they were taken to a vast, subterranean cavern. The cave was cold and damp, perpetually shrouded in darkness. Bloodstains were evident on the pathways, accompanied by the incessant sounds of anguished cries, an atmosphere reminiscent of hell itself, sending shivers down their spines. Ukulele, with a sadistic grin, produced a sharp knife, licking its edge with his tongue before placing it against Daimei's exquisite visage. Have you ever heard of Lingchi? It involves slicing away the flesh from your body piece by piece while ensuring you remain alive to endure the utmost agony. Here, you will witness all our forms of torture. Now let them see. With that, two subordinates wheeled in a variety of torture devices, including a tiger bench, electric apparatus, bamboo skewers, and more. I shall give you a chance. Reveal your origins, who taught you your ninja techniques, and the purpose of your visit here. Speak, and I may grant you a swift end. If you possess critical information, I might even consider sparing you, Ukulele declared slowly. The previous disdain displayed by Daimei and the sovereign had enraged them. Surely, they would be terrified now, in the face of such imminent peril. But then, the sovereign of despair suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The grass ninjas frowned, filled with indignation. Young man, you are quite audacious. Have you ever witnessed death? Do you know the despair in the eyes of the deceased? Do you comprehend that kind of suffering? Ukulele pointed vehemently at the prisoners around them, who, like wretched beasts, cried out in desperation, "Please, let me go. I will tell you everything if you spare my life." The sight of others pleading for their lives thrilled the grass ninjas immensely. Ukulele reveled in this power, relishing his role as the arbiter of life and death, akin to a deity. Yet, the sovereign remained unfazed. With a dismissive snort, He unleashed his chakra into his right palm. Without hesitation, he struck his own head with tremendous force. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the chamber. The sovereign's head shattered, crimson matter splattering across the surrounding grass ninjas. Silence enveloped the RO Chapter 21. Contribution points skyrocketing. It is but a jest. Only through death can one return to the village instantly. Otherwise, one must contemplate an escape, which is too troublesome. After all, resurrection is guaranteed, so what is there to fear? Just give me a swift strike, would you? Preferably a quick stab to my neck, so I may die instantly. Is that acceptable? Pleaded the naive girl. What? All the ninjas were taken aback, their hearts racing wildly. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, leaving only the sound of sharp intakes of breath. What in the world is happening? Are the naive girl and the Emperor of Despair still human? Why do they not fear death? Faced with mortality, how can they remain so undaunted? Are they truly ninjas? Though ninjas possess formidable willpower, when confronted with death, all are equal. Each harbors a dread of their impending demise. Yet, these two do not. All the ninjas were bewildered, pondering what kind of organization could cultivate such individuals. Their very perceptions of the world were shattered, leaving them utterly confounded. What's the matter? Afraid to strike? Did you not just boast of your prowess? Did you not claim to wield control over Kanai, ensuring no one falls to death? If that is the case, your lethal abilities must be impressive. Hurry, act now. The naive girl expressed her frustration. Gulp. The grass ninjas swallowed hard. Seeking death? Who could harbor such a desire? Why do you hesitate? Did you not just proclaim your might? They thought, feeling increasingly foolish. Forget it. I shall take matters into my own hands. The naive girl scoffed, and with determination, she forcefully slammed her head against the wall. Empowered by chakra, her impact was tremendous. Her skull shattered, painting the surrounding grass ninjas in a vivid crimson. Another suicide. Another one has perished. The grass ninjas exchanged fearful glances, their faces etched with terror. In that moment, they could no longer suppress their trembling bodies, shivers coursing through them, their hearts gripped by dread. Initially, they had looked down upon Cunyan village, deeming it a mere gathering of rubbish. Yet now, their arrogance dissipated. They all understood they were confronted by a formidable adversary. Just consider the implications. A village capable of training ninjas who fear not death. How terrifying that must be. Indeed, both the Emperor of Despair and the naive girl were weak, hardly worthy of fear. However, their strength would inevitably grow. Coupled with their disregard for death, what would that lead to? Undoubtedly, it would deliver a significant shock to the grass ninja village. At that moment, all recognized that the ninjas of Cunyan village were well trained, willing to sacrifice their lives for their village. This was enough to command the respect of the grass ninja village. What is the status of the interrogation? A tall, middle-aged man approached, the head of the Umbu, Bibi. The captains have committed suicide, stammered his subordinate, Ukulele. What? They committed suicide? What transpired? Bibi was bewildered. In the past, once one joined the Umbu, their lives and deaths were determined by the grass ninjas. How could they take their own lives? Had the torture been so severe that they slipped into death inadvertently? Without further contemplation, Bibi inquired, Did you extract any useful information? None. Ukulele shook his head. What? You allowed them to commit suicide without gleaning any information? Have you lost your mind? Bibi seethed in anger. Nay, Captain, it is as follows. Ukulele recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Bibi's face turned pale with shock. Such an unwavering conviction. As the minister of the grass ninja village's Umbu, Bibi had witnessed many spectacles. Yet he had never encountered individuals like the Emperor of Despair and the naive girl who exhibited such fearless resolve. Relay my orders, from this day forth. Initiate an immediate investigation into the origins of these two individuals. Deploy all Umbu members for a thorough search. We must uncover the village they hail from. Bibi commanded, fully aware that time was against him. Should this village flourish, the grass ninja village would undoubtedly face a catastrophic blow. Understood. His subordinates acknowledged. Bibi gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, lost in contemplation. Who could it be? Perhaps a rogue ninja from Konoha? Orochimaru? No. It had been ages since he had heard anything about him. But who then? Within Cunyan village, with the emergence of two radiant lights, The naive girl and the Emperor of Despair reappeared at the village's revival point. Other players, noticing the announcement on the public screen, rushed over, inquiring eagerly, "Naive girl, how did you ascertain the precise location of the Grass Ninja Village?" Indeed. We searched all day and found not a single clue." The players were immensely curious. The naive girl looked at the Emperor of Despair with admiration, explaining, "All credit goes to the Emperor of Despair. Luckily, we are a pair." Shortly after we ventured out, within less than an hour, we successfully located the Grass Ninja Village. She then recounted how they were captured. The players listened intently, their hearts stirred into tumult. Wow, the Emperor of Despair is indeed formidable. Such luck is simply unparalleled. To call him a lucky brat is an understatement. Not even 1 in 100,000 could possess such fortune. All gazed at the naive girl and the Emperor of Despair with envy. 2,000 contribution points. That is enough to sustain us through a month of daily tasks. I wish I could possess such fortune. A sense of regret washed over them. Had I known, I would have teamed up with the Emperor of Despair. With him, everything is accomplished swiftly and with luck. Emperor of Despair. May I reserve a spot for the next mission alongside you? Let me in. Emperor of Despair. Please. I can provide massages. In an instant. Players clamored to invite the Emperor of Despair. Upon hearing this, he wore a proud expression. Indeed, the strong naturally draw attention and foster camaraderie. He waved his hand confidently. No need to rush. One at a time, I shall ensure everyone has a chance. Really? Thank you, Emperor of Despair. You are truly exceptional. The players lavished praise upon him, causing the naive girl to feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. No, for the next mission, I must find a way to partner with the Emperor of Despair again. In no time, the Emperor of Despair became the object of everyone's desire. The reason was simple. All were acutely aware of why Yi Chun had instructed everyone to scout the map of the Grass Ninja Village. Clearly, Yi Chun was preparing to take action against the Grass Ninja Village. Mapping the location was merely the first step. A large-scale village battle was surely on the horizon. Future combat missions would undoubtedly arise. Chapter 22. Upgrading the Hidden Village and Recruiting Villagers. By the way, Daisa, Chenluan, what do you intend to do with your contribution points? A player inquired. Of course, they are to be used for upgrades. Without hesitation, Chenluan the Great channeled all his contribution points into enhancing his chakra level. Purchase. Chenluan the Great frantically tapped the purchase button. Buzzing sounds resonated as the halo of chakra upgrades enveloped him. In an instant, the chakra within Chenluan the Great reached an astounding level. The remaining contribution points were utilized to enhance C-rank ninjutsu, causing all eyes to turn towards him in awe. Without a doubt, the gap in contribution points earned from this mission established Daisa and Chenluan the Great as the wealthiest in the village. Their overall strength also surged to the highest. All players felt a surge of envy. Had they completed the mission themselves, they would now be the strongest in the village. It appeared that henceforth, they would need to diligently undertake missions to earn substantial contribution points. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yi Chun observed everything quietly. Chenluan the Great's luck astonished him. Initially, Yi Chun had assumed it would take several days to locate the Grass Ninja Village, perhaps even over a month. Yet now, he had completed the map exploration task in merely half a day, a feat he had not anticipated. At times, Yi Chun pondered, was Chenluan the Great truly a cheat? How could his fortune be so remarkable? While others struggled to find the Grass Ninja Village, Chenluan had someone guiding him directly. Yi Chun shook his head with a wry smile. No longer dwelling on Chenluan, the most pressing matter for Yi Chun was the Grass Ninja Village. If things continued this way, the Grass Ninja Village would undoubtedly discover the existence of Junin Village. Consequently, they would launch an all-out assault. Although Yi Chun was invincible within Junin Village and had no fear of being annihilated by the Grass Ninja Village, he could not allow himself to be cornered at his own doorstep. Defeating the Grass Ninja Village head-on was the only option. However, the overall strength of the Grass Ninja Village was formidable, especially with numerous ninjas, many of whom were elite, boasting substantial combat prowess. In stark contrast, Junin Village had a pitifully small number of ninjas, all mere genin. Even if they could resurrect, what difference would it make? Junin Village lay approximately 200 kilometers from the Grass Ninja Village. At such a distance, resurrection would lose its advantage. By the time they revived and rushed to the battlefield, it would be too late, like trying to quench thirst with distant water. Currently, Junin Village lacked the power for direct confrontation. Yichun could only pace back and forth, deep in thought. Two key issues loomed before him. The player count was too low, and players needed time to progress. If either of these problems could be resolved, the threat from the Grass Ninja Village would vanish. Contemplating the issue of player slots, Yichun shook his head in resignation. How wonderful it would be to have another batch of players. The enhancement of his own strength and the village's combat capabilities would benefit immensely. Ding! Congratulations! Your Tianyin village has gained greater recognition and has created a notable impact in the ninja world, earning 100 experience points. You have reached the upgrade standard. Would you like to upgrade? Can I upgrade? Yichun was overjoyed and did not hesitate. Upgrade. Beep. Upgrade successful. With his command, the attributes of Junin Village transformed. Junin Village. Level 2. Number of ninjas 9. Buildings, culinary city, medical department, item shop. Finally, it looked more presentable. Congratulations. Your village has successfully reached level 2. You have gained 19 recruitment slots. Each upgrade grants double the recruitment slots. Would you like to proceed with recruitment? Excellent. Splendid. Upon reading this, Yichun was thrilled. He was in dire need of personnel, and unexpectedly, the system had upgraded. With enough players, he had nothing to fear from the Grass Ninja Village. Recruit. Yichun decisively issued the command. On Earth, it was Saturday. Coupled with the Spring Festival holiday, families were busy visiting relatives and friends. However, unlike previous years, when discussions revolved around income, children's education, or celebrity gossip, a new topic had emerged: Junin Ninjas. Although Junin Ninjas was relatively niche, with only 9 players in its first internal test, its exceptional quality and extensive promotional campaigns had garnered it a solid reputation among the public. At that moment, in a residential building in the north, Zhang Chong conversed with his relatives over a meal. By the way, have you heard of Junin Ninjas? Of course. It's the hottest game right now. It's incredible. Initially, I thought it was just the exaggeration of youngsters, but after watching videos online, I was utterly amazed. The graphics, the combat scenes, everything surpasses all current games. I wonder how Junin Ninjas was developed. It's undoubtedly a AAA masterpiece. Indeed, I'm quite intrigued. Even my mother, who usually doesn't play games, is excited. Relatives were puzzled. Aunt Lee, you usually don't play games. Why are you interested? Zhang Chong's mother smiled. Is it only gamers who can be interested? I watched some videos recently, and the scenery looks stunning. You can even enjoy various cuisines in the game. Even without combat, it's a fantastic vacation experience, like traveling. Zhang Chong and the others fell silent. They had to admit, his mother's point was quite valid. Junin Ninjas catered to a broad audience: gamers, non-gamers, and those with diverse preferences within the game. This was likely one of the reasons for its rapid rise to fame. Nevertheless, they were perplexed by the fact that only 9 players were selected for the first internal test. How could they expect to profit with so few? Right. With such a small number, what can they possibly test? What were the developers thinking? In contrast to other games, which typically offered thousands of slots for internal testing and various means of acquiring them, Junin Ninjas had none of that. The selection process for testers was based on comprehensive evaluations. Zhang Chong and his companions found themselves disheartened. Not only they, but many online users were also discussing how to become internal testers. Some even contemplated hacking into Junin Ninja's official site to manipulate their servers. However, all efforts have yielded no results. The servers of Junin Ninja are as impenetrable as a suit of armor, impervious to any hacking techniques. Consequently, netizens conceived another strategy: to seek the assistance of the game's operating developers in securing additional beta testing slots. Strangely, there appears to be no trace of any company information regarding Junin Ninja, as if it does not exist in this world. Ultimately, all netizens resigned themselves to this reality. They recognized that Junin Ninja is indeed an enigma. Yet, this does not diminish its popularity. Even today, during this mealtime, the online user count on the Junin Ninja official app has soared to several million. Chapter 23. New Ninjutsu, successfully developed. The official website was created by Yi Chun, but he had not maintained it since. It merely offered a function to post announcements. Nevertheless, the users did not seem to mind and engaged in various discussions. However, during one of their usual conversations about game details, a pop-up window appeared abruptly, akin to rogue software. The collective frustration was palpable. What is this rogue software again? Full screen. Report it. Yet, in the next moment, upon reading the content, everyone was left dumbfounded. Oh my, look. It's actually Junin Ninja, opening the second batch of closed beta testing. What? Is this real? All eyes turned to the pop-up that resembled malicious software. The message read, Dear Junin Ninja users, in 2 hours, we will release the second batch of Junin Ninja testing slots. Number of slots, 19. Junin Ninja eagerly awaits your presence. It was indeed real. Everyone erupted in excitement. No way, just 19 slots for the second batch? What is the game company thinking? It was baffling, as other games often feared a shortage of players, while Junin Ninja seemed to be deliberately limiting its numbers. Could it be due to a lack of funds for server maintenance? If so, they could just say it. We, the users, could contribute. Who do they look down upon? We can pay to play. Frustrated yet speechless, the users realized that the 18 available slots were utterly insufficient. After all, the demand for Junin Ninja was overwhelming, and the odds of securing a testing slot were akin to winning the lottery. Yet, any opportunity was better than none. Given the recent surge in interest, obtaining a spot in the Junin Ninja beta felt as rare as striking it rich in a lottery. The game's popularity soared, consistently trending on streaming platforms. Especially with Daisuke's remarkable success in Junin Ninja, she had undeniably become the queen of live streaming. Other platforms offered astonishingly lucrative contracts, and even the other 8 members of the Fallen Emperor were being offered substantial deals. It mattered not if they lacked experience. Signing a contract guaranteed a hefty signing bonus. Such was the fervor surrounding Junin Ninja that any platform not featuring it could hardly be considered a legitimate streaming service. Thus, it came as no surprise that the moment the news of the Junin Ninja beta slots broke, streaming platforms were inundated with updates. They were recruiting players for the closed beta. Contracts were signed on the same day, granting the status of super streamers. The gameplay's captivating potential, coupled with the promise of significant personal gain, had every Naruto enthusiast eagerly stationed at their computers, waiting for the release of the slots in 2 hours. In the ninja realm, at Junin Village, Yi Chun was oblivious to the happenings on Earth. Now, he could synchronize his training results again. System, synchronize chakra feedback. Beep. Chakra synchronization successful. As the system's voice faded, a surge of rich chakra coursed through Yi Chun's body. Today's chakra levels were modest. After all, players had been busy exploring the maps, with little time to enhance their contributions. Beep. Congratulations. You have acquired a new secret ninjutsu, Talisman's Technique. Talisman's Technique? What could this possibly be? Yi Chun was filled with curiosity. Secret techniques were quite rare in the ninja realm, typically passed down through specific clans. It was astonishing that a player could develop one. Yi Chun quickly checked the developer's information. ID, Master Sanfeng rank, Genin Chakra attributes, wind, fire, lightning, water. Earth description, heir of the Maoshan Tianshi. Heir of Maoshan? How impressive. Yi Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his player possessed such formidable skills, even being a descendant of the Maoshan lineage. But what had he invented? Yi Chun's curiosity intensified. Utilizing a method of temporal retrospection, Yi Chun began to observe Master Sanfeng's actions upon entering the game. Instantaneously, all of Master Sanfeng's movements appeared before Yi Chun. Initially, while others dealt with the giant wolf, Master Sanfeng remained calm and composed, refraining from involvement. Instead, he focused intently on studying chakra, as if the outside world was of no concern to him, merely absorbing the transformative effects of chakra on his body. As of today, Junin Ninja had been live for 5 days. Master Sanfeng had only engaged once, during the collective effort to defeat the Grass Ninja, a mandatory group task. Otherwise, Yi Chun was certain he would have abstained as well. Beyond that, Master Sanfeng dedicated all his time to researching chakra, resembling a diligent student striving to learn all there was about the ninja realm. Once the item shop opened, Master Sanfeng was the first to purchase an explosive talisman. Channeling chakra, he threw the talisman. Boom! The explosive talisman erupted in a blaze of flames. After a moment of contemplation, Master Sanfeng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Subsequently, he spent all his savings on explosive talismans, meticulously studying every rune inscribed upon them. He remained there, lost in thought for half a day, entranced by the intricacies of the talismans. Creating an explosive talisman was not particularly difficult. It merely required inscribing special runes into a unique paper using chakra. Yes, that was the principle. If this is the case, could I merge the Taoist talisman techniques with chakra to develop even more talismans? Master Sanfeng pondered continuously. At this point, Yichen finally comprehended the situation. Oh, so Master Sanfeng is integrating Mao Shan's talismans with the chakra of the ninja realm. Yichen could not help but silently commend Master Sanfeng. This was true talent, melding all the wonders of Earth into the ninja realm. To achieve such a feat, one must possess extraordinary skills in reality, coupled with an exceptional intellect. Both were indispensable. With such a prodigy in his Junin village, how could the village not thrive? Yi Chun mused that if the next wave of players matched this caliber, it would be remarkable. Other ninja villages merely practiced their skills, while his villagers, in addition to training, pursued an entirely different path as ninjas. The disparity was profound. Given sufficient time, Junin Village's renown would surely resonate throughout the entire ninja realm. Yi Chun felt increasingly satisfied. Yet, what exactly had Master Sanfeng invented? Yi Chun continued to observe. Chapter 24, The Secret Charms. Yi Chun eagerly opened the information on charms within the system. 3 distinct charms, each with unique effects and names, were displayed on the interface. Secret Technique, Zhu Rong Spell, Secret Technique, Wu Xiang Spell, and Secret Technique, Lu Ha Spell. Intrigued by their effects, Yi Chun pondered the meaning behind the first charm, Zhu Rong Spell, which he surmised was related to fire chakra. However, the latter two left him perplexed, prompting him to delve deeper for answers. He redirected his attention to Master Sanfeng, who appeared to be in deep thought, muttering to himself. The conditions for utilizing the explosive charm were exceedingly stringent. It required the charm paper to be affixed to the enemy's body for activation, coupled with a cumbersome precasting motion, making it rather inconvenient. Master Sanfeng shook his head as he objectively evaluated the explosive charm, lamenting that it paled in comparison to his Taoist charms, which could be manipulated with ease. Upon uttering these words, Master Sanfeng's eyes lit up with inspiration. He promptly procured a substantial amount of charm paper from the store and began experimenting. Initially, he focused on sealing the fireball technique, a ninjutsu, onto the charm paper. After a surprisingly easy success, he felt unfulfilled and continued to refine his efforts. A single charm paper could only seal one fireball technique, which he deemed inefficient and wasteful. Although the charm paper sold in the store was not expensive, it could not sustain his level of consumption. The contribution points earned from using charms against ninja beasts were insufficient to fund his next purchase of charm paper. Such charms were simply not up to par. This won't do. Absolutely not. I cannot bring shame upon the Mao Shan lineage. With this resolve, Master Sanfeng resumed his research. Yi Chun, witnessing Master Sanfeng's tenacity, marveled at his dedication, recognizing him as a worthy heir of the Mao Shan lineage who would not take this matter lightly. However, lacking the patience to watch the numerous failed attempts in the time loop, Yi Chun fast-forwarded to the moment of success. A thunderous explosion echoed, startling Yi Chun and nearly causing him to tumble from his bed. In the footage, Master Sanfeng appeared disheveled, yet beamed with joy. Holding a charm between his fingers, the finished product of the secret technique, Zhu Rong Spell, gently blowing away the dust from the charm, he adopted a determined expression and activated it. The incantations inscribed on the charm resonated with the fire chakra within him, manifesting as a fireball that orbited around Master Sanfeng. To Yi Chun's astonishment, one fireball after another emerged, encircling Master Sanfeng. Finally, Upon the appearance of the fifth fireball, a look of strain crossed his face. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he pointed the charm forward, sending a fireball hurtling in the indicated direction, resulting in a resounding explosion upon impact with the mountainside, echoing Yi Chen's own startled gasp. The other fireballs followed suit, launching in various directions as commanded by Master Sanfeng, creating several uneven craters on the mountainside. Yi Chen watched in rapt attention, breath held, and upon conclusion, he understood why the secret technique, Zhu Rong spell, was rated as a sea-level ninjutsu. The system's assessment was indeed reliable. Meanwhile, Master Sanfeng sighed, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Alas, if only my chakra were more abundant, I could conjure more than 5. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt the practicality of the Zhu Rong spell was immense. Though Master Sanfeng, as a player, had limited chakra, Yi Chen possessed plenty. In his hands, the secret technique, Zhu Rong spell, could transform into a formidable area of effect weapon. With this thought, Yi Chen grew increasingly curious about the effects of the other 2 spells, swiftly pulling up the time loop footage once more. After successfully creating the Zhu Rong spell, Master Sanfeng had gained valuable experience and became adept at infusing lightning chakra into charm paper. Drawing from his childhood experiences of playful mischief, he devised a prototype of the Wuxiang spell, successfully incapacitating some foul. However, he encountered another dilemma. His intention in crafting charms was to confront formidable foes, not these feeble creatures. The giant wolf would not cooperate with his experiments, and it was likely he would be sent back to his revival point, losing all his chakra before yielding any results. Thus, he ultimately opted to use himself as the test subject. His desired effect was to induce a state of disorientation, rendering him immobile. By carefully controlling the amount of lightning chakra, he could prevent fatal consequences, allowing for repeated experimentation. Yi Chen's jaw dropped at this display of courage, admiring Master Sanfeng's willingness to experiment on himself. Following this, Master Sanfeng tirelessly adjusted the parameters of his physical sensations, ultimately developing a completed version of the Wuxiang spell that could affect targets with a 10 to 40 success rate, precisely the spell presented in Yi Chen's system. Yi Chen couldn't help but give Master Sanfeng a thumbs up. Such a resolute individual was bound to achieve greatness. It was only a matter of time before he shone brightly. Yi Chen hoped that among the incoming players, there would be individuals of similar caliber. 1 or 2 would suffice. Next, he reviewed the time loop footage of the development process for this secret technique, Luha spell. Once again, Master Sanfeng's unwavering qualities shone through, earning Yi Chen's admiration. The Luha spell was a defensive technique that utilized Earth Chakra to form a protective shield in front of the caster, capable of withstanding ninjutsu attacks. It too was classified as a sea-level secret technique. After closing the time loop, Yi Chen looked upon the 3 secret techniques with great satisfaction. All were rated at sea-level ninjutsu, marking a fruitful day. Furthermore, perhaps due to time constraints, only 3 types of chakra techniques had been produced. Given a little more time, Master Sanfeng would likely be able to create even more diverse charms with the remaining 2 chakra types. Yi Chen found himself eagerly anticipating this. Having concluded his study of the charms applications, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. With a decisive wave of his hand, he awarded Master Sanfeng contribution points and issued a system announcement. Player Master Sanfeng has created a complete set of original ninjutsu secret techniques, preliminarily assessed by the system as sea-level, with an estimated value of 540 contribution points. As the system notification rang out, the gaming community erupted in astonishment. Dazed, the player Dai Xiaomei stared at the announcement, voicing her confusion. Wait a minute. Previous sea-level ninjutsu only granted 180 contribution points. Why does this Master Sanfeng receive 540 points? Viewers in Dai Xiaomei's live stream quickly caught onto this discrepancy. Observations were made that this announcement included the term secret technique. Could that be the reason? Players immediately began to search for traces of this single-player genius, eager to uncover the truth. Chapter 25: The Influx of New Players. Soon, someone discovered a player named Master Sanfeng. After all, there were only 9 players in the game, and the area they could explore was limited. Thus, Locating him was not particularly challenging. Upon arrival, everyone beheld multiple indentations on the nearby mountain, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Their curiosity about the ninjutsu created by Master Sanfeng grew even more intense. One by one, they hurriedly approached him, their eyes sparkling with inquisitive anticipation. Master, oh no. I mean, the great master. What kind of ninjutsu has the master created to earn so many points? The curious onlookers prompted the somewhat anxious Daizio Mei to be the first to inquire. As the heir of the Maoshan lineage, Master Sanfeng was naturally magnanimous, never harboring any intention of concealment. He generously showcased the ninjutsu he had developed to the crowd. He pulled out several talisman papers from his in-game backpack and, with a flourish, crafted 3 new talismans before their very eyes. His deft and fluid brushwork left the spectators utterly astonished. Seeing this, Master Donyo nodded in agreement and asserted, surely, this Master Sanfeng must be a practitioner in real life, just like me. Such skill cannot be casually acquired. Other players echoed Donyo's sentiments, marveling at the display. As the 3 talismans were completed and held in Master Sanfeng's hands, a subtle smile graced his lips, clearly satisfied with his work. He then turned to Donyo and stated, indeed, I am the heir of the Maoshan lineage. To put it simply, I am a practitioner. Daizio Mei immediately raised her thumb, exclaiming to the viewers in the live stream, I can see that this master possesses an ethereal aura. He is certainly no ordinary person. To think he is a descendant of Maoshan, what an honor. She pretended to perform a formal bow, which, in Master Sanfeng's eyes, had several amusing flaws, prompting him to laugh heartily. In truth, he was not a dull character. His earlier decision to not follow the crowd was primarily due to his focus on studying talismans. Now, surrounded by fellow players, he began to appreciate the warm camaraderie. He promptly demonstrated the usage of the talismans. At first, the players were unimpressed by the fireballs surrounding Master Sanfeng, but as the number of fireballs multiplied to 7, they were left utterly speechless. Indeed, at the moment he earned contribution points, Master Sanfeng exchanged a significant amount of chakra through the system. He understood that the Zhu Rong spell was essentially a means of chakra output. The critical factor was the quantity of chakra. Only with an ample supply of chakra could one unleash the true potential of the Zhu Rong spell. As the 7 fireballs danced through the air at Master Sanfeng's command, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. When they witnessed the destruction caused by the fireballs, they finally comprehended why it warranted a C-level rating. Thus, the indentations on the mountainside were indeed the handiwork of Master Sanfeng. He then proceeded to demonstrate the effects of the Wu Xiang and Luha spells, garnering a wave of admiration. At this juncture, Daizio Mei posed a question on behalf of the livestream audience. Master, I have a question. While I can comprehend the names of Zhu Rong and Wu Xiang, Luha seems rather perplexing. Is there a story behind it? Master Sanfeng smiled gently and explained, Luha is one of the 8 divine beasts of the Chimen Duanjia. It embodies the Eastern Wood, serving as a guardian deity, characterized by its peaceful nature. The viewers, enlightened by this revelation, expressed their newfound knowledge. Indeed, Chinese culture is profound and extensive. They realized how little they had known. Just then, Yijian Kaitian interjected, it appears that these talismans are quite suitable for mass production. Could we each obtain one? If so, the overall combat power of the player community would significantly increase. Upon hearing this, the players exclaimed in admiration. Yijian Kaitian truly was a seasoned player. Quickly thinking of applications for the talismans. I am unsure. You might want to try, Master Sanfeng replied, slightly furrowing his brow, as he had not yet tested this theory. He then distributed the prepared talismans to each player for them to experiment with. All they needed to do was infuse chakra into them. Under Master Sanfeng's guidance, all players, including Yijian Kaitian, began learning how to utilize the talismans. However, not a single one succeeded. How do we infuse it? Daizio Mei strained against the talisman, attempting to channel chakra into it, only to inadvertently summon a fireball that incinerated the talisman entirely. With no choice left, she had to request a new one. Yijian Kaitian and the others wore expressions of dismay, utterly unable to accomplish the task. You must not directly use chakra. Rather, Envision chakra as a medium. Feed this medium to the talisman, and it will respond. Even after Master Sandfoam explained this, they still could not manage it. One by one, the players began to concede defeat. This requires too much expertise. We simply cannot grasp it. Donyo offered an objective assessment of the talismans. Though it was regrettable, they truly could not harness the power of the talismans. This left the players greatly disappointed. However, it ignited Master Sanfeng's determination, inspiring him to create talismans that everyone could easily use. Observing the players' reactions, Yichin noted that the potential for talismans was vast. He eagerly anticipated Master Sanfeng's future performances. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the second batch of players to enter the game. On the web forum, some flaunted their beta testing qualifications, while others expressed envy and resentment. Many hoped for the release of more slots in the game. The selected 19 players slowly opened their eyes on the map of Junin Village. Wow, it's incredibly realistic. Exclamations of wonder regarding the scenery filled the air, as they felt like they were in a dream, touching everything in sight. Everything felt refreshingly new. Meanwhile, the veteran players felt that the newcomers were overreacting. Little did they know, they had once shared the same awe. Among them, the Emperor of Sinking was thoughtfully stroking his chin, surveying this new batch of players, contemplating selecting a few as disciples or perhaps even subordinates. Daizio Mei harbored the same thoughts, pondering how to establish herself as the leader. Just then, the system's voice interrupted all players' musings. Ding! Main quest. Expand the map surrounding Junin Village. Participants will receive 1,000 contribution points. As soon as the task was announced, the players stirred with excitement. Chapter 26. The Flood of System Notifications. After the task was released, veteran players were envious of the contribution points and began to devise their strategies. Meanwhile, the new players displayed expressions of sheer excitement. They had not anticipated such a bountiful task upon entering the game. Before their arrival, they had already heard whispers of this phenomenal game. The initial few players who had entered the game had become the talk of the town. Hardly anyone was unaware of the IDs of these 9 players. They also understood that when these seasoned players first began, everything was self-taught. Initially, there were no tasks offering such generous rewards. The new players were not foolishly reckless either. They planned to stand on the shoulders of giants to gain perspective. Dai Xiaomei, as a streamer, was adept at engaging with others and promptly approached the new players. Is anyone interested in teaming up for leveling? Beautiful ladies are offering free assistance, while male players are politely declined. Upon hearing the initial invitation, some male players raised their hands, only to be disheartened by the subsequent remark. It was, indeed, a rare opportunity to interact closely with a renowned streamer. Who wouldn't desire such an experience? Dai Xiaomei playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Of course, having fellow sisters is far more delightful." With Dai Xiaomei's charm, the majority of female players opted to join her party, leaving only 2 independent female players. It appeared they were of a solitary nature, and Dai Xiaomei chose not to impose. She merely mentioned that they could seek her help if they encountered any difficulties, as she would always welcome them. Although the 2 solitary players seemed aloof, they graciously accepted her goodwill and expressed their gratitude. Some male players admired Ijin Kaitian and sought to form alliances with him. However, Ijin Kaitian was accustomed to solitude, which explained his numerous solo speedrunning records. Thus, he politely declined their requests to team up, though he indicated he would join if an opportunity for group combat arose. Seeing Dai Xiaomei attract so many players, Chenluandadi could no longer remain idle. He began to call out, recruiting followers. His luck, akin to that of a fortunate emperor, attracted several male players to join his ranks. Yet, there were still many who preferred the path of solitude. Some were even mesmerized by Sandfoam Master's talismans, pleading to be accepted as his disciples. This took Sandfoam Master aback. "This is the legacy of my Maoshan lineage. If you wish to be my disciple, it may." Coming from such a prestigious family, Sandfoam Master regarded the matter of accepting disciples with utmost seriousness and was reluctant to commit lightly. However, considering the sincerity of the individual, he agreed to allow him to assist temporarily. He assured the player that he would not withhold any game-related knowledge, yet to learn deeper secrets. A formal apprenticeship would be necessary. The male player nodded vigorously in agreement. As the sun rose high in the sky, players began to finalize their decisions. Meanwhile, Yichun had just awakened, stretching lazily in bed. He tapped a button on the system interface, and an NPC promptly appeared outside the door, presenting an array of exquisite dishes that had been prepared in advance. By the time he finished washing up and had eaten halfway through his meal, he gradually regained full awareness, marveling at the culinary skills of the NPC chef. Truly remarkable. Thus far, he had not encountered a single repeated dish, each seeming specially tailored to his palate. As a Chinese individual, culinary satisfaction ranked among the highest priorities. However, the players had to bear the expense for their enjoyment of such delicacies. Speaking of players, Yichun suddenly remembered that today was the day new players would enter the game. He had scheduled the system announcement in advance, and for a moment, he had completely forgotten about it. He hurriedly finished his meal and opened the real-time updates on the new players. Suddenly, a plethora of screens appeared, causing him to feel somewhat dizzy. A strikingly beautiful female player, exuding an aura of sharpness, caught his attention. He observed her sampling each dish from the NPC chef without spending any money, merely tasting, but not purchasing. Quite intriguing. Yichun stroked his chin, pondering the thoughts of this player with the ID Yummy Bobo. Although she appeared serious, her ID was quite sweet, a delightful contrast. Subsequently, Yummy Bobo turned to survey the village, gathering various crops, borrowing a pot and some seasonings from an elder, and began cooking. As the flames danced and her hands worked deftly, a finished dish emerged. She took a bite, deemed it satisfactory, and offered a taste to the elderly woman who had lent her the pot and stove. The elderly lady, beaming, tasted it and immediately nodded in approval. Delicious. I have never had such exquisite food in my life. Though a new restaurant had opened in the village recently, it was undoubtedly pricey, too extravagant for someone like her, an old woman. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. The recent changes in the village were evident, and she could feel them. Yet, she always felt distant from it all. To her surprise, the new girl had such remarkable culinary skills. Yichun, witnessing this poignant moment in the updates, felt a stir of emotion. Despite being a traveler from another world, he had spent enough time in this village to develop a connection with its people. He promptly opened the system panel and issued a hidden quest to this player. Congratulations to player Yummy Bobo for triggering the hidden achievement, the Elder's Emotion. Reward, 100 contribution points. Upon seeing this achievement, Yummy Bobo's eyes lit up. She had never expected this game to be so lifelike. Even her casual thoughts could trigger an achievement. This greatly ignited her sense of exploration. After observing this female player, Yichun noticed several lone wolves, all seasoned experts from various fields. The system's player screening was indeed reliable. He and the system merely provided these players a platform to showcase their capabilities. Their progress depended solely on their own efforts. Indeed, the quality of players this time was commendable. With this reassurance, Yichun settled in to enjoy his afternoon tea. Just as he sipped his tea, admiring the flowers and basking in the sunlight, the system notifications suddenly shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Player Chinluan Dadi severely injured, teleporting to revival point. Player Dai Xiaomei severely injured, teleporting to revival point. Player Yingyi Yingwei severely injured, teleporting to revival point. Player Junyi Shiming severely injured, teleporting to revival point. As Yichun opened the system screen, he was inundated with alarming messages regarding the player's injuries. Confusion washed over him. What on earth had transpired? Chapter 27. Fierce battle. Upon witnessing the flood of system notifications, Yichun was immediately filled with curiosity. He hastily opened the rewind feature to uncover the unfolding events. The imagery revealed none other than the formidable Emperor of Desolation and the endearing Daixiomi leading a team, likely buoyed by their previous flawless collaboration in accumulating contribution points. Both parties were eager to join forces once more. After a brief introduction and familiarization, Daixiomi and the Emperor of Desolation aspired to showcase their prowess as seasoned players before the new recruits, aiming to inspire their admiration. Thus, they agreed to collaborate. The The two teams would tackle minor creatures to level up their members and subsequently embark on map exploration together. The Emperor of Desolation, leveraging his auspicious nature, successfully guided the group to encounter a faction of ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village. Omiai's eyes gleamed with excitement upon spotting them, envisioning vast contributions. Sisters, the adversaries are ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village, likely high-level foes. The contribution points upon their defeat will surely be substantial. The Emperor of Desolation nodded in agreement. Yet unlike Omiai's reckless disregard for potential loss of life, he was concerned about his own mortality. He cautioned the male players accompanying him to tread carefully, as their opponent's strength remained unknown, emphasizing the necessity to gauge their techniques first. However, the ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village were not to be underestimated. Observing the Emperor of Desolation and his companions conversing openly before them, they felt slighted. The leader of the Grass Ninjas signaled to his subordinates, and the well-trained ninjas swiftly encircled the players. At that moment, from his vantage point, Yichin noted that this contingent of Grass Ninjas numbered over a dozen. Far from ordinary scouts, they appeared to be an elite force dispatched with intent. Yet, the true extent of their abilities, particularly that of the leader, remained shrouded in mystery, evoking a sense of uncertainty. As players, the Emperor of Desolation and his companions were unyielding to fear. Suddenly, one ninja caught sight of Omiai and the Emperor, visibly shaken as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly approached the leader, whispering urgently. The leader's expression shifted, pointing at Omiai and the Emperor, his voice sharp. "These two. We must capture them alive." Upon hearing this, Omiai chuckled. "Capture us alive? That depends on whether you possess the capability." With that, she charged forward, launching a formidable fire release, great fireball technique. The senior ninja, recognizing the threat, prepared himself with determination. Grass release, vine growth. He bellowed, causing a multitude of thorny vines to erupt from the ground, destabilizing the terrain beneath them. However, as seasoned players, both Omiai and the Emperor of Desolation were well-versed in handling unforeseen circumstances. They promptly employed Earth Release to create stable footholds, enabling them to remain grounded while assisting those nearby. Meanwhile, the other players became ensnared in the thorny vines, the sharp spikes piercing their skin with a disconcerting sound. The new players felt a chill, as if the thorns had indeed struck them. Do not overthink it. The game only simulates 10 of real pain. It hardly matters. Omiai reassured the other female players, who suddenly felt enlightened by her words. Indeed, although it appears exceedingly realistic, it is merely a game. The leader of the Grass Ninjas, perplexed by their nonchalance amidst the chaos, struggled to comprehend the nature of his adversaries. How could they remain so composed while witnessing the brutal fate of their companions? Even the most disciplined ninjas found it challenging to maintain their composure in the face of such violence. Yet, the players seemed oblivious to the peril surrounding them, as if they were merely on an excursion, untouched and untroubled. Unable to contain his ire, the leader urged his comrades to tighten the grip of the vines, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise for one of the players, blood splattering across the scene, staining the vines, and even reaching some of the other Grass Ninjas. "Leader, can you exercise some control over this?" One of the more authoritative ninjas frowned, clearly disturbed by the brutality. "Focus on your task and ensure they do not escape," the leader replied coldly. With a dismissive scoff, the ninja fell silent. Omiai and the Emperor of Desolation gazed at the gruesome display, marveling. "That technique is remarkably violent. I appreciate it. What level of ninjas do you think they are?" The Emperor pondered, scrutinizing their foes. The Grass Ninja leader was incensed and astonished by their disregard for the unfolding tragedy. They appeared to be engaged in casual conversation, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. At that moment, Yichin discerned that the Grass Ninja utilizing such formidable vine techniques must be a Jonin, and the discontented ninja was likely a Chunin. Two other ninjas, displaying considerable skill, were also presumed to be Chunins. Yichin couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this team. The players were clearly outmatched. As anticipated, the enraged leader unleashed another grass release, summoning a rapid ground spike that struck with blinding speed, eliminating one of the players instantly. The Emperor of Desolation and Daixiomiai, however, were granted special treatment. Only their limbs were restrained, allowing them to survive. Yet, drawing from their previous experiences, they did not hesitate to commit suicide by biting their tongues. Both swiftly transported back to their respawn point. Such resolute actions deeply unsettled the grass ninjas. What kind of conviction could drive them to embrace death so readily, rather than await the rescue of their comrades? Did they possess no desire for life? The grass ninjas found themselves engulfed in a profound existential crisis. The recording concluded here, and Yichin finally grasped the situation. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that during his observation, the flood of notifications had not ceased. The other players, in pursuit of contribution points, had challenged the ninjas thrice, each time meeting the same dire fate, instantaneous annihilation, without even a chance to touch their foes' garments. This left the new players questioning the very essence of their existence. It has dawned on me. I have grossly underestimated the ninja system in this world. Jun Yixiang mused, resting her chin in her hand with a sigh. What she initially thought to be a novice boss had proven to be a formidable adversary, capable of effortlessly dispatching them in droves. Chapter 28, Blood Battle. The players were swiftly eliminated by the grass ninjas, unable to halt the advance of the elite team towards Junin village. This formidable grass ninja squad pressed on unabated, facing no obstacles as they approached the village's vicinity. The middle-ranking ninjas exchanged knowing glances before vanishing in an instant. Moments later, they reappeared, having found no guards around Junin village, as if anyone could enter with ease. After years of navigating the ninja world, they were acutely aware of one principle: never underestimate an opponent. Thus, the Jonin refrained from rash actions, opting for further observation. One of the Chunin remarked, "This Junin village is peculiar. The roads nearby appear newly constructed. Where did they acquire such resources? After all, the resources of the land of grass are monopolized by their own village. Yet, they seem to be engaging in extensive construction. It's truly strange. These resources cannot have materialized out of thin air, can they? It's indeed suspicious. We must proceed with utmost caution." The Jonin nodded in agreement. In his eyes, Junin village was merely an inconspicuous little ninja settlement, hardly worthy of their attention. Yet, the more they delved into the matter, the more enigmatic it became, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery. Logically speaking, ninjas could be considered a resource, yet a destitute village would not possess the means to cultivate such a lavish asset. However, this Junin village not only had ninjas, but also boasted unwavering faith among them. Could it be that Junin village was a hidden paradise? Contemplating this, the Jonin's curiosity intensified, solidifying his resolve to seize Junin village and uncover its secrets. Meanwhile, the players, having been swiftly eliminated, refrained from recklessly charging in again. Instead, they deliberated on their strategy. Daisaw and Chinluan Dadi summoned Yijian Kaitian to join their consultation. Upon hearing their description, Yijian Kaitian promptly conducted a brief assessment of the enemy's strength and, alarmed, furrowed his brow, stating, "I fear that the leading grass ninja possesses the strength of a Jonin. The others with authority must be Chunin." His inference was not unfounded. The ninja realm clearly operated on a meritocratic principle. A leader able to command so many ninjas must possess considerable strength. Hence, Chunin would likely be insufficient. They should be facing Jonin. The other players reflected on the situation, and indeed, Yijian Kaitian's assessment was strikingly accurate. How are we supposed to fight? The opponent is a Jonin. Daisaw lamented, feeling disheartened. Though she often acted recklessly, it was primarily for dramatic effect. The experts, including Yijian Kaitian, were merely at the level of genin, and directly confronting a Jonin from the grass village was akin to inviting disaster. At this moment, Yichin received a system notification. The grass ninjas had arrived near Junin village, signaling that he could issue a new quest. After a brief contemplation, he released a new main quest, adding some unique elements this time. System notification, main quest, protect Junin village from the grass ninja invasion until the arrival of Junin's leader. Reward, all participants will receive 1,500 contribution points. System notification, All players will gain the Blood Battle Horn status until the leader arrives. Blood Battle Horn. Players in this blessed state will not drop chakra upon death and will be restored to full vitality. Countdown begins. 1:59. 59. All players heard the system's latest announcement, simultaneously witnessing the countdown. Those training in the wilderness immediately set out to return to the village, searching for traces of the grass ninjas. Players engaged in research or solo activities also hurried to the village entrance, eager to partake in this quest. After all, 1,500 contribution points were at stake. For new players, this was an immensely tempting opportunity, as they feared missing out. Daisaw and her companions, who had been pondering strategies against the grass ninjas, were momentarily taken aback. They were astonished to realize that the grass ninjas they had encountered were indeed the enemies of the main quest. Iji and Kaitian was particularly intrigued by the Blood Battle Horn status. With this status, they need not worry about the detrimental effects of dying. It was evident that this was a cooperative main quest, likely designed to help new players seamlessly integrate into the game's progression. After Iji and Kaitian's analysis, the new players were filled with enthusiasm. They marveled at how accommodating this game was. Many games typically emphasize the disparity between veteran and novice players to retain the former, yet this game actively catered to newcomers, evoking emotions of gratitude. At that moment, a player named Thunder God emerged from the revival point, reporting the location of the grass ninjas. He had just encountered the grass ninja squad outside the village, only to be swiftly eliminated. Thunder God promptly shared his intelligence with Daisaw and her group. Come with me for vengeance. How could I endure this? He immediately sought to rally others. While we may not achieve revenge, as fellow players, we can certainly perish together. Chinlu and Dottie chuckled wryly, his expression tinged with resignation. Thunder God blinked, glancing between Chinlu and Dottie and Daisaw, as well as the expressions of other new players. With an odd expression, he inquired, "Were you all also sent back by that grass ninja team? I thought I was the first to discover them." "Let us complete the main quest first," Iji and Kaitian declared, and everyone nodded in agreement, setting off together. The moment they spotted the grass ninjas, it was as if they could see the 1,500 contribution points before them. Countless eager eyes focused on the grass ninjas, who felt a wave of unease wash over them. With Iji and Kaitian's command, the players surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves. Grass release, leaf blade. Countless leaves sliced through the players' bodies, reducing them to mere remnants. Soon, they revived. Countdown, 1:21:05 Grass release, vine whip. Delicate vines constricted around the players' necks, stifling their breath. Countdown, 0:49:42 Lightning release, ground walk. Lightning chakra spread across the ground, rendering everyone immobile. Countdown, 0:00:14 Observing the countdown on the screen, Yi Chun rose slowly. The moment for his appearance had finally arrived. In truth, Yi Chun could have simply awaited the grass ninja's entry into the village to eliminate them. However, he wished to hone the players' skills and enhance their battle experience while allowing them to earn some contribution points. Thus, he issued such a task. Fortunately, the system was generous, offering a reward of 1,500 contribution points. It was a twofold achievement. Now, it was his turn to take action. Chapter 29, The War Begins. All players wore grave expressions, enveloped in an unprecedented tension. They finally felt their insignificance. In the face of overwhelming power, all embellishments were mere illusions. Initially, the players were filled with excitement, believing this to be a mere opportunity to gain contribution points effortlessly. However, as the grass ninjas advanced relentlessly, they suffered brutal defeats. Everyone realized a shocking truth. As ninjas of Junin Village, they were unable to protect their own village. Completing the mission was even a challenge. Where was the village chief? If he did not arrive soon, they would lose their hold entirely. Despair and sorrow painted the faces of the players. Yet, without hesitation, they launched wave after wave of assaults, determined to defend Junin Village and await Yuchin's arrival. Congratulations to player Thunder God for completing the main quest, earning 1,500 contribution points. Congratulations to player Jun Ishi Ming for completing the main quest, earning 1,500 contribution points. As the system notifications chimed, Yi Chen's figure slowly materialized before the crowd. The players realized that the main quest had concluded, erupting into a chorus of cheers. Finally, through their relentless efforts, they had prevented the grass ninjas from encroaching any closer to the village. They were rewarded by the system. This immense sense of achievement filled them with satisfaction. Defending the village and participating in the village battle felt like an extraordinary event. Not to mention, the rewards were exceedingly generous, bestowing them with 1,500 contribution points. With these points, their strength would undoubtedly soar. All players beamed with excitement, eagerly anticipating their growth in the next event. Thank you all for your contributions to Junin Village. I shall take it from here. Yi Chun smiled faintly, embodying a leader as he concluded the task. Long live the village chief. Junin forever. Junin Village. Junin Village. Junin Village. Having just emerged from a grueling battle, the players finally relaxed. They had indeed loosened their tension. This game feels so incredibly real, exclaimed Yi Jin Kaitian. I almost thought the enemies were real players. The level of intelligence is astonishing. He had initially intended to launch a surprise attack from behind, but was thwarted by the alertness of other grass ninjas. They even coordinated their actions. How is this possible? At that moment, the grass ninjas exhibited no signs of fatigue. The chakra expended in defeating their enemies was hardly a fraction. However, their mental state was utterly drained. The way the Junin village ninjas regarded them instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. To be candid, they were seasoned ninjas, having taken countless lives, certainly in the thousands. They believed themselves to be well-trained, capable of facing even the remains of a friend without much emotional disturbance. Yet now, merely the expressions on those faces and their piercing gazes instilled a deep-seated fear within them. What manner of ninjas were these? Who had trained them? Why were they so peculiar? As the grass ninjas were engulfed by these emotions, even the sudden appearance of Yi Chun elicited no response. Just as they were about to unleash another jutsu to annihilate them, the group appeared to lose interest in them entirely. Moments ago, they had pounced like wolves, but now they treated them as if they were air. This abrupt change left the grass ninjas utterly bewildered. What jutsu do you plan to purchase with your contribution points? A female player inquired of her companion. Meanwhile, some players had begun consulting veteran players. Village chief, may I ask which jutsu is the strongest? A throng gathered around Yi Chun, engaged in fervent discussion. At this moment, the leader of the squad realized that this individual must be the village chief of Junin. He had overheard the others calling him Junin. To take on the title of the military leader was indeed quite audacious. You must be the village chief of Junin, correct? The grass ninja leader said, sheathing his kunai and feigning a friendly demeanor. My name is Yoshino Ikaru, a jounin from Grass Ninja Village. Yoshino Ikaru revealed his identity. Although Grass Ninja Village was not as renowned as Konoha, it was not without its reputation. Yoshino Ikaru believed that upon hearing his name, Yi Chun would be thoroughly intimidated. After all, the emergence of a second ninja village within the same nation could only lead to one outcome: death. With such thoughts, Yoshino Ikaru felt a surge of pride. Regardless of the strangeness of Yi Chun's village, in the face of absolute power, all was mere talk. Even though he was unaware of the reason behind the ninja's continuous resurrection. So what? If the Grass Ninja Village's main forces were to mobilize, what would that resurrection matter? They could simply be controlled, forced to endure a fate worse than death. I believe you understand my purpose in coming here. Training ninjas privately and establishing your own ninja village without the consent of Grass Ninja Village and the Land of Grass is a capital offense. You should be aware of the consequences, correct? Yoshino Ikaru wore an enigmatic smile. Yi Chun calmly nodded. I understand. Good. Let us speak frankly. You now have two choices. Either join Grass Ninja Village and live, or die. As Yoshino Ikaru's words fell, a chilling and suffocating aura enveloped everyone. In that moment, Yoshino Ikaru felt as if he were a deity, presiding over life and death. Regardless of which choice Yi Chun made, it was a win-win for Yoshino Ikaru. Should Yi Chun choose to join Grass Ninja Village, Yoshino Ikaru would gain a talent like him. Training such well-disciplined and self-sacrificing ninjas indicated Yi Chun's formidable training capabilities. coupled with the secret technique of resurrection. Yichen's value was undeniable. Joining Grass Ninja Village would undoubtedly elevate its combat prowess, and he himself would be the greatest benefactor. Conversely, if Yichen declined the offer, it would be equally simple. They could annihilate Junin Village without hesitation. The secret technique of resurrection would then be at their disposal. As for Yichen, dying was no great loss. The ninja world was rife with fallen geniuses. Choose option 1 and live. Choose option 2 and die. The concepts of coercion and temptation were vividly embodied by Yoshino Aikaru. At that moment, even a fool would know how to choose. Yichen was bound to surrender. This was precisely what Yoshino Aikaru desired. After all, capturing Junin Village without bloodshed would be ideal. In a flash, Yoshino Aikaru envisioned himself achieving great accomplishments and returning to Grass Ninja Village, standing at the pinnacle of success. Sometimes, life unfolds in the most wondrous ways. Achieving greatness and reaching the pinnacle of existence can transpire in an instant. However, Yichen chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Yoshino Aikaru frowned deeply. "You can still laugh at this point?" Yichen's laughter grew louder. "I ask you, what is so amusing?" Yoshino Aikaru shouted. "I laugh at your naivety. Why do you present only 2 choices? Have you not considered that I might choose to declare war on Grass Ninja Village?" Chapter 30. The Cataclysmic Star War. Ichiro Yoshino was momentarily taken aback. Then, a smirk crept onto his face as he turned to Yichen and laughed. Indeed, the recently emerged Junin Village possessed many extraordinary attributes, but that was the extent of it. Throughout his time in Junin Village, the strongest ninja he encountered was merely a genin. To put it plainly, in this brutal world of ninjas where the weak are devoured by the strong, a genin had neither the right to refuse his terms nor to act against them. The audacity of a newly established Junin Village to challenge the venerable Kusagakure was sheer madness. "Yes, indeed, we shall go to war," Yichen stated with an unshakable calmness. His voice resonated powerfully in the ears of every player present. At that moment, within Junin Village, several players, including the ever-enthusiastic Daisuke, clenched their fists. In Daisuke's live stream, the barrage of comments exploded. "This is so exhilarating. Count me in. It's a pity there are only 18 beta test slots. I must secure one next time." As expected, more and more individuals found themselves swept up in the fervor. Who could have anticipated that a mere game plot could evoke such intense emotions? Utterly delusional. A cold smirk flashed across Yoshino's face, soon overshadowed by a deeper cruelty. He curled his lips into a malevolent smile, extending his hands into the air as he swiftly performed a series of hand seals. "Would release, leaf blade whirlwind," Yoshino bellowed. The moment his words fell, the space around him erupted with a rustling sound as countless blades of grass coalesced in the air, imbued with a chilling aura of death. They hovered ominously above, casting a deadly shadow over all players present, including Yichen. Yichen remained unfazed, even exhilarated. After such a long wait, he finally had the opportunity to display his prowess. How could he let it slip away? System, as long as I am within Junin Village, I can harness unlimited natural energy. Correct? Yichen pondered silently, reaching out to confirm with the system. Indeed, as long as you remain within Junin Village, you can summon unlimited natural energy at will. The system affirmed. With this confirmation, a bold thought ignited within Yichen's mind. Although his chakra reserves were still modest, barely reaching the Chunin level, the boundless natural energy granted by the system rendered him invincible as long as he stayed within the village. Even a figure as formidable as the Sage of Six Paths would leave limping. Moreover, natural energy possessed a remarkably overpowered function, the ability to replicate and simulate ninjutsu. While the imitation may lack purity, the power and appearance under the influence of natural energy would rival the original techniques. To engage me in combat while distracted? Meet your demise. A frenzied glint shone in Yoshino's eyes as he waved his hand. The swirling blades of grass, suspended in midair, erupted violently. Countless shards of icy light sliced through the air, hurtling towards Yichen. In a swift motion, Yichen's hands danced, and he found himself soaring high above the ground. Levitation technique, wind manipulation. Yoshino's expression shifted dramatically. He had already witnessed an array of miraculous ninjutsu in Junin village, but this time, he was genuinely shaken. Yet, a greedy glint soon crossed his face. If he could annihilate Junin village, all these wondrous techniques would belong to him. With such power, not only would Kusagakure's strength significantly increase, but he, as the chief architect of their victory, would reap abundant rewards. Cataclysmic Star. Yichin swiftly formed seals in the air, murmuring a low incantation. Instantly, the air around him seemed to convulse as the ground split open, creating numerous gaping fissures. Hard rocks shattered upon the surface, and countless fragments began to levitate into the air, coalescing into a massive sphere of earth and stone, measuring several meters in diameter. The explosive energy brewed within this stone orb was cataclysmic. At this moment, Yoshino's expression shifted once more. For the first time, he felt the suffocating threat of death. Meanwhile, players, including Daisuke, gazed up in awe, their excitement palpable. Yichun had deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to simulate the cataclysmic star ninjutsu using natural energy against the invading ninjas from Kusagakure. It was well known that the original cataclysmic star, crafted by Pain, was an S-rank ninjutsu, renowned for its incredible power and destructive capability. By utilizing natural energy and the system's enhancements, Yichen's version would only amplify in potency. Cold sweat drenched Yoshino's back as he sensed the impending doom, his eyes widening in horror. He attempted to retreat, but his feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground. The colossal yellow rocks suspended in the air seemed to have locked onto him, sealing off the space around him. Explode. Yichen's lips parted slightly, uttering a single word. In an instant, as his voice fell, the massive earthen sphere detonated. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, and countless rock fragments, like razor-sharp blades, shot toward Yoshino. The sound of a tremendous explosion reverberated as dust and debris engulfed the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The invading Kusagakure ninjas, including Yoshino, had no time to evade and were consumed within the explosion's domain. With no options left, they could only brace themselves to endure. Would release, would wall technique. Would release, leaf blade. A dozen or so Kusagakure ninjas hastily formed hand seals, unleashing their signature techniques without holding back. Yet, was it of any use? In an instant, they were swallowed by the massive dust cloud unleashed by the cataclysmic star, their efforts barely causing a ripple. This was a futile struggle against overwhelming odds. Despair flickered across the faces of Yoshino and his fellow Kusagakure ninjas. Before they could utter a single cry of despair, they were consumed by the ensuing explosion and debris. Daisuke and the other players watched in wide-eyed disbelief, unable to discern the events unfolding within the explosion's domain. As the dust gradually settled, a deep crater, measuring several meters, marked the spot where the Kusagakure ninjas had once stood. They had been obliterated, reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The sheer power displayed was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 31. Annihilation. A multitude of players was left in shock. These formidable grass ninja, whom they had previously encountered, had either been swiftly eliminated or mercilessly crushed, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Yet now, upon Yichen's intervention, a mere flick of his hand unleashed the legendary S-rank ninjutsu, Earth Explosion Star. The once mighty grass ninja was obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothingness. What astounding prowess! The promotional footage had not exaggerated in the slightest. The village chief's strength was indeed unfathomable. It was devoid of embellishments, purely raw power. In an instant, players gathered on the lawn began to engage in fervent discussions. As a seasoned gaming blogger, I privately speculated whether this enigmatic village chief might be the ultimate powerhouse within the game world. She pondered how the unfolding narrative might revolve around this mysterious figure. Before long, she vocalized her musings, sharing them with her viewers in the live stream. Although the audience had not secured spots in the beta test and could not partake in the game, it did not deter them from discussing the events. Consequently, a flurry of conclusions emerged in the comments section, with many viewers analyzing the situation astutely. Some even entertained wild theories. suggesting that the mysterious village chief might indeed be the true protagonist of the game. This particular comment ignited a heated discussion among the viewers, further intensifying their enthusiasm for the game. They silently vowed to enhance their reflexes for the next opportunity. The limited beta slots meant that early birds would reap the rewards, while latecomers would be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, as the previous event brewed, an increasing number of onlookers flooded into DICOMI's live stream. What is this? Is this a movie? The special effects are stunning. What movie? This is gameplay. Is this real? The graphics are incredibly lifelike. I'm intrigued. Please share the link. Thank you. In the live stream, an enthusiastic viewer even shared the link to the gaming platform's official website. Curious onlookers clicked on the link, eager to download the game, only to be met with disappointment. The beta test slots had been fully allocated, and they were advised to await further openings. What? They're already gone? The skeptics clicked multiple times, but each attempt yielded the same result. With no option to play the game, they settled for indulging in the live stream. Thus, a multitude of unqualified onlookers flocked to DICOMI's channel. What began as an audience of a few 100,000 surged to over 1 million in mere minutes. Seizing the opportunity, DICOMI playfully implored, "Dear viewers, if you enjoy the stream, please consider following me. Gifts are also appreciated. I would be immensely grateful." Moments later, the chat was flooded with comments. Following. Not a chance. This is all about freeloading. If you don't shower gifts, you're merely here for companionship. We watch the stream and disperse after it ends. That's all. A torrent of similar comments filled the screen, leaving DICOMI somewhat exasperated. To maintain her focus, she bypassed the distracting comments and redirected her attention to the game. At that moment, the NPC, the village chief of Junin, gracefully descended from the sky and stood firmly in place. He then proclaimed, "Esteemed players, the invasion of the Grass Ninja Village is imminent. Let us unite our efforts to eliminate the approaching foes." Who says there is no garment? We shall don the same attire. Upon hearing this, the players felt their faces flush with excitement. The atmosphere was electric as certain players, known for their exuberance, raised their arms in unison, echoing, "Who says there is no garment? We shall don the same attire. United, we shall vanquish the invaders. Should anyone dare to invade Junin Village, they shall face our wrath." The crescendo of their rallying cries built upon one another. Yi Chun, the instigator of this fervor, could not help but smile knowingly. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Igniting the player's passion was essential for him to strengthen his own abilities in the world of ninjas. Attracting players to continue their engagement was vital for establishing his foothold in this realm. Thus, Liu Yuan accessed the system control panel and skillfully initiated the task creation process. Before long, the mission was successfully published, and a new task appeared in everyone's task list. Main quest: the invasion of the Grass Ninja Village. Eliminate all invading enemies and protect Junin Village. Due to the unique nature of this task, all players may freely choose to form teams with no restrictions. Eliminate a Grass Ninja Village Genin. Reward of 1,000 contribution points. Eliminate a Grass Ninja Village Chunin. Reward of 1,500 contribution points. Eliminate a Grass Ninja Village Jonin. Reward of 2,000 contribution points. Note, there is no limit on team size. Also, players will automatically receive a buff during the task acquisition period. Common cause: while battling enemy ninjas, chakra will increase by 30. In an instant, players erupted in excitement. Especially upon seeing the task rewards, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. For what could be more enticing than this bounty? Initially, assisting the village with road construction yielded a meager contribution of just 1 point per meter. Even helping villagers with tasks amounted to a mere single point. After a grueling day of labor, they would be lucky to earn a few dozen contribution points. Now, however, eliminating a single Grass Ninja Genin granted a staggering 1,000 contribution points. While the rewards were indeed enticing, they were not easily attained. Many players had learned this firsthand from their encounters with the Grass Ninja. Some had perished over 10 times, while others had met their demise 20 times or more. The prowess of the Grass Ninja could not be underestimated. Thus, enhancing their combat abilities became the paramount objective. Before Yichin could depart, he was already receiving notifications from the system backend. Yijian Tontian has exchanged 1,000 contribution points for a substantial amount of chakra, further enhancing his strength. Di Shi Om I has exchanged 1,000 contribution points for a substantial amount of chakra, further enhancing her strength. Poisonous Young Master has exchanged 1,000 contribution points. Ding dong, ding dong. In that moment, Yi Chun was inundated with notifications as players uniformly opted to exchange their contribution points for chakra to bolster their strength. They were in a frenzy of upgrading and purchasing. The recent village defense task had awarded a full 1,500 contribution points, and every player had claimed their share. Many players exclaimed, "There's no way to spend it all. It's simply too much." Chapter 32. A shock for the Grass Ninja Village. In the meantime, a group of players opted to exchange their contribution points for chakra. On Yi Chen's side, he too received feedback from the chakra. An immense surge of pure chakra energy flooded into his body, akin to a divine revelation. With a swift motion, Yi Chun vanished from his location and returned to his room to contemplate his transformation. He gazed inward, marveling at the vast ocean of chakra energy within him. With such an abundance of chakra, it seemed his strength had undoubtedly surpassed that of an elite ninja. And he couldn't help but chuckle. It appears that being a village chief, reclining comfortably while allowing diligent players to toil for him, was indeed the best path. He need not lift a finger, merely issuing missions sufficed for his growth. Even capitalists would weep at the thought. Yi Chen pondered, gradually assessing the situation. Once the tasks of the Grass Ninja Village were completed, and players exchanged their contribution points for chakra, he anticipated that his strength would truly reach the pinnacle of elite ninja status. This was what it meant to cultivate with an advantage. Simultaneously, a flying ninja beast circled above the village, seemingly gathering intelligence. After several minutes, it departed from the village chief's vicinity. Hours later, the flying beast returned to the Grass Ninja Village, delivering the collected information straight to a mysterious building, home to the village's covert operations department, tasked with intelligence gathering and reconnaissance. This operation against the Junin village was orchestrated entirely by this clandestine group. A male ninja moved his hand slightly, and the flying beast landed directly in his palm. "Captain, what did Yoshino Ichiro say in his message?" he inquired. "But that small ninja village has already been wiped out. After all, a newly emerged village poses little challenge." Members of the Grass Ninja Village's covert operations surrounded the man, all clamoring for answers. However, Bibi's expression shifted slightly, and he hesitated to speak. After a moment, he finally revealed with a grim countenance, "The operation has failed. Yoshino and his team have perished." "What? How can this be? It was merely a newly formed village." The incredulity was palpable among the crowd. Yoshino Ichiro is a seasoned elite ninja. Surely he could have retreated. There must be some mistake, complete annihilation. They looked at Bibi, their disbelief evident. "Do I appear to be jesting at such a critical juncture?" Bibi's expression turned icy as he spoke coldly. An aura of chill emanated from him, silencing the murmurs of the covert members. Indeed, Bibi was not one to indulge in frivolity. His methods were consistently ruthless. What on earth transpired? An elder ninja from the covert operations finally dared to question. Bibi remained silent for a moment before explaining. The operation failed. The Junin village's strength was indeed negligible, comprised mostly of unremarkable novice ninjas, many of whom were not even genin. But how could Yoshino fall to such novices? The crowd's incredulous expressions returned. "Silence. I am speaking now." Bibi's face darkened as he pressed his hands down, commanding their attention. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. Bibi continued, "The reason lies with the village chief of Junin, who seems to wield a devastating jutsu. Yoshino and his team fell to this mysterious leader. The other ninjas in the village are utterly inconsequential." A hush fell over the covert members, their expressions turning grave. In the ninja world, elite ninjas were already formidable forces, and those capable of slaying them were exceedingly rare. For a moment, no one dared to suggest further action against Junin village. Bibi, however, appeared deep in thought. "Gentlemen, while Yoshino Ichiro and his team perished for the village chief, their sacrifice was not in vain. On the contrary, we have acquired highly valuable intelligence. He teased their curiosity, and indeed, the room buzzed with anticipation. Captain, what is this intelligence? Could there be a mysterious tailed beast in Junin village? They speculated, recognizing the significance of the information. Tailed beast? Bibi slowly shook his head. This intelligence is far more critical than that. Reports indicate that Junin village has unveiled a mysterious jutsu capable of resurrecting fallen ninjas. Moreover, the resurrected ninjas suffer no loss in strength. A collective gasp echoed through the room at Bibi's revelation. Yet, skepticism soon arose. Impossible. A resurrection technique is inherently taboo. How could it lack any side effects? Even legendary jutsu cannot achieve such feats. Indeed, this cannot be. Silence. Bibi's voice cut through the chatter like ice. He scanned the room, coolly asserting, "Do you believe I would fabricate information to amuse you? The flying beast's reports corroborate this. Furthermore, I suspect that Junin village harbors even more extraordinary jutsu." Another round of gasps swept through the crowd. The implications of a jutsu that could resurrect ninjas intact were staggering. If such a technique were to spread throughout the ninja world, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. If this resurrection technique fell into the hands of the Grass Ninja Village, the ramifications for their combat power would be monumental. After all, nurturing an exceptional ninja is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Each ninja's death represents a significant loss for the village. However, with a flawless resurrection technique, the outcome is self-evident. In that instant, every eye in the room gleamed with ambition. Before Bibi could speak again, someone eagerly volunteered, "Captain, what are we waiting for? We must secure this flawless resurrection technique." Indeed, if it falls into the hands of other ninja villages, the consequences would be dire. Silence. Bibi's gaze turned icy once more. "We must acquire this resurrection technique. However, we know too little about that mysterious village chief. The ability to effortlessly slay Yoshino indicates that the chief's strength surpasses that of a typical elite ninja. He may very well be an elite or even a shadow-level ninja." Chapter 33. The Creation of Ninjutsu, Shadow Level. Upon finishing his statement, Bibi was met with astonished gasps from the members of the Umbu of the Grass Ninja Village nearby. In the realm of major ninja villages, while high-ranking jonin are scarce, they are not entirely absent. Even elite jonin are not a rarity. However, the shadow level represents a true watershed in the hierarchy of ninja power. A shadow-level warrior possesses the capability to turn the tide of a small-scale war. More critically, the destructive potential of such a figure is comparable to that of an entire ninja army. "Silence," Bibi exclaimed, his face displaying a mix of exasperation and authority as he reprimanded a few individuals. He continued, "Although we have yet to fully comprehend the power of that enigmatic Kunyan, even if we provisionally categorize him as a shadow-level threat, it does not necessarily mean our Grass Ninja Village will face defeat. The ninja world's wars are not solely determined by high-level combatants. When considering sheer numbers, this newly established minor village cannot possibly rival us. Even if we rely on our numerical superiority, we cannot afford to lose." As Bibi concluded, the ninjas around him exhibited expressions of enlightenment. Indeed, the captain's extensive experience was reassuring. They are merely a bunch of novices in the ninja world. How could our esteemed Grass Ninja Village possibly fear them? Moreover, that Kunyan village is notorious for harboring forbidden resurrection techniques. Regardless of the cost, we must seize that resurrection technique for ourselves. Several individuals eagerly engaged in discussion. Bibi, clearly pleased with their fervent response, proceeded, "Thus, I have decided to halt all tasks in the Grass Ninja Village and devote our full efforts to prepare for battle. My comrades, this is a war that involves our entire clan. Are you ready?" It was needless to say that the surrounding ninjas were already ignited with the spirit of combat, their eyes gleaming with determination. In the ensuing period, the combat readiness level of the Grass Ninja Village was elevated to its zenith. All routine tasks were rescinded, and no external assignments were accepted. The village was set to commence full-scale preparations for war, as a monumental conflict loomed on the horizon. Indeed, following discussions within the Umbu of the Grass Ninja Village, the determined strategy was to strike the Kunyan village with thunderous force, aiming to obliterate this burgeoning village with utmost speed. This urgency stemmed from two principal concerns. Firstly, to prevent the war from dragging on and evolving into an unforeseen calamity, and secondly, and most importantly, to minimize the number of individuals knowledgeable about the forbidden resurrection technique. Should news of it reach other ninja villages, the situation could become exceedingly complicated. If other villages intervened, the Grass Ninja Village would find itself in a precarious and thankless predicament. The shrewd Bibi was naturally reluctant to witness such a scenario. Meanwhile, in the Kunyan village, the scene was one of tranquility and picturesque beauty. Among the players present, there was no palpable tension regarding the impending war. On the contrary, they wore expressions of excitement. Undoubtedly, in their eyes, this conflict within the ninja world was merely a boon dispensed by the game's developers, an opportunity to earn vast amounts of contribution points. What reward could possibly surpass contribution points? Defeating a lower-ranked ninja from the Grass Ninja Village would yield 1,000 contribution points, with even greater rewards for middle and upper-ranked ninjas. Consequently, the players were thoroughly exhilarated. In tandem with this excitement, their desire to spend surged. Just a moment ago, they had completed a mission to defend the village, resulting in a reward of 1,500 contribution points for each participant. This bounty was universally distributed. A whole 1,500 points, an amount that was nearly impossible to exhaust. As a result, numerous players began to exchange their points for chakra energy. After all, chakra energy was the most effective means to directly enhance personal prowess. One Sword Opens the Heavens has exchanged 1,000 contribution points for chakra energy, significantly enhancing his strength. On the grassy field, Zhang Tian, controlling the character One Sword Opens the Heavens, displayed an expression of elation. As he rose slightly, a surge of explosive energy radiated from him, immediately drawing the astonished gazes of nearby players. Wow, Brother Tian, you've directly advanced to the middle ninja level. That speed is astonishing. Alas, I'm not even a lower ninja. The speaker was among the second wave of players who had just joined the game. Their advancement in strength paled in comparison to Zhang Tian, who had earned his qualifications in the initial testing phase. In contrast, with One Sword Opens the Heavens leading the charge, other first-wave players like Day's little sister, Master of Sinking, and Master Bull also opted to expend their contribution points for chakra. Almost simultaneously, several formidable presences emerged within the village, all ascending to the middle ninja rank. Even the second wave of newly joined players, equipped with their 1,500 contribution points, began exchanging for chakra, successfully stepping into the lower ninja realm. At this juncture, the Kunyan village boasted a total of 18 ninjas, with the weakest being at the lower ninja level. The strong first-wave players had even reached the middle ninja rank. Following such promotions, an inevitable clash of divine and demonic forces was on the horizon. Come, let us test our might against one another. Sure, let us give it a try. After all, the village has a medical department, and if we get injured, we can simply use contribution points for healing. I want to join. In an instant, the grassy expanse outside Kunyan village erupted into a flurry of activity as numerous players engaged their ninja characters in a spirited melee. The game Kunyan Ninja is characterized by its complete openness and freedom. Thus, friendly sparring among players is entirely feasible. Soon, the air was filled with the explosive sounds of ninjutsu detonating. Lightning release, lightning power. Water release, water pillar. Earth release, rock wall. In no time, all players utilized their ninjutsu in a fierce exchange. It was then that they began to notice a crucial detail. The disparity in ninjutsu levels among ninjas of the same rank was starkly apparent. E-rank ninjutsu was no match for D-ranked ninjutsu. I see now, chakra is akin to mana, while ninjutsu is the combat technique. Thankfully, I didn't exchange all my contribution points for chakra energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough left to acquire ninjutsu. One Sword Opens the Heavens. As a seasoned gamer, quickly grasped this distinction. Many players around him nodded in agreement. Thus, a multitude of players reopened the exchange interface, embarking on a buying spree for ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Yi Chun reclined in the village chief's exclusive quarters, a grin stretching across his face. As village chief, he had no tasks to undertake, which meant he could simply relax and grow stronger. Another substantial influx of chakra feedback had arrived, elevating his strength by an entire tier. If previously he had just entered the upper ninja realm, now the chakra energy within him was on par with elite upper ninjas, indeed, far surpassing that of an ordinary elite upper ninja. Ding! Congratulations to the player. One sword opens the heavens for creating C-ranked ninjutsu, astonishing all. Chapter 34. Talismans comparable to B-class ninjutsu. Ijin Tantian also received a notification from the game system, casually forming a hand seal. A brand new ninjutsu indeed materialized before him. The immense lightning chakra far surpassed the previous E-class ninjutsu. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as D-class, powerful indeed. Ijin Tantian couldn't help but exclaim with delight. The game's design was rather ingenious. As long as one contributed the ninjutsu they understood or created to the village, they would receive corresponding contribution points as a reward. Moreover, these contribution points could be exchanged for items that enhance one's strength. For example, exchanging for chakra energy was the most straightforward method of boosting one's power. Ding! Would you like to contribute the lightning release, Thunder Shadow Flash, to the village for 800 contribution points? The newly understood ninjutsu, meeting the system's inclusion criteria, prompted Ijin Tian to receive a notification simultaneously. Yes. Zhang Tian nodded eagerly. Why would he refuse 800 contribution points that came without effort? Besides, 800 contribution points was not a trivial sum, enough for a substantial purchase at the ninja tool shop. Just as he had redeemed 5 types of ninjutsu, his contribution point balance had dwindled to single digits, a rather unfavorable situation. Ding! Player Ijin Tantian contributed C-class ninjutsu lightning release, Thunder Shadow Flash, earning 800 contribution points. Ding! C-class ninjutsu lightning release, Thunder Shadow Flash is now available in the ninjutsu marketplace for players to view and purchase. 2 full-screen announcements flashed by. Wow! Ijin Tantian has directly created a new ninjutsu. This was 800 contribution points that one could simply acquire. Envy was palpable. Indeed, it was far more rewarding than ordinary daily tasks. Although I haven't comprehended any ninjutsu, I have other amusing pursuits. Just for this reward, I contributed. After all, contribution points are as good as real currency. Missed this opportunity, and it's gone. Some players expressed their astonishment, stating that even without creating new ninjutsu, one could still earn contribution points. As long as a skill they devised was recognized by the system as valuable, they would receive contribution points as a reward. Simultaneously, yet another game announcement appeared. Player Zaiwahuo has diligently researched and successfully created a new attack method, Rubber Gun C-Class. Player Zaiwahuo contributed the C-Class attack method Rubber Gun to the village, earning 800 contribution points. All players may now view and purchase the new skill in the ninjutsu marketplace. Wow! Yi-Chen exclaimed upon seeing this game announcement, unable to suppress his expletive. Isn't that an attack skill exclusive to Luffy from One Piece? How could it be created by players? The key was that it met the system's recognition criteria and was classified as a C-class attack skill. It was clear that the creativity of this generation of players knew no bounds. Who could predict what other peculiar and extraordinary skills these whimsical players would conjure next? Indeed, various bizarre and imaginative skills were created by these inventive players. Although strange, they still conformed to the system's standards for new skills. As a result, these players gained rewards for their contributions. Yi-Chen could only smile wryly at this spectacle. The players in his village were an amusing bunch. However, as the village leader, his gains were substantial. The new skills understood by the players were directly learnable by him. Without lifting a finger, he had already mastered a B-class combat ninjutsu, Fire Release, Flamestorm. B-class ninjutsu was quite rare in this ninja world, and the learning curve was steep. Fortunately, with the aid of the system, he could learn it directly, bypassing the arduous training process. This brought great comfort to Yi-Chen, the seasoned village leader. As long as the players exerted themselves, he could effortlessly grow stronger. There was nothing more gratifying than this. However, Yi-Chen's tranquility was short-lived. Soon, another game announcement flooded the screen. Congratulations, player fighting master, for creating a new martial art, Wing Chun. Ding! The martial art Wing Chun's level is not fixed. It is determined by the practitioner's strength. The stronger the practitioner, the more powerful the Wing Chun becomes, and the higher its level. I've decided. I shall pursue the path of martial arts. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of style. Who says only ninjutsu can be used in battle? The power of martial arts is equally formidable. In an instant, many players rushed into the ninjutsu marketplace, eager to exchange for Wing Chun, wishing to experience the aura of a grandmaster. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, enveloping a small section of the nearby mountains in a massive cloud of smoke. When the dust settled, the players could finally see the scene before them. The explosion had obliterated nearly half of the mountain base. Phew, I finally succeeded. The Taoist master wiped the sweat from his brow, exhilarated. Without a doubt, the explosion had been his doing. What a commotion! The sound is tremendous. This power surpasses my C-class ninjutsu. It's incredible. The Taoist master was once again experimenting with new talismans, but he wondered what level this new talisman would be. Judging by its power, it must be at least C-class, right? Players began to discuss animatedly. The Taoist master slightly restrained his expression, awaiting the system's judgment. Naturally, the higher the level, the more generous the rewards he could receive. After a while, a full-screen announcement appeared. Ding! Player Taoist master has created a B-class talisman, Mountain Crushing Talisman. Ding! Taoist master contributed the Mountain Crushing Talisman to the village, earning a significant number of contribution points. A B-class talisman could undoubtedly rival a B-class ninjutsu in power. Enough said, I'm off to shop. This new talisman is a must-have. At that moment, all players were exceptionally enthusiastic, eagerly opening the exchange panel, fervently purchasing and upgrading. This wave of activity led to a significant enhancement in the players of Junin Village, both in chakra levels and combat methods. Compared to before, the difference could only be described as a world apart. Meanwhile, despite the efforts of the Grass Ninja Village to conceal the news, the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the other 4 major ninja villages were not to be underestimated. Before long, they had learned about Junin Village, this newly emerged small ninja village, and had even gathered intel on the impending conflict between the Grass Ninja Village and Junin Village. However, the subsequent reactions from the various ninja villages were surprisingly uniform. They chose to selectively ignore it. Chapter 35: The Sixth Streamer, Konoha Village, Umbu. In a dimly lit room, a man with a sinister visage sat, most strikingly marked by the fact that he possessed only one eye, while the other was entirely wrapped in white bandages, giving him an eerie appearance. This man was none other than Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's Umbu. So, the village that has recently emerged to wage war against the Grass Ninja Village is the enigmatic Kunyon Village? Danzo's gaze swept over a squad leader before he spoke slowly. Konoha's Umbu was divided into 4 small teams, each led by a captain. Danzo himself had established a new division known as Root, which he personally commanded. This organization, like the ordinary Umbu, was tasked with gathering intelligence, as well as undertaking missions that were best kept in the shadows. Many tasks that could tarnish Konoha's public image or cause trouble were resolved by Root. Indeed, our latest intelligence indicates that the 2 ninja villages have already clashed. It seems the Grass Ninja Village has suffered significant losses. The squad leader, clad in a tight black uniform and wearing a white mask, began to report. Losing merely a Jonin is hardly a significant loss, Danzo interjected coldly. Then, according to your perspective, what should we do? The squad leader cautiously inquired. Danzo's half-closed eyes slowly raised as he gazed out the window. After a moment, he began to tap his fingers on the table. We have observed Kunyon Village before. It is simply a newly established ninja village with no solid foundation. To dare engage in battle with the Grass Ninja Village is nothing short of courting death. As for Konoha's stance on this war, we can merely observe. There is no need to intervene. Kunyon Village is bound to fail. The only uncertainty lies in how long they can endure. Danzo spoke with unwavering certainty, simultaneously issuing orders for Konoha and Appos, Umbu, to continue their surveillance. At the same time, The Umbu of the other three great ninja villages received reports from the front lines. Like Danzo, the leaders of these Umbu chose to remain spectators, neither participating nor aiding either side. It was clear that offending the grass ninja village for the sake of a fledgling village like Kunyan was not worth the risk. Moreover, despite their ongoing rivalries, the major ninja villages maintained a faade of peace. If this situation were to disrupt the existing tranquility, it could potentially ignite a great ninja war, which would be far from advantageous. The leaders of the various ninja villages were not foolish. Ding. Player has completed the exploration task. The coverage area of Kunyan village has increased. Ding. Player has completed the exploration task. The coverage area of Kunyan village has increased. Ding. The coverage area of Kunyan village has increased. With the exploration efforts of several players, the originally defined map area expanded several-fold. Within the game's parameters, Kunyan village would extend its map range as players explored unknown territories, thereby enhancing its coverage. Initially, the distance between the Grass Ninja village and Kunyan village was not substantial, but as the village area increased, the two settlements soon found themselves perilously close. In the desolate woods, a team of ninjas sped through the trees. Clad in gray uniforms, their forehead protectors unmistakably marked their allegiance to the Grass Ninja village. Their goal was clear, the nearby Kunyan village. Simultaneously, all ninjas from Kunyan village were on high alert, forming small teams to explore the other side of the woods. Fully armed and prepared, Daixiomi was among them, having formed a squad with 3 other female ninjas. Dear viewers, if you enjoy the stream, please remember to click that free follow button. I'm working hard to bring you all the best content, Daixiomi exclaimed, shifting the camera to her 3 companions. Each of the girls was a stunning beauty, their appearances accentuated by their striking ninja attire. The chat erupted with excitement. Guangxing Linqing University, sophomore Sun Wu, real-time launch. Wow, real-time launch. In an instant, a barrage of humorous comments flooded the chat. Classic streamers never miss a beat. You filthy old men, moderators. Mute everyone who just spammed launch. Daixiomi quickly interjected. She was determined to prevent her stream from being derailed by inappropriate comments. Thus, with a wave of moderator actions, the chat finally returned to normalcy, allowing viewers to refocus on the gameplay. This scene is so realistic. Where can I download this? I want to play too. Huh, you must be new here. If there were still open beta slots, do you think you'd get one? At this point, there's only one streamer with a beta slot. So you decide whether to watch or not. Daixiomi scanned the chat and engaged with a few interesting comments. Meanwhile, her ninja squad had ventured deeper into the woods, where visibility was becoming increasingly limited, surrounded by trees and vines, shrouded in a faint mist. Suddenly, the sound of explosions echoed from nearby. Startled, Daixiomi looked up and then explained to her viewers that's from other ninja squads. It seems they've encountered the ninjas from the Grass Ninja village and are currently engaged in battle. Fire style, fire pillar. Grass style, grass blade. The cacophony of ninjutsu filled the air as Daixiomi and her team cautiously approached the source of the commotion. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'll show you my newly learned C-rank ninjutsu, she said with a smirk, leading her 3 teammates stealthily toward the fight, making every effort to remain silent. As a seasoned veteran, she would not let this rare opportunity for a surprise attack slip away. Meanwhile, the chat went wild. Wow, the streamer is pulling a classic ambush move. Let's observe a moment of silence for the Grass Ninja Village ninjas. Haha, finally some real action. It was worth my 2-day wait in the stream. I've been waiting here for 2 days too. Can't get an open beta slot. Chapter 36. Heron with the techniques of body art. 8 extremes collapse, water release, water flow wall, fire release, pillar of flame, earth release. In but an instant, a myriad of ninjutsu erupted towards the Grass Ninja team, leaving them bewildered. Many could not suppress their exclamations of disbelief. Was it not stated that Junin village was merely a newly established, minor ninja village? Yet, they now faced Junin's ninjas, where even the weakest were of the Genin rank. And encountering a Chunin was hardly surprising. The intelligence they received had been gravely flawed. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. The attackers, the Grass Ninja team, found themselves unexpectedly at a disadvantage. They had encountered a group of players from Junin Village who disregarded the martial code. It was supposed to be a duel of ninjas. Yet they initiated with overwhelming ninjutsu. Without any concern for chakra consumption, they unleashed their most powerful techniques from the onset. It was evident that the once arrogant grass ninja team was now struggling to cope. Now is our chance. Daixiomi, accompanied by 3 female players from her team, peeked out from the nearby bushes. Seizing the opportunity presented by their opponent's weakness was a fundamental tenet of every seasoned strategist. As a veteran, Daixiomi would not let this rare chance slip away. She immediately launched an attack on the encircled grass ninja team. As anticipated, the live stream chat erupted in a unified chorus, flooding the screen with the phrase "seasoned strategist." The viewers voiced their astonishment at the audacity of the streamer. "Wind release, wind blade," Daixiomi called out, her hands moving swiftly to weave seals. The surrounding wind chakra began to gather frantically. Soon, a torrent of wind blades howled towards the disarrayed grass ninja team. The other players were not to be outdone. Each unleashed their own ninjutsu, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The expressions of the grass ninja team shifted dramatically, realizing the tide of battle had turned. Fire release, explosive flame formation. At that moment, a low voice rang out. One of the grass ninjas stepped forward, rapidly forming seals. A powerful ninjutsu was unleashed in an instant. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. Flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the surrounding space. The ninjutsu launched by the players collided with the flames, creating minor ripples before being consumed entirely. This was a jounin. By the heavens! The players from Junin Village finally comprehended the situation. No wonder their ninjutsu had been thwarted. The grass ninja village had deployed a jounin. In the ninja world, the hierarchy of ninja ranks was strictly delineated. A jounin could effortlessly contend with several chunin, and their chakra energy far surpassed that of lower-ranked ninjas. Naturally, the destructive power of a jounin's ninjutsu was exponentially greater. Haha, isn't it a tad late for this realization? The grass ninja jounin, Heron Wood, chuckled coldly as he surveyed the players. His heart raced with excitement. If he could obliterate Junin Village, he would undoubtedly claim the first merit. Perhaps he would even have the opportunity to obtain those extraordinary ninjutsu, including the forbidden techniques that could resurrect ninjas, inciting madness among them. Run? What are you barking about? Have you been drinking fake wine? Such adorable fools. The players from Junin Village chattered among themselves, yet none showed any inclination to retreat. Instead, they regarded the members of the grass ninja team with incredulity. Heronwood was taken aback, unable to fathom why the Junin ninjas reacted this way. As a jounin, these lower-ranked ninjas should be trembling before him. Yet, they appeared utterly unperturbed. What had gone wrong? For a moment, Heronwood found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Captain, act quickly. Yes, eliminate these ignorant newcomers. Hurry, before the night grows long and dreams become troublesome. The remaining members of the grass ninja team urged him. Heronwood lifted his gaze, addressing the players. Die? As his words fell, he summoned the vast chakra energy within him, crossing his hands in the air and swiftly forming seals. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Heronwood sneered, unleashing his most powerful technique without reservation. His intent was clear: wipe out all the opposing ninjas. In an instant, a crimson fire dragon materialized in the air, its searing heat threatening to melt the surrounding space. Who? The fire dragon roared, its massive head tilted towards the sky, and then lunged towards the players. Die beneath my most formidable ninjutsu. You may take pride in this. Heronwood proclaimed with arrogance, believing the battle was nearing its conclusion. The dignity of a jounin was at stake. Mere chunin and jinin were unworthy of his ire. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire dragon charged towards the player's formation, the intense heat oppressive. However, in the next moment, Heronwood's eyes widened in disbelief. A group of players, rather than fleeing from the fire dragon, displayed eager anticipation. Unbeknownst to Heronwood, the Junin players were excited solely due to the substantial contribution rewards for defeating a grass ninja jounin. 2,000 contribution points, a bounty unmatched by typical tasks. Such a rare opportunity for rewards was not to be missed. Foolish and ignorant, Heronwood thought to himself. Yet, in the next instant, every player reached into their pockets, revealing a handful of yellow talismans. Before Heronwood could discern their nature, the players hurled the talismans at the fire dragon. In a cacophony of explosions, the talismans detonated upon impact. 1 second, 2 seconds. The colossal fire dragon could not withstand the onslaught for long, quickly reduced to a mere wisp of flame, dissipating into the air. What the hell? You, cheating. Heronwood's expression finally shifted. One side of his face twitched as he felt an unsettling chill. After years of being a ninja, he had never encountered such unconventional tactics. First, the ninjutsu barrage, and now, a talisman bombardment. This was utterly outside the realm of reason. Yet, the power of these talismans was astonishing, capable of countering even his fire dragon technique. But it did not end there. The relentless players swiftly turned their attention to the remaining members of the Grass Ninja team. Chapter 37. The reaction of Grass Ninja Village. Upper ninjas are formidable adversaries. Yet middle ninjas are not as challenging to deal with. Although the rewards for eliminating middle ninjas are not as substantial as those for upper ninjas, who would complain about meager rewards? After all, vanquishing an invading middle ninja from Grass Ninja Village grants a reward of 1,500 contribution points. In an instant, all players unleashed their remaining talismans upon the Grass Ninja squad. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions. Before long, several unfortunate middle ninjas were blown to bits, collapsing to the ground. As a seasoned veteran, the player known as Dai Xiaomei would not miss such a rare opportunity to claim a kill. Amidst the chaos of battle, she conjured a wind blade technique and struck a near-death ninja on the ground. Ding! Player Dai Xiaomei has eliminated an invading Grass Ninja middle ninja, earning 1,500 contribution points. Instantly, the reward notification flooded the screen. A multitude of players turned their gazes toward her. Even Dai Xiaomei, with her thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. Scratching her head and smiling sheepishly, she said, "Hee, just lucky, just lucky. Luck, my foot. We put in all the effort while you snatched the kill without a second thought." Many players bombarded Dai Xiaomei with complaints. However, more players seized the opportunity presented by the brief lull after the talismans had cleared the area. There were only so many invaders from the Grass Ninja squad, and the headcount rewards would undoubtedly go to those who acted first. Thus, they disregarded their grievances against Dai Xiaomei and surged forward, joining the main assault on the Grass Ninja squad. Poor upper ninja Karuki, who had just unleashed his jutsu to send 2 close-range players flying, was now faced with 4 or 5 more players charging at him, recklessly launching their attacks. Madness! You are all insane. This entire village is filled with lunatics. Karuki was utterly flabbergasted. He had never encountered such a relentless, self-destructive fighting style before. Yet the players paid him no mind. The prospect of eliminating a Grass Ninja upper ninja with a reward of 2,000 contribution points was too enticing to resist. Each of them steeled themselves for the charge, fearing they might miss out on the spoils. At last, Karuki expended his remaining chakra to unleash a fireball technique, only to be swiftly reduced to a mere punching bag, besieged by a dozen players. Ding! Player Ejian Tontian has eliminated a Grass Ninja upper ninja, earning 2,000 contribution points. Poor Karuki, a proud upper ninja, ultimately met his demise at the hands of a mob. If this incident were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire ninja world. With Karuki's death, the already crumbling Grass Ninja squad lost all will to resist, fleeing as if they wished they had been born with fewer limbs. A legion of players, invigorated, pursued them with fervor. The game felt extraordinarily realistic, as the minor enemies exhibited a clear instinct for retreat. Indeed, the rewards were paramount. It was a race against time. After a few minutes of battlefield cleanup, the invading Grass Ninja squad was completely annihilated, with no survivors. The players also faced significant losses. Nearly everyone had perished at least once, with some unfortunate souls dying 3 or 4 times. However, death was merely a prelude to respawning, as returning to the battlefield from the village required little time. It could be said that the Grass Ninja squad had been worn down entirely by the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of this grand battle, The one most delighted was undoubtedly the talisman master who had invented the talismans. Through this conflict, nearly everyone recognized the significance of talismans. While ninjutsu required hand seals and chakra, ultimately relating to the user's strength, talismans demanded no such prerequisites. To utilize a talisman, one simply needed to throw it. Some talismans possessed power rivaling B-rank ninjutsu. Kuroki's fire dragon technique had been effortlessly dispelled by a talisman. Unquestionably, this sparked a frenzy among players to purchase and exchange talismans, with the talisman master reaping the rewards. He was profiting handsomely in contribution points. In this game, he could craft talismans and consign them to the village's talisman shop, incurring only a nominal listing fee. In contrast, the windfall of contribution points that filled his pockets was substantial. Thus, the talisman master had never been more fervently absorbed in Taoist culture, either developing new talismans or on the path to creating them. These were pure, unadulterated contribution points. Simultaneously, in the dark department of Grass Ninja Village, a flying ninja beast soared into the room, landing in the hands of Captain Babiya. Captain Babiya, have we received any news about Kuroki and the others? What on earth has transpired? It shouldn't be this arduous to deal with a newly established small village. Indeed, Kuroki was an experienced ninja. One would expect no mishaps to occur. The room buzzed with discussion among the Grass Ninja Dark Department members. Babiya remained silent, absorbing the information relayed by the flying ninja beast. His visage visibly darkened, a shadow of foreboding clouding his features. Kuroki and his squad have been completely annihilated. Babiya's voice was cold and measured. Boom. Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in chaos. Impossible. This must be a mistake. Yes, Captain Babiya. Surely there's been an error. Kuroki has never failed a mission. How could he succumb to a small ninja village? Dissenting voices filled the air. Babiya's expression soured further as he surveyed the crowd. Do you think I have any reason to lie? The atmosphere in the room dropped several degrees. In that moment, all fell silent, the tension palpable as if time itself had frozen. Not only Babiya, but everyone present was fervently contemplating the veracity of this news. Regardless of whether Kuroki's squad had indeed perished, one undeniable truth remained. Kuroki's team had lost all contact with the village. This alone spoke volumes. It seems we underestimated the strength of Junying Village. After a prolonged silence, Babiya sighed and spoke again, a hint of regret creeping into his heart. If dealing with the novice ninjas of Junying Village proved so challenging, what then of the formidable Junying, whose strength rivaled that of the Kage? Yet now, the war had commenced. Neither side could simply call a halt. Moreover, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, would Grass Ninja Village truly seek peace with a nascent ninja village? Such a precedent had never occurred in the annals of ninja history, and Grass Ninja Village could never allow it. Should this news leak, it would not only tarnish Babiya's reputation, but also that of the entire Grass Ninja Village. Chapter 38. Approaching Shadow Level, it is easy to imagine that, when the time comes, the remaining 4 great ninja villages will undoubtedly stand by and mock the Grass Ninja Village. A venerable ninja village struggling against a newly emerged one, and repeatedly suffering defeats, is nothing short of dramatic. The sacrifice of the Tsuru team was not in vain, at the very least. We now have a general understanding of the combat strength of the Kunyan village, which mainly comprises lower-ranking ninjas, with a few mid-ranking ones, aside from the enigmatic Kunyan itself. Kunyan village has yet to reveal any high-level combat prowess. Bibi calmed himself and began to analyze the gains and losses of this skirmish. He continued, moreover, we have also grasped the combat techniques of the Kunyan ninjas. During battles, they utilize a powerful talisman. Do not underestimate its lethality. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the destructive power of this talisman can rival that of B-rank ninjutsu. Upon hearing Bibi's words, the expressions of those around him turned to astonishment. Initially, they could not fathom how a high-ranking ninja like Tsuru could falter at the hands of Kunyan's mid- and lower-ranking ninjas. However, with this new information, everything began to make sense. A talisman with destructive capabilities comparable to B-rank ninjutsu is indeed a considerable threat to high-ranking ninjas, albeit not necessarily fatal. Yet, As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. A barrage of minor attacks could indeed be sufficient to challenge a high-ranking ninja. Consequently, Bibi proposed a tactical adjustment. His cold gaze swept over the crowd before he declared, "To my knowledge, the Kunyan ninjas number only a handful. Our grass ninja village can certainly employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to secure victory. This time, I intend to dispatch multiple teams of ninjas simultaneously." His resolution was met with nods of agreement from the surrounding ninjas. Engaging in isolated combat is unwise. Suru serves as a prime example of that folly. The forthcoming battles should ideally leverage our numerical superiority, especially since the Kunyan ninjas are not numerous. Furthermore, we have already acquired knowledge of their combat methods. In the impending conflict, the scales of victory will undoubtedly tip in favor of the grass ninja village. Meanwhile, the village leader Yi Chun remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the grass ninja village. He was contentedly reclining in a chair, basking in the sun, with the occasional notification from the system echoing in his ears. Player Ejian Tontian exchanged chakra, significantly enhancing his strength. An equivalent amount of chakra energy has been absorbed by the host. Player Xiaohuahua exchanged chakra, significantly enhancing his strength. An equivalent amount of chakra energy has been absorbed by the host. Player Daishushi Master exchanged chakra, significantly enhancing his strength. An equivalent amount of chakra energy has been absorbed by the host. Throughout the brief span of a morning, the system notifications had not ceased. Yi Chun could distinctly sense the chakra energy within him, now reaching a level that could only be described as terrifying. If categorized, his chakra energy was likely on par with that of an elite Jainin, infinitely approaching the legendary shadow level. It is noteworthy that he had done nothing to merit such power. He simply lay back and absorbed energy, with diligent cultivation being a concept entirely foreign to him. Deciding that lying idle was rather dull, he mused that after finishing his meal, he might as well take a stroll outside the village and check on his beloved villagers to see how their tasks were progressing. With this thought, Yi Chun rose from his chair, formed a hand seal, and executed a wind control technique, soaring into the sky and exiting the village. Before long, the sounds of combat nearby caught Yi Chun and Appo's attention, concealing his presence. He landed on a towering tree and began to snack on sunflower seeds while enjoying the view of the battle below. After suffering a significant loss previously, the grass ninja village had evidently learned its lesson, launching a full-scale assault by dispatching multiple teams to engage simultaneously. This strategy ensured that there would be no repeat of the previous scenario where a handful of ninjas ganged up on a single opponent. The ensuing battles typically involved one team facing off against another, with the grass ninja village clearly holding the advantage in terms of ninja rank. Generally, each team was equipped with one high-ranking ninja and several mid-ranking ones, while many players from Kunyan village remained at the low-ranking level, as they were part of the second batch to enter the game and had yet to catch up in rank. However, despite the disparity in levels, the Kunyan players were not without means of resistance. The talismans represented a significant force. Moreover, during the same battle, players could afford to make countless mistakes. The worst that could happen would be a return to the respawn point. In contrast, the ninjas of the grass ninja village did not possess such a luxury. Injuries were genuine, and death was irrevocable. Thus, when the fighting commenced, the teams from the grass ninja village, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves at a disadvantage. To them, sustaining injuries was something to be avoided at all costs. On the other hand, the players from Kunyan village displayed a reckless audacity, employing any technique at their disposal. The phrase fearless and headstrong seemed tailor-made for these players. Some particularly inventive players even adorned themselves with talismans, charging straight into the grass ninja teams, determined to take down a ninja with them. Yi Chun could hardly contain his disbelief at the spectacle. Good heavens! What a bunch of absurd players he had recruited for his ninja village. The natives were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Nevertheless, after observing several battles, it became apparent that Kunyan's players were generally losing more than they won. Aside from the initial group of seasoned players, the majority of others were primarily facing defeat. The gap in strength could not merely be rectified by the talismans. At this juncture, the game's remarkable revival feature came into play. No matter the extent of their injuries, Players would instantly respawn in the village upon dying within the game world and could return to the battlefield without rest, resembling avid gamers engrossed in a marathon session. This scene evoked memories for Yichin of his previous life spent gaming, though they might lose more often than not for the players of Kunyon Village. Any reduction in the ranks of Grass Ninja was a boon. Each defeated Grass Ninja yielded contribution points, which could be exchanged for ninjutsu, chakra, and a means to enhance their strength. Ultimately, however, Yichun remained the greatest beneficiary. As the player's chakra energy increased, he received an equivalent amount of feedback. After several days of conflict, Yichun could sense that his chakra energy was swiftly nearing the shadow level. Chapter 39. Spiraling Sphere. Yichun concealed his presence. Standing among the treetops, observing for a moment, and his brow furrowed slightly. Although the players from Junin Village exhibited a rather foolish bravado, the situation remained overwhelmingly dire. The combat teams dispatched by Kusanagi Village were each led by an elite jonin. The impact of a single jonin on the battlefield is often devastating. Even though the players charged recklessly and managed to eliminate a few lower and even mid-ranking ninjas from Kusanagi Village, the overall situation was grim. The jonin from Kusanagi moved like a deity of war, capable of holding off multiple assailants single-handedly. The players from Junin Village numbered barely 20, most of whom were newly recruited, contributing little to the fray. Consequently, the encirclement around Junin Village was steadily tightening. Kusanagi's forces were now fully committed, pressing forward relentlessly, further tipping the balance against them. The encirclement had now nearly reached the village entrance, and Yichun, perched atop the treetops, began to grow impatient. He was acutely aware of the disparity in strength, which weighed heavily on his mind. After all, the time to recruit players had been exceedingly brief. It was already quite a feat to cultivate several mid-ranking players in just a few days, and Yichun could only lament the urgency of time. How could such a lopsided situation be reversed? With a furrowed brow, Yichun pondered deeply. The chaos outside Junin Village seemed to have no bearing on him. Moments later, his expression softened, and a light flickered in his eyes. He had an idea. The key to turning the tide lay in deploying higher-level ninjutsu onto the battlefield. The imbalance in strength was of little concern if they could overwhelm their foes with the tier of ninjutsu. Yet, Yichun understood that advanced ninjutsu often demanded stringent requirements from its users. Lower-tier ninjas, due to their limited chakra reserves, found it challenging to unleash the true power of high-level techniques. Furthermore, advanced ninjutsu frequently involved complex hand seals and lengthy casting times. On such a volatile battlefield, even if all players grasped advanced ninjutsu, the demanding conditions for casting would render it a luxury. Was there, then, a high-level ninjutsu that imposed minimal requirements on the user, was straightforward to master, and had swift casting motions? Indeed, Yichun was confident in his conclusion. He recalled a high-tier ninjutsu that met all these criteria, the spiraling sphere. According to the lore of the Naruto universe, this technique was developed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, through the observation of the tailed beast bomb. Subsequently, it was taught by Jiraiya to Naruto Uzumaki, and by a twist of fate, it was passed down to Boruto Uzumaki. It could be considered a long-standing technique with immense potential. Most importantly, the requirements for utilizing the spiraling sphere were remarkably simple. One merely needed to concentrate their chakra in their palm, forming an energy sphere to launch. Unlike other advanced techniques, the spiraling sphere required no intricate hand seals. It was as easy as raising one's hand. What delighted Yichun even more was the technique's remarkable versatility. Chakra of different attributes could fuse together, creating spiraling spheres with various effects, yielding unexpected results. This was the extraordinary nature of the spiraling sphere. However, mastering such a high-level technique was not a trivial endeavor. If it were, the spiraling sphere would be commonplace in the Naruto world. This technique demanded high qualifications from its user and had some connection to the tailed beasts. Consequently, it was difficult for ninjas with ordinary abilities to grasp such an advanced technique. Nevertheless, Yichun was unfazed. In Junin Village, he was an invincible presence. His innate talent was extraordinary, and with the aid of the system, he could manipulate all natural forces. Yichun was confident that replicating the spiraling sphere would be a simple task. Without further ado, Yichen began to draw upon the natural energy surrounding Junin village. Relying on his memory, the terrifying energy fluctuations immediately captured the attention of all the ninjas on the battlefield. As they stood in stunned silence, a radiant sphere of light, as brilliant as the sun, began to rotate among the treetops in the distance. The flickering light obscured the figure behind it. Yet all present understood the formidable power of that sphere. The overwhelming energy waves caused the air around them to tremble. Among a nearby combat team from Kusanagi village, the leader, an elite jonin named Gue Xiao, sensed the energy fluctuations most acutely. Consequently, beads of sweat formed on his dark face. Trembling, he shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Ignoring the reactions of his team, Gue Xiao turned and fled. From his vantage point in the treetops, Yichen assessed the weight of the spiraling sphere in his hand and smacked his lips. My initial simulation still has numerous shortcomings. Yichen could distinctly feel that the power of the spiraling sphere he had created was worlds apart from that of an S-rank ninjutsu. He estimated that this version of the spiraling sphere barely reached the power of an A-rank technique. Nevertheless, it was significantly stronger than the initial version, as it was forged from the natural energy he had gathered. Just then, he noticed a team from Kusanagi village reacting swiftly and fleeing. A smirk appeared on Yichen's face as he said, "Then let us use you to test the power of this new ninjutsu." With a whoosh, the sphere of terrifying energy plummeted toward the ground. Boom! It resonated like thunder, causing the entire ground to shake violently. As the sphere exploded, all personnel on the battlefield instinctively sought shelter, including the terrified Gue Xiao. He could no longer concern himself with appearances, scrambling desperately to escape. However, the deafening shockwave, accompanied by a storm of dust and debris, sent him hurtling through the air. Moments later, as the tumult subsided, a crater 5 meters wide was left where the sphere had struck. Most members of that Kusanagi team lay shattered, their bodies torn apart by the blast. The quick-thinking Gue Xiao was not spared either. His right leg from the knee down had been obliterated. Additionally, his ninja attire was riddled with holes, blood gushing from numerous wounds. Enduring the pain, Gue Xiao crawled, urging, "Go inform the village chief." In truth, Gue Xiao's combat team was merely bait, intended to lure out Yichen. Otherwise, how could Kusanagi village, having recently suffered a significant loss, dare to launch an unprepared assault? On the outskirts of the battlefield, shadows flickered as a terrifying aura began to permeate the air. Yichen sensed something amiss and cast a glance toward a certain area of the forest. Then, with a serene smile, he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in the ears of countless players from Junin village. Chapter 40. Enhanced Spiral Sphere Ding. The A-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere, has been made available in the marketplace. Players may exchange it for the requisite contribution points. Wow, what a stir this has caused. An A-rank ninjutsu? I must hurry to redeem it. That spiral sphere, was it not the energy orb that appeared on the battlefield moments ago? I am almost certain that I caught a fleeting glimpse of the village chief at that time. It was so domineering, so cool. I must possess this ninjutsu immediately. The village chief is simply too impressive. If only he weren't an Apos, an NPC. Otherwise, I would want to have his children. Hey, we are still in the midst of battle. Could you tone down the infatuation? The players of Junin village, fueled by an invigorating rush, charged back into the fray with reckless abandon. To be precise, they were wholeheartedly seeking death. Why? Because they could swiftly return to the village and then exchange for the A-rank ninjutsu. The players were lamenting their lack of firepower and feeling despondent. At that moment, the sudden availability of A-rank ninjutsu was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. While the A-rank ninjutsu might not directly turn the tide of battle, it would certainly help alter the current disheartening situation. Moreover, after being pressed by NPCs for so long, all players were brimming with frustration. Seasoned warriors, who had faced countless battles in other games, had never endured such humiliation. Now, with the A-rank ninjutsu on the horizon, how could they not be invigorated? Soon, the first players to return to the village relayed their findings. Goodness, this is incredibly affordable. The A-rank ninjutsu costs merely 100 contribution points. After such prolonged combat, We must have accumulated at least 4 digits in contribution points, right? This A-rank ninjutsu costs just a fraction. What a deal. It is utterly generous. The first batch of players still possessing some combat strength began to stir. Having entered the game early, they had naturally reaped significant benefits. Not to mention, many of them had already risen to the level of CH. Their contribution points had far exceeded 4 digits. Coupled with their formidable strength, they were able to earn contribution points at an accelerated pace. This cycle enabled them to amass considerable resources. While battling, Iji and Tiankai strategized and declared, "Brothers, it isn't realistic for us to all withdraw from the battlefield at once. How about this? We take turns to sacrifice ourselves, and then rotate. What do you think?" CHNL pounded his chest and said, "Let me lead the charge. I promise to be quick." Everyone knew what CHNL was truly thinking, but no one said anything further, as he was notoriously thick-skinned, and it was pointless to argue. I excitedly shouted in the live stream, "Brothers, I will soon master the A-rank ninjutsu, and then I will show you what it means to wield lightning." The audience in the live stream was skeptical and teased her, "Wielding lightning? Aren't you just being controlled by it? Be careful not to blow yourself up instead of the enemy." Given I's level of skill, it was indeed a possibility. The barrage of playful comments filled the live stream like snowflakes. I pouted in frustration. But when she saw the viewer count rising again, her irritation faded. She feigned cuteness, shaking her fists in front of the camera, and said sweetly, "Then let me show you the true power of the irresistibly adorable Daishiomi." Ugh. The live stream was inundated with emojis of people foaming at the mouth. I found amusement in the spectacle. Upon returning to his residence, YCH pondered the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier. That presence was highly likely emanating from a shadow-level ninja. The fact that the other party had made an effort to conceal their aura had led YCH to miss it at first. It was only when he unleashed the spiral sphere that he caught a faint whiff of that presence. This prompted him to retreat back to Junin village without pursuing a complete annihilation. YCHN was perplexed. If the other party possessed shadow-level strength, why did they not reveal themselves? Could it be that this shadow-level expert had their own reservations? YCHN found it difficult to decipher the situation. Logically, a legendary shadow-level expert would dominate the space between two small ninja villages. Why were they so cautious? What were they wary of? His thoughts were jumbled, and suspicion ran rampant. However, upon returning to his abode, YCHN held no concerns for his safety. According to the system, as long as he remained within Junin village, he was an invincible entity. If the other party had the audacity, they could come into the village for a battle, and he would ensure they left empty-handed. YCHN reassured himself, just as the system notifications began to chime in his ears. Ding! Player CHNLNDD has mastered the A-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. Your proficiency in the Spiral Sphere has significantly increased. Ding! Player Ijin Tiankai has mastered the A-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. Your proficiency in the Spiral Sphere has significantly increased. Ding! Player DISHIOMI has mastered the A-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. Your proficiency in the Spiral Sphere has significantly increased. A series of notifications echoed incessantly until YCHN had completely mastered the Spiral Sphere ninjutsu. Following that, he was bombarded by another round of system notifications. Ding! You have proficiently mastered all ninjutsu below S rank, achieving the peak of your skills. Reward, 100,000 chakra. Ding! Your chakra limit has successfully reached the elite Jainin threshold, attaining the initial stage of shadow level. Ding! Congratulations on successfully breaking through realms. You have received a breakthrough gift package. Ding! Would you like to open the breakthrough gift package now? YCHN's lingering concerns dissipated as he made his decision without hesitation. Yes. Ding! The breakthrough gift package has been opened. Congratulations. You have acquired a complete set of B-rank, 5-element ninjutsu. F-Ton, Zetsuki Rensha, mastered. Katan, H-Kametsu mastered. Raiton, Jigakutatsu mastered. Doton, Yamatsuchi no Jutsu mastered. Suiton, Makuju Rindan mastered. Ding! The construction completion rate of Junin Village has improved. The trading market and relay station have been opened. Ding! Your prestige has increased, and you have been granted the title of 100 Ninjas. 100 Ninjas, an epic title that enhances the holder's charm by 10, luck by 10, charisma by 10, and chakra feedback by 10. A cascade of rewards left YCH and utterly astonished. He had merely introduced a self-created A-rank ninjutsu. How could he receive such bountiful rewards? If it were mere coincidence, it would indeed be too fortuitous. YCH's mind raced, and he swiftly focused on the aspect of self-creation. Could it be that the system grants bonuses for self-created skills? Considering how generous the rewards for self-created skills were for players, YCH's heart ignited with enthusiasm. His self-created spiral sphere still had room for enhancement, if he were to refine it further. Chapter 41. The Retreat of the Grass-Hidden Village. Yichen's heart burned with fervor. Although the notion of creating something new caused him a twinge of embarrassment, considering the spiral sphere was an innovative modification he had developed through experimentation. The initial requirements for mastering the spiral sphere were extraordinarily stringent, making it nearly impossible for the average person to grasp. Thus, Yichun had to make improvements, rendering his claim of creation somewhat justifiable. The system, indeed, proved to be a remarkable asset, bringing Yichun numerous surprises. Not only could he steadily enhance his strength while resting at home, but he was also occasionally rewarded with bonuses. Yichun found himself utterly enamored with this system. The increase in strength and the B-grade elemental ninjutsu rewards merely stirred ripples in his already seasoned mindset. After all, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was the serendipitous discovery of the system's evaluation mechanism that ignited a profound excitement within him. Setting everything else aside, Yichun decisively commenced his efforts to refine the spiral sphere. At the inception of his creation, he relied on memory to fabricate it, and given the surrounding clamor, it was naturally imperfect. He had conceived a preliminary plan for improvement back then, and now, lured by the prospect of benefits, he accelerated the process. According to his recollection, the spiral sphere underwent several enhancements and upgrades. Consequently, the original basic spiral sphere gradually acquired the ability to integrate attributes from other spiral spheres. The essence of the spiral sphere's improvement lay in its unique characteristic, its all-encompassing nature. The fusion of spiral spheres with differing attributes would yield diverse ninjutsu effects, such as defensive barriers or penetrating capabilities. In his initial observations of the battlefield, Yichun harbored certain ideas. The players displayed commendable bravery in battle, even recklessly fearless. However, they were still facing relentless setbacks. Apart from the glaring disparity in raw power, a significant factor was the chaotic blend of chakra attributes. Varied chakra types could either complement or negate one another. On the battlefield, players indiscriminately unleashed their ninjutsu skills, resulting in a disordered chakra flow. Some ninjutsu effects even canceled each other out, diminishing their potential lethality. In contrast, the Grass-Hidden Village combatants operated with seasoned efficiency, their coordination impeccable. Akin to veterans who had weathered countless battles, their experience stood robust against the inexperienced players from the Hidden June Village, akin to a towering mountain. Most crucially, the Grass Ninja synergy allowed their ninjutsu skills to yield results greater than the sum of their parts, which was a primary reason for the relentless suppression of the June hidden players. Upon first witnessing the situation, Yichun pondered potential methods for enabling the players to merge their disparate chakra attributes. He sought not the extraordinary synergy of 1 + 1 equating to more than 2, but rather a means to prevent mutual cancellation that would diminish their destructive power. With the emergence of the spiral sphere capable of fusion, Yichun glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Of course, his memories indicated that chakra fusion was typically accomplished by a single individual. It was precisely due to Naruto Uzumaki mastering the shadow clone technique, frequently practicing the spiral sphere, that the upgraded version was born. The essence of different ninjas' chakra possessed inherent distinctions. The mere thought of merging their chakra sent a shiver down his spine. Regardless of how effective the resulting spiral sphere might be, its stability was a cause for concern. Nevertheless, none of these challenges daunted Yichun. With the system's assistance, He effectively possessed an advantageous edge. He could replicate chakra of various attributes through natural forces. Through continuous experimentation and simulation of fusion, he was bound to achieve a stable fusion skill. Provided the resulting spiral sphere did not detonate in his hands, he would consider it a success. After all, the spiral sphere was intended for explosive use. The more unstable its interior, the more spectacular the explosion would be. Yi Chun wholeheartedly immersed himself in the grand endeavor of invention and creation. In the future, a formidable fusion ninjutsu would quietly germinate under such conditions. Meanwhile, outside the village, the battlefield became increasingly lively. Players who had returned to exchange for A-grade ninjutsu immediately upgraded their arsenal. Despite their lack of proficiency with the spiral sphere, its straightforward execution without specific preliminary motions allowed a barrage of spiral spheres with varying chakra attributes to rain down upon the battlefield. As players continued to unleash their techniques, their proficiency with the spiral sphere skyrocketed, and the power of their projectiles surged dramatically. The battlefield, resonating with the thunderous sounds of ninjutsu, achieved an intensity reminiscent of artillery bombardment. Waves of light and shadow flickered as the grass ninja squads found themselves forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught. The leading jonin, while capable of enduring the assault due to his strength, could not shield the lower-ranked ninjas from the devastation. The once-encircling situation began to shift following the relentless barrage, and the grass ninja squads were compelled to evade the firepower of the June-hidden players, opting for withdrawal. The retreat of the encirclement immediately alleviated the pressure on all players, granting them a much-needed respite. With a flushed face, the Emperor of Decadence leaped forth, raising his arm in triumph, shouting, "Brothers, those bastards are trying to escape. Chase after them with me. Every fleeing enemy is a point of contribution." His call was met with enthusiastic agreement, and the players surged forward, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. Some female players, shedding their reservations, joined the fray with equal fervor. At the forefront was the veteran player, Daixiomi. As a representative of the new generation of female players, she took the lead, sprinting faster than her male counterparts. Viewers in the live stream found amusement in the spectacle, flooding the chat with comments. "Not good at anything but claiming kills." This remark was echoed countless times. Scrolling through the live chat with fervor, among the players were several admirers of the Taoist master Sanfeng, adorned with talismans and charging towards the retreating grass ninja squads like living bombs. The leading jonin could only scoff in disbelief, exclaiming, "Madmen! Absolutely madmen!" As they pressed on, their pace quickened. On the battlefield, aside from the newly emerged forbidden ninjutsu, the gains were plentiful. Initially, the batch of talismans proved to be quite effective. It must be acknowledged that these well-crafted talismans were far simpler to use than ninjutsu. With no specific initiation required, one could simply infuse them with chakra for activation. Moreover, the effects of the talismans were not significantly inferior to those of ninjutsu. Most importantly, the Taoist talismans followed a well-structured tradition, thoroughly researched in the interplay of the 5 elements. Using talismans eliminated the concerns of conflicting effects that plagued many ninjutsu. They could be picked up and thrown with remarkable efficacy. This exemplified the ancient wisdom of China, indeed. Consequently, the talismans became an exceedingly popular commodity in this battle. The Taoist master Sanfeng himself did not step onto the battlefield. Instead, he remained within the village, diligently crafting talismans. Following the conclusion of the skirmish, he found himself immensely rewarded. War is fought over strategic resources. It can lead to ruin or, conversely, to immense wealth, and Sanfeng belonged to the latter category. Chapter 42. Enemy Attack. Taking advantage of the campaign, the Taoist master Sanfeng reaped substantial wealth, exchanging a considerable amount of chakra. His strength surged, elevating him to the elite jonin level. While others toiled outside, barely earning a 4-digit contribution point, Sanfeng remained in the village, crafting talismans and amassing riches. This exemplifies the advantage of mastering a specialized skill. In contrast, Yi Chun, engrossed in his research within the village, found himself at an impasse. After nearly 1,000 experimental integrations, he had yet to construct a stable fusion of the Rasengan. Sighing in resignation, He mused that perhaps he had been overly ambitious. Yet, deep down, he firmly believed his research direction was sound. The Rasengan was undoubtedly capable of evolving. After all, the rules of this world were established in accordance with the Naruto universe. The upgraded versions of the Rasengan, such as the Big Ball Rasengan and the Super Big Ball Rasengan, existed within the original narrative. The ninjutsu achievable in the canon should not be insurmountable in this Naruto realm. So, where did the problem lie? Gently stroking his chin, Ichin fell into contemplation. If the chakra required to construct the Rasengan was too chaotic to stabilize the fusion, how then did Boruto, by sheer coincidence, manage to merge wind and lightning chakra into a Rasengan? Was it possible that the fusion of the Rasengan could not be accomplished by a single individual? Ichin frowned slightly, then shook his head. Using the power of nature to simulate different chakra attributes should logically align with the conditions necessary for a single person to construct a fused Rasengan. However, the fusion experiment remained elusive. There must be some oversight. Pondering deeply, Ichin could not discern where the issue lay. Reluctantly, he decided to pause his research. Taking a deep breath, a thought crossed his mind. The Hidden June village was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with the Hidden Grass Village ninja. To focus on his studies, he had muted the system notifications. It had been quite some time since he last checked the system information, leaving him unaware of the war's progress. Restoring the system alerts to default, a torrent of notifications flooded Yichin's ears. Ding! Player Sanfeng has advanced to Elite Jonin. You have received an equivalent chakra feedback. Ding! Player Ijin Tiankai has advanced to Elite Chunin. You have received an equivalent chakra feedback. Ding! Player Chinluan Dadi has advanced to Elite Chunin. You have received an equivalent chakra feedback. The continuous notifications of player advancements echoed around Yichin. He was taken aback, not anticipating such rapid progress among the players, especially Sanfeng, who had reached Elite Jonin status. He was now the strongest in the Hidden June village. Aside from Yichin himself, out of curiosity, Yichin summoned Sanfeng's attribute panel. Player, Sanfeng. Level, Elite Jonin. Chakra attributes, wind, lightning, fire. Contribution points, 1200. Ninjutsu mastered. Initially, Yichin had high hopes for this heir of Taoism, but he had not foreseen the immense potential this player possessed. How long had it been since the game launched? His strength had already ascended to Elite Jonin level. If the locals were to learn of this, they would surely be overwhelmed with shame. After dedicating decades to their practice, they found themselves surpassed within a month by a newcomer. Such talent would undoubtedly shatter their worldview. Yichin could not help but exclaim, truly the third calamity. The growth potential is astonishing. Naturally, he was also immensely curious about how Taoist Master Sanfeng had achieved such rapid strength enhancement. With a wave of his hand, he activated the system's retrospective feature. A luminous orb flickered before him, displaying the events of the battle involving player Sanfeng. After witnessing the spectacle, Yichin was rendered speechless. How is this possible? Sanfeng had leveraged talismans to emerge as the greatest victor of the entire battle. Of course, aside from Yichin, the entire Hidden June village had benefited, while the players merely served as tools. Their gains were equal to Yichin's. Truly, the adage one can lie at home and reap benefits from the heavens aptly described his situation. Previously, Yichin had broken through to become a novice shadow ninja. After receiving a massive chakra feedback, he was puzzled to find he had not received a notification of a power breakthrough. Consequently, he pulled up his attribute panel once more. Host, Yichin. Occupation, village head of Hidden June strength, novice shadow level. Chakra value, 1, 500, 000. Advancement requirement, 500, 000. Yichin couldn't help but be astonished. He vaguely recalled that upon breaking through to shadow level ninja, his chakra cap had surpassed 1, 000. After the battle, he had received feedback of 500, 000 chakra. Yet he still required an additional 500, 000 to advance. It was no wonder that shadow-level ninja were so scarce in the Naruto world. While elite shadow ninja were even rarer, the chakra required to progress from novice shadow to intermediate shadow had doubled. It was no surprise that those elite shadow ninja could often contend against thousands. However, Yi Chun remained unperturbed. As long as his subordinates remained diligent, he could continuously enhance his strength without stepping outside. This was what it meant to win by lying down. Regaining his composure, Yi Chun redirected his focus to the situation of other players. The clamor outside the village had ceased, leaving behind nothing but chaos. Meanwhile, other players were grouping together, embarking on expeditions in the wild. Through this battle, they had reaped abundant rewards. They donned new attire, and their strengths had significantly increased. Particularly the second batch of players who had entered the game. They had capitalized on the benefits of the ninja village's war, with most of them achieving elite genin status in a short time. Given more time, breaking into the Chunin realm would not pose a challenge. After the battle, veteran players were beaming with joy, while newcomers enjoyed considerable advantages. Ultimately, Yi Chun, the true beneficiary, saw his strength steadily rise. It appeared that this battle had resulted in a win-win scenario for all, except for the Hidden Grass Village. Yi Chun's brow furrowed as he murmured, "Has the battle truly concluded? That cannot be right." He distinctly recalled the powerful presence of an elite jonin in the woods. With such a formidable entity, how could the Hidden Grass Village retreat so pathetically? Suddenly, Yi Chun slapped his thigh and declared, "No, it's a trap." Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted from his dwelling, suspending himself in midair to scan for any anomalies in the village. Chapter 43, Lightning Release. Thunder Slash. Yi Chun floated in midair, his chakra surging within him as his consciousness extended outward. He sought to discern any anomalies within the hidden village of June. Currently, the village had acquired 2 new facilities, attracting 2 novice players who favored player versus environment (PvE) engagements. Their strength, however, barely reached that of intermediate genin, being players inclined towards management. Their progress paled in comparison to others, despite having reaped reasonable rewards in previous battles. Each individual has their aspirations, and preferences vary greatly. Yi Chun found their pursuits amusing and chose not to interfere. Yet, the situation was concerning, with numerous players banding together to venture into the wild. The village's defensive capabilities were utterly lacking, rendering it as vulnerable as an open gate. Could one rely on the NPCs for village defense? They were hardly a match for even the littlest of the new players. With a slight frown, Yi Chun contemplated that it was time to assign some roles to the players. While the high degree of freedom offered undeniable advantages, excessive liberty also bore consequences. Much like the present state of June, the village's defenses were alarmingly thin. Should enemies seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, it would necessitate his personal intervention as the village leader. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this group of oblivious players had grown complacent due to his presence, naively venturing into the wild? Reflecting on his limited yet formidable displays of power, he felt an undeniable sense of invincibility. Yet, Yi Chun remained unfazed, floating in the air while voicing his frustrations. "Let us be clear, I am the one who wins effortlessly. You are merely pawns. And why should I take it upon myself to defend the tower?" It was imperative to promptly assign them their roles. Delegating tasks through the system was not a daunting endeavor. As long as he offered substantial contribution points as rewards, they would surely scramble for the opportunity. Just as Yi Chun continued to grumble, his consciousness detected something amiss. In the eastern part of the village, he sensed an unusual presence. Narrowing his eyes, he subtly descended from the air, and with a swift motion, he vanished without a trace. The eastern edge of June was shrouded in dense forest. In stark contrast to the open grounds of the previous battles, this area offered ample concealment. A team of ninjas clad in grass-green attire, adorned with headbands and masks, lay in wait, stealthily peering through the gaps in the foliage towards the village of June. This group of ninjas exhibited remarkable patience, their movements almost imperceptible and silent. At that moment, someone broke the silence. "Captain, when do we commence the attack?" The leader, a robust ninja tightly wrapped in his attire, immediately turned and hissed, "Show. Quiet." The inquirer, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "But Captain, the elder has clearly provided information that now is the perfect time to strike, as the defenses of June are thin." The large leader, growing increasingly impatient, lowered his voice. "Who says you know best? Other squads are holding their positions. Why should we be the ones to expose ourselves?" The individual persisted, But the captain raised his voice, reprimanding, "There are no buts. What I say goes." The forest fell silent once more, accompanied by heavier breathing from the team. After a brief pause, the captain lowered his voice again, explaining, "I know you are eager for achievements, but you must understand that only the rewards you can secure with your life are genuine." Perhaps sensing discontent among the team, the shrewd leader patiently reiterated, "Elder Bayuan is renowned for his cunning. If he knows the defenses of June are weak, why would he send us to attack instead of taking action himself? It's fear of that mysterious village leader of June, isn't it? To put it bluntly, we are merely cannon fodder. Let us not get sold out and foolishly assist in counting the profits." His explanation effectively subdued the heavy breathing in the forest. Although the grass ninja leader was astute, being clever did not always equate to effectiveness. Suddenly, a hoot resonated through the woods, a secret signal among the grass ninjas. Upon hearing the call, one team member could not contain himself. "The order to charge has been given. Captain, what should we do?" The stout captain slowly crouched down, lowering his voice. "Not yet. Let us observe." While this grass ninja team chose to remain still, the surrounding forest erupted with rustling sounds. Groups of well-concealed grass ninjas surged forth, filled with murderous intent, rushing towards the defenseless village of June. These grass ninja teams were formidable, each led by an elite jonin, flanked by 2 jonin for support, with elite chunin closely following. In truth, these squads formed the main force of the grass-hidden village's offensive. The earlier fleeing grass ninja teams were merely bait. The defenseless village of June lay before them like a delectable feast, ripe for the taking. Yi Chun, sensing the imminent threat, had stealthily perched atop a tree crown within the dense forest. He distinctly felt the prying gazes directed at him from behind. The enigmatic elite jonin remained hidden, refraining from immediate action, a notion that Yi Chun found utterly inconceivable. However, if that elite jonin chose to remain passive, Yi Chun could no longer contain himself. Should the grass ninjas breach the village, the consequences for the defenseless villagers would be dire. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chun's eyes as he propelled himself from the treetop. Hand seals flowed through his fingers, occasionally sparking with electricity. He silently chanted, "Lightning release, thunder slash." In the forest beyond the village, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly with gathering clouds. Cracks of thunder echoed as massive arcs of lightning danced like dragons through the sky. The grass ninja squads charging towards the village turned their terrified gazes upward, instinctively scattering in all directions. Yet, Yi Chun, enveloped in arcs of electricity, descended from the heavens like a colossal lightning bolt. A blinding flash of white light rendered all momentarily sightless. The fearsome lightning struck precisely amidst the crowd. What was even more terrifying was that, beneath the veil of white light, the arcs of electricity dispersed. Serpentine bolts effortlessly pierced through the bodies of all the ninjas. The lightning release ninjutsu inherently possessed penetrating prowess, rendering the well-equipped members of the grass ninja teams utterly defenseless. Those lacking strength were instantly pierced through, suffering gruesome fates, while the somewhat stronger ones found themselves paralyzed, their movements sluggish. Empowered by the effect Chapter 44, the defeat of the grass ninja, this exemplifies the terrifying nature of S-class lightning release techniques. The elder white ape, observing from a distance, could no longer contain himself. Wood release, ghostly wood forest. As the supreme commander of this campaign, the elite Jonin white ape had truly pushed stealth to its limits. In order to lure out the leader of the Junin village, he had exhausted all his cunning. Utilizing a grass ninja combat team as bait to force Yi Chun to reveal himself, a cold-blooded tactic indeed. He was acutely aware that without eliminating the leader of Junin village, Yi Chun, the village would be difficult to eradicate. If such a price were paid without any progress, White Ape could hardly fathom the consequences of failure. However, the elusive leader of Junin village was exceptionally vigilant and slippery. During their first engagement, although he successfully baited him out, the moment White Ape was ready to ensnare him, the leader slipped away. In this subsequent operation, White Ape had once again managed to draw him out. Just as the elite Jonin was preparing to strike, Yi Chun unleashed a thunderous force that disrupted the battlefield. White Ape realized that he had to act decisively. After 2 costly engagements, if there were still no gains, Grass Ninja Village would no longer be a safe haven for him. Cautiously, the elite Jonin White Ape had conducted 2 careful reconnaissance missions, allowing him to gauge Yi-Chen's strength. The ability to annihilate so many Grass Ninja teams with a mere flick of his wrist indicated that he was a shadow-level powerhouse. White Ape had observed the outcomes of Yi-Chen's 2 strikes and estimated his strength to be at the initial shadow level. He felt confident that he possessed the means to engage him. At the very least, he could rely on his own prowess to hold Yi-Chen at bay. Isolated and alone, even if Yi-Chen was extraordinary, rescue would be improbable. In contrast, if he could successfully delay for a while, reinforcements would surely arrive for Grass Ninja Village. Thus, the elite Jonin White Ape set aside his reservations and directly attacked. The already lush forest came alive as he unleashed his abilities. Trees swayed and branches shook, moving as if they were sentient beings. More terrifyingly, the dense branches began to extend menacingly towards Yi-Chen. The wood release technique employed by White Ape was an A-class summoning technique, and the wildly writhing branches appeared particularly ominous. Yi-Chen, swiftly tidying up the remnants of battle, stood still, crackling with electricity. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred matter. His eyes flashed with lightning, resembling a celestial being. He observed the massive cage formed by the branches converging towards him, allowing the twisting vines to ensnare his wrists and ankles. Yi-Chen had awaited this moment for a long time. It is often said that one is not afraid of thieves stealing, but rather of thieves coveting. On the side of Grass Ninja Village, an elite Jonin had remained hidden, which was quite vexing. Each time he acted, it was under the scrutiny of others. A most uncomfortable feeling. Fortunately, that elusive figure had finally made a move. Yi-Chen allowed himself to be ensnared by the branches, his chakra radiating as he sensed the opponent's position rapidly approaching. Boom! The seemingly impenetrable cage of vines disintegrated in an instant under the onslaught of electric serpents. Yi-Chen transformed into a pillar of lightning, charging directly towards the elite Jonin. White Ape was immediately taken aback. He had assumed that the vine cage would be sufficient to delay a shadow-level powerhouse, but he had not anticipated Yi-Chen's ease in breaking free. Though shaken, White Ape knew he must execute his ninjutsu. Would release, puppet technique. The stationary White Ape became rigid, while the true White Ape had quietly concealed himself in the shadows. Simultaneously, countless vines, like serpents, pursued Yi-Chen, twisting and turning around him. Yet, no matter how swift, could they outpace lightning? Crack! The immobilized White Ape was instantaneously pierced by the lightning pillar. Thud! A rough wooden puppet fell to the ground, its surface charred by lightning chakra. This puppet was designed to help the caster evade a single attack. However, Yi-Chen, embodying the lightning pillar, surged forth into the depths of the forest, leaving a trail of scorched earth in his wake. White Ape, who had just intended to act, was horrified to discover that Yi-Chen seemed unaffected by the puppet technique, racing straight for his true form. Little did he know, within the territory of Junin Village, Yi-Chen was akin to an omniscient oracle. The system provided him with clear feedback on the situation surrounding Junin Village. Monitoring the entire village was an exhausting endeavor, and Yi-Chen preferred to remain at ease rather than laboriously manage this village closely tied to him. Of course, in the midst of battle, his focus sharpened, and he was unbothered by the momentary exertion. White Ape's hands flew through hand seals, as the roots and vines beneath his feet coiled around his legs like serpents. Subsequently, the branches dragged him away as he attempted to flee. However, the speed of the lightning release technique was not to be underestimated. In a flash, Yi-Chen's speed surged once more, appearing as a mere blur. With a flick of his fingers, the lightning chakra transformed into a colossal blade of thunder. Boom! The sound of thunder clashed with a muffled groan. The ground was littered with splintered branches and leaves, all reduced to charred remnants. Yet, the figure of elite Jonin White Ape had vanished. Yi-Chen stood firm, the electric arcs around him slowly dissipating. He shook his head, murmuring, "Remarkable. Why is it so challenging to eliminate an elite Jonin?" He had only managed to injure White Ape using the residual force of the S-class lightning release technique, Raikiri. Surely, an elite Jonin would possess methods of self-preservation. Escape techniques were abundant, as evidenced by White Ape's rapid deployment of several ninjutsu in a hasty confrontation. It was evident how challenging it was to slay a peak jonin. Nevertheless, Yi Chun had severely wounded White Ape with a single blow. Such an achievement, if known throughout the ninja world, would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment. If they were aware of Yi Chun's ambition to eliminate a peak jonin with one strike, they could scarcely imagine the implications. Emerging from the forest, White Ape spat out a mouthful of blood. His right arm was now a darkened mass, and half his body had succumbed to paralysis, rendering his escape exceedingly clumsy. He paid little mind to this, muttering as he fled, "The intelligence was flawed. The strength of the Junin village leader far exceeds that of a peak jonin." Chapter 45. Aftermath of the turmoil. The esteemed jonin, by Yuan, had ceased to concern himself with the repercussions of his recent tactical failure. His singular focus was to deliver the invaluable intelligence he had acquired back to the hidden grass village at all costs. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Junin village, a group of players was engaged in team-based hunting. The whimsical Dai Xiaomei, accompanied by her circle of friends, had once again aligned herself with the boastful contingent led by the infamous Chen Luan Dadi. After several joint ventures, Dai Xiaomei had discerned the fortuitous nature of Chen Luan Dadi's character. Though he was undeniably brazen and somewhat foolish, one could not help but admire his extraordinary luck. Initially, they had speculated whether he was utilizing cheats, but after numerous collaborative endeavors, it became evident that this fool was indeed blessed with serendipity. In pursuit of entertainment and perhaps to bask in Chen Luan Dadi's good fortune, Dai Xiaomei had grown accustomed to teaming up with him. The viewers in her live stream had also adapted to the comedic antics of this absurd duo. Under Chen Luan Dadi's influence, Dai Xiaomei became increasingly flamboyant and audacious. As she veered down a path of shamelessness, the audience did not only refrain from dissuading her, rather, they provoked her further with various taunts. This incitement transformed Dai Xiaomei into a veritable spectacle, and it must be said that her unabashed antics significantly enhanced the entertainment value of her stream, resulting in a meteoric rise in viewership. Through her exploits in the game Junin Ninja, Dai Xiaomei firmly established herself at the pinnacle of the streaming realm, inciting envy among countless popular streamers. In a bid to capitalize on her newfound prominence, they employed every stratagem at their disposal. It is undeniable that the phenomenal success of a game invigorates the entire ecosystem surrounding it, with streaming platforms being the first to reap the benefits, followed closely by the burgeoning peripheral industries associated with Junin Ninja. Numerous merchants, having recognized the market potential, sought to flood the market with related merchandise. However, without the official endorsement of Junin Ninja, they were wary of selling any associated products. This left many aspiring entrepreneurs lamenting their inability to engage in partnerships with the game's official representatives. Despite their exhaustive searches for information regarding the official company, they found themselves at an impasse, relegated to posting incessantly on the official forum, hoping for a response that never came. The harsh reality was that the Junin Ninja officials seemed disinterested even in managing their forum, let alone negotiating with merchants. As the waves of turmoil surged in the real world, players within the game remained blissfully unaffected, indulging in their adventures. Suddenly, the boisterous group came to an abrupt halt, their collective gaze drawn to the eastern edge of Junin village, where a conspicuous dark cloud loomed ominously, impossible to ignore. Chen Luan Dadi rubbed his swollen cheeks. Having spoken too much earlier and pondered whether this was yet another unexpected incident, Dai Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Regardless of what this incident entails, if there are rewards to be had, it is undoubtedly a positive occurrence." With that, she beckoned her companions. "Brothers, another unexpected event awaits. Allow me to guide you there." Without hesitation, Dai Xiaomei led her friends towards the village's eastern edge. Chen Luan Dadi, ever the opportunist, could not allow Dai Xiaomei to seize the advantage alone. Thus, both groups surged forth towards the dense forest in the east. However, upon their arrival, they discovered Yi Jiantian Kai, who had already been scouting the area. Yi Jiantian Kai, a lone wolf in the game, was acutely attuned to any disturbances within the realm. Consequently, he had rushed to the scene at the first sign of tumult. The horrific sight before him was staggering. Even amidst the charred remains scattered about, several female players could not suppress their urge to turn away in disgust. The game's realism was both a marvel and a curse, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy to a disconcerting degree. The seasoned trio, including Yi Jin Tian Kai, were not new to the rigors of battle. Yet the grim scene in the depths of the forest left them visibly shaken. Dai Xiaomei, ever considerate, turned to her audience and cautioned, "The scene is rather distressing. Those with heart conditions or minors should exercise caution while viewing." The streaming platform maintains strict standards for live content, and should any inappropriate material be detected, immediate measures would be taken to terminate the stream. However, given Dai Xiaomei's status as a lucrative asset for the platform, they were unlikely to suspend her broadcast. Instead, the pragmatic solution was to obscure the screen. As she issued her warning, the visuals had already been rendered indistinct. Thus, her caution proved somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, her professional integrity would undoubtedly yield dividends in terms of fan appreciation. Naturally, amidst the blurred imagery, there arose a chorus of discontent in the chat. "Damn it! What is the point of a blurred screen? Refund me," some cried. "It's merely a minor spectacle. Must we resort to such measures?" While discontent brewed, others rallied in defense. "This is the only stream showcasing Junin Ninja. If it gets shut down, who will bear the consequences?" Indeed, just because you have a strong constitution does not mean everyone else does. Enough already. Ugh. The experience of watching the stream through VR goggles is unparalleled. Only those who have tried it can truly appreciate it. Amidst the uproar in the live stream, Dai Xiaomei reveled in the chaos, understanding that the louder the commotion, the greater the engagement. This was not a misfortune but a boon. In her glee, she even stoked the flames of discord, exacerbating the arguments further. As an experienced streamer, Dai Xiaomei had mastered the art of manipulating audience engagement. Meanwhile, the other two veteran players huddled together, analyzing the unfolding situation. Yi Jin Tian Kai pointed to the charred remnants of ninja attire scattered on the ground, declaring, "It is evident that this was yet another ambush orchestrated by the hidden grass village. The outcome is clear. They were annihilated by lightning-based ninjutsu." Chenlun Dadi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears that the village chief took direct action to eradicate these foes. However, he paused thoughtfully before continuing. Given the rarity of such NPC interactions, why did the game developers not provide players with any notifications? As seasoned players, they understood that the game's mechanics typically generated various unexpected events to engage players, enhancing their sense of novelty, involvement, and most importantly, their sense of reward. Chapter 46. Planning in every event. The game developers display a certain generosity, offering substantial rewards that serve as motivation for players to continue their engagement. One Sword Sky, well aware of these dynamics, found himself hesitating, pondering aloud. Perhaps this event is particularly special, or could it be a narrative twist? Regardless of the nature of this sudden occurrence, it ultimately bears little consequence for us players. The great Emperor of Despair, with a hint of regret, pursed his lips and lamented, "Alas, it's a shame, such a splendid event, and if we had participated, we could have reaped a cornucopia of rewards." Observing the great Emperor's heart-wrenching demeanor, One Sword Sky couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow, utterly consumed by greed, was beyond redemption. Before long, players from other regions, having heard the news, hurriedly converged. The depths of the forest became a bustling hub of activity. Many expressed their dismay at the thought of such bountiful rewards slipping away from their grasp. Just then, a flicker of light appeared before them as Yi Chun materialized in their midst. Instantly, players gathered around, bombarding him with inquiries. "Village Chief, did you single-handedly eliminate the enemies here?" With a nonchalant nod, Yi Chun replied, "Indeed." This provoked a chorus of flattery that swirled around Yi Chen's ears. Feeling overwhelmed, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have a warning to deliver to all villagers." At the mention of a warning, the players froze in place. They had been playing this game for quite some time, yet this was the first instance of hearing the term warning. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. Satisfied with their response, Yi Chun feigned gravity, stating, "Dear villagers, it is our duty to protect the weak. We cannot overlook those villagers who care for you simply because of your formidable strength." He emphasized, "Your collective absence from the village left it defenseless, nearly allowing enemies to invade. What might be the consequence for the unarmed villagers facing these foes? I need not elaborate. With villagers perishing and the village suffering, do you not bear some responsibility?" Yi Chun reproached the players with the authority of an elder. Embarrassed, the players averted their gazes, reflecting on their initial encounters in the village, where they had assisted households to earn contribution points. Though they recognized these were merely NPCs, their authenticity was striking. They could not help but question themselves. Indeed, if the villagers were to perish, we would share in that grievous burden. Noticing their contemplative silence, Yi Chun exhaled, relieved. He feared that a harsher tone might stray from the NPC standard. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely his passionate delivery that intensified the players' sense of involvement. Thus, some players began to voice their apologies. "I'm sorry, village chief, it was my oversight." With one leading the way, apologies echoed throughout the group. Yi Chun nodded with a smile. Recognizing one's faults and seeking to amend them is the greatest virtue. Fortunately, I discovered this in time. Otherwise, we could have faced real trouble. Once again, some players lowered their heads in renewed shame. One Sword Sky, with a twinkle in his eye, proposed, "Hey, village chief, it's not entirely our fault for not considering this. We usually don't have to think about such matters. The sudden ambush has left us quite distressed. But surely there are ways to make amends, right?" Yi Chun beamed with praise. "This villager has thought it through. In fact, I have some ideas regarding this unexpected event." Simultaneously, the players heard the game system's notification sound. Ding! The reward and punishment system is now online. Players' merits and faults will be recorded. Rewards for merits and penalties for faults will be enforced. Note: for details, please refer to the Merit and Fault Guide of Junin Village. Ding! The position system is now available. Players can register with the village chief for important roles within the village. Different professions can receive daily tasks through the position panel, with varying task difficulties and corresponding rewards. The plans Yi Chun had meticulously crafted transformed into game notifications, echoing in the players' ears. The great Emperor of Despair's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his hand. Village chief, are there any positions that are easy yet offer high rewards?" Yi Chun chuckled. "Indeed, there are." Upon hearing of such an opportunity, the players turned their curious gazes towards the village chief, eagerly awaiting more information. The great Emperor of Despair, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What kind of position is it?" Yi Chun's smile widened. "Pig keeper. You'll be responsible for tending to the village's pigs, scooping their dung, and assisting with the postnatal care of sows to earn generous rewards." A burst of laughter erupted, ignited by an unknown player unable to contain their amusement. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of mirth, with players playfully jostling one another. The great Emperor of Despair, with unyielding bravado, retorted, "Don't underestimate the value of pig farming. When pork prices soar, you'll be the ones lamenting." The crowd ignored him, continuing their jovial banter. Embarrassed, the great Emperor of Despair sheepishly rubbed his head, chuckling along. Yi Chun raised a hand to quell the ruckus. Assuming a serious tone, "There's another matter I must announce." The players, sensing the shift in tone, quieted down, focusing intently. Yi Chun continued unhurriedly. "The repeated transgressions by Chaoyin village against us are intolerable. Prepare yourselves, for we shall commence a counteroffensive against Chaoyin village." The players exhibited no signs of concern. Rather, they radiated excitement. The Ninja Village Wars had already yielded substantial rewards, and this time, with Junin Village taking the initiative, it promised another thrilling battle scenario. Through this conflict, they could once again amass considerable gains. The exploits of the Taoist master Sanfeng, who profited immensely from the previous wars, had already stirred envy among many players. Now, as the Ninja Village Wars reignited, some players had already formulated strategies to capitalize on the situation. Yi Chun interjected, "The enemy possesses formidable strength. All villagers should prepare for battle at any moment. However, This slight dampening of enthusiasm failed to extinguish the players' fervor. Each of them, invigorated, cried out, eager to join the fray. Yi Chun regarded the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation, captivated by the chaos these exuberant players created. With a smile, he turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. Thus, a throng of excited players raced back to the village, some purchasing equipment, others acquiring materials. With ample contribution points, they were poised to arm themselves to the teeth. Meanwhile, it was time to introduce new items to the marketplace. The B-grade 5 Elements Ninjutsu set, awarded during Yi Chin's recent breakthrough, was promptly added to the shop. Moreover, his recent encounter with a shadow-level adversary had sparked a glimmer of insight within him. He sensed he might have discovered a pathway to advance his spiral pill technique. However, concrete conclusions would necessitate further experimentation. Chapter 47. Upgrading the Hidden Village. Yi Chun returned to his residence once more, immersing himself in the intricate study of the advanced techniques for the spiral sphere. As for the matter of players registering their professions, Yi Chun entrusted the task entirely to the system. Players arriving at the village chief's abode need not meet the chief in person. Instead, a registration interface would automatically appear. This innovation effectively eliminated the hassle of queuing, allowing 27 players to complete their professional registrations promptly. Once registered, players could operate their profession panels independently to review their professional status. Among the various features of the panel, the daily task function stood out as particularly significant. Different professions allowed access to distinct tasks, and the rewards varied greatly depending on the task's difficulty. Additionally, the panel introduced a reward and punishment archive function. Players' performance and daily behaviors would be documented according to Yi Chin's established reward and punishment guidelines. This served to impose a certain degree of constraint upon the players. Of course, the guidelines were privately drafted by Yi Chun, essentially his custom-made regulations for his subordinates. Lengthy and tedious, players were naturally disinclined to peruse the guidelines. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly relinquished their freedom to Yi Chun, their unscrupulous employer. The tasks varied in difficulty, yet this did not hinder players from forming teams to accomplish them. For the highly active players, these tasks were hardly daunting. Groups of 3 to 5 busily engaged in activities around Junin Village. The remnants of the previous battles, both the Hidden Village conflict and the subsequent grass-hidden ambush, left behind brutal traces around the periphery of Junin Village. Such unsightly remnants demanded attention. Players assigned to sanitation duties were responsible for clearing away the debris, while craftsmen filled in the craters left by the battles. Gardeners worked to restore the greenery, erasing any signs of the conflict. It was undeniable that, spurred by the allure of task rewards, players exhibited remarkable initiative, each diligently enhancing the facilities of the Hidden Village. Players tasked with guarding began patrolling the village perimeter on a shift basis, occasionally driving away wild beasts from the outskirts. Medical players continuously prepared emergency supplies, for the next Hidden Village battle was imminent. Everyone had their roles, and order reigned supreme. As Yi Chin diligently researched, he suddenly lifted his head. A dazzling orb of light spun in his palm. Success! After his earlier encounters with shadow-level adversaries, he had gained a moment of enlightenment. The experiments confirmed his suspicions. His previous conceptualization had not been erroneous. He had merely strayed onto an incorrect path without realizing it. Different attributes of chakra could indeed be fused. Yet the integration of ninjutsu and energy-based chakra required careful consideration of the ninjutsu's inherent functions. For instance, the S-class forbidden technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Blade, possessed formidable penetrating power. Merging such a technique with a defensive ninjutsu would inherently create a conflict. Of course, there were fusion ninjutsu that combined both penetrating and defensive qualities. Yet these were rare exceptions. In most cases, ninjutsu with opposing effects found it challenging to fuse. The differing chakra attributes also dictated the ninjutsu's effects. While both were spiral spheres, the lightning release variant exhibited immense lethality, whereas the earth release variant offered substantial binding and defensive capabilities. This was the misconception that Yi Chun had previously fallen into. Moreover, The inherent repulsion between different attributes of the spiral sphere made fusion a formidable challenge. To achieve fusion, one must identify the critical balance point. His last failure stemmed from becoming trapped in a cul-de-sac, coupled with impatience, rendering him unable to pinpoint this balance. Now, having clarified his thoughts and tempered his temperament, after conducting hundreds of experiments, Yichen finally succeeded. The construction of the fused spiral sphere was indeed an arduous endeavor. The effects of the spiral sphere varied significantly depending on the attributes fused. Gazing fervently at the flickering orb in his palm, Yichen murmured, "The spiral sphere I created last time was rated as A-class by the system. Now that the fusion is complete, the upgraded version of the spiral sphere should surely be S-class." He refrained from testing the effects of the fused spiral sphere. The results would simply be submitted to the system for evaluation. Summoning the system's operational function, Yichen uploaded the newly developed upgraded spiral sphere. While awaiting the assessment results, he habitually adjusted the system's sound back to normal. At that moment, an exhilarating message rang in his ears. "Ding! Your village's construction is complete and has reached the upgrade standard. Would you like to initiate the upgrade?" This time, the upgrade of the hidden village even included a user-friendly advancement option. It seemed that as the village level increased, more features would be triggered. Yichen's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he selected yes. The changes brought by the hidden village upgrade were the most significant benefits he could receive. Indeed, upon completion of the upgrade, a series of notifications followed. "Ding! Congratulations! Your village has been upgraded to level 3. And you can now recruit up to 36 villagers." Yichen was overjoyed. As the battle with the grass-hidden village approached, adding members at this juncture would significantly bolster their combat strength. Players were highly adaptable, given time. This would yield a fresh wave of reinforcements. The system notifications continued. "Ding! Congratulations! Your village has been upgraded to level 3. And you have received 2 additional facilities, a training ground and a stable." Yichen's delight surged once more. These 2 facilities arrived just in time. The training ground would serve as a venue for players to engage in practical combat. While outdoor PK challenges were possible, they inevitably incurred some expenditure. The training ground, however, offered a unique advantage. Players could spar without any resource depletion. For new players, gaining practical experience was paramount. With the impending battle on the horizon, the introduction of the training ground was indeed fortuitous. The stable, as one would expect, would house horses. Players could hire war horses from here, greatly enhancing their ability to charge into enemy camps. After all, there remained a considerable distance between the 2 hidden villages. The availability of mounts could alleviate various logistical challenges. Furthermore, mobility was an exceedingly advantageous condition on the battlefield. While chakra could enhance a ninja's physical prowess, why exert oneself on a long-distance march when one could wait in ambush? Chapter 48. The third internal test, the emergence of the stable, signifies that the mount feature can now be unlocked. However, Yichen currently has no intention of activating this function. Enabling mounts would only encourage a degree of player complacency. After all, embarking on journeys and traversing the world can be a form of cultivation, cannot it? Moreover, Junin Village serves as the novice village for players, with few rare beasts nearby worth capturing. Thus, activating the mount feature would merely be a waste. It would be more prudent to wait until players have improved their strength and expanded their exploration range before considering its activation. Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed again. "Ding! Congratulations! Your village has been upgraded to level 3. You have received a level-up gift package. Would you like to open it now?" There was no hesitation. Yichen promptly selected yes. "Ding! The level-up gift package has been opened, granting you a set of C-class elemental ninjutsu. Lightning release. Daytime has been mastered. Fire release. Molten shield has been mastered. Wind release. Absolute breath has been mastered. Earth release. Seismic wave has been mastered. Water release. Water healing technique has been mastered." Yichen shook his head slightly. Compared to the previous B-class elemental ninjutsu, this offering was rather lackluster. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing, especially since a wave of new players would soon enter this world. The more diverse the items in the marketplace, the greater the benefits for their progression. Without a second thought, Yichen listed the C-class elemental ninjutsu for sale in the marketplace. However, the system rewards were not yet concluded. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a mysterious item, Bullhide War Drum. Bullhide War Drum. Each strike randomly grants 3 types of buff enhancements to your team members. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Yi Chun was instantly delighted, murmuring to himself, what a timely gift. The arrival of the Bullhide War Drum is a significant boon on the battlefield. Bestowing 3 types of buff enhancements to allies before a battle is akin to activating a cheat code. Of course, the effectiveness of the War Drum would depend on the attributes and potency of the buffs it provided. With a few taps, Yi Chun stored the Bullhide War Drum away. After confirming there were no further rewards, he turned his attention to the system verification results. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully developed S-Class Ninjutsu, Super Spiral Sphere. You are rewarded with 100,000 chakra. While 100,000 chakra would be a substantial reward for other players, for Yichen, who had just entered the initial stage of Shadow level, he required a staggering 500,000 chakra to advance. Thus, this particular reward seemed less significant compared to others. However, Yichen reminded himself not to be overly ambitious. After all, 100,000 chakra was indeed a considerable sum. He gratefully accepted it, feeling a slight enhancement in his strength, though it was hardly noticeable. What pleased Yichen the most was that the verification results confirmed his speculation. For a moment, he hesitated, contemplating whether to list the newly developed S-Class Ninjutsu in the marketplace. After all, the Super Spiral Sphere came with rather demanding usage requirements. Even for Yichen, it posed some challenges, let alone for other players. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to list the S-Class Ninjutsu. Before making his decision, he recalled prominent players among the community, such as the Taoist Master Sanfeng, who had created the Lightning Ninjutsu, and the Fortunate Emperor of Despair. They possessed unique talents that made Yichen take notice. Who could say what kind of extraordinary players might emerge from the next recruitment batch? Yichen remembered that the Lightning Master was a fervent fan of Naruto. Ever since the A-Class Ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere, was listed, he had become somewhat obsessed, practicing in secluded areas daily to refine his technique. Among all players, he had attained the highest proficiency with the Spiral Sphere. The feedback he garnered allowed Yi Chun to fully grasp the pinnacle effects of the technique. It was hard to imagine the impact that the listing of the S-Class Super Spiral Sphere would have on him. Once the items were listed, Yi Chun swiftly turned to the official platform to release an announcement. This immediately sparked a frenzy both in-game and beyond. Ding! The S-Class Ninjutsu, Super Spiral Sphere, is now available in the marketplace. Players can purchase it using the corresponding contribution points. What? S-Class Ninjutsu? Surely I'm not mistaken? It was indeed S-Class Ninjutsu. Just moments ago, I was shopping in the marketplace and heard the notification, leading me to verify it. It's real. Bro, is the S-Class Ninjutsu expensive? Not at all. It's only 1,000 contribution points. A true bargain. God, this game is incredibly generous. S-Class Ninjutsu at such a low price. I must commend the developers. Indeed. Don't be sour. It's rare to find such a conscientious developer. You're just being envious. Exactly. It's rare to encounter such a generous company. Let us keep our comments civil. Hey, what do you mean by sour? I'm merely speaking the truth. Am I not allowed to voice my thoughts? The chatroom was filled with lively banter, while the streamer, Dazed Little Sister, chose to ignore the commotion. With the rise of her streaming popularity, this has become a daily occurrence. The interplay between supportive and critical comments only served to enhance audience engagement, driving up the viewership of her stream, much to her delight. With her contribution points well into the 4-digit range, Dazed Little Sister casually spent 1,000 points without batting an eye. Indeed, purchasing an S-Class Ninjutsu for that amount was an incredible deal. Once she completed her purchase, she immediately exclaimed, "Everyone, quiet down. You're disturbing the streamer's training. You won't be able to handle the consequences." As she spoke, she extended her right hand, with luminous particles shimmering in her palm. This was the precursor to releasing her chakra, reminiscent of the A-Class Ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. However, just a few moments later, the shimmering particles flickered and extinguished with a soft pop. Day's little sister stood frozen, bewildered. This ISNT, right? I followed the instructions. The audience in the chat room erupted in laughter. Haha, old lady, after all that build-up, you just let out a fart? A silent one, too. I've caught a whiff. Please, have some decorum. Indeed, how can one lack decorum? If it were me, I wouldn't be picky. Chapter 49. A precious opportunity beyond measure at this moment. Daizio Mei's attention was entirely consumed by the allure of the S-rank ninjutsu. After a prolonged uproar in the live stream chat, she finally regained her senses. Gazing at the barrage of mocking comments flooding the screen, a profound sense of grievance welled up within her. She had never been a powerhouse streamer. Her usual approach was one of light-hearted humor. Typically, she would brush off a few jests in the chat with a smile. However, this time, the ridicule struck her deeply. Perhaps it was the weight of her newfound fame that had made her accustomed to the admiration of others. The unexpected failure in her magical endeavor left her with a sense of disillusionment akin to a sudden fall from grace. Could this be the adverse effect of fame and fortune? Once one becomes detached, regaining a sense of self becomes a formidable challenge. With a surge of determination, Daizio Mei clenched her teeth and declared, "Enough. There must be some mistake." The audience, fueled by a rebellious spirit, became even more animated, their comments proliferating in defiance of her plea. Frowning, she chose to temporarily ignore the onslaught of comments and diverted her attention to the in-game chat channel. Daizio Mei, hello? Is anyone there? Has anyone redeemed the S-rank ninjutsu? What are its effects? Chancellor of Despair. Oh, Daizio Mei, you've fallen for it too, haven't you? I redeemed the S-rank ninjutsu, and I couldn't even produce a puff of smoke. Bullfighter Emperor, same here. I followed the hand signs for the ninjutsu 100 times and couldn't conjure anything. Sword of Destiny. Perhaps we are not using the correct method? Or maybe our levels are too low to wield such forbidden techniques. Thunder God. It relates to one's own strength and innate talent. I recall that in Naruto, Uzumaki only managed to use that ninjutsu after significantly enhancing his abilities. Senfone. No wonder. How could S-rank ninjutsu be so easily mastered? Otherwise, forbidden techniques would be commonplace. Chancellor of Despair. Could it be that this ninjutsu is merely a ruse, a scheme for some to profit from our folly? Sword of Destiny. Don't be absurd. All items listed are rigorously screened and evaluated by the game system before pricing. It cannot be as you suggest. Thunder God. We can master the S-rank ninjutsu. It's not impossible. With diligent practice, we will surely gain something. Sanfeng. I wholeheartedly agree. Diligence can make up for deficiencies. My talismans were developed through relentless research. I believe the same applies to this ninjutsu. Chancellor of Despair. Huh? You two are just delusional. Only you would be fooled and still think others have your best interests at heart. Daizio Mei. Chancellor, stop creating conflict. Everyone has their own beliefs. Let's refrain from making snide remarks. Bullfighter Emperor. Haha. It's only 1,000 contribution points. It's not that expensive. Let's not be so petty. The public chat channel gradually fell silent once more. With her spirits lifted, Daizio Mei spread her arms in the live stream and cheerfully announced, Haha. As you can see, it's not just me who can't do it. None of us can. The audience in the live stream expressed their exasperation in unison. After all, how could S-rank ninjutsu be so easily mastered by players? What a letdown. They had anticipated grand displays, only to be met with boredom. Hey, where are those who mocked the streamer before? Come out and apologize. Okay, sorry, streamer, we'll dare to do it again next time. In an instant, the phrase dare to do it again next time dominated the entire screen. Daizio Mei's irritation reached new heights. Meanwhile, on the official website for the game Junin Ninja, a post surged to the top of the trending list. This was a video post featuring clips from the 2 Ninja Village Wars, presented from a VR perspective, giving viewers an immersive experience. Countless comments of admiration flooded in, totaling tens of thousands. Oh my goodness! The scenes are so incredibly lifelike. I'm in love, not just lifelike. The overwhelming chakra swirling around creates an exhilarating sense of suffocation. Those dazzling ninjutsu techniques feel so real, as if they are exploding right beside me. It's utterly breathtaking. The grandeur of the scenes is magnificent. Every frame could be a wallpaper. Those above truly appreciate beauty. I've captured dozens of screenshots. I plan to post them online to show the world that we can create AAA masterpieces domestically. Don't even get me started on those fools. Trying to reason with them is like playing music to a cow. Instead of wasting time on them, I should promote this to my friends and family. I'd love to share it, but the war scenes are too brutal. I'm afraid the average person won't be able to handle it. Hey, are you foolish? The game and Oppos, Junin Ninja and Oppos, is incredibly realistic and appeals to a broad audience. If you don and Oppos, T enjoy intense battles, can end Oppos, T you just capture some tranquil landscapes? I would love to take screenshots, but unfortunately, I lack access to the game. Alas, there's no other choice. Only 27 slots were opened during the 2 rounds of testing. To experience the game, one must watch the live streams, but there are so few streamers, and the content is inaccessible. It's maddening. Is the official team of Junin Ninja foolish? With such a lucrative opportunity, why not open more slots? Do you understand anything about scarcity marketing? It's all a strategy, believe it or not. When the next round of testing occurs, they will release a substantial number of slots. Those above seem to grasp the concept. If they truly wanted to market it, the official team would have already taken action, not remaining so mysterious. Discussion threads were rapidly updating. Just then, a pop-up took over the screens of all online viewers. This pop-up had no close button, resembling the tactics of rogue software. Yet, the seasoned internet users immediately erupted in excitement. The pop-up displayed the Grand War scenes, slowly playing. As the dazzling colors faded, a large message appeared. In response to popular demand, Junin Ninja will open a 3rd round of internal testing. This time, 36 slots will be available. First come, first served. Seize the opportunity before it's gone. Upon receiving the news, viewers halted all activities, fervently clicking on the recruitment interface. If they could successfully access the registration page, it would be a guaranteed victory. However, within 10 minutes, the recruitment interface changed. Slots are full. We look forward to our next encounter. The viewers, who had fought tirelessly yet gained nothing, erupted in fury. Damn it! Simultaneously, countless screens and keyboards bore the brunt of their frustration. Users flooded the official forum with posts decrying the scarcity of testing slots provided by the game developers. Yet, as before, once the slots were filled, the official team vanished without a trace. Chapter 50. The shock of grass hidden in the midst of the turmoil of reality. The matters concerning the indigenous people within the game were rather insignificant. In the dark department of Grass Hidden Village, a spirit bird flew in through the window and landed upon the arm of the Dark Department Minister, BBE. The members of the Dark Department anxiously turned their gazes towards BBE. Minister, what is the situation ahead? BBE remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly. After perusing the intelligence report, he waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the spirit bird to take flight and vanish without a trace. Subsequently, BBE rose abruptly and strode outside without looking back. Several members of the Dark Department hurriedly followed him. Minister, what is the state of the battle? BBE continued onward, devoid of any emotion, stating, You shall accompany me to meet Lord Grasshidden. The generals of the Dark Department had followed BBE for many years. They understood that the more composed he appeared, the closer his emotions were to a complete eruption. The officers, not daring to be negligent, hastened to keep pace. Grass Hidden Village was meticulously arranged, boasting well-equipped facilities. The streets were exponentially more orderly and clean than those of June Hidden Village. In comparison, Grass Hidden Village resembled a modern metropolis, while June Hidden Village appeared merely as a dilapidated hamlet. As BB advanced briskly, Grass Ninjas saluted him along the way. Yet, he paid them no heed, resolutely making his way toward the Grass Hidden residence. Without needing the guards to announce him, BB, accompanied by his generals, boldly entered the residence. The guarding soldiers attempted to obstruct him, but were brushed aside by BB as he made a beeline for the quarters of Grass Hidden. The guards pursued him and finally caught up at Grass Hidden's abode. Upon arrival, the guards felt emboldened. My lord, the Dark Department Minister BB has forcibly entered the residence. I implore you to punish him. In a tranquil courtyard adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, the air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, evoking a sense of a secluded paradise. The crowd stood outside the courtyard, hesitating to step further. Even BBE, who had always been assertive, respectfully waited outside for a response from the master within. After a brief moment, a venerable voice emerged from within. "I understand. You may withdraw." The guard was taken aback but respectfully acquiesced, turning to leave. Then, the elderly voice continued. "BBE, you may enter. The rest may withdraw." The generals of the Dark Department responded in unison. Except for BBE, everyone else quickly departed. BBE adjusted his uniform and strode confidently into the courtyard. Familiar with the surroundings, he headed directly for the main room. The entrance was obscured by an ancient screen, rendering the internal scene difficult to discern. As BBE circled around the screen, he beheld Grass Hidden, who was seated at a small table, leisurely sipping tea. Dressed in a loose green robe and donning a hood with a veil. The veil lifted to reveal a face lined with wrinkles. BBE promptly bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to Lord Grass Hidden." Grass Hidden lifted a frail finger and tapped it on the small table before him. "Come, join me for a cup of tea." BBE approached the small table and knelt down, mimicking Grass Hidden's posture, refraining from any superfluous movements. He longed to report the battle's developments. Yet as Grass Hidden savored his tea leisurely, BBE could only endure the impatience of waiting. After a moment, Grass Hidden finally set his teacup down and glanced at BBE, gently inquiring, "What news from the front lines?" Unable to contain himself any longer, BBE relayed the information he had just received. "My lord, Elder White Ape led the charge, and nearly all have perished. Only he has managed to escape and is currently en route back to the village." With an expression of indifference, Grass Hidden suddenly raised his drooping eyelids, and his previously dull gaze sparkled with intensity. "The entire army has been annihilated? How skilled is the enemy?" Grass Hidden spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet the coldness in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. BBE, full of indignation, replied, "My lord, I have long warned you that Elder White Ape is a coward, fearful of death, yet eager for glory. Why did you not heed my counsel and insisted on letting him lead the charge?" Grass Hidden narrowed his eyes and coldly responded, Are you questioning my judgment?" BBE felt a chill at his neck and quickly lowered his head. "Forgive me, my lord." Grass Hidden let out a cold snort and said languidly, "Such a significant loss cannot be overlooked. Upon his return, ensure he is brought before me for punishment." BBE's spirits lifted, and he nodded in agreement. "Understood." A rare twitch crossed the time-worn face of Grass Hidden. The damage was done. Further words would be of no avail. The crucial matter now was whether any useful intelligence had been gathered during the battle. BBE hesitated momentarily before stammering. According to the reports from the battlefield, June Hidden Village possesses many peculiar aspects. Grass Hidden raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Oh, what peculiarities do you speak of?" BBE's expression grew solemn as he stated, "Firstly, apart from the village chief, the ninjas there generally lack significant strength. Yet, they possess a remarkable technique that allows for resurrection. The enemy's ninjas fight without regard for their lives, desperately seeking to inflict damage, while our ninjas hesitate, unable to unleash their full potential." From somewhere, Grass Hidden produced a pipe, filling it with a bit of tobacco before taking several puffs. I have indeed heard of this. This small June Hidden village is indeed extraordinary. They have mastered such forbidden techniques. It must stem from some deep-rooted origin." Placing the pipe down on the table, it emitted a crisp sound. "However, that is all it is. Should they suffer a slight loss, their ability to utilize such techniques would be rendered moot. Elder White Ape could not possibly lack such combat acumen, could he?" BBE hurriedly replied, "Elder White Ape did indeed act in such a manner, but..." At this point, BBE hesitated, finding it difficult to continue. Grass Hidden's eyelids shot up, no longer bearing the previous calm demeanor. "What is this hesitation? Speak plainly." BBE, not daring to hesitate further, quickly stated, "However, there is a significant variable in June Hidden Village. This leads to the second peculiarity. The village chief possesses terrifying strength. It is likely that he already has the power of a novice shadow." Despite his calm demeanor, Grass Hidden's frail arm trembled involuntarily. Is this situation accurate? BBE urged. From the battlefield reports, Elder White Ape was heavily wounded by the enemy. Being a peak Jainin, he should have easily overpowered them, suggesting they possess at least the strength of a novice shadow. The specifics will be clarified upon Elder White Ape's return. Grass Hidden's aged features twitched unnaturally. His composure now shattered. Impossible. Impossible. How could such a terrifying existence dwell within a mere village? What intentions could they harbor while lying in wait beneath my very nose? Chapter 51. Kakuzu and the Grass-Hidden Village. A serene atmosphere enveloped the Grass-Hidden Village. After the initial shock had subsided, the village leader, Kakuzu, regained his composure. His withered fingers idly spun a delicate teacup, betraying his distracted state of mind. After BBE delivered his report on the battle, he should have taken his leave. However, Kakuzu remained silent, and BBE did not dare to breach the topic. An awkward silence stretched on until Kakuzu abruptly set his teacup down with a forceful thud. "Fetch the Elder White Ape. I demand answers," he commanded. BBE hastily complied, attempting to rise, but finding his legs numb from prolonged kneeling. In his eagerness to stand, he fell back down again. Observing this, Kakuzu let out a disdainful snort, causing BBE to shudder and abandon all pretense of dignity as he crawled out. Given the White Ape's swift escape, he had likely returned to the village in the time it took BBE to reach him. Once outside the official residence, BBE regained his bravado, gesturing for a subordinate to approach. "Bring the Elder White Ape here, dead or alive." The subordinate trembled but steeled himself to comply. BBE, accompanied by several other officers, awaited outside the Grass-Hidden residence. Minutes later, the battered and disheveled Elder White Ape was brought before him, bound with ropes. Upon seeing BBE, the White Ape wasted no time in unleashing a tirade. "BBE, who gave you the audacity to have me captured?" BBE retorted without hesitation, as a defeated general. "What face do you have to return to the village?" The White Ape's fury ignited, his eyes bulging in outrage. But BBE turned away, striding towards the official residence. "Come with me. Lord Kakuzu wishes to see you." The White Ape, having anticipated this outcome, trembled uncontrollably. Yet, despite his protests, the Dark Division officers hoisted him into the residence. Both he and BBE knelt on the tatami mat. The White Ape dared not look up, fearing the wrath of the gaunt, wrinkled visage before him. "White Ape, raise your head." The ancient voice was like a death knell. Reluctantly, the White Ape complied. "Speak of the details regarding your confrontation with the leader of the Junin village." Gazing at the lifeless face before him, the White Ape's body quaked even more. Lord, it transpired as follows. He recounted every detail of the encounter, omitting nothing. Once he finished, Kakuzu fell silent again. The White Ape remained on edge, awaiting the verdict of his fate. "Are you certain his strength exceeds that of a novice shadow?" The White Ape initially intended to nod vigorously, but hesitated. Pondering carefully before responding, the encounter was too hasty. Based on the techniques he employed and the concentration of chakra, I can approximate his strength to be at the novice shadow level. Before returning, the White Ape had firmly believed that Yi Chen's strength was at the intermediate shadow level. Yet, under Kakuzu's scrutiny and after careful contemplation, he found his previous assessment to be overly subjective. Thus, he answered with ambiguity. Kakuzu remained silent, and so did BBE, leading the White Ape into an uncomfortable quietude. Eventually, Kakuzu spoke. "Well, your report has been noted. You may return now." The White Ape, as if hearing his death sentence, immediately crumbled, pleading, "My lord, I beg you." Return? Where to?" BBE shared a look of disbelief with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, unfazed, replied, "Of course. To your dwelling. Do you wish to recuperate here?" The White Ape erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life." A series of loud thuds echoed as he prostrated himself in gratitude. BBE frowned, voicing his concern. "My lord, is this truly proper?" Kakuzu waved his hand dismissively, smiling calmly. "To prevent further injury, you should return and recuperate promptly." The White Ape, overflowing with gratitude, bowed fervently once more before heaving himself up and shuffling away. BBE glowered at the vanishing figure, finally voicing his dissatisfaction. "My lord, how will the other officers perceive your leniency?" Kakuzu shrugged. What others think is inconsequential to me. I'm aware that we are in dire need of personnel. Another battle with Junin village is inevitable, given our significant losses. We cannot afford to be overly concerned with protocols. BBE hesitated. While your reasoning is sound, not imposing any punishment may encourage others to follow suit. Kakuzu chuckled. Who says I won't impose punishment? BBE paused, recalling Kakuzu's earlier statements, and suddenly understood. With no further reservations, he prepared to take his leave. However, Kakuzu stopped him. Wait, I have a task for you. BBE faltered. My lord, please command me. Kakuzu rose slowly from the tatami, hands clasped behind his back, pacing the room. We are in need of manpower, and our village has suffered substantial losses. The elder white ape may be spared the death penalty, but he must recuperate for a time. Moreover, to prepare for the impending battle, we require external assistance. BBE voiced his concerns, my lord. Isn't it a long-standing, unwritten rule that outsiders cannot intervene in conflicts between ninja villages? Kakuzu nodded. Indeed, members of other countries' ninja villages cannot engage in battles between villages. However, certain special organizations are exceptions. BBE's eyes widened. My lord, you cannot be suggesting we seek help from those mercenary organizations. Kakuzu replied decisively, precisely. We shall turn to the mercenary organizations. Specifically, the Akatsuki. BBE grew frantic. My lord, setting aside how you intend to contact this enigmatic organization, do you not realize that inviting them, comprised entirely of S-rank rogue ninjas, would be akin to welcoming a wolf into our midst? Kakuzu interrupted his protests. What is a little risk compared to the annihilation of our village? Besides, how could such a small village as ours attract the attention of those rogue ninjas? BBE remained visibly anxious, but ceased his objections. My lord, do you possess any contact information for this mysterious organization? Kakuzu's expression shifted. Of course. In fact, I have the contact details for Kakuzu, one of the Akatsuki's most capable members. Chapter 52. Newcomers arrive at the grass-hidden mansion. Despite his reluctance, Bibi ultimately obeyed the summons of the grass-hidden and rose to gather the members of the Dark Division for a liaison with the Akatsuki's Kisame Hashigaki. Simultaneously, news of the conflict in the Grass Country's ninja village spread throughout the ninja world. In the Land of Fire, at the root base, Shimura Danzo perused the intelligence at hand, his single eye widening slightly. Oh, a shadow-level powerhouse has emerged from the humble Grass Country. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. The root members, busy collecting intelligence, paused upon hearing their leader's exclamation. Yamato, incredulous, gazed at Danzo and inquired, Director, are you suggesting that such a small nation as the Grass Country has produced a shadow-level ninja amidst this war? A collective gasp resonated among the root members. Initially, they thought they had misheard and dismissed it. But upon seeing Danzo nod affirmatively at Yamato's question, they realized the gravity of the situation. Danzo scanned the assembly with his singular gaze and confirmed, indeed, the information is accurate. This shadow-level ninja is the leader of a small village. A wave of chatter ensued. How could this be? How could an obscure village suddenly give rise to a shadow-level ninja? The Grass Country? Such a backwater nation. Does it truly possess a shadow-level figure? But one cannot judge by appearances. Every individual's circumstances differ. Is it not possible for someone to possess extraordinary luck? How could that be? The majority of resources in the ninja world are monopolized by the 5 great nations. How could any small nation cultivate a shadow-level ninja? Not necessarily so. Have you forgotten about bloodline limits? Surely not. How could such a prodigy possibly end up in a small nation like the Grass Country? I'd rather believe that perhaps a rogue ninja fled from one of the 5 great nations and ended up in the Grass Country. Shadow-level rogue ninja? Have you lost your mind? Though, it is not out of the realm of possibility. The Akatsuki does have a group of exceptionally powerful rogue ninjas. As the discussions among his subordinates grew increasingly absurd, Danzo thumped his hand on the table with a resounding clap, silencing the noise instantly. Enough. Silence. What a disgraceful scene. Following his reprimand, the root members bowed their heads in submission. Once the scolding concluded, Danzo spoke with a slightly softer tone. Currently, Konoha is preparing for the Chunin exams. You must focus your energies on this significant matter. As for the conflict in the grass country, Yamato. The root member replied promptly, Yamato here. Danzo commanded, you are to set off immediately for the grass country and investigate the truth of the matter. Yamato knelt, accepting the order, understood. Still not entirely reassured. Danzo cautioned, remember, your task is merely to investigate, do not act rashly. Our village cannot afford any unnecessary losses. Yamato affirmed loudly, Yamato will heed your counsel, director. Danzo waved his hand, go. Yamato sprang to his feet and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the other 4 great ninja countries received the intelligence in due course. Their dark divisions, after overcoming their initial shock, dispatched members to the grass country to ascertain the truth. The grass country, a mere speck in the grand scheme, did not warrant excessive attention from the 5 great nations. Even if a shadow-level ninja were to appear, such rarity posed no threat to their core interests. Thus, upon receiving the report, the dark divisions of the 5 great nations were momentarily astonished but quickly dismissed the grass country as insignificant, opting instead to invest their efforts in the upcoming Chunin exams. Unbeknownst to Yichun, the news of the conflict in the grass country had already circulated within the ninja community. A current of intrigue was flowing towards the grass country. Even if he were aware, Yichun would not dwell on it, as long as he remained within the village. His current strength would allow him to hold his own even against a shadow-level invasion. Moreover, what shadow-level ninja would personally lead an incursion into such a remote and insignificant nation? Such was the advantage of being situated in an obscure corner of the world. While external forces swirled, Junin village thrived. At that moment, within the village's sole plaza, 36 figures suddenly materialized. These were the 3rd batch of recruited players. Yichun directed his attention towards this new group, eager to discover 1 or 2 exceptionally talented individuals. Just 1 or 2 would suffice. His expectations had been tempered to their lowest. In the plaza, a cacophony erupted. Wow, is this truly the real game world? Experiencing it firsthand is a whole different story from watching videos. Look at that mountain, that water, those people. My goodness, it's astonishingly lifelike. Someone slap me. I suspect I'm dreaming. Is this a scene possible in a game world? Hey, keep marveling. I need to hurry and grab a quest. Nothing is more crucial than improving my strength. Indeed, we've already fallen far behind the veteran players. If we dawdle now, we can forget about catching up later. With a leader emerging, the other players quickly regained their focus and prepared to disperse in search of quests. At that moment, veteran players who had rushed over surrounded the plaza. Shinluan the Great is actively recruiting. Numerous benefits await, led personally by veteran players to assist your rapid growth. What are you waiting for? Sign up quickly. As resources began to be contested, it was clear that Shinluan the Great possessed a shrewd business acumen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Daisame also refused to be outdone, shouting, ladies, the Daisame team is fervently recruiting. We only accept female players, aiming to forge a supportive sisterhood that outshines those insufferable men. Sisters, what are you hesitating for? A team is always your strongest backing. Miss this chance, and you won't find another. As a streamer, Daisame's social skills were exceptional. Her shout immediately attracted throngs of enthusiastic responses. Sister, sister, I'm a little puppy, skilled in flattery, guaranteeing your comfort. Pick me, Pa, shameless. Unlike me, I can only feel pity for the sisters. Enough already. Give way. I have a lowly voice. Chapter 53. The eternal legacy of foolishness. Dai Xiaomei raised her arm and proclaimed, all you foul men, step aside. We only recruit female players. Under her rallying cry, a steady stream of female players began to join their team. Meanwhile, on Shinluan Dadi's side, despite his vocal efforts, no one approached him. Ultimately, he had to resort to his trump card. The Shinluan team had a high degree of collaboration with Dai Xiaomei's team. Join us, and you shall embark on daily quests with different ladies. His approach immediately attracted a chorus of howls from envious onlookers. Dai Xiaomei initially considered reprimanding Shinluan Dadi for his shamelessness. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged the considerable synergy between the two teams. Moreover, she was indeed mindful of Shinluan Dadi's extraordinary fortune. Thus, She reluctantly accepted the situation, allowing Shinlu and Dadi to recruit under her banner. Among the first batch of veteran players, it was primarily these two who were eager to form a team. Ijin Tiankai, a lone wolf, had no intention of forming a group. Donyo Dadi, lacking any ulterior motives, was content to work for others. The idea of team formation was indeed a burden for him. Taoist Master Sanfeng, a fervent enthusiast of talismans, had amassed a wealth of resources through numerous battles and was currently striving to break through the bottleneck of elite status. Presently, he was the most powerful player in the entire ninja village. If he were to propose the formation of a team, it would undoubtedly garner widespread support. Regrettably, he was solely devoted to talismans and disinterested in trifles. Leishan, a diehard fan of Hokage, had become utterly captivated since the introduction of Rasengan and Utama Rasengan in the shop. He was likely honing his ninjutsu in some secluded valley at that moment. He was also the player Leaf Chun regarded most highly, believing he would be the first to master the S-rank ninjutsu, Utama Rasengan. The remaining players, for various reasons, were not keen on team recruitment. Thus, it was these two who primarily stepped forward to attract new members. Among the second batch of veteran players, most were striving to enhance their strength, compelled by the disparity in abilities, resulting in a lack of recruits. Conversely, the second batch of new players, each with differing interests, formed rather peculiar teams. Daily treasure hunting team recruiting. Come take a look. Treasure enthusiasts, do not miss this rare opportunity. Game sightseeing team recruiting. Friends who love photography and sightseeing, come join us. Insect research group seeking talent. Here, we have a myriad of bizarre insect specimens that will surely broaden your horizons. Daily quest strategy group awaits your arrival. We are dedicated to strategizing various daily tasks to provide you with the fastest path to improvement. Unlike the Shinlu Dadi and Dai Xiaomei teams, the second batch of players resembled a welcoming committee at a university, with an array of quirky interest groups seeking eccentric members. Leaf Chin observed this scene with a smirk, bemused by the prevalence of foolishness among the newly recruited players, as if such traits were infectious. This prompted him to ponder the necessity of altering the village's atmosphere. However, the thought was quickly dismissed, for the greater the freedom afforded to players, the more active and engaged they became. Ultimately, it was Leaf Chin himself who would benefit from their enjoyment. Recognizing this dynamic, he graciously accepted the label of foolishness. In the bustling square of Junin Village, it resembled a lively marketplace. Despite the enthusiastic calls from those welcoming teams, only a scant few chose to join, with the majority aligning themselves with the two dominant teams led by Shinlu Dadi and Dai Xiaomei. As for the other interest groups, they served merely to amuse. Most of the new players had been watching streams or videos for quite some time and were well aware of what needed to be done. Rather than squander time joining teams, they opted to accept tasks directly in exchange for contribution points. Joining a team certainly offered certain advantages, but those benefits were accrued over time. The new players, devoid of any strength, needed to start from scratch. It was only after laying a solid foundation that they could contemplate future rewards. Consequently, more than 30 players swiftly dispersed, rushing to the village's corners to undertake various assistance tasks. However, Junin Village was not large, and with only a limited number of native residents, the tasks available for players to undertake were scarce. Previously, with few players entering the game, the villagers had ample tasks to offer. Now, with over 30 newcomers arriving simultaneously, the tasks became insufficient, leading to absurd scenes. Numerous players lined up for tasks, and some even engaged in brawls over the right to collect dung. A poor elderly lady was enthusiastically assisted across the street by eager players, only to find herself paraded back and forth for more than 100 times. Ultimately, frightened by the players' fervor, she chose to remain indoors. Seeing the scarcity of tasks, some players grew anxious. The public chat channel became particularly lively. Hey, can you handle the water fetching task? At this rate, your chances will wilt before you even start. Didn't you check the task strategy? You don't even know which foot to lead with for a simple errand? How dare you take on a task? Darn you bunch of fools. Fighting over dung? You haven't even accepted a task. What is the point? Huh. Another clueless rookie who hasn't researched the task strategy. Let me tell you, Dung is a treasure in their fervor to secure tasks. This group of new players was filled with explosive frustration. Just as Leaf Chun was contemplating the release of some novice tasks, he noticed a cluster of new players gathered together. Curious about their purpose, he utilized the system's assistance to focus his view directly on them. It was evident that in this environment of excessive competition, merely relying on task acceptance would make it exceedingly challenging to accumulate sufficient contribution points. The online task strategies, effective in a less populated scenario, were rendered inadequate under the current circumstances. Indeed, everyone was vying for tasks, significantly disrupting the pace of leveling up. Thus, the only alternative to obtain contribution points without undertaking tasks was, are you suggesting the wild monsters outside the village? Chapter 54. Master of Schemes. At the entrance of Junin Village, a group of novice players gathered, animatedly discussing their predicament. However, the wild monsters had been monopolized by the major guilds, and even if we formed a party, we wouldn't stand a chance against them, would we? Are you all dreaming? Setting aside whether we can even snag a wild monster, we can't even afford to exchange for chakra. What gives us the right to hunt them? Exactly. Haven't you seen the streams of that girl, Daisao? You know how chaotic it was when they first started exploring. So what do we do now? We can't accept quests. Can't slay wild monsters. Where do we generate contribution points? Why don't we negotiate with those major guilds and have them lead us to other wild monsters? And we can offer them a little reward in return? They occupy a significant amount of resources. Our meager rewards wouldn't even be enough to fill their gaps. Would they even take notice of us? Darn it, they've had a head start just by being in the game longer. Why should they hoard so many resources? I have an idea. If they refuse to help us hunt wild monsters, we can take to the internet and morally pressure them. Good idea. In other games, this might not work because of the larger player base, but in our game, with fewer players, the moral pressure will definitely be effective. Most of the netizens who didn't secure a testing spot are on our side. Sooner or later, they will enter the game, meaning those who have yet to play will be united with us. Brilliant. Empathy. If we let those who can't access the game know that veteran players tend to bully new ones, they will rally for us. Yes, I'm going to post right away. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through the chatter. If you post now, you will undoubtedly exacerbate the rift between new and veteran players. The crowd turned to face the speaker. A bespectacled young man, identified as the Master of Schemes, stood at the edge of the group. Those who had previously advocated for posting would surely retaliate against him. What we need is a polarized opposition. Only by garnering support from those who Haven T played can we secure greater benefits. Adjusting his glasses, the Master of Schemes calmly replied, and then what? The question left the challenger momentarily speechless. And then? Then we can smoothly level up and slay monsters. The Master of Schemes disdainfully shook his head. Foolish. Utterly foolish. The challenger flushed, retorting, foolish? Fine. Let me hear your brilliant insights. All eyes turned to the Master of Schemes, who theatrically clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of wisdom. Your decision has some merit, but it is far too short-sighted. A chorus of discontented huffs arose from the crowd. The Master of Schemes paid them no mind and continued. While you may create conflict and thus gain the moral high ground, have you considered the consequences? The crowd looked on in confusion as the Master of Schemes continued to tease them with suspense. The consequence is a complete rupture in the relationship between new and veteran players, leading to a complete decay of the game's atmosphere. What about the new players who will enter the game later? How will they navigate their place in such a deteriorated environment? As the tension rose, someone exclaimed, "Wait. Isn't it encouraged in other online games for players to compete against each other? That's what increases player engagement." The Master of Schemes shook his head vigorously. That may be true, but other games actively cultivate conflict for profit. Higher player engagement means they can reap their rewards. But have you forgotten that this game is fundamentally different? With his words, the crowd began to awaken to the truth. Yes, this game has never had any profit-making schemes since its inception, marking a fundamental difference from other games. Even the opening of playable characters is done with great caution. To claim that the game's officials would profit would be something I would vehemently oppose. The Master of Schemes nodded approvingly as the crowd accepted his viewpoint. Thus, I assert that destroying player relationships is a display of folly. Someone still argued, but the game officials Haven T explicitly stated that player conflict is prohibited. Have they? The Master of Schemes cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. Other players began distancing themselves from him. Those who continued to sow discord could only be deemed either foolish or malicious. The man, feeling the weight of their gazes, lowered his head in embarrassment. The Master of Schemes resumed his pacing, hands clasped behind his back. The gameplay strategy inherently dictates that this is a cooperative game. Nurturing, defense, and scenario battles all require teamwork to succeed. Simply put, players are a collective. When one suffers, all suffer, and when one thrives, all thrive. Do you now understand the intent behind your attempts to incite division? The crowd's expressions grew increasingly hostile, and the earlier challenger had already slipped away, vanishing from sight. Yeching, observing the scene, couldn't help but praise, what a talent. A rare gem indeed. With ill intentions lurking among players, Yeching had been mentally prepared from the start. Thus, the fleeing player did not get far before disappearing entirely. Simultaneously, a full-screen window popped up on the Junin Ninja official website. Due to a player's personal reasons, a testing spot has become available. Hurry and register. Junin Ninja is calling. The netizens were indifferent to which fool had chosen to leave the game. They only knew that currently, securing an account for Junin Ninja was akin to striking gold. After Yeching finished his tasks, his focus returned to the group of novice players. The Master of Schemes was speaking persuasively, quickly winning over several supporters. Yeching sighed again, recognizing the talent. Out of curiosity, he pulled up the Master of Schemes attribute panel to see what lay beneath the surface. Villager, Master of Schemes. Strength, ordinary civilian. Chakra count, 0. Chakra attribute, none. Position, none. Contribution points, 5. The Master of Schemes had at least managed to secure a few quests since entering the game. However, as player activities surged, he could no longer claim any tasks. In comparison, Yeching found himself even more intrigued by the true identity of the Master of Schemes. At this moment, the system's extraordinary capabilities were brought to light. Chapter 55, Strategic Talent. The system conducted a brief search and swiftly retrieved a personnel file. Name, Ludong. Age, 24. Occupation, consultant at the XX General Staff Department. Alma mater, Huaxia XX Military Academy. Experience. Yeching couldn't help but be astounded. The system was remarkably powerful, capable of filtering out such individuals to become game players. A true talent. Yi Chun mused quietly, already considering the strategist as one of his key focal points. Just then, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Hey, you finished your speech, but you're not letting us engage with the veteran players. Now we can't receive any quests, nor can we defeat the wild monsters. What do you propose we do? The atmosphere fell silent, and everyone's gaze fixated on the strategist. After the strategist's earlier impassioned discourse, several players had already become his admirers. As the crowd looked at him with eager anticipation, the strategist feigned a profound smile. Oh, I was just about to address this matter, he said, relishing the growing intensity of their attention. To be honest, through internal confirmations, I have learned that there are more than just 2 ways to earn contribution points. His words indeed stirred a commotion. Is that true? Master, please share what other methods exist. The strategist raised his hands to signify silence. All right, I shall not keep it to myself any longer. He lifted his index finger and continued. Firstly, this game includes activities related to management and development. The so-called contribution points are earned by helping the village grow and prosper. That is, contributing. As the strategist prepared to elaborate further, someone hastily interrupted. Master, get to the point. Unfazed by the interruption, the strategist retained his raised finger and stated, therefore, we must consider what activities can enhance the village. Expelling beasts to safeguard the village counts as an enhancement. Assisting villagers with tasks also qualifies as enhancement. But what about participating in the construction of the village? Someone with a quick mind had already grasped the strategist's implication. Master, are you referring to those daily tasks listed on the task panel? The strategist's smile deepened as he snapped his fingers. Bingo, you're correct. The crowd exchanged glances, and one individual with a grim expression remarked, Master, your words are no different than saying nothing. If we could take on daily tasks, why would we be gathering here? Others echoed, indeed. Master, there are only a few daily tasks, and since we joined the game late, they have all been snatched up by those veteran players. How could we possibly obtain daily tasks? The crowd initially thought the strategist might have some profound insights, but instead, he merely revealed a bit of common knowledge. Drawing their exasperated glances, the strategist, however, remained unperturbed, shaking his finger. Who says daily tasks are limited to those? The crowd, intrigued, shifted their focus back to the strategist, who, this time, did not hold back. He directly stated, in addition to the daily tasks within the task system, there are also exclusive daily tasks for various professions on the job panel. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd transformed dramatically. Some could no longer contain their excitement and exclaimed, "Those who have watched the live stream know that registering for a profession requires a certain level of strength. We currently possess no strength at all. How could we possibly register for a profession?" Instantly, the crowd lamented, "Yes, the requirements for professions are utterly unreasonable. Why must there be a threshold? ISN and oppos. That discrimination against novice players? Only those veteran players who meet the requirements can register for a profession. We might as well forget it." The strategist, hearing this, shook his head vigorously. "You are being unfair to the game officials. You must understand that village positions also come with certain risks. If there are no strength requirements, how can ordinary people guard the village? Wouldn't they be devoured by the wild beasts lurking outside?" The crowd's sentiments shifted once more, resembling reeds swaying in the wind. Observing this, the strategist decided to intensify his rhetoric. He quickened his speech, declaring, "Indeed, we are unable to accept professional daily tasks. But that does not prevent us from participating in them. Different professions undertake daily tasks that merely maintain the stability and harmony of the village. And if those daily tasks did not reward contribution points, do you think those veteran players would willingly repeat such monotonous work every day? Our presence can serve as a substitute. While we may not be able to accept professional tasks, we can assist other players who hold professions. For instance, transporting supplies, cleaning up waste, collecting spoils. We can eagerly undertake those tasks that the veteran players find tedious and devoid of danger. I ask you, do you think those veteran players, constrained by their pride, would deny us contribution points as compensation?" This plan instantly enlightened the crowd. "Isn't this akin to a side job in reality? Master, how did you conceive of this idea? Truly, your thought process is extraordinary. By proactively assisting those veteran players, we foster harmonious coexistence while also earning rewards, a perfect solution. Compared to the previous plan of conflict, this strategy is simply ingenious. Truly, the strategist is remarkable." As the crowd showered him with praise, the strategist's face flushed with excitement. Though referred to as a master, he was merely 24 years old. Being young, how could he not relish the admiration of the crowd? Feeling somewhat elated, the strategist raised his middle finger and continued, "Next, once we have accumulated a certain amount of contribution points, we can exchange them for chakra and ninjutsu. With sufficient strength, we can venture out of the village to hunt wild monsters. By then, having established a harmonious rapport with the veteran players, would they not be inclined to allow us a share of the spoils?" The crowd raised their thumbs in unison, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Truly brilliant!" The strategist then raised his ring finger. "Now, for the third step. The speed at which we earn contribution points through daily tasks and hunting wild monsters will eventually outpace our progress. Fortunately, there exists another rapid method to earn contribution points, through battlefield trials. Following the Great Ninja War, many of the grass-hidden village ninja have fled. However, there remain scouts lurking around the outskirts. If we can eliminate just one scout, how many contribution points might we gain?" The expressions of joy on the crowd's faces quickly vanished. "Master, even the veteran players find it challenging to contend with those scouts. With our meager strength, we would merely be delivering ourselves as a meal." Chapter 56. The corpse bearer. The crowd collectively paled, gazing at the master of strategy as if he were a lunatic. The rapid shift in their attitudes left even the somewhat arrogant master of strategy plummeting back to reality. The pride that once adorned his face was replaced by an earnest expression. He pointed to his temple and declared, "Clearly, We cannot rely solely on brute strength. However, we possess this. The master of strategy's speech quickened once more. Trust me, I am well versed in military tactics and adept at troop deployment. In due time, if you heed my command, capturing a ninja scout will be but a trivial task. One individual rolled their eyes and remarked, "Goodness, playing a game and pulling out military strategies. How dramatic." Another whispered, "Initially, I thought he was quite clever, but now it seems he is nothing more than a complete charlatan." Even the Master's supporters began to waver. Perhaps what he said held some merit. After all, he had illuminated the path for them. Indeed, without his guidance, they might have struggled to progress beyond the initial stages of the game. Amidst the chatter, opinions varied, some in support, others in opposition, while some remained neutral, simply observing. Yet, some quietly slipped away from the crowd. Yichen had been paying close attention to this scene for some time, and he had come to recognize the master of strategy's capabilities. With an impending battle against the grass-hidden village on the horizon, they were in need of a commander. Yichen believed it was time to give the master of strategy an opportunity for growth. At that moment, he noticed the figure that had silently departed from the group. Given prior experiences, Yichen suspected this individual might be a nefarious character. Thus, he focused his attention on the departing figure. As for the ongoing discussions at the village entrance, they would yield no immediate resolution. It was more prudent to investigate the intentions of this stealthy individual. Out of curiosity, Yichen accessed the departing person's attribute panel. Villager, corpse bearer. Strength, ordinary civilian. Chakra quantity, 0. Chakra attribute, none. Position, none. Contribution points, 2. The player's ID was indeed unsettling. However, in the realm of gaming, bizarre IDs were commonplace. While the name corpse bearer was disconcerting, it was not entirely unexpected. The meager attributes on the panel explained why the corpse bearer mingled among others. Yet, why did he choose to leave alone? Seizing the opportunity, Yichen initiated a time rewind. From the moment the corpse bearer entered the game, every action of his was laid bare before Yichen. Throughout, this individual maintained a solitary existence, refraining from any interaction, resembling a mute. Even during the gathering at the village entrance, he remained silent, utterly out of place. Yichen furrowed his brow, contemplating. There must be something amiss. This individual certainly harbored an imperceptible secret. Out of curiosity, Yichen utilized the system to filter the player's personal information. Name, Wang Zhe. Age, 27. Occupation, forensic consultant, autopsy expert. Alma mater, Huaxia XX. Law school experience. Yichen was left speechless. He could hardly fathom how such an extraordinary talent had managed to navigate the selection process and enter the game. Logically, individuals of such caliber should be engrossed in their work and research, leaving little time for gaming. It was no wonder Yichen held such a stereotypical impression. The corpse bearer's demeanor was eerily reminiscent of a grim, obsessive scientist. With this newfound information, Yichen's curiosity intensified regarding the intentions of this scientific enthusiast. Consequently, he closely followed the corpse bearer as he gradually exited the village. Yichen frowned slightly, given the corpse bearer's current capabilities. Leaving the village now was tantamount to courting death. However, in this world, it was merely a game. Dying was inconsequential. As long as one could respawn, fear was unnecessary. The corpse bearer ventured outside the village, heading east where the forest was dense, posing a significant risk of encountering wild beasts or grass ninja scouts. Even seasoned players rarely frequented this area. The remnants of the previous battle had been restored by the players, returning the location to its original state. In this desolate place, the corpse bearer showed no fear. He navigated through the thickets as if he were eager for danger. Meanwhile, Yichen, following closely, narrowed his eyes. He sensed the presence of a concealed grass ninja scout lurking within the thicket. Judging by his strength, the scout likely belonged to the lower elite class. Should this scout encounter other player teams, the outcome could be dire. Yet, now he faced an unarmed, ordinary civilian. Yichen contemplated intervening, but decided against it. The corpse bearer's brazen approach must have some ulterior motive. To ascertain the truth, Yichen chose not to act rashly. He was already aware of the widespread presence of enemy scouts. Ignoring this situation aimed to provide players with an opportunity to hone their skills. With the battle imminent, Yichen sought not only to enhance their abilities, but also to solidify their foundations, an improvement in its own right. The Grass Ninja Scout had been lying in wait for some time, finally confirming that the corpse-bearer was indeed an unaccompanied ordinary civilian. Though curious about how an ordinary civilian dared to enter this dense forest, the prospect of imminent rewards was too tempting to resist. The scout, unable to resist the allure, chose to strike. He leaped from the underbrush, flinging a kunai. Thud. The corpse-bearer's arm was pierced through. The scout had exercised caution, avoiding a direct strike to the corpse-bearer's vital points. Given the ordinary status of the corpse-bearer, he stood no chance against an elite lower ninja. Even with only 10 of the pain experienced in the game, the sensation of his arm being pierced left the corpse-bearer pale and weakened. Blood dripped from his severed limb. After successfully landing the strike, the scout hesitated for a moment before revealing himself. The corpse-bearer, perhaps attempting to feign fear, could only manage a blank expression. Apart from a few involuntary muscle twitches, he could not muster any other reaction. The Grass Ninja Scout, observing the seemingly unfazed corpse-bearer, hesitated briefly. However, now the Chapter 57, the tetanus blade as the kunai hurtled through the air with blinding speed, the corpse-bearer stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. In the eyes of the Grass Ninja Scout, the corpse-bearer resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. The kunai struck unimpeded, piercing the top of the corpse-bearer's head. With a sickening squelch, a spray of red and white erupted. However, just as the Grass Ninja Scout let his guard down, at the very moment the kunai embedded itself, the corpse-bearer's intact arm suddenly shot up. Clutching a rusty steel bar, scavenged from some unknown place, he swung it directly across the scout's throat. The speed of the movement was astonishing, even catching the ever-prepared Yichen off guard. Was this speed achievable by an ordinary person? It rivaled that of some trained genin, didn't it? A thought struck Yichen, reminiscent of the Baji collapse technique brought into the game by the bullfighting master. If the physical techniques honed over years in reality could translate into the game, could the hand speed cultivated through years of practice also carry over? The answer was evident. The corpse-bearer's motion with the steel bar was concise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous gestures. The rusty steel bar resembled a surgeon's scalpel, wielded with surgical precision. In that instant, Yichen grasped the corpse-bearer's intention. He aimed to use himself as bait, leveraging his honed hand speed to wrest the life of a Grass Ninja Scout. It must be said, the corpse-bearer's ambition was rather audacious. There exists an insurmountable chasm between ordinary individuals and true ninjas. Whether that rusty steel bar could even scratch the scout's neck was questionable. Even if it did inflict harm, what would be its significance? Yichen furrowed his brow, deeming the corpse-bearer's reckless actions unwise. As he anticipated, the moment the rusty steel bar grazed the scout's neck, the scout's chakra erupted in a violent surge, sending the corpse-bearer's arm flying. An ordinary person's arm could hardly withstand such a chakra-infused assault. The severed limb was left in tatters as it was blasted away. With a thud, the corpse-bearer's body crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. The Grass Ninja Scout's eyes gleamed with malice. Though the rusty steel bar had inflicted a shallow wound on his neck, it left him visibly enraged. Cursing vehemently, he vented his frustrations on the corpse-bearer's lifeless form before clutching his neck and hastily retreating into the dense woods. Seeing this, Yichen couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. The corpse-bearer's battle experience was evidently lacking, as he completely underestimated the vast disparity between an ordinary person and a genuine ninja. The corpse-bearer's plan was indeed bold and reckless. However, if his strength had been at the genin level, he might have actually succeeded in taking down that Grass Ninja Scout. After all, the loss of a player does not incur significant consequences, while the demise of a native in the ninja world is final. Suddenly, Yichen sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to retract his observing perspective, he noticed the corpse-bearer rapidly respawning in the resurrection hall, still gripping that rusty steel bar. Yichen's curiosity was piqued. How could the steel bar, which had fallen into the thicket, return to the corpse-bearer's possession upon revival? An epiphany struck Yichen. Perhaps it was a weapon item? The game boasted a plethora of weaponry, And some bound items indeed do not drop upon a player's death. It was no wonder Yichen was initially misled. Who would have expected a rusty steel bar to be a weapon? As his thoughts raced, he quickly pulled up the attributes panel for the rusty steel bar. Name: Tetanus Blade. Quality: Ordinary. Attack power: 1 to 3. Additional buff: Tetanus. Tetanus inflicts 1 HP damage per second to any enemy wounded, stacking up to a duration of 1 hour. Note: if the target's health drops below 30, Tetanus Chaos will trigger, resulting in instant death. Legend: it is said to have once been a legendary weapon. Upon reviewing the attributes panel, Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. The corpse bearer's fortune was rather fortuitous. During a previous time reversal, he had witnessed the corpse bearer complete a simple villager task. No one could have anticipated that such a mundane task would reward a weapon. Although it was merely an ordinary weapon, its additional debuff was undeniably significant. The tetanus effect not only stacked, but could also induce instant death if the target's health fell below 30. This was truly remarkable. If one could inflict the debuff repeatedly with sufficient speed, it could lead to a swift demise for the adversary. Such extraordinary attributes seemed improbable for an ordinary weapon. Yichen was at a loss for words. He initiated another time reversal, scrutinizing the events until he could finally relax. The corpse bearer had not exploited any game bugs. He merely undertook a task that other players had shunned. At the western edge of Junin village resided a senile old man, who implored passers-by to assist him in retrieving a family heirloom. Initially, players eagerly rummaged through the dilapidated thatched hut, but to no avail. The old man, in his confusion, provided no useful information. As a result, many players, unable to complete the task, marked it as impossible. The current players had come prepared, having memorized various online strategies. In pursuit of progress, they were even less likely to engage in a task deemed unfeasible. The corpse bearer, by sheer coincidence, found himself unable to secure any tasks upon entering the game. In desperation, he accepted the seemingly impossible quest. With patience and diligent searching, he discovered the tetanus blade in a latrine just meters away from the thatched hut. Yichen's lips twitched as he murmured, "No wonder it's called the tetanus blade. Its origin is anything but ordinary." It was little wonder that players within the game had yet to acquire this extraordinary weapon. As for whether the corpse bearer would share this information online, that was not Yichen's concern. He was far more intrigued by what the corpse bearer intended to do next. By examining the tetanus blade's attributes panel, Yichen began to form a hypothesis. Just as he surmised, the corpse bearer exited the resurrection hall and, without a backward glance, dashed towards the outskirts of the village. The corpse bearer raced into the thicket at the eastern edge of the village, where the remnants of their previous battle lay sprawled on the ground. Without flinching or hesitating, the corpse bearer crouched down to investigate. Chapter 58. The inverted blade technique. The corpse bearer crouched down, examining his own lifeless body. This scene struck observers as both dissonant and eerie. Nevertheless, the corpse bearer remained composed, pointing and prodding at his own remains. Subsequently, he lay flat on the ground, scrutinizing the bloodstains that marred the earth. Soon, he rose swiftly, darting towards a particular direction deep within the dense forest. Yichen understood that the corpse bearer was utilizing the residual blood and scent left on the ground to track the enemy's trail. However, his heedless actions resembled those of a hunting dog. The corpse bearer moved intermittently, pausing frequently. Whenever the clues faltered, he would drop to the ground, inhaling deeply until he uncovered the scent again. Meanwhile, the grass-hidden scout, who had slain the corpse bearer, clutched his neck as he hastily maneuvered through the thicket. He worried that the earlier commotion might attract the attention of the pursuers from Junin village. As he ran, he felt an incessant itch at his neck, as if a worm were crawling over the wound there. At that moment, he had no time to tend to his injury, forcing himself to endure the discomfort as he continued his escape. After meandering through the forest for what felt like an eternity, the grass-hidden scout finally halted. He swiftly retrieved his emergency medical kit, an essential item for any scout. From the bag, he produced a small porcelain vial. Upon uncorking it, a potent aroma of herbs filled the air. As he inverted the vial, a viscous green liquid trickled out. The scout caught it in his hand, and immediately applied the sticky liquid to the wound on his neck. This herbal concoction possessed remarkable properties for stopping bleeding, dispelling bruises, and reducing inflammation. As he applied it, the pain caused him to grimace. At the moment his hand touched the wound, he noticed a slightly viscous yellow liquid adhering to his fingers. The grass-hidden scout froze, realizing that the wound had begun to fester. It had only been a few minutes since he had been injured, and he could not comprehend how it had deteriorated so rapidly. He understood that once a wound festered, it spelled danger. Just as he pondered whether to return to Grass-Hidden Village for urgent medical attention, a noise nearby startled him. Peering into the woods, he was struck by a scene that sent chills down his spine. The very civilians from Junin Village he had slaughtered now stood unharmed amidst the trees, appearing utterly calm as they surveyed their surroundings, as though on a leisurely excursion. The Grass-Hidden Scout muttered in terror, How is this possible? He suddenly recalled the captain's warning to their scout team. When encountering ninjas from Junin Village, never engage alone. If victory was not assured, retreat as far as possible. This was because Junin Village possessed forbidden techniques that allowed their ninjas to resurrect continuously, and they had only one life to lose. He had etched the captain's admonition into his memory, yet the sight before him shattered his understanding. He could ascertain with certainty that the figure before him was not a ninja. There were no signs of chakra, no knowledge of ninjutsu, nor any mastery of taijutsu. This was an entirely ordinary civilian. When had the common folk of Junin Village acquired the ability to rise from the dead? The Grass-Hidden Scout shook his head vigorously, murmuring, No, a mere illusion. It must all be an illusion. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, and he exclaimed, Perhaps it is a twin. Yes, that must be it. He comforted himself with this notion. Meanwhile, the corpse-bearer, having traced the scent, flared his nostrils, diligently searching for any clues in the air. Before long, he spotted something and lunged behind a large tree. The Grass-Hidden Scout, hidden behind the tree, realized his position had been compromised. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on his kunai and dashed forward, aiming for the corpse-bearer's face. The corpse-bearer did not flinch or evade. His arm twisted, revealing a rusted steel bar that appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing this weapon, the Grass-Hidden Scout involuntarily trembled. To avoid further injury, he channeled all his chakra into the kunai as he struck. In a flash, the kunai pierced the corpse-bearer's face. The chakra concentrated in the kunai erupted, producing a resounding pop as the corpse-bearer's head, Chapter 59, self-developed body technique, in the end. The Grass-Hidden Scout awaited in vain for the arrival of his companions. His body was already marred with countless wounds, each festering grievously. Just on the brink of enduring the limit of a 1-hour debuff, the scout succumbed to excessive blood loss, triggering the effect of tetanus chaos, which caused him to perish suddenly. Meanwhile, the heavily injured corpse-bearer was not idle. With the remaining strength in his arm, he wielded the tetanus blade, striking precisely at the joints of the Grass-Hidden Scout's lifeless body. Truly, a professional at work. In the blink of an eye, the scout's corpse was ruthlessly dismembered by the corpse-bearer using the blunt tetanus blade. The scene was gruesomely violent, enough to induce a sense of physical discomfort in Yi Chun as he watched. Nevertheless, the corpse-bearer continued his relentless assault, and the tetanus blade began to reveal the semblance of a certain sword technique, swift, lethal, cold-blooded, and precise. This was the impression left by the corpse-bearer's technique. Ultimately, the corpse-bearer also succumbed to blood loss, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. However, he had the potential for resurrection, unlike the unfortunate Grass-Hidden Scout, who was not so fortunate. The reason the Grass-Hidden Scout could not escape the dense forest was due to the machinations of Yi Chun. Within Junin Village, he was an invincible presence. Through the system's remote control, he effortlessly altered parts of the terrain. Not only was that unfortunate Grass-Hidden Scout trapped within the forest, but his companions were ensnared as well. This marked the sole involvement of Yi Chun in the entire affair. Otherwise, it would have been a fool's errand for an ordinary civilian to slay an elite lower ninja. Over the course of an hour, the corpse-bearer was killed a dozen times. Each time, he reappeared before the Grass-Hidden Scout, which was the primary reason for the scout's complete breakdown. In summary, Yi Chun admired the indomitable spirit of the corpse-bearer, which led him to provide assistance. Consequently, another formidable warrior was added to Yi Qin's list of noteworthy individuals. Upon the corpse-bearer's resurrection and return to the village, Yi Qin lifted the restrictions of the forest. The remaining members of the grass-hidden scout team then followed the trail to the scattered remains of their fallen comrades and the disheveled corpses of the corpse-bearer. The members of the grass-hidden scout team exchanged glances, a pervasive sorrow enveloping them. They dared not raise their voices, for they were now perilously close to June Hidden Village. Should their presence be discovered, they too would be held accountable for the events that transpired. Heavy-hearted, they gathered the remains of their fallen comrades and swiftly returned to Grass-Hidden Village to report the grim news. As the corpse-bearer successfully dispatched the Grass-Hidden Scout, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations to player corpse-bearer for successfully slaying the Grass-Hidden Elite Lower Ninja. Reward: 1,000 contribution points. A stir erupted within the public channel of the game. Why is it that we receive only 200 contribution points for slaying Elite Lower Ninjas, while this corpse-bearer receives 1,000 points? Bro, the ID of this corpse-bearer is unfamiliar. He must be a newcomer. So what if he is a newcomer? Wait, a newcomer? Are you serious? Indeed. He is a newcomer who just joined the game. There's a player query function in the system. Check it out if you don't believe me. Oh my. He really is a civilian? A civilian can slay an elite lower ninja? Is he cheating? If cheating were possible, the game would have lost its balance long ago. It wouldn't be functioning as smoothly as it is now. Could it be that he merely swooped in for the kill at the last moment? That's a possibility. Hey, does anyone here have a team that includes this newcomer named Corpsebearer? No, never seen this person. I think I saw him leave the village alone. The crowd buzzed with excitement. At that moment, another system notification appeared. Ding! Player Corpsebearer has uploaded a self-developed body technique, Bone Cleaving Blade, which has been rated as C-level. Reward: 500 contribution points. Ding! C-level body technique, Bone Cleaving Blade, is now available in the marketplace. Players can exchange it for the corresponding contribution points. The already tumultuous chat channel erupted into chaos. Big shot. Another big shot has emerged. Corpsebearer, I want to become your disciple. Indeed, how could an ordinary civilian slay an elite lower ninja? Turns out he is a master. Is the esteemed Big Shot present? Come forth and let us admire your glory. This Big Shot is so low-key. He has spoken a word the entire time. I see the Big Shot. He is in the marketplace, purchasing items. Hurry, don't let him get away. Such a talent is rare. In a flurry, a multitude of players gathered at the entrance of the marketplace, blocking it entirely. Where's the Big Shot? Come out and say a few words. Big Shot. From now on, I am yours. Big Shot, how did you develop your body technique? Share your insights with us. Big Shot, please tell us how you defeated the elite lower ninja. Amidst the clamoring voices, the bewildered corpse-bearer found himself encircled. Being a reticent science student who seldom interacted with others, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the attention and could not form a coherent sentence. That, I. The crowd's eager gazes only served to heighten his anxiety. In his nervousness, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words growing increasingly faint. You all. The crowd held their breath, yet the corpse-bearer failed to utter a single coherent phrase. At that moment, someone stepped in to alleviate the tension. It was the great Emperor of Despair, who pushed through the throng, boldly approaching the corpse-bearer. Big Shot, I see you have yet to join any team. Why not join mine? The benefits are substantial. At this juncture, the girl known as the Dumb Little Sister, accompanied by a group of female players, burst into the crowd. Despair, what kind of benefits can you offer? Always jesting. Do you have the capability to back it up? Provoked by her words, the great Emperor of Despair grew flustered and exclaimed, What do you mean I can't? As he spoke, he abruptly turned to face the corpse-bearer, declaring, Big Shot, if you join my team, I'll give you 500 contribution points every day without you needing to do anything. His proclamation drew gasps from the crowd. This is what being wealthy looks like. Only seasoned players who had experienced 2 ninja village wars could speak with such confidence. Yet, the dumb little sister refused to be outdone. She pushed despair aside and addressed the corpse-bearer directly, her face aglow with enthusiasm. Master, our team typically only recruits female players. However, Today we are making an exception for you. If you join us, you'll have lovely companions to level up and train with every day. Additionally, I'll grant you 800 contribution points daily, all for free. Moreover, participating in any team allows for additional earnings based on your contributions. Chapter 60. Collaborative partners. The conditions proposed by the clever young lady were already quite generous. Before the corpse bearer could utter a word, a group of lecherous old men had already begun to clamor. Sister, let me join the team. I do not seek any reward. I will work for free. Sister, I have 2 decades of experience as a dedicated worker. Please allow me to join your team. Sister, add me to the team. You certainly won't regret it. A chorus of male players clamored, hoping to seize the opportunity to join the clever young lady's ranks. However, she merely rolled her eyes, showing no interest in engaging with them. Turning her attention to the silent corpse bearer, she became notably more attentive. Master, what do you think? Would you consider my offer? The corners of the corpse bearer's mouth twitched as he stammered, well, I. After a prolonged silence, he still could not articulate a coherent response. His hesitation only served to frustrate the onlookers. Come on, just give us a decisive answer. Someone urged. Indeed, it's unbearable to keep us in suspense. Among the crowd, whispers arose. This corpse bearer seems to stutter. Could he possibly have a speech impediment? It appeared that I was not the only one with such a thought. The esteemed individual possessed remarkable abilities, yet communication posed a significant challenge. What a pity. The corpse bearer, accustomed to solitude, found himself in a dilemma. Rarely had he been the center of attention, and he had no desire to join any team. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many, he found himself unable to refuse. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, a burly player strode confidently into view. Haha, brother corpse bearer, I have no team, but I boldly wish to invite you to join me. The sudden interruption drew the ire of both the fallen emperor and the clever young lady. They turned their gazes toward the speaker, surprised to find it was the seldom-seen bullfighting master. This fellow typically joined groups for outdoor quests, maintaining a familiar but not particularly close rapport with others. In the eyes of the crowd, the bullfighting master was known for his mild temperament, even somewhat bumbling. Besides hunting monsters with a team, he had a penchant for studying martial arts. With his signature honest smile, it was difficult for those who recognized him to harbor any resentment. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. The fallen emperor and the clever young lady felt the same. Upon seeing the bullfighting master, their irritation diminished significantly. More pressing was the question, why was this usually reserved individual so eager to form a team today? The bullfighting master quickly dispelled any lingering doubts, articulating his reasoning. I have heard that you have developed your own sword techniques, which is truly remarkable. To be honest, I am a martial arts enthusiast in real life. When I discovered that I could incorporate real-world martial arts into this game, my joy was immeasurable. As he spoke, the bullfighting master's earnest smile grew ever more pronounced. However, his expression soon shifted as he furrowed his brow, the smile fading. Unfortunately, it seems other players are not particularly interested in martial arts. You are the first player I've encountered capable of developing their own martial arts techniques. The lack of appreciation for such skills is disheartening. Meeting you is a stroke of fate. Since we are both enthusiasts of martial arts, why not team up, and perhaps we can mutually enhance our skills? No one could have anticipated that the usually succinct bullfighting master would engage in such spirited discourse. Through his words, the crowd was taken aback to discover that beneath his affable exterior lay a depth of thought. Perhaps the bullfighting master's genial demeanor made it easy for others to lower their defenses, or perhaps his genuine intention struck a chord with the corpse bearer. In any case, the tension that had gripped the corpse bearer began to dissipate. With a slight furrow of his brow, the bullfighting master spoke in a subdued tone. I'm sorry, but I am not a martial arts enthusiast. I prefer to act independently. After finally managing to voice his refusal, the corpse bearer felt no sense of relief. He was burdened by guilt for turning down the earnest invitation from the affable giant. The bullfighting master sighed with disappointment. Ah, well. At that moment, a stir arose once more from the crowd. The first batch of players to enter the game, having received a system notification, finally arrived in the mall. Gathering in a group of 9, the fallen emperor, and the clever young lady were displeased to see so many competitors. However, the other 6 did not extend any invitations. They merely engaged in polite conversation with the corpse-bearer before retreating. This left the fallen emperor and the clever young lady bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. The sword master, a lone wolf by nature, would not invite anyone to join him. Upon arriving at the mall, he simply nodded at the corpse-bearer, which aligned with his typical behavior. The Taoist master Sanfeng and the Naruto enthusiast Raijin had their own research pursuits and likewise did not invite the corpse-bearer to team up. The two, deeply engrossed in their studies, made the effort to engage with the corpse-bearer, indicating their respect for him. The remaining 3 were casual players. Naturally, they had their own teams, yet they merely sought to become familiar with the corpse-bearer without further engagement. Each of the 9 players displayed a unique attitude, but unanimously, they held the corpse-bearer in high regard. The corpse-bearer stammered through polite exchanges with the others before attempting to depart. At that moment, the bullfighting master stepped forward, persistently urging, "Brother corpse-bearer, please reconsider. Forming a team with me would be the most efficient option." Having navigated through the crowd, the corpse-bearer suddenly paused. His eyes sparkled as he turned with a smile, speaking lightly, "Very well, let us team up. I happen to have a plan that is challenging to implement alone." The bullfighting master was merely testing the waters, yet the corpse-bearer's swift agreement caught him off guard. Oh, brother corpse-bearer, what is your plan? I assure you I will cooperate." The corpse-bearer smiled and nodded, offering no further explanation. The two walked side by side out of the mall, heading toward a less populated area. Observing from a distance, Yi Chun, driven by curiosity, adjusted his perspective to closely follow the pair. He was intrigued by the sudden shift in the corpse-bearer's demeanor, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 61. Audacious Recklessness? A Shift in Perspective. The figure of the corpse-bearer and the bullfighting master emerged from the shopping mall, making their way toward the western edge of the village. Based on their trajectory, Yi Chun had inferred certain information, intensifying his curiosity. "Brother corpse-bearer, where are you taking me?" After exiting the mall, the bullfighting master incessantly spewed forth goodwill, eager to establish rapport swiftly. However, the corpse-bearer remained taciturn, fixated on the path ahead. The bullfighting master, parched from his monologue, decided to change the subject, only for the corpse-bearer to finally speak. "We're on a quest to find a family heirloom." The bullfighting master, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Is it the task labeled as uncompletable online?" The corpse-bearer nodded affirmatively, stating, "Follow me. I will indicate the precise location of the task objective." Intrigued, the bullfighting master inquired further, "Then the rewards for this task must be substantial?" The corpse-bearer, leading the way, answered cryptically, "You shall find out upon arrival." The bullfighting master, left speechless, hurried to keep pace. They soon arrived before a rudimentary latrine at the village's western edge. With an incredulous expression, the bullfighting master remarked, "Brother corpse-bearer, you can't mean the task objective is within this latrine, can you?" The corpse-bearer decisively nodded. The bullfighting master's complexion turned an unpleasant shade of brown. He opened his mouth to protest, only to be unceremoniously shoved into the latrine by the corpse-bearer. Enduring the foul stench, the bullfighting master fished out a rusted steel bar. Subsequently, the two of them sought out the dazed old man to complete the task. Upon successfully acquiring the tetanus blade, the bullfighting master, with a look of disdain, intended to hand the weapon over to the corpse-bearer. "Brother, I prefer to fight barehanded. This weapon is not suited for me." Unfazed, the corpse-bearer insisted, "I have obtained this weapon. You must keep it safe, for it will prove invaluable later." The bullfighting master, rendered speechless, reluctantly stowed away the rusted steel bar. When he obtained the weapon, he naturally observed its extraordinary attributes, including an exceedingly potent buff. Nonetheless, his aversion to the weapon was insurmountable. Perhaps he genuinely favored unarmed combat. After securing the tetanus blade, the two altered their course towards the northern part of the village. Junin Village, nestled among mountains and waters, boasts a picturesque environment that captivates players upon entering the game. To the north of Junin Village lies a range of undulating mountains, while the dense forest to the east conceals the grass ninja scouts, who are dispersed throughout. The northern area also harbors grass ninja scouts, but due to the unique geography, there are fewer hiding places. Consequently, the scouts here often operate in small groups to gather intelligence. As the two approached the village's outskirts, the bullfighting master suddenly recalled something. He halted abruptly, eyes wide with surprise. "Brother Corpse Bearer, you're not thinking of." The corpse bearer pressed on, determinedly heading outside the village. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. To swiftly accrue contribution points, ambushing enemy NPCs is undoubtedly the most efficient method. The bullfighting master's expression fluctuated, and he remained rooted in place, contemplating. But just the two of us? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Despite his simple nature, the bullfighting master was far from foolish. Ambushing a squad of grass ninja scouts with just the two of them? What difference was there from seeking death? Finally, the corpse bearer halted, turning to grin. "Don't you wish to validate your martial arts? This is the perfect opportunity." Furrowing his brow, the bullfighting master retorted, "Combat is indeed the most effective means of validation, but we're heading to our demise." With a nonchalant shrug, the corpse bearer replied, "It's merely a game. Dying means respawning. It's just a minor loss of chakra. What is there to fear?" He gestured, persuasively continuing, "Moreover, if we slay just one enemy, we will profit. The more we kill, the greater our rewards. This venture cannot possibly yield a loss." The bullfighting master remained rooted, his expression still wavering. The corpse bearer, seeing the bullfighting master's indecision, turned and proceeded towards the village exit. An echoing remark lingered in the bullfighting master's mind. "If you're afraid, just go back. I'll have fewer burdens." The words struck a nerve, and the bullfighting master, his face flushed with indignation, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, who's afraid? If we're going, then let us go." After all, it was merely a game. Which player truly feared death? His concern lay solely in the futility of dying. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Yi-chun felt a surge of excitement. This corpse bearer was indeed audacious. Yet, there was something endearingly reckless about that bravado. How intriguing, truly intriguing. As the scene shifted, Yi-chun's gaze remained fixed on the duo. Once outside the village, the terrain suddenly became markedly rugged, for they had entered the mountainous region. The corpse bearer and the bullfighting master slowed their pace, frequently pausing after covering a short distance. The reason was that the corpse bearer would repeatedly crouch down, inhaling the air with great intensity, akin to a hunting dog. The bullfighting master, a martial artist in reality, understood the corpse bearer's intentions. He was merely curious whether real-world tracking methods would prove effective within the game. Initially, he attempted to mimic the corpse bearer, crouching and sniffing the ground, but aside from the strong earthy scent, he garnered no further results. Eventually, he surrendered to watching the corpse bearer busying himself. After traversing a dirt slope, they found themselves among a rocky expanse, the terrain becoming even more rugged. Gradually, they had delved deeper into the mountains behind the village. Unable to contain his boredom any longer, the bullfighting master finally spoke. "Brother, are you sure this is the right direction?" As they neared the impending ascent, doubts about the corpse bearer's tracking abilities began to surface. Just then, the corpse bearer abruptly raised a finger and whispered, "Show." Silence. At that moment, the bullfighting master's ears perked up. He detected an exceedingly faint sound. In Junin Ninja, once a player acquires chakra, their physical attributes receive substantial enhancement through its influence, manifesting in a remarkably realistic manner within the game. The bullfighting master instinctively crouched low and whispered, "There are enemies." Chapter 62. Encountering an enemy attack, the corpse bearer pressed his arm down, signaling the bullfighter master to remain silent. The two crouched behind a massive rock, slightly tilting their heads to peer around it. Among a pile of rubble, 6 scouts clad in grass-green ninja attire huddled together, gnawing on their rations. They were exceedingly vigilant, frequently glancing around as they consumed their food to avoid detection by the guards of Junin village. This squad of grass ninja scouts, cautious as they were, dared not light a fire. Yet, despite their vigilance, they had been tracked down by a mere 2-person team. The duo hidden behind the stones observed for a moment before the bullfighter master could no longer contain himself, quietly reporting his findings. 1 CH Nin, 2 Elite Genin, and 3 Genin. Having entered the game early, the bullfighter master had experienced numerous activities and had thus elevated his abilities to the Elite Genin level. Consequently, he was able to ascertain the strength of the enemy with relative ease. In contrast, the corpse bearer had only recently entered the game and was still at a low level, not yet reaching the Genin tier. Upon hearing the bullfighter master's assessment, the corpse bearer's eyes brightened, and he immediately inquired, "Do we have a chance to hold off that CH Nin NPC?" The bullfighter master hesitated for a moment before responding. "We can hold him off, but I fear that our battle may attract the attention of other enemies." The corpse bearer, resolute, stated, "As long as we can hold him, we need not fear their reinforcements. We are not far from Junin village. In terms of support, they have the geographical advantage." Observing the corpse bearer's unwavering confidence, the bullfighter master opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but ultimately refrained. After all, the corpse bearer had already expressed his true intentions. They had come here to face death. Taking down one enemy would not be in vain. Taking down more would be a significant gain. With a firm resolve, the bullfighter master watched as the grass ninja scouts were finishing their meal. And without a word of warning, the corpse bearer charged out. The bullfighter master was startled by the corpse bearer's sudden action. By the time he regained his composure, the corpse bearer was already surrounded by the enemies. "Cover me!" The corpse bearer shouted fearlessly, drawing his tetanus blade and striking at the nearest foe. The bullfighter master exhaled heavily, pushing off the ground with force, shooting toward the adversaries like a cannonball. The 6 grass ninja scouts were taken aback. Just as they were focused on their rations, 2 figures leapt out from behind a large rock, weapons in hand, displaying a desperate determination to fight. It was evident that they were ninjas from Junin village. The 6 scouts, though startled, remained composed. They coordinated seamlessly, spreading out in a plum blossom formation to establish a combat array, with the CH Nin leader positioned at the center. He promptly produced a special whistle. A sharp whistle echoed through the mountains, serving as a specific communication signal among scouts. The piercing sound acted both as a warning and a call for assistance. The bullfighter master, arriving later, darkened his expression. He knew he had to quickly restrain the CH Nin leader. As for the other 5, he had no time to concern himself with them. After all, the corpse bearer had not instructed him to worry about the other 5 prior to their action. 8 extremes collapse. Taste my elbow. The ninja blocking the CH Nin leader was forcefully knocked aside by the bullfighter master's powerful strike. The disparity in strength was evident. Even a seemingly unremarkable physical technique was enough to send a lower-level ninja flying. The CH Nin leader, after sending out the signal, decisively joined the fray. Observing the fluctuations in chakra, he quickly deduced that the bullfighter master posed the real threat, while the one wielding a rusty steel bar was yet to reach even the Genin level. With this accurate assessment, the CH Nin leader felt reassured and employed binding ninjutsu to buy time. Water release, flowing cage. Earth release, rock spike. Hand seals flew, and the ninjutsu formed in front of the bullfighter master, intertwining water and earth chakra. The bullfighter master, employing a unique footwork technique, twisted and turned in an effort to escape the restraints of the ninjutsu. However, the water-formed cage and the flickering spikes emerging from the ground forced him into a more precarious position. This exemplified the advantage of ninjutsu. While physical techniques required proximity to the target, ninjutsu could be launched from a distance as long as the caster had ample chakra. It was no wonder that physical techniques were often undervalued by many ninjas. Although the bullfighter master found himself in a dire situation, he was not yet fully restrained. Meanwhile, the corpse bearer was faced with an entirely different predicament. His strength had not yet reached even the Genin tier, and surrounded by 5 genuine ninjas. Evasion was a mere fantasy. However, the corpse bearer did not intend to dodge. Clutching the tetanus blade, he recklessly slashed at the nearest enemy. Ignoring the rapidly approaching ninjutsu and shuriken, he chose to disregard them entirely. As he barely managed to inflict a wound on his adversary, his body was struck directly by a ninjutsu, and a shuriken pierced through his chest. Yet, the The corpse-bearer's speed was remarkable, with precision and ferocity. He struck at the vital points of his target. The bone-cutting blade technique emphasized speed, accuracy, and lethality, evolving from surgical techniques. Thus, it was as precise and sharp as performing surgery. The corpse-bearer, with a frail physique, began to crumble after enduring a single onslaught. "Hold him! I must hold him!" The corpse-bearer shouted as he fell. The bullfighter master, desperately fleeing, glanced back and caught a glimpse of the corpse-bearer's unblinking eyes. With no strength left to complain, the bullfighter master exerted all his energy to delay the inevitable, hoping that the corpse-bearer could quickly revive and return. Though the bullfighter master possessed the strength of an elite genin, he preferred physical techniques in combat. When compared to lower-level ninjutsu, low-level physical techniques indeed held a disadvantage. However, high-level physical techniques stood in stark contrast to high-level ninjutsu. Regardless, the bullfighter master found himself cornered by the Grass Ninja Scout team, struggling to maintain his ground as they pressed upon him relentlessly. Chapter 63. The successful slaughter. As the bullfighting master teetered on the brink of defeat, the corpse-bearer finally arrived, wielding the tetanus blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fray, his weapon aimed directly at the grass-hidden scout he had previously wounded. His unique swordsmanship was swift and fierce. When the corpse-bearer had fallen earlier, the 6 grass-hidden scouts had already gained a clear understanding of his abilities. Thus, his return to the battle did not capture their attention. A mere underling was not worth their concern. In stark contrast, the retreating bullfighting master posed a significant threat. However, this very disregard cost the life of one grass-hidden scout. The scout, steadfast in his defense, did not evade the corpse-bearer's strikes, instead choosing to unleash his chakra as protection. Yet, the corpse-bearer's relentless assault, fierce and unyielding, continued unabated. Even as his arm was injured by the recoil of the protective chakra, he persisted in inflicting further wounds upon the scout. When his right arm sustained severe damage, he switched to wielding the tetanus blade with his left. Once that hand too was rendered incapable of holding the weapon, he resorted to gripping the hilt with his teeth. Remarkably, no matter which part of his body he employed, the corpse-bearer was able to manifest the full extent of his swordsmanship. As the wounds multiplied, the grass-hidden scout began to sense something amiss. His movements grew sluggish, as if his very vitality had been siphoned away. More alarmingly, the wounds itched and burned, as though swarms of insects were crawling beneath his skin. Upon inspecting the injuries, he was horrified to discover that those previously dismissed wounds had begun to fester. In a state of panic, the grass-hidden scout concentrated all his chakra and launched the seemingly inconsequential corpse-bearer away. The corpse-bearer fell to the ground like a deflated sack, lifeless. The beleaguered bullfighting master, witnessing this, was overcome with despair. He had believed that the corpse-bearer possessed some extraordinary skill that allowed him to hold his own against the grass-hidden scouts. He had persevered thus far in hopes of witnessing the corpse-bearer turn the tables on the 6 scouts. Yet, with the corpse-bearer down once more, a wave of frustration surged within him. What sort of celestial teammate had he unwittingly joined forces with? Surrounded by 6 grass-hidden scouts, the bullfighting master found himself at his wit's end, utterly bereft of the ability to counterattack. Explosions of ninjutsu erupted around him, constricting his movements. As the relentless attacks closed in, he became increasingly flustered. Heart racing, he bellowed, "I'll fight to the end." With his body battered, he narrowly escaped a binding jutsu. Bracing himself, the bullfighting master charged into the sluggish grass-hidden scout, his only target. The scout was sent flying by the sheer force of the impact, spewing forth a torrent of dark blood before collapsing lifelessly. Notification: congratulations to player corpse-bearer for successfully slaying a grass-hidden genin. Reward: 500 contribution points. The severely injured bullfighting master could scarcely believe his eyes. What? Why? Before he could unravel the mystery, he was engulfed by a tempest of flames, surging columns of rock and viscous torrents of water, all consuming him. He found himself resurrected in the hall, bewildered, only to encounter the grinning face of the corpse-bearer. Though his heart simmered with rage and confusion, The bullfighting master's good-natured disposition prevented an immediate outburst. Sensing the bullfighting master's displeasure, the corpse-bearer appeared to read his thoughts, saying with a smile, "Let us discuss it on the way." With that, he hastened out of the resurrection hall. The bullfighting master, his feelings tangled, hesitated briefly before following suit. Rather than exiting the village, the corpse-bearer headed straight for the marketplace. He converted all the contribution points he had earned into chakra, and with the recent reward, he completely exchanged it for chakra. Despite the loss incurred from 2 deaths, his total chakra had reached the level of a genin. High risks indeed yield high rewards. The corpse-bearer demonstrated this truth through his actions, achieving genin status in less than a day of gameplay. Would not other players be left agape at such a transformation? The bullfighting master, with a furrowed brow, keenly noted the changes in the corpse-bearer. "Oh, you've reached genin status?" The corpse-bearer smiled. "I owe it all to your tremendous cooperation, my friend." The bullfighting master scoffed, his resentment deepening. The corpse-bearer strode forth from the marketplace, heading northward once more. Noticing the bullfighting master lagging behind, he paused to beckon. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." At last, the bullfighting master could contain his frustration no longer. "You've taken all the benefits. Do you think I'm a fool?" The corpse-bearer faltered, quickly comprehending the source of the bullfighting master's discontent. He approached, patiently explaining, "Don't be upset. I'll let you claim the finishing blows later. I'm here to assist you." The bullfighting master's brow knitted tighter as his tone grew more severe. "I'm not concerned about the rewards. I just want to collaborate with you." Despite his simmering anger, he struggled to voice his displeasure. Even in fury, he remained remarkably restrained. The corpse-bearer, who typically shied away from communication, found himself grappling with the complexities of interaction. "Brother bullfighting, I understand your frustrations. But first, let me explain." He then laid bare his true intentions, detailing the unique killing method of the tetanus blade and his blood-for-blood approach. Upon hearing this, the bullfighting master's expression softened considerably. "So, that is how you fought against the grass-hidden scout?" The corpse-bearer nodded affirmatively. The bullfighting master inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Well, you're impressive." Through the unique mechanism of the tetanus blade, the corpse-bearer had demonstrated a fierce determination to secure kills, even at the cost of repeated deaths, thus earning contribution rewards. The bullfighting master couldn't help but admire the corpse-bearer's formidable nature. "I concede, I underestimated you," he admitted, before shifting the conversation. "Brother corpse-bearer, I believe your strategy could benefit from some refinement for potentially greater efficiency." Chapter 64. Total annihilation of the enemies. Upon hearing these words, the corpse-bearer displayed a glimmer of joy. "Oh, Brother Donyo, what insights do you possess? Pray, share them with me." Master Donyo, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "According to your original plan, continuously resurrecting to eliminate the enemy can indeed be seen as a model of turning small investments into substantial gains. However," Master Donyo furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before continuing, "the repeated deaths and accumulated penalties would also incur considerable losses. This situation might benefit from some improvement." The corpse-bearer, increasingly intrigued, pressed, "What improvements do you suggest? Please, do not hesitate to speak. If it proves effective, I shall share half of the subsequent gains with you." Master Donyo waved his hand dismissively, stating plainly, "As I mentioned before, I am not particularly concerned about that meager reward. You need not share the profits with me. In my view, engaging the enemy through the exchange of blood is not inherently wrong. Yet, during the combat, it is entirely possible to minimize the number of deaths." The corpse-bearer's eyes sparkled with interest as he eagerly inquired, "What method can reduce the frequency of deaths?" Master Donyo chuckled amiably, his tone light. "Throughout our previous encounters, I observed your formidable swordsmanship. While your reckless approach is undoubtedly fierce, it seems unnecessary to me. You could easily evade some avoidable harm through agile movements. This would enhance your survival rate and significantly increase your opportunities for dealing the final blow, would it not?" Upon hearing this, the corpse-bearer furrowed his brow, muttering, "Agile movements." At last, Master Donyo had touched upon his area of expertise, a broad smile gracing his face. "Indeed, it is agile movements. This can be considered a form of martial arts within the game. By executing orderly footwork, one can evade enemy attacks, thereby greatly improving one's chances of survival. The corpse bearer's frown deepened as he replied, "However, I do not understand these agile movements." Master Do Nyo grinned widely, thumping his chest. "I understand. Brother, let me tell you, when your fierce swordsmanship is combined with agile movements, the results will be extraordinary." The corpse bearer retorted, "What good is your understanding if I cannot?" Before he could finish, the excited Master Do Nyo cut in, "I can teach you." The corpse bearer, with a look of skepticism, asked, "Are you certain you can help me master agile movements in such a short time?" Master Do Nyo earnestly shook his head. "That naturally cannot be done, but did you not say that combat provides the best opportunity for validation? I believe you possess a commendable talent for martial arts, having developed your own sword techniques. Given your plan involves continuous resurrection in combat, why not seize this opportunity to refine your agile movements? This would also serve as an enhancement of your own abilities." After pondering for a moment, the corpse bearer nodded firmly. "You make a valid point. I shall learn agile movements from you." With that, Master Do Nyo became exceptionally enthusiastic, eagerly detailing the intricate nuances of footwork while gesturing animatedly. The corpse bearer, ever diligent and serious, truly applied himself to learning. To Master Do Nyo's delight, the corpse bearer indeed exhibited some aptitude for martial arts. With just a few explanations and demonstrations, the corpse bearer was already practicing independently with considerable skill. "Brother, you truly have a talent for martial arts," Master Do Nyo exclaimed. "Where do you live in reality? Let us meet offline and spar." Having just met, the invitation to meet offline, especially between two grown men, sent a chill down the corpse bearer's spine, prompting him to refuse repeatedly. Well, it is not that I possess talent. In truth, it relates to my profession. Ultimately, the sword techniques I comprehend are merely the methods I have honed through my daily work. As for your demonstrated agile movements, they resemble the stances I maintain while working. I am not exceptionally gifted. I merely compensate for my shortcomings with diligence." However, Master Do Nyo shook his head solemnly. "Diligence is a form of talent in itself. There is no need for you to belittle your abilities." Seeing Master Do Nyo's insistence, the corpse bearer chose not to elaborate further. The two continued on their path, exchanging affirmations as they left the village in an unusual manner. In contrast, Yi Chun, who observed everything from the shadows, was the most pleased. Whether it be agile movements or sword techniques, as long as these skills were mastered by the recruited players, they could be acquired by Yi Chun through the system feedback. Who would ever complain about having too many skills? Others might overlook martial arts, but the experienced Yi Chun understood the significance of these techniques all too well. With his spirits high, Yi Chun watched the two as they progressed northward through the village, finding them increasingly agreeable. Gradually, the terrain began to rise again. Throughout this process, the corpse bearer had already grasped several sets of footwork. The initial clumsiness of the movements mattered little. With practice through combat, they would soon be etched into memory. The two arrived at the rocky pile where they had previously fought. The 5 grass-hidden scouts had vanished without a trace. Given the proximity to Junin village, the earlier battle had undoubtedly drawn the village's attention. Thus, relocating now was a prudent course of action. The corpse bearer halted his practice, crouching down once more to keenly sniff the ground. This time, Master Do Nyo refrained from making any comments. After all, it was the corpse bearer's keen sense of smell that had previously led them to the enemy. After sniffing for a while, the corpse bearer stood up and pursued a specific direction. Master Do Nyo followed closely, swiftly maneuvering up the gradually rising slope. The two stealthily navigated until they finally caught up with the small squad of grass-hidden scouts. Perhaps due to earlier signals, the squad that had lost one member was now accompanied by 2 additional scouting teams, resulting in a contingent of over 10 scouts. Master Do Nyo observed this and remarked, somewhat exasperated, there seemed to be quite a few of them now. The corpse bearer, brimming with excitement, responded, the more, the merrier. This allows us to unleash our full potential. Master Do Nyo, bemused, glanced at the corpse bearer, who was now animated with enthusiasm. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly silent and cunning individual was, In fact, a combat fanatic. The corpse-bearer's excitement remained unabated as he whispered, "Brother Donyo, I must remind you, this next encounter is a brutal fight, not a friendly spar. We must utilize every means necessary to eliminate our enemies. Every additional kill is a victory for us." Master Donyo understood precisely what the corpse-bearer meant. His own combat style was often too refined, resembling a sparring match. And while he had grasped some ninjutsu, he often dismissed its use. The rusted blade he wielded was similarly regarded as an external tool, beneath his consideration. Having lectured the corpse-bearer earlier, he now found himself on the receiving end of the same treatment. Master Donyo, undeterred, took a moment to seriously reflect on the matter. Chapter 65. Advancement in Body Techniques. The master of bullfighting gritted his teeth and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, on the battlefield, one must employ every means possible, with the ultimate goal of vanquishing the enemy. I had previously underestimated the situation. Henceforth, I shall confront it with utmost seriousness." The corpse-bearer, having successfully altered the master's perspective, nodded in satisfaction. Faced with such a multitude of grass-hidden scouts, the two had no tactical options available. They charged headlong into the group of over a dozen. As they returned, the earlier team of grass-hidden scouts felt a chill of apprehension. The ninjas from Junin village were indeed peculiar. Their inability to be killed was the most terrifying aspect. For them, any losses would be irreparable. As the duo approached without hesitation, the scouts of the grass-hidden village could not afford to be negligent. Various ninjutsu techniques were unleashed upon the two. The master of bullfighting, with his agile footwork, evaded the majority of the attacks. True to his word, he no longer relied solely on physical techniques against foes. As he charged forward, both hands pulsated with chakra, rapidly coalescing into spheres. Two spiraling orbs were hurled towards the enemy formation. The scouts swiftly dispersed to evade the onslaught of the spiraling bombs. While the master of bullfighting's dexterity allowed him to dodge most ninjutsu attacks, the corpse-bearer was less fortunate. Though he had begun to grasp the essence of body techniques, his skills remained unrefined. As he twisted and turned, he was unable to escape the assault of the ninjutsu. In an instant, his ankle was ensnared by a stream of water, his arm bound by wooden vines, and a massive stone pressed down upon his back, severely restricting his movements, leaving the corpse-bearer in despair. Meanwhile, the master of bullfighting, due to his remarkable strength, attracted considerable attention from the enemy. Under the watchful gaze of the corpse-bearer, he danced nimbly amidst the barrage of attacks. Although he could not evade all the strikes, his increasingly desperate movements became a spectacle of grace amid chaos. To the corpse-bearer, the master's ability to navigate through a hail of attacks appeared extraordinarily cool. Unbeknownst to him, his understanding of body techniques had ascended to a new level, thanks to the master of bullfighting drawing most of the fire. The corpse-bearer managed to break free from his bindings. With a swift turn, he made his escape. He did not truly leave the battlefield. Rather, he merely shifted his position. He paid no heed to the master of bullfighting, who was now reeling from the effects of ninjutsu. As they charged into the throng of scouts, both prepared for a fight from which they might not return, the master of bullfighting, forced into a precarious retreat, seized the opportunity to unleash a few spiraling orbs, disrupting the enemy's rhythm. This was the only ninjutsu he could employ swiftly under the current circumstances, as the execution of other techniques required more elaborate movements, which were challenging to perform in such an environment. His ability to fight while retreating was the reason he had managed to endure for so long. In the midst of the turmoil, the corpse-bearer, having circled back, rejoined the fray. This time, he appeared directly behind one of the grass-hidden scouts, swinging his rusty blade, which was now enveloped in a thin layer of chakra energy. He endowed the otherwise dull blade with a hint of sharpness. Now at the level of a genin, he found himself capable of engaging the similarly ranked scouts. His movements became increasingly elusive, making it difficult for others to detect him. This was the primary reason he could successfully approach his target. With a swift thrust, the rusty blade pierced the enemy's body. The unfortunate scout, struck by the blade, could only let out a pained cry before the second strike followed closely behind. The speed was astonishing. The corpse-bearer's self-developed sword technique, fierce and rapid, was its defining characteristic. The injured scout lunged forward to evade, chakra erupting behind him as he attempted to obliterate the corpse bearer. However, the corpse bearer twisted his body, deftly retreating from the battlefield. With a single strike, he disengaged without lingering, executing guerrilla tactics to perfection. Thus, he significantly increased his chances of survival, while simultaneously raising the threat level in the minds of his enemies. Indeed, the team of over a dozen grass-hidden scouts began to reorganize. Some continued their relentless assault on the master of bullfighting, while others turned their attention to guard against the corpse-bearer's ambush. As their focus divided, the pressure on the master of bullfighting noticeably diminished. He finally seized the chance to catch his breath while launching counterattacks with his ninjutsu. The duo began to develop a tacit understanding, working in concert. Naturally, their actions could not proceed without hindrance. The increasingly enraged scouts ceased evasion, recklessly engaging in combat with the two. Before long, both the master of bullfighting and the corpse-bearer suffered considerable injuries, severely hampering their speed. The scouts they battled fared even worse. The master of bullfighting, casting aside reservations, also resorted to using the rusty blade. His outstanding prowess resulted in significant damage to the enemy. The corpse-bearer, lurking in the background, wielded his blade with lethal precision. Each strike was aimed at vital points. If he struck, injury was inevitable. As the scouts sustained more wounds, their movements began to slow. The two, seemingly in agreement, ceased evasion and, despite their injuries, launched an all-out offensive. The corpse-bearer's swift and cunning swordplay inflicted numerous wounds upon the encircling scouts, while the master of bullfighting's powerful strikes, though occasionally missing, caused deep lacerations when they connected. Yet, after sustaining several more injuries, the two fell to the ground, lifeless. Just as they had revived in the resurrection hall, the system notifications began to repeat. Ding! Congratulations to player corpse-bearer for successfully slaying a grass-hidden genin. Reward: 500 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations to player master of bullfighting for successfully slaying a grass-hidden chunin. Reward: 600 contribution points. Ding! As the system notifications echoed, the public chat channel erupted with excitement. Wait, weren't these two just in a team? How did they manage to take down so many grass-hidden ninjas? Could they have ambushed a scout team? Ambushing a scout team? No way. Otherwise, how do you explain the flood of system messages? I just saw them reviving in the resurrection hall. It's highly likely they exhausted the enemy through repeated revivals. I understand the logic, but you try reviving repeatedly and see if you can take down a scout team. Those grass-hidden scouts are no pushovers. Even average players would find it nearly impossible to get close. Chapter 66. A bountiful harvest. Despite the heated discussions in the public chat channel, the two bearers of corpses dashed out from the resurrection hall, heading straight for the marketplace. In a mere moment, they accumulated a 4-digit contribution point balance. The bearer of corpses promptly exchanged his contribution points for chakra, storing it within his body. Meanwhile, the bull master, aiming to attract considerable attention, divided his contribution points. One portion was allocated for purchasing practical ninjutsu and talismans, while the other was reserved to replenish chakra lost upon death. As soon as they entered the marketplace, they were recognized. A throng of players quickly surrounded them. Could you possibly reveal how you managed to slay so many grass-hidden scouts? I'll offer 300 contribution points if you take me along to gain some experience. Just a little will suffice. Humph. You dare to ask for 300 points? I'll give 500. Please take me with you. I'll offer 800. I'll offer 1,000. What began as mere curiosity swiftly transformed into an auction. The bearers of corpses exchanged amused glances, choosing not to respond, and busied themselves with exchanging items in the marketplace. After a brief uproar, when the two remained silent, another player inquired, "Could you share a few details? We can try on our own." The bull master, being a straightforward individual, could not resist answering. "Oh, there's nothing special. We merely exchanged blows with the enemy. Our losses upon death were minimal, while the enemy's demise rewarded us handsomely. It's a deal that can hardly be deemed a loss." The other players were not easily fooled. They questioned the plausibility of such exchanges. How could that be? It's already difficult to approach a grass-hidden scout team, let alone engage in exchanges. Indeed, unless one were to form a large team, but then the scouts would simply evade us, denying any chances of contact. Do you possess some secret weapon? Share a hint with us. Yes, hoarding secrets is not a commendable habit. Such behavior could lead to public condemnation online. When their pleas went unanswered, some resorted to threats. The Bull Master maintained his composure, a benign smile adorning his face as he replied, "Secret weapon? What could we possibly have? Aside from our shared passion for physical techniques, we possess no other secret weapons." His words effectively redirected the focus towards physical techniques, subtly ameliorating the player's negative perceptions thereof. Whoever claimed the Bull Master was foolish was sorely mistaken. In certain matters, he was remarkably astute. To evade further attention, the two swiftly parted the crowd and exited the marketplace, leaving onlookers in bewildered silence. After a moment of reflection, someone scoffed, "Humph, I doubt their claims. There is certainly more to this. I intend to follow them and uncover the truth. I'll join too. They can't hide their secrets from us. Yes, let us expose their actions online. Let us see how they conceal their secrets." Human nature is inherently greedy. Yichen observed this unfolding drama without interference. Controversy often serves as a catalyst for growth. It is only when faced with harsh reality that individuals learn their lessons. Shortly thereafter, the bearers of corpses found themselves pursued by a veritable army of curious players. Aware of their newfound followers, they continued undeterred. Advancing deeper into Chapter 67, the audacious mastermind, having successfully amassed his first fortune, the mastermind, accompanied by his devoted followers, ventured to the marketplace for a lavish spree. Naturally, with their initial contribution points being meager, meticulous budgeting was essential. However, the mastermind had already calculated the distribution of these points. He provided a clear directive on which items to purchase, leading to the emergence of numerous players who seemed to be cast from the same mold. Subsequently, the mastermind guided his followers into the second phase of their strategy. Equipped with chakra and the fundamentals of ninjutsu, they commenced forming teams to hunt monsters. Although the early game creatures were indeed formidable, sheer numbers proved to be a significant advantage. Under the mastermind's astute guidance, the new players devised countless ingenious methods to eliminate monsters. At this juncture, frequent communication with seasoned players was crucial for their success. With a foundation already laid, the rapport between both parties remained amicable. After collecting a modest protection fee, the veteran players willingly allowed the newcomers to engage with a portion of the monsters, facilitating their leveling process. When necessary, the veterans would step in to handle the more challenging adversaries, ensuring a smooth and satisfactory experience for all involved. The adeptness with which the mastermind managed these relationships left Yichen nodding in approval. As contribution points continued to accumulate, the new player's prowess rapidly escalated. Yet, the mastermind soon found himself dissatisfied with the current rate of point acquisition. He convened a gathering, forming a tight-knit circle to initiate a covert meeting. "Brothers," he began, "at our current pace, the speed at which we are earning contribution points is insufficient." The fervent followers chimed in, eager to hear his plans. "Master, please share your strategy. We pledge our support." "Indeed, Master, we are grateful for your guidance. Just tell us what to do. Are we to ascend the mountain of blades or plunge into the cauldron of oil?" Their enthusiasm was palpable, a testament to their unwavering trust in the mastermind. Initially, doubts had lingered regarding his decisions, but as they consistently reaped contributions under his leadership, their skepticism dissipated entirely. The increase in his followers, from a mere handful to over 20, further attested to his growing influence. With confidence radiating from him, the mastermind proclaimed, "To expedite our acquisition of contribution points, merely completing daily tasks and hunting monsters will not suffice. Therefore, I have resolved to join the trial battlefield. Who among you wishes to accompany me?" The once enthusiastic followers fell into a subdued silence. A young player, his face betraying anxiety, spoke up, "Master, is it not too soon for us to enter the battlefield? Most of us lack even the strength of a lower ninja." His concerns were echoed by many, who voiced their apprehensions. "Indeed, Master, venturing into battle now seems premature. Why not enhance our abilities further before participating? Master, it's not a lack of faith in you. It's just that entering the battlefield now could lead to our demise. We are not afraid of death, as it is merely a game. But to die without purpose seems illogical. In this moment, the voices of concern mingled in a cacophony, revealing their admiration for the mastermind. Yet also their rationality when faced with the specter of death, even if such death held little consequence in the game. The mastermind remained unfazed by their hesitance, his confidence unwavering. Sometimes, raw strength isn't the most crucial element. What truly matters is here. He gestured to his temple, scanning the crowd. Instantly, silence enveloped them, each one lost in contemplation. Understanding the potency of rhetoric, the mastermind seized the moment. Employing strategy can yield disproportionately favorable results. For instance, regarding my forthcoming plan. At the mere mention of a plan, the crowd instinctively leaned in, eager to listen. The mastermind's boldness was matched only by the effectiveness of his schemes, which had earned him the trust of his followers. Without such assurance, their rapid advancement in strength would have been implausible. With a knowing look, he surveyed the group and then spoke cryptically. In the coming days, most of you will remain in the village, continuing your usual activities. Meanwhile, I will take a few brothers with me to feign defection at the enemy's stronghold. Once we ascertain their layout, we shall coordinate a surprise attack, turning their stronghold upside down. The audacity of this plan drew gasps from the crowd. How bold! Even encountering a solitary scout from the grass village would pose a significant threat. Entering the enemy's lair was a perilous gamble. Alarmed, many voiced their objections. It was evident that their concern for the mastermind's safety was genuine, stemming either from self-interest or heartfelt camaraderie, a sentiment that stirred the mastermind deeply. He implored, "Brothers, do not fret for my safety. As long as we successfully infiltrate the enemy ranks, we shall reap abundant rewards. Trust me, I always deliver on my promises." Perhaps moved by his fervor, the group exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Master, take me with you. I shall lead the charge. Master, allow me to protect you. Master, take me. I will shield you if needed." The eagerness to pledge their loyalty was swift, each one striving to prove their worth to the mastermind. With raised arms, he nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall select a few brothers." Observing this unfolding scene, Yi Chun was taken aback by the mastermind's audacious decision. This fellow intended to defect to the grass village? What inspired such an audacious notion? While players certainly feared not death, what purpose would it serve to venture into enemy territory? Countless questions swirled in Yi Chen's mind, intensifying his curiosity regarding the mastermind's choices. As for the notion of defection mentioned by the mastermind, Yi Chun dismissed it entirely. For players, the grass village was merely a novice haven. Defecting from such a place to join an NPC faction? Such an act was typically forbidden by most game mechanics. Yi Chun understood that this was merely the mastermind's fade. Chapter 68. The arrival of the ghost shark in the village of Kunyan. A gathering of novice players was deep in discussion. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away in the village of Kusa, a commotion erupted. The usually elusive Lord Kusa, flanked by his subordinates and members of the Dark Forces, made their way towards the village outskirts. Such a rare spectacle naturally drew countless eyes. The citizens of Kusa exchanged whispers, speculating on the reason behind Lord Kusa's grand display. A procession of figures marched out of the village, and among them, a tall silhouette clad in a long black robe with red lining caught the attention of the crowd. The figure wore a high-collared robe and a tattered emblem on their forehead, with black hair standing upright like a fin. The pale visage was marred by 6 gaping, shark-like gills. This towering figure bore a massive blade, wrapped in bandages, his famed weapon, the shark muscle. This individual was none other than the ghost shark, seeking aid from Kusa. Little did Kusa expect that the plea for assistance would be answered so swiftly by the ghost shark. Upon the arrival of the protagonist, Kusa and his subordinates stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Ghost Shark, your presence graces our humble village." The ghost shark did not respond, but instead scrutinized the surroundings through the collar of his robe. After a moment, his unique raspy voice broke the silence. "Where is the formidable enemy mentioned in the letter?" Kusa, wearing a forced smile, replied respectfully, "Mr. Ghost Shark, please enter the village for a discussion, so that I." An old man, may extend my hospitality. Without hesitation, the ghost shark coldly refused, cut the pleasantries. Where's the enemy? Kusa, momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words, felt his facade falter, his smile stiffening. Ah, Mr. Ghost Shark, you truly are a person of straightforward disposition. The enemy mentioned in the letter is located 100 miles away in Cunyon Village. The leader there, though young, has already attained the strength of a shadow, which is quite formidable. However, the strength of his subordinates is rather mediocre. Before Kusa could finish, the ghost shark's eyes gleamed with excitement. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Shadow-level strength? Excellent. I did not anticipate such unexpected gains on this trip." The ghost shark's murmurs seemed to exclude Kusa entirely. Feeling stifled, Kusa ceased his chatter, awaiting the ghost shark's next words. In this moment of need, he had no choice but to lower his stance. Fortunately, the ghost shark soon spoke plainly. "All right. I shall take this task upon myself. You may return to your duties. Once I have slain the leader of Cunyon Village, I will personally come to collect the agreed-upon reward." With that, the ghost shark, bearing his massive blade, turned to leave. Kusa hastily raised his hand, saying, "Mr. Ghost Shark, are you planning to go to Cunyon Village alone?" Without looking back, the ghost shark replied, "I am sufficient on my own." Kusa's lips twitched as he raised his voice. But the leader of Cunyon Village is a skilled fighter. It would be prudent for Mr. Ghost Shark to bring along some capable individuals from Kusa for support. The departing ghost shark halted, turning with a frosty demeanor. "Do you doubt my strength?" Sweat beaded on Kusa's forehead as he shook his head vigorously. "Mr. Ghost Shark, you misunderstand. What I mean is, traveling alone to Cunyon Village, where you are unfamiliar with the terrain, could pose challenges. It would be wise to take along our ninjas, who are well acquainted with the landscape and can assist you." The ghost shark remained silent, fixating his fearsome gaze on Kusa until he felt a chill run down his spine and beads of sweat began to flow freely. Finally, the ghost shark spoke. "I am well aware of your intentions. You claim to offer assistance, but you are merely keeping watch, aren't you?" With a disdainful snort, he continued, "You may follow, but should I discover any ulterior motives, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Kusa nodded eagerly, offering a series of forced smiles. "Rest assured, Mr. Ghost Shark, I will ensure your satisfaction." Turning to his subordinate, Bibi, Kusa instructed, "Bibi, arrange for some capable individuals to assist Mr. Ghost Shark." Before Bibi could respond, Kusa added, "And make sure Elder Bayuan accompanies him. After all, he is familiar with that environment." Understanding the directive, Bibi promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, several powerful ninjas surged forth from Kusa Village, heading directly towards the ghost shark. Trailing behind was a bandaged figure, the limping Elder Bayuan. With a complex expression, Elder Bayuan greeted Kusa before hastily joining the ghost shark's entourage. The ghost shark, glancing at the limping elder, deduced that he had recently sustained severe injuries, letting out a barely audible grunt. Without further ado, he turned and left, followed closely by Kusa's elite. Once the figures had vanished from sight, Kusa finally retracted his forced smile, straightening his posture. The rumors of the ghost shark's combative nature were indeed true. At that moment, Bibi approached. "Sir, should I send someone to follow them?" Kusa shot a glare at Bibi, reprimanding him. "Do not meddle unnecessarily. Focus on your own responsibilities." Kusa, a quintessential tyrant in his own domain, dared not express his ire towards the ghost shark, opting instead to vent his frustration on his subordinates. Bibi, having grown accustomed to Kusa's eccentric temperament, merely bowed his head in silence, his true thoughts remaining inscrutable. The two stood on the official road, enveloped in silence for a prolonged moment. Finally, Kusa sighed, turning to lead his group back into the village. Bibi followed, casting a glance towards the direction the ghost shark had disappeared before turning to observe the faltering Kusa. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. As Bibi took a few steps, a member of the dark forces hurriedly approached him. Leaning in, the individual whispered, "Chief, our guards have captured several spies from Cunyon Village. They claim to have come to surrender." Bibi responded nonchalantly, "Keep a close watch on them. I will personally interrogate them shortly." The Dark Forces member nodded and departed swiftly. Bibi cast one last look at Kusa's retreating figure, his lips moving silently before transforming into a heavy sigh. He led his subordinates back to Kusa village. Meanwhile, on the other side of Kusa village, the Master of Deception, accompanied by a few trusted followers, was engaged in a dispute with Kusa village's guards. Bound and in a wretched state, they pleaded, "Hey, brother, how many times must we tell you? We are here to surrender, yet you refuse to believe us." The Master of Deception squirmed on the ground like a large maggot, his voice rising in protest. Chapter 69. Infiltrating the interior. The guards of Kusa no Sato were thoroughly vexed by the incessant chatter of the cunning strategist. He retorted sharply, "Enough of your nonsense. You claim to surrender, yet I suspect you are nothing but spies." The strategist, indignant, continued to lament on the ground. "Have you ever encountered spies of such feeble strength? With our meager abilities, what intelligence could we possibly gather?" The guards, momentarily taken aback by his words, hesitated before responding coldly. "Who can say for certain? Whether you are spies or not will be revealed when my lord arrives for questioning." This was precisely the response the strategist awaited. He feigned utmost grievance, wailing as if he were being slaughtered. Eventually, the exasperated guards sought out cloth and gagged the strategist to silence his cries. After a brief interval, a ninja clad in dark attire emerged swiftly. Upon seeing the fallen figures, he commanded, "Take these individuals away. My lord wishes to interrogate them." The guards, well aware of whom the newcomer referred to as my lord, wasted no time. They summoned a few comrades to assist, half pushing and half supporting the strategist and his companions into Kusa no Sato. As the disheveled strategist entered the village, he began to survey his surroundings, his eyes darting about. He meticulously noted the various structures, rapidly sketching a mental map. Avoiding the bustling streets, he headed directly for the Dark Division. Once the strategist and his companions were brought to the Dark Division, they were met with assistance. After diligently recording their route, they were finally ushered into a modest hall. The space was not particularly large, but was filled with tables and chairs. At that moment, the hall was packed with members of the Dark Division. The strategist and his companions were thrust into the room, akin to entering a courtroom. At the head of the assembly, BBE surveyed the disheveled group and expressed mild disappointment. "Pray tell, what brings you to this place?" With keen insight, he discerned that their strength was merely a slight elevation above that of ordinary folk, hardly qualifying them as even low-ranking ninjas. Such individuals, even if they did pledge allegiance, would hardly be of interest to him. Muffled by the gag, the strategist could only emit sounds in a bid to capture attention. BBE frowned and gestured to his subordinates to remove the cloth from the strategist's mouth. Once liberated, the strategist coughed and finally managed to catch his breath. "And my lord, you have truly wronged us." BBE remained silent, observing the strategist's performance. The strategist understood that to gain their trust, he needed to present something of substance. "My lord, you cannot fathom how the ninjas of Kunin village have oppressed us." As he spoke, he infused his tone with emotion, even squeezing out a tear for effect. The ninjas of Kunin village form cliques and engage in severe oppression, creating a vile atmosphere. We, with our limited strength, cannot secure any resources. After our encounter with your village, the distribution of benefits has become even more inequitable. The rich grow richer, while the poor suffer immensely, and we are constantly suppressed by unscrupulous factions. We are left with no choice but to seek refuge with the village chief, who shows no concern for our plight. Desperate, we chose to pledge allegiance to your esteemed village. I beseech you to grant us a path to survival." The strategist passionately pleaded, and the others echoed his sentiments, adopting expressions of profound sorrow. The information he presented instantly ignited a fervor in the interrogation hall. They had initially believed Kunin village to be a solidly united front, only to discover the depths of discord within. Competition breeds conflict, and if mismanaged, such discord could lead to internal strife. It could be said that the village chief of Kunin was still too young. Despite his formidable prowess, he lacked sufficient experience in managing a village. This suggested that the internal discord alone could be exploited to incite further conflict. Were their prior losses to be deemed mere waste? Who could have anticipated that beneath the seemingly robust exterior of Kunin village lay such fragility? The cacophony of voices grew, causing BBE to feel a surge of irritation. He raised his hand sharply and declared, Silence. This is an interrogation hall, not a forum. Any matters of discussion should be taken to the meeting room. His reprimand effectively quelled the noise. Turning his gaze to the strategist, BBE adopted a condescending tone. Everywhere there are disputes, and conflicts abound. Moreover, given your capabilities, what benefits could we possibly gain from your allegiance? Merely more mouths to feed. His words were laced with disdain, reflecting his fundamental disregard for the would-be defectors. The strategist feigned alarm, glancing around nervously before pleading earnestly, "My lord, please do not cast us away. If we leave, we shall surely perish. Allow us to reside in your village, and we shall toil tirelessly for you. At the very least, we can offer some intelligence, information that could benefit Kusa no Sato in battle." The members of the Dark Division initially harbored a mindset akin to cats toying with mice. However, upon hearing the word intelligence, their expressions shifted dramatically. BBE, too, raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what intelligence do you possess? If you speak the truth, I may grant you permission to reside in Kusa no Sato." The strategist, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Really? My lord, is it truly possible?" BBE affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, provided the information you offer holds value." The strategist quickly added, "I am aware of their structural layout, and I know of several poorly guarded secret passages into the village." Furthermore, BBE, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Such information we could uncover in due time. Do you have anything else of value?" Feigning deep contemplation, the strategist then murmured, "I wonder if information regarding the resurrection techniques employed by the ninjas of Kunin village would be deemed valuable?" The interrogation hall erupted once more in a clamor. BBE sat up straight, exclaiming, "You truly possess knowledge regarding the resurrection of ninjas?" The strategist feigned silence, then languidly replied, "Of course I do, but first, I require that arrangements be made for my companions and me to settle down. Only then will I divulge the genuine information." Chapter 70. The Pardon of Death. BBI cast a grim gaze upon the master of cunning below. He had not anticipated that the disheveled fellow possessed a modicum of wit. The abrupt shift in his demeanor indicated that he had grasped the significance of the pertinent information. The enigma of the continuous resurrection of the ninjas from Junin village indeed posed a considerable headache for the entirety of Kusanagi village. Its importance was self-evident. However, witnessing the master of cunning's rapid change in attitude left BBI quite displeased. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Do not entertain thoughts of coercion. I assure you, it will be futile. Should you remain silent, I will find a way to compel you to speak. Even if you exhibit great resilience, what of your companions? I advise you to confess promptly. I may consider fulfilling your requests." Yet, the previously submissive master of cunning suddenly adopted a defiant stance. He lifted his chin and met BBI's gaze. To his astonishment, even the high-ranking officials of Kusanagi village could be so fickle. With no credibility, how could they expect cooperation? There was no doubt that even if I divulged the information, you would inevitably resort to violence. In any case, death is death. It is better to die with a semblance of dignity. A peculiar smile emerged on the master's face. Moreover, when have the villagers of Junin ever feared death? These words immediately stirred discomfort among the members of Kusanagi's Dark Division. Some hurled insults, others harbored murderous intent, and a few even drew their weapons, prepared for conflict. BBI furrowed his brow, feeling a slight headache. He had underestimated the cunning of those below. Pushed to desperation, it was indeed possible that these individuals might seek a swift end. Was that not the case with the two ninjas from Junin village he had previously captured? They displayed no fear of death. Thus, threatening them with death was hardly a wise tactic. BBI's mind raced as he swiftly assessed the situation, ultimately stating, "You have already defected. Even if you perish, will Junin village spare you?" The master of cunning, with a defiant neck, replied, "I have already stated, in the end, it is all the same. It is better to die closer to home." BBI's gaze deepened in contemplation as he regarded the obstinate figure below, increasingly vexed. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your demands." A chorus of discontent erupted from the onlookers. However, as the highest authority present, BBI's decision remained unchallenged. The master of cunning, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed deeply. "We shall forever be indebted to your grace, my lord." BBI raised a finger, gesturing towards the master. "Your companions may find refuge within Kusanagi village. However, you must remain." The master faltered, his expression shifting rapidly. One could not deny the extent of his performance. It was truly remarkable. He exchanged glances with his brothers, then resolutely stated, "Very well. I accept your terms." His companions, in an act of solidarity, displayed genuine emotion, as if facing a tragic farewell. Impatiently, BBI waved his hand. "Take them away." Several members of the Dark Division stepped forward and escorted all but the Master of Cunning away. With the uproar diminished, only the Master was left standing, solitary and forlorn. BBI, massaging his temples, said, "Speak. Reveal all that you know. I am aware that you do not fear death, but should I discover that you have lied, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." The Master of Cunning replied with unwavering composure, "Of course, I am a man of my word and never deceive." As he spoke these words, a faint blush crept onto the Master's cheeks. Fortunately, his earlier disheveled appearance obscured any notable changes in expression. In truth, what he referred to as a secret technique was not entirely accurate. The mechanism responsible for the villager's resurrection was a unique device brought from outside the village, whose origins he was unaware of. Yet, upon this device, the village chief had inscribed talismans and established a resurrection hall. The hall was heavily guarded, and he had overheard the guards mention that should the resurrection mechanism be damaged, Junin village would lose its resurrection capability permanently. Therefore, when you previously battled Junin village, if you had destroyed their resurrection hall, the problem would have been resolved. The Master of Cunning spoke with fervor, revealing half-truths about the relevant information. Junin village indeed possessed a resurrection hall, yet no actual resurrection devices existed. The blend of truth and falsehood rendered his lies most persuasive. At that moment, BBI found himself in a quandary, unable to discern the veracity of the claims. He could only consult with his advisors for further deliberation. "What do you believe? Is this fellow speaking the truth or fabricating lies?" One advisor interjected. The missing Yuji from Junin village had once left behind a journal. According to its entries, a resurrection hall does exist in Junin village. Thus, I believe this individual is not lying. Another advisor countered, "We are unaware of the specifics. Who knows if this information is merely a fabrication of his imagination? Matters concerning the safety of our ninjas cannot be treated so frivolously." In an instant, the advisory group split into factions, each espousing differing opinions. Hearing this, BBI felt an even greater headache. Continuing in such a manner would yield no resolution. Thus, he decisively proclaimed, "Enough. The discussion ends here. We shall keep this individual for now, as he is an underwhelming shinobi, posing no threat. Whether his words hold any truth will be revealed in the forthcoming large-scale confrontation with Junin village. If his words prove accurate, we shall allow him to reside in the village. An unimposing figure like him is easily managed. Should it be discovered that he has lied, we may seize him and execute him in a most gratifying manner." The advisory group nodded in agreement, and BBI promptly ordered the Master of Cunning to be pardoned from death, allowing him to reunite with his brothers. As the interrogation room's personnel dispersed, BBI did not hasten to depart. He beckoned a member of the Dark Division and commanded, "Deploy individuals to closely monitor their every MOV." Chapter 71. The dispersal of laxatives. The Master of Schemes, accompanied by his companions, meandered through the streets of Grass-Hidden Village. Their eyes alight with curiosity, yet their demeanor remained rather restrained. This unassuming behavior gradually lulled the watchful members of the village's covert organization into a false sense of security. After wandering for quite some time, the group returned to their lodgings, shutting the door firmly behind them. The shadowing operatives, finding the situation rather dull, began to divert their attention elsewhere. While the master and his companions appeared to be innocuous, in reality, they were utilizing the voice communication tools within the game to converse with their allies outside. The indigenous inhabitants could hardly fathom such sophisticated technology. Their leisurely stroll through the village served a dual purpose: to deceive their pursuers into lowering their guard while simultaneously scouting the terrain and facilities of Grass-Hidden Village. Naturally, Their reconnaissance efforts were conducted with utmost subtlety. Once their observations were complete, they returned to their quarters to initiate contact with their external brethren. The 20 or so allies left outside, arranged by the master of schemes in advance, were now of great use. Upon returning, he busied himself by sending messages to trusted contacts. He informed them that at 8 o'clock this evening, a small stream flowing through the northwestern part of Grass-Hidden Village, an essential water source, was to be tainted with a sufficient quantity of laxative, thereby impairing the enemy's mobility. Orders were disseminated, and a team of over 20 set off from Hidden Lord Village, hastening towards Grass-Hidden Village. The decision to act under the cover of night was to avoid detection, as none of the 30-odd individuals, including the master, possessed any significant strength. Conducting their operations in broad daylight would likely result in dire consequences. They planned to commence their mission at 8 o'clock, a most opportune hour, when the villagers would be sound asleep, rendering the act of spreading laxatives less effective. As night descended, the streets of Grass-Hidden Village became increasingly lively. The master led his companions on a stroll, feigning innocent curiosity. When mealtime arrived, the shadowing members noted that the master and his group abstained from all local cuisine, instead producing dry rations from their pockets. As they gathered together, observing others feast on sumptuous dishes, they savored their meager fare with visible enjoyment. The observing operative felt a flicker of suspicion, yet quickly dismissed it, reasoning that these individuals had escaped from Hidden Lord Village and were fortunate to have any provisions at all. Despite their humble meal, the sight of others indulging in lavish food heightened the operative's appetite, and he eagerly anticipated the arrival of his shift partner so he could partake in a hearty meal himself. It is often said that watching others relish their food can indeed stimulate one's own hunger. After finishing their rations, the master and his companions continued their leisurely promenade before retreating once more to their lodgings, shutting the door behind them. At this juncture, the shadowing operatives had completed their shift change. The now ravenous members indulged in a particularly hearty dinner. However, this was merely the prelude to an impending nightmare. As they enjoyed post-dinner fruits, an inexplicable cramping pain seized one operative's abdomen, compelling him to dash towards the lavatory. Cursing under his breath about the alleged sale of spoiled food by unscrupulous merchants, he could not suppress a sudden release of foul gas. This was the moment he dreaded most, an uncontrollable urge that threatened to unleash more than just air. Rushing to the lavatory, he found the stalls already occupied, each one a cacophony of distress. Racked with pain, he implored those within to hurry, his pleas echoing in the cramped space. The commotion outside mirrored the chaos inside, with curses and lamentations filling the air. This farcical scene unfolded throughout Grass-Hidden Village, where countless ninjas of mediocre skill found themselves in dire straits. Nearly residing within the lavatories, those with slightly greater prowess managed to endure the ordeal, yet the simultaneous affliction was too coincidental to be dismissed as mere chance. Consequently, a thorough investigation was initiated from the highest echelons downwards, as the lower ranks were all afflicted. By around 10 o'clock, the investigation finally reached its conclusion. It was determined that the collective gastrointestinal distress was attributable to contaminated drinking water. The health department members of Grass-Hidden Village were perplexed. How could water, consumed for countless years, suddenly become tainted? Speculations arose regarding potential poisoning, with some casting suspicion on the newcomers. However, the actions of these individuals since their arrival had been transparent, devoid of any motive for such malevolence, as numerous members succumbed to their ailments, rendering them unable to perform their duties. The leaders of Grass-Hidden Village found themselves in a state of utter dismay. It was clear that merely employing laxatives would not lead to fatalities. Such an outcome would be a gross overestimation of their efficacy. The Master of Schemes' plan was far more intricate than that. The laxatives were merely a means to incapacitate the majority of Grass-Hidden's ninjas. As night fell at 11 o'clock, the tumult of the evening finally subsided, and the beleaguered ninjas drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, amidst the serenity of the night, a sudden cry pierced the air. Disaster! The water has burst. What should have been a night cloaked in darkness was abruptly illuminated by a fierce blaze erupting from the surrounding forest. The flames spread swiftly, consuming the trees and casting a crimson glow across the sky. Thick smoke, accompanied by waves of heat, engulfed the entirety of grass-hidden village. The village leaders rushed forth, desperately seeking to quell the flames, but the very operatives who had earlier been incapacitated were now unable to rise from their beds. The fire raged uncontrollably, swiftly reaching the village's walls and transforming grass hidden into a veritable inferno. Amidst the cacophony of frantic footsteps, wails, and curses, the master of schemes and his companions emerged from their quarters, wearing expressions of amusement as they surveyed the chaos surrounding them, seemingly detached from the calamity unfolding in grass-hidden village. Those who sensed the gravity of the situation observed the smugness and pity etched upon the faces of the master and his compatriots. It was evident that they were the architects of this turmoil, and yet the leaders had no time to dwell on such realizations, preoccupied as they were with the rampant inferno. Chapter 72. Abundant rewards. A raging inferno engulfed the entirety of the hidden grass village, consuming the helpless grassroots members within. The higher-ups of the village were nearly driven to madness, realizing that this disaster would sever their very foundation. All of this chaos was instigated by a handful of outsiders. Who could have anticipated that such seemingly insignificant individuals could orchestrate such a grand spectacle? The notion of setting fire to the hidden grass village was insidiously malevolent, evoking sheer terror. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant amid the consuming flames. The leaders of Hidden Grass were seething with rage. Although many contemplated seeking retribution against these intruders, the outsiders had already plunged into the fiery abyss with smiles plastered across their faces, undeterred by the specter of death. The only course of action left was to combat the blaze with all their might. The startled villagers, burdened by their frailty, gathered in the streets to oversee the situation. The once smiling elder now wore a grim expression, for this inferno had ravaged much of his legacy, leaving his spirit nearly as charred as the landscape around him. That night, Hidden Grass Village appeared to age decades in a single moment. The one suffering the most was none other than Bibi, who had commanded the likes of the master of schemes to settle in the village. No one had foreseen that these figures were, in truth, assassins wielding such venomous intent. Bibi, in his anguish, covered his face, unwilling to gaze upon the crimson world before him. The visage of the master of schemes, dusty yet expressive, loomed in his mind. Initially dismissive of this figure, Bibi now realized that he had been ensnared in an elaborate trap, an insidious scheme of monumental proportions. Reflecting on that once affectionate face now transformed into something grotesque and ironic, Bibi felt the weight of bitter irony crushing him. Internally tormented, he suffered immensely. Even though no one voiced accusations against him, not even the esteemed leaders of Hidden Grass. Nevertheless, Bibi could not find solace. The distortion of his psyche drove him into a frenzy, as the previously unimaginable horrors became a relentless torment to his senses. The crackling of flames signified that extinguishing this blaze would not come easily. It was indeed a sleepless night. While some were engulfed in sorrow, others reveled in joy. The master of schemes and his companions, having returned to Junin village, commenced their jubilations. The incessant stream of system notifications heralded their celebrations. Ding! Little Luo successfully eliminated a grass ninja, earning 200 contribution points. Ding! Vaimao successfully eliminated a grass chunin, earning 500 contribution points. Ding! Xingxing successfully eliminated a grass chunin, earning 600 contribution points. The continuous notifications astonished both new and veteran players alike. Even Yichun, who had closely monitored the situation, was rendered speechless by the barrage of alerts. For he, too, was hearing the notifications echoing in his ears. Ding! The reputation of your managed village has increased by 1, significantly enhancing the happiness of the villagers. Ding! The reputation of your managed village has increased by 2, significantly enhancing the happiness of the villagers. Ding! The reputation of your managed village has increased by 3. This repetitive sound of notifications played incessantly in Yi Chen's ears. One must not underestimate the significance of a few points of village reputation. Both reputation and the happiness of the villagers would dictate the pace of the village's advancement. Thus, The ongoing notifications heralded that Junin Village would soon achieve an upgrade. As anticipated, the notifications eventually slowed, followed by a message confirming Yi Chen's suspicions. Ding! Congratulations! Your village has met the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to initiate the upgrade? There was no room for hesitation. He resolved to upgrade without delay. Yes. Ding! The village upgrade has been completed, and your reputation has significantly increased. The village can now recruit 72 additional villagers. At that moment, the influx of players into this world promised immense benefits for Yi Chen. He harbored no doubts that the collective actions of the Master of Schemes and his companions would yield a wealth of rewards. Following their triumph, they would undoubtedly spend within the game, resulting in a substantial influx of rewards for Yi Chen. This phenomenon epitomized the adage of fortune smiling upon those at home. The third wave of players had brought forth a plethora of surprises, fueling Yi Chen's anticipation for the arrival of the fourth wave. Should even a couple of prodigies join, his gains would multiply exponentially. In his elation, even the monotonous notifications took on an animated charm. Ding! Congratulations! Your village has completed its upgrade, and you have received an upgrade gift package. Would you like to open the upgrade gift package now? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen chose to proceed. Ding! The upgrade gift package has been opened, and you have acquired a set of A-grade martial arts. Bagua 64 Palms has been mastered. Bagua 128 Palms has been mastered. Bagua Void Palms has been mastered. What a remarkable acquisition! An entire set of martial arts from the realm of Bagua. It is noteworthy that this Bagua is not the orthodox style from Huaxia, but rather a technique from the world of Naruto, designed for physical training. This would be a splendid gift for the martial arts enthusiast, Donyo. Moreover, the recent focus on the corpse bearer, also a practitioner of martial arts, made this set a significant boon for enhancing his prowess. In high spirits, Yi Chen promptly packaged the newly acquired A-grade martial arts for sale in the marketplace. After all, martial arts were not highly regarded among the majority of players in this game. This package technique was intended for those fortunate enough to recognize its value. As expected, the upgrade gift package also included 2 complimentary facilities. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a blacksmith shop and a pharmacy, along with 6 accompanying personnel. Would you like to initiate construction now? Without hesitation, he affirmed. The introduction of these facilities would undoubtedly provide job opportunities for the lifestyle-oriented players. Some relished the thrill of monster hunting, while others preferred PK battles or engaging in management and development. The diversity of personal preferences flourished in this world of remarkable freedom, catering to nearly every player's desires, barring a few special exceptions. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen delved into the official forum, once more posting recruitment notices. The Master of Schemes was undoubtedly brimming with satisfaction. This strategic maneuver not only yielded immense rewards but also enhanced his reputation. Once dismissed as a mere novice player, he had now emerged as a formidable figure. Although the Master did not partake in the subsequent planning, the scheme was undeniably his brainchild. Consequently, the 20-odd supporters, after reaping substantial contribution points, immediately thought of the Master of Schemes. Chapter 73. The astonishing new generation. They retained only 30% of their earnings, transferring the remainder entirely to the Master of Strategy. Initially, the Master of Strategy hesitated, but his enthusiastic supporters were relentless, compelling him to accept. A vast accumulation of contribution points swiftly elevated him to the status of a financial magnate overnight. With newfound wealth, he indulged in lavish spending. Chakra? Buy. Advanced ninjutsu? Buy. The Master of Strategy spent without a hint of remorse, and his power surged, propelling him toward the rank of CH Nin. Eventually, having expended nearly all his contribution points, he found himself firmly entrenched at the CH Nin level. Who could have anticipated that within mere days, a CH Nin player had emerged among the new entrants? Meanwhile, the player known as the Corpse Bearer, allied with the Bullfighter, was no longer harassed by tedious players. They pursued their reckless quest to confront the Grass Ninja Scout team. The Corpse Bearer relied solely on his self-developed physical techniques, choosing not to purchase any ninjutsu. The contribution points he garnered were immediately converted into chakra, and through this accumulation, His strength astonishingly surpassed the threshold of genin, reaching ch status. These two prodigious figures of the new generation demonstrated through their actions that the timing of one's entry into the game does not necessarily reflect a genuine disparity in strength. Meanwhile, the naive girl, leading a group of her companions, was laboring in the wilderness when an unexpected system notification startled them all. She exclaimed, "Goodness! Where have these people gone? They haven't stumbled upon someone else's lair, have they?" The live chat was abuzz with urgent prompts. Why is the streamer just sitting there? Hurry up. These IDs are all unfamiliar. Could they all be novice players? Incredible. Novices are capable of slaying genin and ch. How extraordinary. Could this be a sudden event? Otherwise, why such a massive system notification? Hey, streamer, don't just sit there. Quickly investigate what's happening. Urged by such insistence and driven by curiosity, the naive girl waved her hand decisively, declaring, "Sisters, let's go see what's going on." Her charisma proved effective, as a throng of female players turned in unison toward the village. The Emperor of Despair, diligently leading the male players in their endeavors, was thrown into a panic. "Hey, sisters, where are you going? This small boss is about to be defeated." Yet, the flamboyantly dressed girls continued on without a backward glance. The Emperor of Despair understood the situation all too well. The sudden system notification was impossible to ignore for anyone with sight. His frustration stemmed from finally finding an opportunity to showcase his prowess, only to have the spotlight stolen by the system's alert. He too desired to return to the village and discover what kind of disturbance had caused such a commotion. At that moment, someone called out, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" The Emperor of Despair frowned, retorting, "Did you just call me Your Majesty? Call me boss." The individual grinned, replying, "All right, Your Majesty." "Understood, Your Majesty." Laughter erupted among the male players, halting their tasks. With a scowl, the Emperor of Despair admonished, "Why have you stopped? Hurry and defeat the boss so we can return to watch the spectacle. While we are here to play, we must not take our duties lightly." The male players, all employed by the Emperor of Despair, recognized that they could not afford to neglect their primary responsibilities. As the naive girl led her companions back to the village, she encountered a throng of people filling the streets. Clearly, other veteran players had rushed back upon hearing the news, eager to uncover the reason behind the sudden system notifications. At the center of this gathering stood the self-satisfied master of strategy. In pursuit of entertainment, the naive girl sought to delve deeper into the unfolding events. Thus, she boldly pushed through the crowd, much to the dismay of those around her who hurled insults her way. Unfazed, she shouted, excuse me, with little sincerity. Upon reaching the front, she inquired, "What is happening? Could someone explain the sudden notifications?" Seeing her approach, the master of strategy beamed with even greater pride. As the crowd swelled, he stood up and addressed them. Clearing his throat, he announced, I believe you are all curious about the reason for the recent system notifications, correct? Allow me to enlighten you." With grandiloquence, the master of strategy embellished his accomplishments, elevating his narrative to new heights. He concluded with a flourish, stating, "Thus, it is evident that in this game, raw power is not the sole determinant of success. Intelligence and strategy can equally navigate the complexities of this realm. The art of leveraging the small against the great, the few against the many, is indeed possible if one dares to think." Pausing briefly, he cleared his throat once more. "Ahem. If you possess an interest in strategic planning, then join my team. Together, we shall achieve even greater feats." It was clear that the master of strategy was seizing this opportunity to promote his team, skillfully capitalizing on the moment. However, a voice from the crowd challenged, "You claim that power is unimportant, yet what use is strategy in the face of overwhelming strength?" This clearly came from a player who adhered to the principle of might above all else. The master of strategy, unruffled, extended his right hand, gathering a rich chakra that coalesced within his palm. Soon, a dazzling orb began to quietly rotate in his grasp. With a smirk, the master of strategy remarked, What do you mean by overwhelming strength? What level are you referring to?" Gasps erupted among the onlookers. My goodness, he has already reached ch level? This player had only recently joined the game, and to achieve such power so swiftly was indeed remarkable. Could it be that the system rewards had been monopolized by him alone? The scale of the notifications suggested such a possibility. The naive girl, having observed the unfolding drama, murmured, "The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable." Meanwhile, the live chat teased, "Old woman, how old are you? Stop pretending to be so ancient. You've been playing this game for quite some time, yet he has caught up to your progress in just a few days. Aren't you embarrassed? By comparison, you don't even qualify as mediocre." Chapter 74. A surge in power. The usually reticent Sister found herself momentarily speechless, unable to counter the whispers circulating in the chat. She was genuinely astonished by the extraordinary talent of the Master of Sun Tactics before her. Despite their considerable time spent in the game, this individual had managed to catch up within mere days. Such prowess transcended mere genius. It was nothing short of prodigious. In comparison to these elite players, one's sense of self-worth was inevitably wounded. The Master of Sun Tactics slowly retracted the spiraling orb from his palm and calmly remarked, "What value is there in solitary cultivation? How does it compare to the efficacy of collaborative efforts?" His display of strength left the audience momentarily speechless. However, as his gaze swept the surroundings, he noticed two figures leisurely returning from outside the village. Upon recognizing them, his eyes brightened. The returning duo comprised the corpse-bearer and the bullfighter master. The legendary feats of the corpse-bearer had reached the ears of the Master of Sun Tactics. Having joined the game concurrently, he considered the corpse-bearer to be equally gifted. Subconsciously, the Master of Sun Tactics began to view the corpse-bearer as a benchmark for comparison. Now, brimming with satisfaction, he regarded the silent corpse-bearer with a tinge of superiority. Raising his voice intentionally, he called out, "Am I not correct, brother corpse-bearer?" The corpse-bearer, engrossed in a lively conversation with the bullfighter master, instinctively sought to retreat upon noticing the gathering crowd. Yet, at that moment, he heard his ID being called out. Stunned, he stood frozen, responding awkwardly, "Ah?" He was entirely bewildered by the intent behind the Master of Sun Tactics' invocation of his name. The bullfighter master, equally perplexed, wore a confused expression. It was only natural to be bewildered when suddenly addressed. The Master of Sun Tactics raised his voice once more, stating, "I maintain that focusing solely on individual training yields little effect, as personal power pales in comparison to the strength of teamwork. Brother Corpse-Bearer, do you not agree?" Without hesitation, the Corpse-Bearer nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, strength lies in numbers." His recent interactions with the bullfighter master had proven invaluable, offering him insights he had seldom experienced in his previous solitary endeavors. Thus, he wholeheartedly concurred with the Master of Sun Tactics' assertion. The Master of Sun Tactics was momentarily taken aback by the corpse-bearer's resolute response, having anticipated a more reticent reaction. His intelligence suggested the corpse-bearer was reclusive and rarely engaged in conversation, his social anxiety fully realized. Who could have predicted such a significant transformation in such a short span? Not achieving the desired outcome, the Master of Sun Tactics continued, seemingly casually, "I wonder how your strength has developed, brother corpse-bearer? Surely you have reached the level of an elite genin by now?" The corpse-bearer bowed his head in discomfort, his social anxiety making it challenging to remain in the spotlight for too long. Observing his unease, the bullfighter master interjected, "Oh, his strength has now reached the level of a chunin. During my time with brother corpse-bearer, I have learned a great deal. With his assistance, I have even attained the rank of a jonin." As he spoke, the bullfighter master released a torrent of chakra, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment at his formidable aura. With a hearty grin, he quickly retracted his chakra, apologizing, "I may have overstepped, brother corpse-bearer. Please demonstrate your strength to everyone." After much coaxing from the bullfighter master, the corpse-bearer reluctantly unveiled his chakra. Among the onlookers, someone lamented, "Heavens, another prodigy. Compared to them, I feel utterly despondent." Sister slapped her forehead in exasperation, sighing, "How could we have overlooked recruiting the corpse-bearer into our team? That simpleton bullfighter master has gained power in just a few days. Why couldn't he?" Regret washed over her as she began to fret. The most significant reaction came from the formerly self-satisfied Master of Sun Tactics. He had believed himself to be unparalleled, only to discover that the corpse-bearer was equally remarkable. Previously, he had looked down upon others, eager to witness their failures, but now he found himself faced with a bitter reality, forced to smile ruefully. As the saying goes, one must not judge by appearances, for underestimating others is the most egregious folly. Meanwhile, Yichen returned from the official forum, having witnessed the spectacle firsthand. He shook his head in bemusement. After all, youth often bore a competitive spirit, which was not inherently a flaw, and it did not diminish his regard for the two individuals. An idea struck him. It had been some time since he last checked his chakra feedback. Upon investigation, his eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, he had been a mere 400,000 chakra away from advancing to the mid-level of a shadow. To his surprise, he discovered a feedback of 600,000 chakra. Yichen was uncertain how much of this came from the two prodigies, but he understood that his strength could now command respect throughout the land of grass. Having successfully ascended to the mid-level of a shadow, he would naturally receive system rewards. Ding! You have successfully advanced to the mid-level of a shadow. You are awarded a complete set of A-grade elemental ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Chidori, acquired. Wind Release, Wind Blade, acquired. Fire Release, Molten Fire Technique, acquired. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, acquired. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, acquired. Though another set of A-grade ninjutsu was indeed a boon, Yichen found its significance marginal. However, for the players, especially the novices, this enhancement was monumental. Without a second thought, he packaged the set of A-grade ninjutsu for sale in the marketplace. After completing this task, Yichen began to ponder deeply. With his newfound strength, he could traverse the land of grass without hindrance, even outside of Junin village. Coupled with the Master of Sun Tactics' recent scheming, which had inflicted considerable losses on the grass-hidden village, he felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps it was time for him to personally intervene and obliterate the grass-hidden village. Having a rival faction would indeed provide players with valuable experience. Yet, the persistent presence of the grass-hidden village would only hinder the expansion of Junin village. They were merely an adversary to be eliminated, facilitating smoother growth and connectivity with other territories. When the time came to engage with the external world, he would have no shortage of rivalries to pursue. The more he thought about it, the more invigorated he became. Rising decisively, he issued a system announcement. Ding! Attention, citizens of Junin village. Due to repeated incursions by the grass-hidden village, posing a threat to the safety of our villagers, we have learned of their severe injuries. Thus, we call upon all villagers to prepare for a major counteroffensive against the grass-hidden village in 3 days. Please be ready. Village Leader, Yichen. Chapter 75. The eve of the Great War. Upon the announcement's release, an uproar of enthusiasm erupted among the players. Are we finally on the verge of the Third Great War? The anticipation has been palpable. System-wide events invariably promise abundant rewards, a truth well known to seasoned players. To my astonishment, having just entered the game, I find myself amidst a grand event. What extraordinary fortune! I've resolved to dedicate the next few days to intense gameplay, striving to accumulate contribution points and enhance my strength. Brothers, let us form a team. This is the most efficient method of advancement. I seek a reliable party, one that is obedient and causes no trouble. Esteemed players, I implore your assistance. 1. Within the game, players actively prepare for battle. Outside the game, the atmosphere is equally charged. Since the revelation that the official hidden ninja was recruiting on the official forum, countless individuals have been vigilantly monitoring the forum around the clock, all in pursuit of a coveted internal testing slot. Given that these slots are available on a first-come, first-served basis, some have resorted to unscrupulous tactics. While the slots themselves cannot be predetermined, the positions to secure them can be. Some have taken to the role of professional watchers, ready to alert their associates the moment news breaks. The necessity for such a service arises from the reality that most users cannot remain online for 24 hours a day, thus birthing this peculiar profession. The official recruitment posts from Hidden Ninja are random and sporadic, leading eager users to create this odd occupation akin to scalpers in the real world. One such professional watcher, bored and idly refreshing the thread, suddenly saw the screen flicker. An experienced watcher quickly retrieved their phone, reaching out to multiple associates simultaneously. To maximize their chances, relying solely on one contact would spell disaster for a professional watcher. This particular watcher, having only connected with a handful of associates, considered themselves fortunate. Those equipped with specialized devices routinely managed to monitor hundreds of requests without difficulty. The watcher promptly sent out a group message: "Go online. Secure registration." Succinct yet effective, the message conveyed all that was necessary. After notifying their associates, the watcher swiftly clicked on a persistent pop-up window. It was rumored that rapid clicks could bring forth the registration page. Such a mystical notion could be dismissed or embraced, and this watcher was a firm believer. They clicked fervently, hoping for the registration page to materialize. Alas, apart from the incessantly repeating promotional text, nothing appeared. Frustrated, the watcher sighed and redirected their focus to the pop-up window, which displayed a familiar promotional message: stunning battle scenes and erratic ninja techniques, awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. This time, however, images of players appeared, groups of players unleashing their ninja skills. As the scene zoomed out, what initially appeared chaotic revealed synchronized trajectories from a distance, giving an illusion of formation. The screen soon blurred, and lines of text began to emerge. At the behest of numerous users, Hidden Ninja announced the opening of a fourth internal test. This time, 72 slots would be available on a first-come, first-served basis. Registration was welcomed, and the game would soon unveil its first major expansion, the destruction of Grass Hidden. This expansion would commence in 3 days, promising an exhilarating experience and inviting brave warriors to join. This watcher, upon reading the announcement, felt their breath quicken. The first major expansion, coupled with new players entering the fray, perfectly aligned with the ongoing events. This could not be mere coincidence. The upcoming activity assuredly offered generous rewards, providing new players with a chance to catch up. "Oh, how I long to experience this game, even if just for a moment," the watcher lamented to themselves for quite some time. Eventually, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, they clicked on the pop-up window once more. A form suddenly appeared before them. The watcher froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? Yet time waits for no one, and countless users were vying for the same registration. A moment's hesitation could mean the loss of this chance. The watcher swiftly bent down and completed the registration process. As the success notification appeared alongside the game download page, the watcher leapt up in elation. "Ah, this is fantastic. Truly wonderful." Alas, there were those who were not so fortunate. Many users who failed to secure a registration slot took to the official forums to express their grievances, bemoaning the game's stinginess. Meanwhile, various professional game commentators began posting analyses regarding the recruitment event. Without exception, these commentators emphasized the significance of the new expansion. The timing of the fourth internal test by Hidden Ninja was undoubtedly deliberate. Numerous commentators extolled the rarity and importance of this event, deepening the frustration of those who missed out on registration. Such a significant event, and to be excluded, some felt utterly despondent. According to the operational norms of other games, major expansions or significant events often feature limited-time items and rewards. This implies that only those who participate in such events can obtain rare honors. Accounts boasting such achievements, if ever sold, command exorbitant prices. Hidden Ninja, however, has not instituted real-world trading functionalities, and each account is uniquely bound. This inherently elevates the account's value. Should there be any exclusive rewards, the worth of such accounts would be incalculable. Posting on forums could not assuage their bitterness and resentment. They could only flock to Hidden Ninja's live streams, seeking a vicarious thrill to alleviate their regrets. Presently, as the game's popularity surges, the incentives provided by various platforms have also escalated. Ultimately, some players, unable to resist temptation, have taken to streaming. Consequently, every platform now boasts Hidden Ninja streamers. As the excitement continues to grow, these streamers are garnering increasing resources, with some smaller platforms dedicating all their resources to a single Hidden Ninja streamer. The golden age of streaming seems poised for a resurgence, all thanks to Hidden Ninja. The fourth batch of internal testers has now entered the game. What was once a spacious village square has become crowded. Yichen quietly congratulated himself. Indeed, his foresight was commendable. By annihilating the grass-hidden village, he would be able to undertake significant expansion efforts. As accompanying facilities improved, the village would no longer feel cramped and congested. The enhancement of these facilities would undoubtedly accelerate the village's development. Chapter 76. The foundation of Grass Hidden is destroyed while Yi Chun was merrily observing the attributes and statuses of the new players. A somber atmosphere enveloped the Grass Hidden village. The extensive fires had been extinguished, yet sporadic flames continued to reignite. The once bustling streets of Grass Hidden village now lay charred, with ash strewn about. In the only remaining intact property, the Grass Hidden official residence. The elder was seated across from BB. Please, share the specific details of the losses. The more comprehensive, the better. BB's face was weary, as the higher-ups of Grass Hidden had been toiling through the night without a moment of rest. With a hoarse voice, BB reported, "The recent inferno has consumed over 300 houses. Nearly 90% of the forest outside the village has burned. The casualties are immense. More than 200 lower-ranking ninjas perished, with nearly 100 severely injured. 80 mid-ranking ninjas lost their lives, and 50 sustained serious injuries, while only a handful of upper-ranking ninjas suffered minor wounds, with no fatalities. The civilian casualties are yet to be assessed. The total loss from this fire is close to 3 trillion berries." With every figure BBE announced, the elder trembled involuntarily. Once BBE finished recounting the true extent of the losses, the elder let out a groan, visibly unsteady in his seat. "My lord, are you all right? My lord?" BBE noticed the elder's distress and quickly moved to support him. The elder swayed and ultimately spat out a mouthful of blackened blood. "My foundation is utterly destroyed." BBE's expression darkened, unsure how to respond. The elder muttered incoherently to himself before abruptly shaking off BBE's hand and rising unsteadily to his feet. "You hidden village of June. What a vile conspiracy. You wish for my demise. You shall not find peace yourself." With eyes aflame, the elder was teetering on the brink of madness. "Send word to Mr. Kisame. He need not hold back and should act freely. It matters not if the target is a June hidden ninja. As long as one is slain, I shall offer a reward. For every resurrectable ninja killed, I shall provide a reward. Should he succeed in slaying the leader of June hidden village and bring me his head, I will triple the promised reward." BBE was taken aback, exclaiming, "My lord, that cannot be. Grass Hidden is in dire straits. Now is the time for reconstruction and compensation for the victims. Spending exorbitantly at this juncture would be ill-advised. We have already offered Kisame a generous reward. A sum thrice that amount is unnecessary to claim the life of the June hidden village leader." The elder's countenance was grim. "My foundation is destroyed. I demand that bastard witness the same fate. Only then can I appease the grievances of my people. As for expenses, fret not. I have some savings that can be supplemented later." BBE understood that the elder was blinded by rage. He was acutely aware of the meager amount of savings the elder possessed. While it might suffice for aiding the disaster victims, it was utterly insufficient to compensate for the village's losses. BBE furrowed his brows, uncertain how to persuade him. Noticing BBE's hesitation, the elder snapped, "Go now, do not dawdle." BBE, troubled, murmured, "My lord, but the costs." Before he could finish, the elder barked, "Costs, costs. Do you wish to die in the pursuit of riches? Do not presume I am unaware that you have been investigating my finances. Allow me to enlighten you. The information you have gathered is precisely what I intended for you to find. Cease your scheming. Any further delay will result in your dismissal and imprisonment." BBE trembled, his voice hoarse as he responded, "I would not dare to be negligent. I shall comply immediately." In a fit of fury, the elder revealed his true intentions, irreparably damaging their relationship. Upon returning to the Umbu, BBE penned a letter as instructed by the elder, albeit with some discrepancies in its content. His expression was grim as he extended his arm, summoning a spiritual bird that swiftly entered the room and landed on his arm. He inserted the letter into his specially crafted tube attached to the bird's leg. With a wave, the bird took flight, vanishing out of sight. BB sat in silence, his expression dark as he pondered his thoughts. Kisame, the shark-like ninja, had yet to arrive at June Hidden Village, despite the relatively short distance of 100 miles. It appeared that he was meandering like a tourist, stopping to explore every location before continuing his journey. Upon encountering wild creatures, he exhibited a keen interest, personally dispatching them with ease. In this manner, the journey stretched out, and Kisame soon found himself engaged in a fierce battle with a bear. Employing only his physical prowess, he brutally overpowered the creature, leaving it howling in agony before it fled in terror. Yet, Kisame, with lightning speed, intercepted the bear's escape routes, ultimately forcing it into a desperate fight for its life. With a single strike, he eviscerated the bear, demonstrating his ferocity. At that moment, a spiritual bird arrived swiftly, circling before descending. It did not dare land on Kisame's bloodied arm, for the aura of violence surrounding him was palpable. Instead, it settled on the arm of a white ape. Observing this, Kisame wiped his hands clean and remarked, "Read the contents of the letter." The white ape, unable to refuse, bowed his head and withdrew the letter from the bird's leg. The bird soared away, disappearing in an instant. The white ape unfurled the letter and began to read aloud. "Mr. Kisame, per the instructions of Grass Hidden, assassinate the leader of June Hidden Village and bring back his head for a tripled reward. Additionally, there have been changes in the village." As the white ape continued reading, his breath grew heavier. He had initially believed this mission would lead to his demise. Yet unexpectedly, it had become a chance for survival. The village had suffered a devastating fire, leaving destruction in its wake. The foundation of Grass Hidden was nearly obliterated, and its fate seemed sealed. The white ape, filled with trepidation, struggled to envision that, given his current injuries, he might narrowly escape another catastrophe brought on by the flames. Most concerning was that those who sought his harm would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Kisame wiped his hands clean of blood and snatched the letter from the white ape's grasp. After a moment of perusal, he chuckled, "How intriguing, truly fascinating. Now, should I fulfill my promise? After all, Grass Hidden Village has all but ceased to exist." The surrounding Grass Hidden elites tensed at his words. Chapter 77. The life player as the words of the dry persimmon Kisame echoed. The elite grass ninja accompanying him tensed their bodies, sensing the predatory gaze of a lurking beast upon them. The white ape, already injured, was further pressed by psychological strain, his face turning a deep shade of purplish hue. The grass ninjas found themselves on high alert, feeling as though they were facing a formidable adversary. However, amidst this tension, Dry Persimmon Kisame chuckled, "Let us proceed. I am increasingly intrigued by the leader of Kinyan Village. We must hasten our journey. I yearn for an encounter." As he spoke, he glanced back toward the direction of the grass village, his gaze laden with significance. The grass ninjas collectively exhaled in relief, matching Kisame's pace as they sped towards Kinyan Village. To their astonishment, the previously lethargic Dry Persimmon Kisame suddenly surged forward with an astonishing speed. They could only attribute this to his inherent combative nature, unaware that this was all part of a prearranged plan. Indeed, something profound was afoot within Kinyan Village. Yi-chun, amidst the 72 novice players, lingered for quite some time, yet failed to discover any prodigious talent, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Of course, his disappointment stemmed from comparing them to the Sun Tactics Master and the Corpse Bearer from the third batch of players. Their exceptional gifts commanded admiration even from seasoned players. They transcended the realm of mere talent, embodying the pinnacle of extraordinary capability. The emergence of another such genius would truly defy the heavens. The arrival of such prodigious individuals could indeed sway the tides of war, particularly if the Sun Tactics Master were allowed to unleash his potential. The dynamics of conflict would undoubtedly shift dramatically. Should several such figures arise, Kinyan Village would experience an unprecedented surge in strength. Naturally, when compared to these exceptional talents, the attributes of the fourth batch of novice players appeared rather mundane. However, this assessment was solely in relation to the extraordinary. Yi-chun's expectations had been elevated by the quality of the third batch of novice players, leading to his somewhat inflated anticipation for the fourth batch. The reality was that within this new group, there still existed some individuals with remarkable abilities. 4 of them, in particular, piqued Yi Chun's discerning interest. Thus, he took special note of their attribute panels and personal profiles. 1. Villager, Ironarm Atong. Strength, Ordinary Civilian. Contribution points, 0. Chakra, 0. Chakra attribute, none. 2. Villager, Princess Meow Meow. Strength, Ordinary Civilian. Contribution points, 0. Chakra, 0. Chakra attribute, none. 3. Villager, Master Elbow. Strength, Ordinary Civilian. Contribution points, 0. Chakra, 0. Chakra attribute, none. 4. Villager, Eye of the Falcon. Strength, Ordinary Civilian. Contribution points, 0. Chakra, 0. Chakra attribute, none. Given that they were all newly joined novice players, it was normal for their attribute panels to be rather unremarkable. Yichen was more concerned with their real-life backgrounds. Through the system's assistance, he conducted a thorough check of their personal files. 1. Name, Lu Tong. Profession, Master Blacksmith, Alloy Engineer. Age, 27. Alma Mater, Northeast University of Technology. Experience. 2. Name, Zhou Xiaoqian. Profession, Pet Caregiver, Veterinarian. Age, 23. Alma Mater, East China Agricultural and Medical University. Experience. 3. Name, Wu Qian. Profession, Senior Chef. Tasting Expert. Age, 34. Alma Mater, New Western Culinary School. Experience. 4. Name, Zheng Xing. Profession, Veteran, Security Personnel. Age, 29. Employment, 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion. XX Military Region of Huaxia. Experience. Among these 4, 3 could be classified as life players, while the sole individual with combat prowess was a veteran. Each of them excelled in their respective fields. However, once they entered the game, the extent to which their real-life talents could translate into gameplay would depend on their personal capabilities. Yichen did not underestimate the life players. On the contrary, he held them in high regard. In the clash between 2 armies, overall strength is paramount. While frontline combat capabilities are crucial, logistical support holds equal significance. With Cunyan Village recruiting over 100 players, their combat strength was sufficiently robust. Should there be any shortfall, Yichen would personally compensate. Yet, he was particularly mindful of the logistical capabilities as life players remained scarce. It was understandable, given that in reality, individuals are often preoccupied with their jobs, and entering the game to continue working is a burden few can endure. Thus, those who excel in their respective fields in reality may not pursue similar roles within the game. This also correlates with the limited life gameplay options available and the lack of standardization in life professions within the game. Yichen, while appearing to be idling since the game's inception, had not truly rested for a moment. In his quest to elevate the village swiftly, he exerted tremendous effort to orchestrate and coordinate everything. Managing a village, or indeed a game, involves considerable concerns. This was originally a diverse, open, nearly hexagonal omnipotent game. However, as Yichen focused predominantly on the village's development, he inadvertently neglected the advancement of life gameplay, a necessary compromise. He felt it was time to shift his focus slightly to establish more regulations for life gameplay. With the addition of 3 life masters, Yichen believed they should be retained and drawn into their areas of expertise. The veteran possessed exceptional reconnaissance skills, which Cunyan Village urgently needed to form a reconnaissance team. Just as Yichen was engrossed in devising future plans, a significant surge of chakra fluctuations erupted outside the village. Intrigued, he stealthily approached the village's perimeter to observe the cause of the commotion. Dry Persimmon Kisame, accompanied by several elite grass ninjas, had positioned themselves directly at the entrance of Cunyan Village. Without hesitation, he unleashed a brutal onslaught, mercilessly attacking the patrolling guards and any players venturing outside. Transforming into a harbinger of death, he wreaked havoc at the village entrance. Fortunately, players could continuously respawn, leading to an ever-growing crowd at the entrance. What a fierce NPC. He dares to block the door alone? Brothers, let us take him down together. This fierce individual was none other than Dry Persimmon Kisame, a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki in the original Naruto series. notorious for his combative nature, truly in line with his characteristic style. No matter who he is, if he dares to block our entrance, let us ensure he does not return. Alas, it seemed the reality was that it was they who might not return. Chapter 78. A frenzied slaughter. The arrival of the dreaded Kisame Hashigaki stirred an immense uproar at the entrance of Junin village. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a torrent of violence, resembling a madman. Fortunately, the players could continuously resurrect, which allowed them to confine Kisame and his companions at the village entrance, preventing their incursion. However, even when besieged, Kisame remained fervent in his murderous intent, ruthlessly slaughtering the players who rushed to the scene. The crux of the matter was that his power was extraordinary, reaching the elite Jonin level. Within Junin village, aside from Yichun, no one stood a chance against him. Moreover, his chakra reserves appeared limitless, perpetually fueling his bloodthirsty rampage. This resulted in a staggering spectacle of Kisame taking on hundreds. The more the battle raged, the more the players of Junin village were gripped by trepidation. This NPC seemed tireless. Throughout the intense combat, he displayed no signs of fatigue. Gradually, some players began to contemplate retreat, particularly the novice players. With their meager abilities, engaging in battle felt akin to becoming mere cannon fodder, easily dispatched by Kisame. The disparity in strength between novice and veteran players was stark. Continuing this futile expenditure only served to widen the gap between them. Thus, many fled the battlefield, choosing to return to the village and stand their ground against Kisame. Kisame, however, did not enter the village directly. Instead, he disdainfully wiped the blood from his hands. He had not even employed ninjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu to nearly decimate Junin village, showcasing his terrifying might. The master strategist, Youngmo, approached the gathered players to negotiate with Kisame. "Hey, what is your purpose here? Who sent you?" Kisame responded with a chilling grin, remaining silent. Youngmo, exhibiting remarkable patience, persisted in his inquiries. Yet, all he received was a disdainful grunt from Kisame. Undeterred, Youngmo continued his relentless questioning, perhaps annoyed by Youngmo's incessant chatter, or perhaps genuinely swayed by his words. Kisame finally spoke in his raspy voice. "You are unworthy of conversing with me. Send your village leader to speak." Perched atop the treetops, Yichun observed with a knowing smile as he vanished from sight. Understanding that Kisame's intent was to compel his appearance through his earlier rampage, Yichun resolved to remain hidden. He was invincible within Junin village. Let Kisame dare to step inside. If he possessed the audacity, Yichun would indeed consider intervening. Clearly, with Kisame now engaging in dialogue, the likelihood of him entering Junin village had diminished significantly. Perhaps he had discerned some hidden truths or instinctively sought to avoid harm. Regardless, Kisame's decision ensured his survival. As for the demands for Yichun to reveal himself and the subsequent plans, he chose to disregard them. The presence of such a formidable foe at the village entrance presented an opportunity for the players to hone their skills. It is only through confronting powerful adversaries that one can truly recognize their own shortcomings. Yichun understood the plight of the novice players who had fled. The chasm in strength was too vast, rendering them little more than cannon fodder. Engaging in battle yielded no rewards and would deplete their hard-earned chakra reserves. Moreover, their involvement would only hinder the veteran players, becoming a liability. Retreating allowed them to seize the opportunity to catch up. Returning to his dwelling, Yichun leisurely observed the scenes provided by the system. At the village entrance, Yanmo was nearly at a loss for words, while Kisame, aside from occasionally demanding to speak with the village leader, remained silent. Frustrated by the lack of communication, Yanmo abandoned the dialogue and convened the remaining players to strategize. There were fewer than 30 players still willing to stay, predominantly veterans who had joined the game earlier and were among the few high-level fighters in Junin village. Yanmo, furrowing his brow, addressed the group. "What do you think we should do about this NPC?" Voices erupted in a cacophony of opinions. "This guy is so arrogant. We should just outlast him and see who tires first. He has the audacity, and we should follow his lead. He wants to see the village leader. Let him have a glimpse, and that should suffice. After all, our leader is tremendously powerful. We can just watch the show. Are you foolish?" We can't even see the leader, yet you expect him to meet with that NPC? Dream on. It was evident that this was merely a random event. If the village leader had wished to meet, he would have appeared by now. This random occurrence was intended to provide an opportunity for players to enhance their skills. Indeed, if we cannot handle this NPC, we might as well forego participating in the upcoming major expansion. The players expressed their frustration, and tensions flared as disagreements arose. Yangmo quickly interjected, attempting to mediate. I understand your urgency, but do not act rashly. Such a formidable foe must be outwitted rather than confronted head-on. One of his supporters eagerly inquired, Master, do you have a plan? Share it with us so we can coordinate our efforts. The dynamic between Yangmo and his supporters flourished as they rallied together. Other players joined in, urging yes. Master, please enlighten us. Chapter 79. The Art of Delay. As the clamor for the Master of Strategies grew louder, he raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the crowd quieted, he furrowed his brow and began his analysis. In the face of overwhelming strength, the efficacy of strategy diminishes significantly. Our enemies possess a power that utterly overwhelms us. Relying solely on cunning will not suffice. We must identify their weaknesses and target them. Ultimately, we shall prevail. After such a lengthy preamble, the Master's vague pronouncement naturally elicited dissatisfaction among the crowd. Oh, who was it that claimed strength was unimportant? Master, are you not contradicting yourself? They jeered. We have been entangled with this NPC for so long. If there were weaknesses, would we not have discovered them by now? Must you speak such nonsense? Another chimed in. I dare say some are merely seeking fame, crafting a fade of expertise, and now find themselves at a loss. Serves you right. How dare you malign the Master? Cried another. Were it not for his earlier strategies, we would not have the updated content we have now. Indeed, they seemed to forget their grievances, focusing instead on the benefits they had reaped. If you do not wish to listen, then leave at once. As disputes arose over the daunting challenge ahead, it was a natural response. However, taking advantage of the situation to sow discord was particularly unscrupulous. The Master of Strategies felt a throbbing headache. The enemy before him was astoundingly formidable. So perfect was their strength that he found himself momentarily bereft of counter-strategies. In the absence of clarity, the art of delay became his most powerful tool. By prolonging the situation, he could exploit the gift of time to devise a strategy. Additionally, through careful observation, he could discern the adversary's weaknesses. Yet, convincing the agitated players required compelling rhetoric, a task that proved challenging. As the Master pondered his words, his gaze inadvertently fell upon two figures standing apart from the crowd. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he smacked his thigh in excitement. Eureka! There they are. The duo outside the throng, the corpse-bearer and the bullfighter, had just exchanged their points for a set of A-rank martial arts, the 8 trigrams palm, and were preparing for a trial of skill. However, they found themselves confronted by an overpowering NPC at the village gate. With numerous paths leading out of the village, they need not have been ensnared here. Yet, as fervent enthusiasts of martial arts, how could they possibly tear themselves away from such a worthy opponent? During the previous skirmish, the corpse-bearer duo had abstained from participating. After observing for a while, they had come to a reasonable assessment of the NPC's strength. At the very least, they believed they could contend with it, as long as it refrained from employing ninjutsu. Particularly, as they witnessed the NPC using martial arts to dominate numerous players. Their fervor only intensified. Though the two were locked in a standoff, the corpse-bearer, plagued by social anxiety, held back from engaging. As they whispered strategies to one another, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Corpse-bearer brothers, bullfighter brother, come over and speak. Turning towards the voice, they spotted the enthusiastic Master of Strategies beckoning them from the crowd. The corpse-bearer hesitated, then raised his voice. If you have something to say, just say it. We do not wish to join the fray. His social anxiety was on full display. The bullfighter, a simple and honest soul, merely stood beside him, grinning foolishly and remaining silent. The Master of Strategies, aware of their peculiar dispositions, seized the moment. Brothers, I know you are both practitioners of martial arts. This little boss before us also employs martial arts. Do you not wish to spar with it? The corpse-bearer and the bullfighter had been contemplating this very notion for some time. Now, as the master verbalized their thoughts, their expressions shifted. The corpse-bearer, initially inclined to refuse, stammered, We do not, however. The ever-smiling bullfighter unexpectedly interjected, Of course we want to, but facing this boss is quite perilous. Eager for the response he sought, the master hastily reassured them, Rest assured, you may unleash your full potential. We shall provide support to ensure your safety. You can trust us, can you not? The bullfighter was about to agree when the corpse-bearer pulled him back with a hint of reproach in his eyes. The bullfighter, still wearing his characteristic grin, winked playfully. The two, having become familiar with each other's intentions, understood one another perfectly. Gathering his courage, the corpse-bearer faced the master amidst the gathering crowd and asked, What do we stand to gain? The master blinked in surprise, muttering absent-mindedly, Gain? What do you seek as compensation? The corpse-bearer's tone grew more assertive as he replied, Without benefits, you expect us to engage? Are you trying to fool us? In previous encounters, he would never have expressed himself so freely. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he spoke with newfound conviction, surprising even himself. The master pondered briefly, then, casting a glance at the impatient faces surrounding him, he resolutely declared, You shall not toil in vain. If you engage, I will reward each of you with 500 contribution points. Furthermore, if you persist for 5 minutes, an additional 100 points await you. 10 minutes. 15 minutes the rewards will accumulate. What say you to that? To salvage his reputation, the master was willing to make significant concessions. He had squandered much of the bountiful rewards he had previously received. The prospect of offering such a substantial reward was indeed a considerable sacrifice. Upon hearing of the available rewards, voices in the crowd clamored, Master, Master, allow me to participate. I shall delay for as long as you require. As long as the rewards are sufficient. The master rolled his eyes, retorting, Get lost. If you possessed even a modicum of skill, would you be here deliberating strategies? If you had the ability to delay, you would not be cowering in the village. The corpse-bearer and the bullfighter exchanged glances, both sensing the embers of determination in each other's eyes. No longer hesitating, the corpse-bearer decisively nodded, All right. It is settled, no backing out. The master thumped his chest, assuring them, You can trust me. I will keep my word. With that, the corpse-bearer and the bullfighter stepped forward, almost in unison, retrieving a rusted steel bar from behind them. Chapter 80. The Feast of Physical Techniques. The corpse-bearer and the bullfighting master emerged from the crowd, their presence commanding attention. Almost simultaneously, they retrieved rusted steel rods from behind them. Their spirits soared as they charged towards the group led by Kakashi, the master of strategies. Concerned that the two would fall prey to enemy ambush, feared that their delay would become futile. Thus, he raised his voice, calling out towards the village's outskirts, Hey, after deliberation, we have decided to engage in a one-on-one challenge. Do you dare to accept? You must adhere to the rules and engage in a singular contest as well. Only then can it be deemed fair. Kakashi cast a disdainful glance at the two emerging from the village and retorted loudly, Fair? Huh, what a joke. You dare to challenge us with 2 people and still speak of fairness? Is your sense of fairness so cheap? The master of strategies flushed with embarrassment but maintained his composure, asserting, They are a duo, perfectly synchronized. Consider them as one. He then provocatively added, So what say you? Will you accept this challenge? Kakashi's lips curled into a grotesque smile. How amusing. Quite amusing indeed. Since we have nothing else to occupy our time, I shall accept your challenge. I have just achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 100 foes single-handedly, so why not take on 2? The white ape behind him wore a worried expression and cautioned, Mr. Kakashi, this is unwise. These 2 may merely be bait. The village chief is lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Having faced the village chief before, the white ape bore the scars of a deep psychological trauma. He was not concerned about Kakashi facing 2 opponents. Rather, he feared an ambush from the village chief. Should anything befall Kakashi, their team of grass ninjas would surely meet a grim fate. Kakashi, brimming with confidence, responded, I await the village chief's intervention. I fear he may not dare to show himself. With that, He propelled himself forward with force, his body soaring through the air, his arms extended backward, and his flowing black cloak billowed behind him, resembling the wings of a gigantic bird of prey. The corpse-bearer and bullfighting master, witnessing this, also accelerated their pace. They leaned forward, arms trailing behind, mirroring Kakashi's movements. The game, Chunin Ninja, adopted many elements from the Naruto series, including this somewhat comical running style. In reality, witnessing such a wind-splitting motion appeared rather peculiar. The three collided with a resounding thud. The sound of their fists and palms meeting echoed like thunder. One could only imagine the velocity at which they moved. Kakashi, with his substantial hands and superior strength, managed to push the corpse-bearer and bullfighting master back, their bodies swaying precariously. However, it was merely a momentary disturbance, lacking the devastating impact of a lethal strike. Though the corpse-bearer and bullfighting master staggered, their tetanus blades slashed fiercely. Kakashi, undeterred, met their strikes with his pale hand, absorbing the blows without flinching. To his surprise, the formidable tetanus blades failed to pierce his skin. The immense backlash forced the corpse-bearer and bullfighting master to instinctively retreat a few steps. Kakashi raised his hand, examining the faint white marks left by the tetanus blades. His terrifying smile grew ever brighter. How delightful! This is more like it. With that, he re-engaged, lunging at them once more. The corpse-bearer and bullfighting master retreated several steps before regaining their footing. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. After confronting Kakashi, they realized that his prowess transcended mere physical techniques. There exist two types of physical techniques, one relying solely on bodily strength, and the other merging physical strength with chakra. In their encounter, they distinctly felt the overwhelming chakra surging from Kakashi. However, this chakra was not merely an enhancement of physical prowess. It bore a resemblance to the explosive effects of ninja techniques. Kakashi appeared to wield a hybrid of physical and ninja techniques. The corpse-bearer and bullfighting master had never encountered such an unusual skill. The oppressive aura emanating from him made it difficult for them to breathe during their struggle. This unique domain seemed to inherently diminish their power. Following the initial shock, the fighting spirit ignited within the corpse-bearer and bullfighting master. Facing such a formidable opponent provided them with profound insights into physical techniques, greatly benefiting their strength. They felt that even if they were to perish at Kakashi's hands, it would be worth the experience. In unison, they launched themselves at Kakashi, this time with their arms thrusting forward rather than trailing behind. The corpse-bearer formed a fist and pointed his fingers, aiming directly at Kakashi's vital points. He utilized the A-class technique, 8 trigrams palm, the essence of point strikes. Meanwhile, the bullfighting master transformed his hand into a claw, his arm curving as he aimed to ensnare Kakashi's arm, employing the A-class technique, 8 trigrams palm, the art of seizure. Both employed the bind technique from the 8 trigrams palm, hoping to immobilize Kakashi in place. Upon engaging with them once more, Kakashi immediately sensed the shift in their techniques. It felt as though two great serpents had coiled around him, rendering him unable to move. Rather than feeling alarmed, Kakashi was elated, exclaiming, "Is this the power of advanced physical techniques? How delightful! Truly delightful!" His arms became enveloped in an intense wave of water chakra. From a distance, they appeared as colossal chopping blades, thrashing violently against the air. The display of ninja techniques was evident as the transformed blades collided with the serpentine coils, creating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. The corpse-bearer and bullfighting master were visibly overwhelmed, retreating under the pressure. Nevertheless, they successfully delayed Kakashi for a precious moment, invaluable for the players of Chunin Village. The master of strategies watched in awe, his eyes wide, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." Upon first encountering the corpse-bearer duo, he merely sought assistance in their dire straits. Aware of their exceptional physical prowess, being the only two formidable fighters in Chunin Village, he had hoped to use them as a last-ditch effort to buy time. Little did he realize, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 81. The emergence of Samahata outside the village. The sounds of collision reverberated like a grand spectacle of martial arts. Even though the techniques employed by Kisame Hashigaki were not purely physical, the fervor of the spectators remained undiminished. Goodness, could martial arts be this explosive? Had I known, I would have exchanged my surplus contribution points for some martial arts skills. It was exhilarating, igniting a passionate fervor within me, almost compelling me to join the fray myself. I resolved to visit the marketplace shortly to acquire a set of martial arts techniques. But hold on a moment. A reminder, martial arts demand a higher aptitude from the user. If one is not inherently suited for it, even the most coveted techniques become mere decorations. Decorations or not, I still yearn to exchange for them, envisioning the thrill of showcasing such prowess in front of the ladies. Ah, how dreamlike. Yet, indulging in such fantasies can lead one astray. This grand display of martial arts undeniably served as a profound promotion for the discipline. In the minds of most of the Konoha's hidden ninja players, martial arts began to carve out its rightful place. Meanwhile, the mastermind, observing the battle ahead, was not only stirred emotionally but also engaged in a rapid mental analysis. He sought to sift through the collected battle intelligence in hopes of uncovering Kisame's vulnerabilities. After a brief observation, he had gleaned some insights, though verification would require time. Watching the retreating duo known as the Corpse Bearers, the strategist fervently prayed for them. Hang in there, brothers, just a little longer. However, reality struck hard. The Corpse Bearers were on the brink of collapse, poised to face defeat at any moment. The strategist, anxious and restless, needed to devise a plan to prolong the battle. Gently shifting his gaze, he surveyed the surrounding players, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Corpse Bearers found themselves in a dire situation. Utilizing the Bagua Palm's trapping technique, they had managed to stall for a considerable duration. Yet, as Kisame's chakra surged violently, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The unique domain he created exerted overwhelming pressure, rendering the Corpse Bearers breathless. Continuing the confrontation intensified this oppressive atmosphere, making it increasingly difficult for them to breathe and execute their techniques effectively. Their inability to breathe limited their physical power, significantly diminishing the potency of their attacks. This was the primary reason for their steady retreat. They were not afraid of Kisame's close-range ninjutsu. After several encounters, they had developed a defense against his techniques. Had it not been for the existence of that unique domain, they were confident they could withstand much longer. Having recently acquired this A-grade martial art, the Bagua Palm, they had intended to test their skills against wild beasts, but unexpectedly found themselves facing Kisame. It must be acknowledged that A-grade martial arts possess undeniable might. They believed that mastering this technique more thoroughly would certainly turn the tide of battle. Of course, this bold assumption was based solely on Kisame's current display of strength. If this were all he had, he would not be worthy of being one of the Akatsuki's elite. Kisame's true strength lay in the massive blade he bore upon his back. At this moment, he was merely toying with his opponents, reluctant to unleash his full power. With his arms transformed into lethal blades, he moved with swift precision. "Step back," Kisame commanded sharply. With a sudden surge of force, the already faltering Corpse Bearers were propelled away, crashing to the ground. Thud, thud. Their bodies flew several meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. As the water-based chakra around Kisame dissipated, he stood proudly with his arms crossed. "You have put up a commendable fight," he remarked coldly, the glint in his eyes sharpening with intent. "Now, perish." With that, Kisame, who had been standing still, vanished in an instant, darting toward the fallen duo. The Corpse Bearers, though momentarily immobilized by exhaustion, felt a sense of acceptance wash over them as they prepared for the inevitable. They had come to terms with their fate and were ready to confront it. Just then, a resounding battle cry erupted from within Konoha village. "Do not panic, brothers. We are here to assist you. Charge!" A throng of players surged forth from the village. They did not rush directly into the melee, but instead positioned themselves strategically from a distance, preparing to unleash their attacks. All players displayed their palms, glowing with vibrant orbs of chakra, swirling with energy. The players' chakra attributes were highly diverse, resulting in less than ideal outcomes when utilizing various ninjutsu. Moreover, the complexity and length of initiating other techniques left them with little time to intervene. In this critical moment, the A-grade technique, the spiraling sphere, revealed its true advantages: swift, powerful, and minimally affected by chakra attributes. The entrance of Konoha village lit up as spiraling spheres rained down upon Kisame like cannon fire. On the opposing side, the observing white ape erupted in indignation. These ninjas from Konoha are utterly despicable. Brothers, act quickly to assist Mr. Kisame. In the front lines, Kisame stood undaunted, preparing himself as he gripped the hilt of his massive blade. Get lost. Do not hinder my performance, he bellowed with an air of dominance. The grass ninja, poised to strike, hesitated, momentarily immobilized by his commanding presence. In that instant, Kisame drew forth the enormous blade wrapped in bandages from his back. Samahata, it's time for your grand entrance. He positioned Samahata before him, the immense blade acting as a shield, firmly protecting him. Thud, thud, thud. The spiraling spheres cascaded down, colliding against Samahata, producing a sound akin to heavy objects plunging into water. A radiant membrane of chakra formed around Samahata, absorbing the impact. Astonishingly, the once formidable spiraling spheres failed to unleash any explosive chakra fluctuations upon contact, as they were completely absorbed by Samahata. The luminous membrane surrounding Samahata intensified, while the concentrated chakra transformed into streams of water, flowing along Kisame's pale arms, rejuvenating him. The terrifying gleam in Kisame's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance under the infusion of chakra. Have you had enough? Kisame slowly rose, the bandages wrapped around his massive blade bursting apart. With swift hand seals, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Water style, water shark bomb technique. Chapter 82. Surrounded by enemies, an intense concentration of water-based chakra coalesced in the air, forming a shark-shaped water bullet. With a swift motion of his arm, Kisame Hashigaki sent the bullet hurtling towards the numerous players outside of Konoha village. Among the crowd, the Master of Deception shouted, "Run!" Without a second thought, he was the first to flee. The other players reacted with varying degrees of speed. Some narrowly escaped, while others were mercilessly crushed, returning to the Resurrection Hall as mere remnants of their former selves. Kisame observed the Konoha players scattering in panic, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Water release, water shark bullet technique. His fingers moved rapidly through hand seals, conjuring another shark-shaped water bullet behind him. The bullet surged forward as he seamlessly merged with it. With a swift whoosh, the water bullet defied the laws of gravity, soaring to a considerable height before plummeting downwards. Roaring like a beast, Kisame transformed within the water bullet, now a formidable predator. The bullet raced towards the fleeing Konoha players, whom Kisame perceived as lambs awaiting slaughter, irresistibly tempting. While the power of the water bullet was indeed formidable, its true menace lay in Kisame's ability to manipulate it, altering its course at will, akin to a guided missile. With a resounding crash, the water bullet descended upon a densely populated area, and Kisame stood triumphantly on the ground, his expansive robe untouched by any trace of water. His mastery over water chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as he prepared to launch another attack with his massive blade, he suddenly felt a constriction throughout his body, his muscles tensing as a powerful strike sent him flying. The man responsible was none other than Yi Chun, who had been observing from the comfort of his home. Initially reluctant to intervene, Yi Chun felt compelled to act when Kisame audaciously encroached upon Konoha and Appo's territory. Do you think I'm a mere sickly cat when I don't show my claws? Within Konoha village, Yi Chun was an invincible force. His timing was perfect, as it would both establish his authority and serve as a deterrent. Through information provided by the system, Yi Chun had accurately detected the presence of hidden experts surrounding him. These individuals were not from Grass Ninja Village. Their attire suggested they hailed from various nations. Although Yi Chun was unaware of their true intentions for gathering here, he understood that a decisive action could draw attention to their presence. As long as they posed no threat to Konoha's safety, he had little interest in their ulterior motives. Upon witnessing the elusive village leader finally make his appearance, the Konoha players erupted in cheers. "Village leader, you've finally arrived. You have no idea," they clamored, chattering excitedly. Amidst the commotion, players began to report their exploits to Yichun. He struggled to suppress a chuckle while maintaining a composed demeanor. "Thank you for your hard work, villagers. Konoha will not forget your contributions," he proclaimed. While flowery rhetoric was commonplace, what the players truly yearned for were tangible rewards. "Is that it? Is this the end?" Village leader. "We risked our lives to defend the village. Surely, we deserve some material compensation." "Exactly. With our increased strength. Won't that benefit Konoha's security?" Another chimed in. "Aren't we on the brink of war with Grass Ninja Village? Shouldn't we receive more support to expedite our growth?" A throng of eager players gazed at Yichun, resembling hungry children awaiting nourishment. This was the essence of a third calamity, an insatiable demand for recognition. Yichun feigned hesitation, stating, "Dear villagers, as you can see, Konoha is in a state of revival and resources are indeed scarce." Collectively, they rolled their eyes in disbelief. With a grand gesture, Yichun continued, "How about this? I shall document all your contributions. After the battle with Grass Ninja Village, rewards will be allocated based on individual merit. What do you think?" As his words resonated, a system notification chimed in the players' ears. Ding! The battlefield contribution system is now active. Players can exchange their merit points for military supplies. Instantly, the players erupted in applause, their voices filled with praise. They understood that the village leader was merely an NPC, and their initial requests for rewards had been made in jest. Yet, they had not anticipated the activation of the contribution system, realizing that Konoha's leader was unlike any other NPC. While the villagers celebrated, Kisame seethed in frustration. He had not anticipated the overwhelming power of Konoha's leader. A single strike had sent him reeling, and he had felt no chakra fluctuation prior to the impact. The sheer physical strength displayed was beyond comprehension. Even more alarming was the fact that the attack had inflicted internal injuries. Fortunately, the healing properties of his water chakra were already mending his wounds. Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. "Huh, you finally show yourself." Yichun, who had been engaged with the players, abruptly turned to face the battle-hungry Kisame. At that moment, the Master of Deception seized the opportunity to share his observations. "Village leader, I've noticed that the enemy possesses a remarkable ability to absorb chakra for his own use. The stronger the opponent, the more powerful he becomes. However, it appears he cannot absorb physical technique chakra. This is merely my analysis, and I hope it aids you in battle." Yichun's mind raced as he recalled that, indeed, Kisame was incapable of absorbing physical technique chakra, one of his critical weaknesses. In the original narrative, Kisame ultimately fell to the Might of Might guy. With this knowledge, the impending confrontation seemed significantly more manageable. However, Yichun was not inclined to engage Kisame directly. He nodded in acknowledgement of the Master of Deception's insights and then declared, "Mr. Kisame, I am unaware of the organizations you have offended outside, but I must caution you that your current situation is rather precarious. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone our battle?" As he spoke, Yichun raised his finger, precisely indicating multiple directions outside the village. Under Yichun's astute guidance, Kisame finally sensed the hidden presences surrounding him, including some familiar auras. His expression wavered, revealing a tumultuous internal struggle. Chapter 83. Assisting in war preparedness. The expression on Kisame Hashigaki's face fluctuated between gloom and brightness, his heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. He sensed the presence of hidden elite ninjas surrounding him, among which were some familiar auras. He was not afraid of a group battle, for he possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, complemented by the unique properties of his shark skin, allowing him to continuously absorb chakra to replenish his own consumption. This was the primary reason for his combative nature and exceptional fighting prowess. However, he now faced an adversary of formidable strength, the leader of Kunyon Village, who also possessed terrifying taijutsu skills. Kisame could absorb chakra of any attribute, yet he was powerless against the chakra of taijutsu. With a formidable foe ahead and numerous unidentified ninjas lurking behind, he was apprehensive that these hidden figures might ambush him during his confrontation with the village leader. Kisame found himself in a perplexing dilemma. He had been entrusted with the task of taking the village leader's life, but under the current delicate circumstances, The mission seemed almost insurmountable. Nevertheless, the thought of giving up was contrary to his nature. After much internal conflict, his face turned icy. Very well. We shall battle another day. Despite the multitude of anxieties gnawing at him, he had no choice but to retreat for the time being. The discomfort he felt was evidently more bearable than the prospect of losing his life. Yeching remained indifferent, choosing not to respond. He observed as Kisame whispered to a few grass ninjas before turning and begrudgingly departing. Once Kisame and his companions vanished from sight, Yeching called out to the villagers, "Esteemed guests from afar, why not enter the village for a discussion? It would allow me to extend my hospitality." However, the outside was met with an eerie silence, devoid of any response. After a brief moment, Yeching turned and walked back into the village. Through the system's real-time monitoring, he noticed several figures stealthily retreating, while some hidden ninjas chose to remain. Yet, their presence did not pose any inconvenience to Kunyan village. At least for now, these distant guests exhibited no significant hostility. Yangmo Master emerged from the crowd, perplexed, and inquired, "Village leader, are there grass ninjas lying in ambush outside our village?" Yeching promptly shook his head, stating, "No, they are ninjas from other countries, likely here to gather intelligence." He then added with gravity, "Villagers, the situation has changed. Please travel in groups when leaving the village to ensure your safety." The players, seemingly unfazed, responded, "What do we have to fear? Life is but a fleeting moment. If we can drag someone along, it is worth it." Indeed, village leader, war is imminent. Every enemy we strike down earns us merit, so what is there to fear? Hey, brothers, shall we team up against the grass ninjas? Before the battle officially opens, we can accumulate some merit to exchange for military supplies. Observing the exuberance of his fellow players, Yeching felt bemused. He shook his head slightly and continued, "In just 2 days, we shall engage in battle with Kunyan village. Villagers, let us cooperate and prepare for war. Oh, and those weaker villagers, please assist them as best you can. Forming a cohesive fighting force before the battle will greatly bolster our village's combat strategy." In unison, the nearby players patted their chests, assuring, "Village leader, you can rest easy. We will ensure the newcomers acquire a certain level of self-defense." With only 2 days left until the battle, any further improvement on our part would be minimal. Instead, we should take this opportunity to guide the newcomers. Exactly. The Ninja Village War tests our teamwork. Helping the newcomers improve will elevate our collective strength. Let us go. We need to help the new players enhance their skills. This nurturing aspect of gameplay is quite engaging, as the crowd animatedly discussed ways to swiftly elevate the newcomers' abilities. Yeching smiled silently and vanished in an instant. The players, taken aback by his display of skill, expressed their envy. "Village leader, what kind of jutsu was that? I want to learn it too. Such a powerful technique must be an S-rank jutsu, right? Do you think mastering an S-rank jutsu is that simple?" Speaking of S-rank jutsu, isn't the only one available in the shop still beyond anyone's grasp? Rumors suggested that mastering S-rank techniques required exceedingly stringent conditions, making it difficult for ordinary players to attain. There's no need to lament. If S-rank jutsu were easy to master, they would be commonplace by now. Forget about S-rank jutsu. What about the A-rank technique, the Rasengan? Did you notice anything special when we released it together just now? What did you find special? Are you implying that this jutsu can merge to enhance its explosive effect? Precisely. New players might not understand just how terrifying mergeable jutsu can be. Stop acting so profound. It merely facilitates cooperative combat. You are thinking too narrowly. The existence of mergeable jutsu implies that a ninja corps could indeed be formed. Oh, how did I not think of that? We are about to clash with the grass ninjas. If we could organize a ninja corps. The thought was too beautiful to contemplate. Let us stop dilly-dallying and quickly help the new players earn contribution points so they can learn the Rasengan too. Coordinated combat and forming a large-scale corps. That vision is truly exciting. As the crowd chattered away, their conversation transitioned from the village leader's powerful jutsu to the concept of a ninja corps. It was undeniable that without the constraints of rules, the players' imaginations ran wild. Meanwhile, Yangmo Master, glowing with enthusiasm, had already concocted plans for the next steps and was eager to put them into action. Returning to his residence, Yecheng listened with amusement to the players' fanciful chatter. In truth, these ideas were not far-fetched. An update was on the horizon, and the players' aspirations were included in the forthcoming plans. Yecheng felt gratified that, under his guidance, the players had indeed begun to assist one another in elevating their strengths, creating an atmosphere of harmonious collaboration. Chapter 84. Official update in the blink of an eye. 2 days swiftly passed, leaving less than 8 hours until the official commencement of battle. During this brief period, players collaborated harmoniously, forming a formidable alliance. Under the intentional guidance of veteran players, novice participants successfully mastered the A-level ninjutsu, the Rasengan. Simultaneously, the esteemed strategist, through his charismatic eloquence and prior accomplishments, was elected as the leader of the Hidden Shadow Battle Group. Indeed, they had managed to establish a ninja regiment. After undergoing unified training, they joyfully witnessed the terrifying power of the Rasengan when fused together. Encouraged by the strategist's relentless motivation, players diligently practiced the A-level ninjutsu, the Rasengan, repeatedly honing their skills. This rigorous training naturally elevated their proficiency in ninjutsu. As a result, Yi Chun, the ultimate beneficiary of the feedback system, heard the timely notification from the system. Ding! You have fully mastered the A-level ninjutsu, the Rasengan. A limited time reward has been triggered. A-level ninjutsu Rasengan upgraded version. S-level ninjutsu wind release. Rasen Shuriken. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chun immediately sat up from his reclined position. Wasn't the S-level ninjutsu I developed, the Super Rasengan, an upgraded version of the Rasengan? Did I misremember? How could the upgraded version of the Rasengan become the wind release? Rasen Shuriken? Yi Chun pondered, then slapped his forehead decisively. Oh, it appears that the previous system notification did not mention the term upgraded version, so it seems I misunderstood. The world in which Yi Chun resided was a reimagined realm inspired by Naruto. Some rules adhered to the original narrative, while others had undergone significant alterations to maintain the logic of this recreated world. Although Yi Chun harbored doubts, he accepted the situation with composure. Without hesitation, he listed the S-level ninjutsu in the marketplace. The system notification echoed within the game. Ding! S-level ninjutsu wind release. Rasen Shuriken has been added to the marketplace. Players may exchange contribution points for purchase. This announcement stirred a wave of excitement among the players engrossed in training. Another S-level ninjutsu was released. Could it be a deception once more? Regardless of its authenticity, why not check the marketplace? No need for such hassle. Simply inquire with players already in the marketplace. Upon checking, it was indeed confirmed that another S-level ninjutsu had been released. Wait, my friend mentioned that this S-level ninjutsu could be utilized immediately. What? How is that possible? In an instant, the previously orderly regiment transformed into chaos. This infuriated the leader, the strategist. Come back. Everyone, return to your positions. Without organization and discipline, how can we effectively coordinate our combat capabilities? The strategist intended to continue his discourse, but in a mere moment, he found himself alone. Grumbling, he hastily made his way toward the village marketplace. Once he successfully exchanged his points for the S-level ninjutsu wind release, Rasen Shuriken, all traces of his earlier displeasure vanished. The strategist opened his palm, and the wind chakra began to swirl within his hand. First, a sphere of light appeared, which then gradually compressed and morphed. Soon, a shuriken, formed from condensed chakra, spun incessantly in his palm. The strategist tested it by throwing it into an empty corner. Whoosh! Bang! The corner erupted in a spray of dirt, creating a substantial crater. The strategist glanced at his palm, then at the crater in the distance, momentarily speechless. Just then, the system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Due to your destruction of public property, you have received a minor infraction, deducting 1,000 contribution points, and you are required to restore the area to its original state. Ignoring the system's reprimand, the strategist repeatedly examined his palm and the distant crater. He murmured to himself, indeed, this S-level ninjutsu is remarkable. Compared to the previous Rasengan, it has a greater throwing distance, a more pronounced explosive effect, and excellent stability. The strategist quickly assessed the advantages of the S-level ninjutsu wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Yet, he lamented, "Unfortunately, using it once nearly depletes my entire chakra. The consumption is simply too great." Different tiers of ninjutsu naturally demand varying amounts of chakra. The consumption required for the S-level ninjutsu was, of course, to be expected. Nevertheless, the strategist soon regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he mused. If the ninja regiment could all utilize this S-level ninjutsu, the impact would be. Imagining the cataclysmic results, the strategist chuckled aloud. Although the consumption was substantial, it could undoubtedly serve as a trump card. As the regiment leader, he sought to validate his hypothesis by swiftly moving among the players to assess their progress, leaving the system's penalty far behind him. Dai Xiaomei also successfully exchanged for the S-level ninjutsu wind release, Raisin Shuriken. She immediately exclaimed, "Brothers, I shall demonstrate the effects of the S-level ninjutsu right now." With players actively preparing for battle, the entertainment aspect had diminished. Consequently, the once thriving live stream had seen a significant drop in viewership. Dai Xiaomei, keenly aware of this, felt anxious. She was determined to prevent her audience from dissipating so quickly. Viewership fluctuates, naturally, and cannot remain consistently high. Dai Xiaomei understood this well, yet she was unwilling to let her audience vanish so rapidly. Now armed with engaging content, she was particularly eager to showcase her skills. The viewers, quickly spreading the word, began to rekindle the stream's popularity. Seeing this, Dai Xiaomei felt her spirits rise. She extended her delicate hand, striking an exaggerated pose while providing commentary. "Hey, yeah." A sphere of light rapidly condensed in her palm. However, just then, the full-screen system notification began to flood the screen. Ding! The Hidden Shadow Ninjas will initiate a content update. Players who have not returned to the village, please hurry back to log off. Update countdown 004:59. Update countdown 004:58. Dai Xiaomei erupted in frustration. What the? This was bound to create an explosive effect for her performance. The live stream was inundated with a barrage of humorous comments. "The stream is failing. I suggest jumping through fire to turn your luck around. Haha, too funny. Last time I learned S-level ninjutsu, I couldn't finish the demonstration, and now this again." Feeling for the streamer for a second. 10,086. While the viewership indeed surged, Dai Xiaomei found it impossible to feel genuine joy. Chapter 85. Update details. The official update of the game signifies that she would have no games to play subsequently. What use is a brief surge in popularity? With a mournful expression, Daizio Mei awkwardly logged off. She swiftly navigated to the official Junin Ninja website to check the update details. Upon entering the site, she was greeted by a pop-up window devoid of a closed button, dominating the entire page. All the netizens had long since grown accustomed to this. On the contrary, they were particularly eager to see this page appear. Daizio Mei gazed at the pop-up. Apart from the chaotic images of battle, there was a line of formal text. The Junin Ninja game has officially commenced its update, with the following content. Daizio Mei hastily moved her mouse, hoping to uncover more information. However, no matter how she scrolled, no additional text emerged on the screen. Viewers in the live stream, unable to bear it any longer, began to flood the chat with comments. "What good is just scrolling the mouse? Can't you click on the pop-up a few times? Perhaps the update details are in another post? The streamer is a fool, that's for sure. Old women are like this. Please don't take offense, after all. She is not young anymore." Daizio Mei glanced at the barrage of comments and couldn't help but frowned slightly. Yet, she quickly relaxed her brows. Instead of feeling anger, she proactively apologized. "Indeed, it is the streamer's fault. She got flustered in her haste, and I apologize to everyone here." As she said this, Daizio Mei genuinely stood up and bowed to the camera. It must be said, while her gaming skills were lacking, her public relations abilities were quite commendable. Indeed, with her apology, the harsh criticisms in the live stream diminished significantly. Daizio Mei composed herself and clicked the pop-up several times. However, apart from a sound indicating her action, no transition occurred. Beneath the existing text, a faint line of text appeared. "Ding. The current window has an excessive number of clicks. Please try again later." The light text flickered a few times before vanishing entirely. Daizio Mei, undeterred, attempted to click the window rapidly once more. Yet, apart from the recurring reminder, no further information was revealed. With no other option, Daizio Mei resorted to chatting animatedly with her fans in the live stream, while anxiously waiting for time to pass. Approximately 5 minutes later, believing the moment had come, Daizio Mei clicked the pop-up screen several times again. This time, the screen turned white, the pop-up vanished, and she was directly taken to the post interface. A bold line of text stood prominently before her, a comprehensive overview of the Junin Ninja Game Update version 1.0. Daizio Mei swiftly scrolled through the post details. Given the extensive content of this update, the game is estimated to take 5 hours for maintenance. P.S. The specific maintenance time will depend on actual conditions and may vary. We appreciate your understanding. Daizio Mei immediately voiced her discontent, exclaiming, 5 hours? Has the game official lost their mind? The war with the Tsangyin village has begun, and there are less than 8 hours left. With such a lengthy update, how can players prepare for battle in just over 2 hours? Knowing an update was necessary, why not schedule it at night to avoid conflicting with players' gaming time? Daizio Mei's continuous complaints amused the viewers in the live stream. She was flustered, and her rants had been recorded. She planned to upload them to the official site later, eagerly anticipating the reactions of netizens pressuring the streamer. However, the content of her complaints was indeed factual. Yes, the game should consider players' feelings and emotions, as this would enhance player retention. You expect the Junin Ninja Game officials to be mindful of players' emotions. If they understood this, they would have already engaged with the players. Their style is thus, play if you want, and don't worry about player attachment. The game has only opened a little over 100 experience qualifications. Player engagement is already high enough, so why care about their feelings? The officials have always acted this way. Play if you want. If not, then leave. They are indifferent to player attrition. Oh, is someone trying to sow discord? Your skills in inciting division are woefully inadequate. The officials of the Junin Ninja Game are not so heartless. Every time they issue an announcement, they do so politely. How has it become uncouth and tyrannical in your words? This is merely a ruse. Don't let them mislead you. Daizio Mei glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, noting the escalating tension, and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. The live stream had gained traction, which delighted her. However, some were opportunistically using her unintentional remarks to stir up trouble, which felt excessive. Daizio Mei hoped for the game to continue thriving. Such actions that jeopardize her livelihood must be resolutely curtailed. She promptly apologized to her fans in the live stream and assured them that she would be more cautious in her words moving forward. This effectively quelled the minor uproar. Daizio Mei then resumed scrolling through the original post. The update content was as follows. 1. The game will introduce life skills gameplay, allowing players to register for life professions at the profession hall, with success determined by a comprehensive system evaluation. 2. The Legion system will officially launch, enabling players to form their own legions and set permissions for unified management. 3. The Spirit Beast function will be activated, allowing players to bond with various spirit beasts, enhancing gameplay enjoyment. 4. The Junin village will undergo a complete model update, improving the experience for more players. 5. The Battlefield Supply Officer will officially launch, allowing players to exchange accumulated military achievements for various military supplies. Upon reviewing the extensive list, which contained nearly 15 items, netizens expressed their astonishment, never expecting such a wealth of content in a single expansion update. Some users voiced their concerns about the game's stability. In many other games, updates often come with bugs. Game officials must constantly issue patches to maintain balance. It must be said that while some bugs can be entertaining, the majority tend to detract from the player experience. The concerns of this netizen are not unfounded. Currently, the Junin Ninja Game offers a stable version with an exceptional gameplay experience. However, given the extensive changes in this update, completed within a hurried 5 hours, industry professionals have voiced that this presents a formidable challenge. Will this hasty version alteration be able to maintain a stable gaming environment without introducing bugs? Chapter 86. Enriching experiences. The game Junin Ninja has finally completed its much-anticipated update. As players gradually logged in, Yichun, who had been preoccupied for half the day, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing onto his lounge chair. He no longer needed to concern himself with the game's balance issues. The system would handle it autonomously, reviewing bug content and executing iterative updates without jeopardizing the equilibrium of the gaming environment. Yichun's fatigue stemmed from a significant overhaul he had undertaken in Junin Village. The village's model had long required modification. With the influx of numerous players, the initially modest village had become rather cramped. As the player population continued to grow, the indigenous residents appeared increasingly sparse in proportion. This situation posed challenges for novice players attempting to accept quests, leading to chaotic scenes of players queuing or even brawling for a single task. The alterations to the game model not only facilitated the future upgrading of the village, but also allowed for the continuous addition of new facilities. Presently, Junin Village had ascended to a level 4 village. Its scale ought to have been significantly larger, ideally comparable to that of Chaoyin Village. However, due to the limitations of the original model, the entire village felt constricted and crowded. With the upgrade of the village came the introduction of numerous new facilities, further exacerbating the sense of confinement. Yichun had long lamented this predicament, yet during the operational phase of the game, it was impractical to execute drastic modifications to the game model. Seizing this opportunity presented by the update, he undertook a comprehensive transformation of the village. The first step was to expand the village's area fivefold. The arrangement of facilities within the village was meticulously zoned, creating an orderly and harmonious environment. The increase in space resulted in ample open areas, which, under Yichun's unified planning, would serve as locations for future facility additions. In addition, Yichun added nearly 100 villagers to the newly expanded village. These individuals were distinct from the recruited players. They were genuine, independent entities. The cost incurred by Yichun to incorporate such a large number of villagers was considerable. In this world, beyond the villagers with fixed residences, there were also wandering refugees. The villagers Yichun added were precisely these drifters, and he had to exert considerable effort to persuade them to join his village, making numerous promises in the process. The most significant reaction to the village's expansion came from the original inhabitants. Their sense of happiness had already surged with the continuous upgrading of the village. Now, with the substantial improvements in scale and the enhanced convenience and prosperity of facilities, their happiness levels soared. Observing the villagers' escalating happiness, it seemed the village was on the brink of another upgrade. Yichun paused, having completed this transformation only 3 days after the last upgrade. A further upgrade would imply an increase in recruitment capacity. However, given that war was imminent, adding more recruits seemed unnecessary. The influx of new players could disrupt the battle and Oppo's rhythm rather than bolster morale. Novice players, lacking knowledge and experience, would not even serve as adequate fodder. The 70 or so new players recruited 3 days prior had, under the guidance of seasoned players, barely managed to fulfill the role of cannon fodder. Adding even more new recruits would only complicate matters for the players preparing for battle. Furthermore, a decrease in player influx would result in fewer distribution opportunities for rewards. This, in turn, would significantly enhance the value of player accounts that received exclusive titles and rewards, indirectly boosting the happiness of veteran players and increasing their engagement with the game. Would Yichun be indifferent to the players' attachment to this world? Absolutely not. The perception that the game officials were aloof and domineering was merely a consequence of Yichun's overwhelming responsibilities. He had far too many matters to attend to and could not adequately address the sentiments of the online community. To suggest that, with the system's assistance, he had nothing to worry about would be a gross misunderstanding. While the system could autonomously manage the normal operations of the village, Yichun harbored high expectations for this village, which provided him with feedback. This is precisely why he sought extensive authority to wholeheartedly oversee the village's operations. It was no wonder he often found himself exhausted. Slumped in his lounge chair, Yichun observed the astonished expressions on the players' faces as they entered the game, feeling an immense sense of accomplishment. The players, naturally, were wide-eyed with disbelief. They had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation from what was merely an update. Rows of tidy houses, well-structured streets, and a variety of workshop facilities, everything felt refreshingly new and strikingly real. The impact of this experience was overwhelming. "Darlings, did you see that? The new model of the village is crafted with such care," exclaimed a player. "The freshly paved streets, the newly painted walls, and the fences lining the streets all bear the marks of novelty. It's so lifelike. Oh, how unfortunate that you can't experience it in person." Such remarks naturally drew scorn from numerous viewers. "What are you so proud of? This is the game developer's achievement, not yours. What are you even gloating about?" The audience continued to banter. "Don't be foolish," another player chimed in. "The developers said it took 5 hours, and you believe them? Are you not aware that game companies have pre-stored functions?" Indeed, the content of the game update had long been pre-stored within the game. The 5-hour update was merely the installation of this pre-existing content. Even so, the scale of the changes was astonishing, considering how briefly the game had been operational. The magnitude of such alterations in such a short time was somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps the developers had long since prepared the updated content? Did they really have the resources to create 2 versions in advance? Do you even grasp the expenses involved in developing a game version? The notion of preparing 2 versions in advance is utterly absurd. Chapter 87. The Live Profession Hall. As the livestream chat erupted into heated debates, Dai Xiaomei refrained from intervening. Discourse signifies popularity and traffic. She would not impose restrictions on herself. The newly arranged layout of the streets left players, who were already familiar with Junin Village, momentarily stunned. The first to react were the new batch of novice players, having only recently entered the game 2 days prior to the official update. The changes in Junin Village had the least impact on them. While veteran players scoured the surroundings, these newcomers had already begun to seek out relevant quest locations. Nothing could deter novice players from enhancing their abilities. If there were obstacles, they would surely be the rewards, incomparable to those of quest completion. Fortunately, Yi Chun had preemptively recruited a significant number of drifters. Upon settling in Junin Village, they would naturally encounter various inconveniences, thus providing players with numerous assistance tasks. Veteran players, however, looked down upon the meager contribution point rewards. Currently, no task could rival the speed of earning rewards on the battlefield. Those capable of confronting rival factions preferred to dedicate their time to combat, especially with the impending Ninja Village War, where the rewards from special events were even more unpredictable. This disparity in reactions between new and seasoned players was the crux of the matter. Unlike other novice players, 3 among them did not rush to accept quests. Instead, they instinctively made their way towards a particular infrastructure within the village, the Life Profession Hall. These 3 novice players were the ones Yi Chun had previously taken note of: Iron Arm Tong, Meow Meow Princess, and Elbow Master. Having prepared diligently for the game update, they had thoroughly perused the posts detailing the new content, which prominently mentioned the opening of life professions. Each of them, possessing a particular skill in the real world, sought to discover whether their life skills could be translated into the game. This was the very reason they converged towards the Life Profession Hall. Fortunately, after the reorganization of Junin Village, the area was clearly delineated. The Profession Hall was conveniently situated in a prominent location upon entering the village. However, much of this newly designated area still lay vacant, suggesting that many more related profession halls would eventually be established here. Upon encountering each other before the Life Profession Hall, the 3 novices exchanged smiles, their camaraderie blossoming in this shared interest. This meeting signified an increasing likelihood of future collaboration. Among novice players, familiarity was not guaranteed, especially with a total of 72 in this 4th batch. To remember the faces of all was a rarity. They were the first to locate the Life Profession Hall, and it was certain that more enthusiasts of life skills would soon arrive. Without hesitation, they proceeded toward the hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a poised staff member. "How may I assist you today?" she inquired. Iron Arm Tong took the initiative, saying, "Oh, I'm here to register for a life profession." As he was less familiar with the other 2, he did not include them in his statement. The other 2 players opted to observe, as they were also unfamiliar with the registration process. Since Iron Arm Tong had taken the lead, they decided to let him set the example. The composed staff member smiled and nodded. "Certainly, what type of life profession would you like to register for?" As she spoke, she produced a work notebook and a pen from seemingly nowhere, swiftly jotting down notes. Caught off guard by the question, Iron Arm Atong hesitated. What type? I suppose, something related to metal smelting? The staff member continued to write diligently, then waved her hand, causing the pen and notebook to vanish. With a friendly demeanor, she replied, Very well, sir. Please follow me. We will assess the information regarding your registered profession and then issue you a position nameplate. Iron Arm Atong glanced back at the other two players, who appeared equally bewildered, and said, Oh, oi. He followed the staff member toward a corner of the hall, with Meow Meow Princess and Elbow Master eagerly trailing behind. Upon reaching one side of the hall, they beheld a multitude of large, independently partitioned alloy cabinets embedded in the wall. The staff member halted and gestured. Sir, the profession you wish to register for can be verified using the clearly categorized toolbox. Are you ready to begin the test? With a serious expression, Iron Arm Atong replied, I'm ready. The staff member continued to guide him. Please retrieve the tools you will need for the upcoming test. Her slender finger pointed toward a specific alloy cabinet in the wall. Iron Arm Atong felt a twinge of doubt. The tools required for his profession were typically large. How could such a small cabinet possibly contain adequate tools? Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning further and approached the indicated cabinet. As he touched the cold surface, for characters illuminated on the cabinet, metal smelting. The seemingly unremarkable cabinet door revealed itself as a screen, astonishing Iron Arm Atong. Without hesitation, he opened the cabinet. The moment it swung open, he was left in awe, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. What had appeared to be a small space transformed into an infinitely vast area. An array of tools filled the interior, occupying only a minuscule portion of the available space. To the onlookers, Iron Arm Atong stood dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Meow Meow Princess and Elbow Master, regardless of their perspective, could only see the interior shrouded in darkness, unable to discern its contents. After a brief moment of astonishment, Iron Arm Atong reached into the cabinet and retrieved an anvil, followed by a set of smelting tools, and even a massive smelting furnace. With a resounding clang, the furnace struck the ground, causing the three players to sway unsteadily. Iron Arm Atong gazed at his arms in disbelief. Chapter 88. The abundant reward. Iron Armed Atong found it hard to believe. He had moved a colossal smelting furnace solely with his own two arms. The poised staff member maintained a warm smile throughout, even as the three players swayed from the impact. They regarded her as an NPC, not giving it much thought. Yet, within this recreated world, she was a genuine entity, her power somewhat terrifying. Once Iron-Armed Atong's breathing stabilized, the composed staff member inquired, "Sir, may we commence the testing?" Awakened from his reverie, he replied with a serious demeanor, "We may begin." The staff member nodded with a smile, kindly reminding, "Allow me to briefly outline the testing rules. Please pay close attention." The three players perked up, attentively listening. Without keeping them in suspense for long, the staff member continued. Your smelting process and results will be incorporated into the system's comprehensive evaluation. You have 3 testing opportunities should you fail all 3 assessments. You will be unable to register for any additional life professions. After 3 business days, you may retake the test. Upon passing, the hall will provide you with a professional plaque engraved with your evaluation information. Successfully obtaining this plaque allows you to engage in related work, earning wages and benefits. You may also register for 3 different professions simultaneously, thereby increasing your employment prospects. At this point, the staff member paused deliberately, seemingly allowing the players to absorb the information. After witnessing the players' expressions shift multiple times, she resumed, "Sir, are you prepared? Should you wish to alter the testing content, we can adjust it at any time. Once the testing commences, modifications will no longer be possible." Iron-Armed Atong hesitated briefly before earnestly responding, "I trust my instincts. Let us begin the test." The staff member smiled and said, "Very well, the test begins now. There is no time limit. It continues until you choose to stop." The absence of a time constraint was indeed quite lenient. However, none of the 3 players displayed a relaxed demeanor. After hearing the staff member's explanation of the rules, They understood that failure to pass the tests would lead to an embarrassing situation where no further testing options would be available. While they felt confident in their real-world skills, this was, after all, a game world, which inevitably caused a degree of apprehension. Their greatest uncertainty lay in whether their real-world vocational skills could translate into this virtual domain. After several deep breaths, Iron-Armed Atong commenced the testing. Using tongs, he carefully introduced selected metals into the smelting furnace in precise proportions. He strictly adhered to the smelting times observed in reality and subsequently extracted the molten metal from the furnace. The processes of cooling, hammering, tempering, and quenching followed seamlessly. With heightened concentration, Iron-Armed Atong completed the creation of a finished product, a more than 1-foot-long alloy sword, in just an hour, presenting the finished product to the staff member for evaluation. Iron-Armed Atong's expression was one of anxiety. The staff member conducted an array of tests with utmost professionalism, assessing toughness, rigidity, sharpness, corrosion resistance, and more. By the end of the testing process, Iron-Armed Atong was drenched in sweat. While he felt a surge of joy at successfully reproducing his vocational skills in the game, he was unable to accurately gauge the parameters of the sword he had forged. After all, this was a game world, inherently different from reality. The staff member's testing seemed so expert, contributing to his uncertainty and mounting pressure. Just as Iron-Armed Atong struggled to breathe, the amiable staff member finally looked up, her smile unwavering as she returned the sword to him. She then presented a finely crafted plaque. "Congratulations, sir. This is your professional plaque. Please keep it safe. With this plaque, you may undertake tasks from the village and its inhabitants in exchange for rewards. Each month, you may also visit the professional hall to collect a supplementary bonus through this plaque. You can advance in your position through subsequent evaluations. The higher your rank, the greater your rewards." The staff member continued enumerating the various rewards, while Iron-Armed Atong stood in a daze, nearly numb. The moment he received the plaque, he was indeed overwhelmed. He had anticipated a certain emotional response upon obtaining the professional plaque, but had never imagined the magnitude of this achievement. As the plaque materialized above him, his professional information was revealed: name, Iron-Armed Atong profession, Master Smelter profession assessment, perfect level skill assessment, S-level base reward, monthly allocation of 5,000 contribution points from the Life Profession Hall. Note: engaging in village affairs and trading with villagers is calculated separately. Title: Metal Master, Metal Master. Any metal smelting task has a 15 reduction in difficulty. At the moment the professional information appeared, the other two players were equally stunned. Like Iron-Armed Atong, they had not anticipated such high evaluations from the professional assessment, nor the substantial rewards that accompanied it. The mention of village affairs and trading by the staff member essentially referred to officially sanctioned tasks and player-initiated transactions. With the aid of this professional plaque, Iron-Armed Atong could earn rewards far exceeding the monthly allocations. Of course, the monthly benefits were guaranteed without the need for labor. In other words, possessing a professional plaque in the game ensured that even if one chose to be idle, they would not face starvation. Moreover, players could trade contribution points among themselves, giving rise to a currency exchange industry akin to that in reality. Currently, the official management of such private transactions by the game, Junin Ninja, had yet to materialize. After all, these clandestine dealings were merely sporadic and insignificant, unworthy of official intervention. Should players leverage this avenue, those who chose to be idle in the game with a professional plaque would also find themselves secure in reality. This situation would undoubtedly foster the emergence of professional gamers who would sustain themselves through the gaming industry, especially given the recent popularity of Junin Ninja. The first wave of players able to make a living within this game would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Chapter 89. The Spirit Summoning Cottage Princess Meow Meow and Master Elbow are not fools. Through the occupational testing process of Iron-Armed Atong, they have witnessed the boundless potential of lifestyle players. In that moment, they began to impatiently urge the staff to initiate their own occupational tests. The high evaluation of Iron-Armed Atong could not have occurred without external influences. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, comfortably situated in his residence, gazed contentedly at everything he had orchestrated. Indeed, from the moment Iron Arm Atong commenced his occupational testing, Yi Chun had been fully involved. The high praise was deliberate, as Yi Chun had previously strategized. Once the hidden village ignited into war, the competition would not merely hinge on superficial hard strength. The logistical support behind the scenes would also be a crucial factor. Since Yi Chun began monitoring these 4 players, he had already devised their future trajectories within the game. The 3 lifestyle players would eventually evolve into proficient logistics experts. At this juncture, providing them with generous treatment was essential to retain them. A small investment would yield Yi Chun returns 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. With the rewards of the feedback system, the resources earned by the players would ultimately find their way into Yi Chun's pockets. Given this, it was only natural for Yi Chun to exert considerable effort in managing this affair. As for subsequent lifestyle players, their fortunes might not be as favorable. Soon, Iron Arm Adong and the others would realize just how extraordinary an S-rank skill evaluation and a master title truly are. As for those players seeking to make a living from this, Yi Chun would not intervene. Surviving by one's own ability is a right no one can obstruct. Of course, aspiring to become a professional player in this game without a certain level of expertise would make it exceedingly difficult to meet basic needs. Experienced players will make the most prudent choices. Undoubtedly, Yi Chun also anticipates the emergence of more professional players who could sustain themselves through this venture. After all, their existence would allow Yi Chun to extract even greater value. Yi Chun's gaze shifted to another screen provided by the system. This game update contained numerous changes. Among the features most eagerly anticipated by Naruto enthusiasts was the activation of the Summoning Beast function. The thought of summoning a creature to battle on one's behalf conjured exhilarating images that left them collectively ecstatic. Hence, upon the completion of the game update, throngs of players hurriedly made their way to the Spirit Summoning Cottage. As the name suggests, this was the place where the path to summoning began. Unlike the spacious lifestyle profession hall, the Spirit Summoning Cottage appeared rather cramped. An elderly woman, holding a smoking pipe, sat sunning herself before the cottage. With a kind face, she was somewhat hard of hearing. As a group of players approached noisily, she remained oblivious until one player called out several times, prompting her to lift her drooping eyelids and glance at the crowd. "Ah, guests have arrived." The elderly woman trembled as she rose from the ground, disregarding the dust on her clothes, and made her way into the cottage. "Those wishing to test their qualifications, come in. One at a time, please line up." The Spirit Summoning Cottage was indeed small, allowing only one player to enter at a time, necessitating a queue. Upon seeing the shabby appearance of the cottage, players who had initially felt great interest hesitated momentarily, questioning whether such a dilapidated place could truly be the gateway to summoning. Upon entering the cottage without any players following, the elderly woman urged, "Who will come first? Hurry and finish, so I can rest." Among the Naruto enthusiasts, the most fervent was the veteran player, Thunder God. Ever since the A-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere, along with the subsequent S-rank ninjutsu, Great Ball Spiral Sphere, and Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, became available in the shop, he had secluded himself in a quiet place, tirelessly practicing the 3 sets of skills he had acquired. The first 2, the Spiral Sphere and Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, he had mastered to perfection. Even the elusive S-rank Great Ball Spiral Sphere, which no one had yet mastered, he had begun to unravel its mysteries. He believed that given sufficient time, mastering the Great Ball Spiral Sphere would be a mere formality. During this maintenance update, Thunder God was among the first to check the game update posts. He paid little attention to other updates, but the Summoning Beast function captured his utmost interest. As others hesitated, Thunder God stepped forward. "I will go." As he spoke, he entered the Spirit Summoning Cottage. The interior was dimly lit, with low beams overhead. Instinctively, Thunder God hunched his shoulders and lowered his head. Although there was still a considerable distance between the beams and his head, in this confined space, the elderly woman seemed perfectly at ease. "Extend your hand," she instructed as they met. Thunder God hesitated but complied. A thin, frail hand grasped his palm. Thunder God felt as though a sharp eagle's claw had latched onto his hand, the piercing sensation causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. "Ouch!" He winced. glancing at his palm, which had been cut by something in the elderly woman's hand. Meanwhile, she continued her actions, seemingly drawing something with his blood. Thunder God, familiar with Naruto, understood that forging a contract with a summoning beast required a blood contract technique. Of course, there were other methods for signing contracts, but all invariably demanded a certain cost. Now, as the elderly woman sketched something in his palm, Thunder God wondered about the purpose of drawing a blood contract before successfully summoning a beast. Just as he pondered, the elderly woman's cold voice echoed in his ears. Breathe steadily, clear your mind. Next, chant the incantation and hand signs as I instruct, and replicate them. Without waiting for Thunder God to respond, she began to chant. Simultaneously, her two withered hands swiftly transitioned through various hand signs. The already dim room, coupled with the elderly woman's indistinct murmurs, made it quite a trial for Thunder God. He focused intently, striving to replicate all the gathered information. Once Thunder God completed the task, the elderly woman nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you have some aptitude. However, after finishing, Thunder God awkwardly remained rooted in place. Chapter 90. Descendants of the Ancients. The anticipated spirit beast did not appear. The Thunder God maintained his peculiar gesture, standing frozen in place. After an awkward pause, there was still not a single sign of movement. With a hint of disappointment, he withdrew his hand and inquired, "Grandmother, is it because my aptitude is insufficient that I cannot summon the spirit beast?" The elderly woman, hard of hearing, did not catch his words. Noticing her silence, the Thunder God had to raise his voice to repeat himself. This embarrassing situation of having to shout was, in itself, a different kind of torment. Outside the spirit summoning hut, numerous players were still queuing. The Thunder God openly acknowledged his shortcomings, which somewhat resembled self-inflicted wounds. However, upon hearing this, the old woman shook her head and replied, "Try outside. This place is too cramped. Perhaps the spirit beast does not wish to come here?" Upon hearing this, the Thunder God felt a flicker of hope. He hurried out of the hut, and the abundant light outside made him squint slightly. The bloodstains on his palm were now clearly visible. The dried blood formed a symbol resembling an eye. The Thunder God pondered, but could not recall where he had seen such a symbol in the Naruto series. The players outside curiously looked at him, and someone could not help but ask, "Brother, did you fail the test? I heard you shouting just now." The Thunder God awkwardly shook his head and said, "I wouldn't say it's a failure. It's just that the grandmother suggested I try outside." The person urged, "Then what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and give it a shot. Failing is nothing to be ashamed of. You can always come back for another test." It is indeed easy to speak empty words, but only after experiencing it oneself does one realize how hurtful such words can be. The Thunder God furrowed his brow, choosing not to elaborate further. He quickly stacked and twisted his hands, creating a series of strange gestures while simultaneously chanting indistinctly. Suddenly, the clear sky was swept by a whirlwind. Following this, a thick dark cloud materialized above him. As the clouds clashed and rubbed against each other, faint flashes of lightning flickered. Crack! Amidst the thunder and lightning, the dark clouds suddenly parted. A colossal creature descended from the sky. Thud! The impact of its landing sent all the players tumbling to the ground, including the Thunder God. The dark clouds above swiftly dissipated, revealing a clear sky once more, but the enormous creature before the spirit summoning hut left everyone breathless and gasping for air. Before them crouched an oddly gigantic avian creature, its height exceeding 3 meters, even in a crouched position. Its plumage was a striking blend of purple and red, with electric arcs flickering subtly. Colorful feathers adorned its head, trailing behind, while the tail boasted a more dazzling and dense array of hues. At that moment, the extraordinary creature suddenly spoke human words, addressing the old woman, "Grandmother, we meet again." Rising from the ground, the Thunder God's eyes sparkled with wonder. The unknown spirit beast's ability to articulate human speech indicated it possessed intelligence. Such intelligent spirit beasts were often considered high-tier or even rare. The Thunder God found it hard to fathom that he had successfully summoned such a formidable spirit beast on his very first attempt. From within the hut, the grandmother's cool voice echoed, "The little one with the summoning charm is your contract partner. Go ahead and sign the contract with him." The purple-red spirit beast looked down at the thunder god with a disdainful glance, then voiced its discontent. "Grandmother, this little one is so weak." The grandmother interjected sharply, her voice suddenly turning icy. "Be quiet. There is no room for negotiation here." The thunder god sensed the spirit beast's dissatisfaction. Signing a contract required mutual willingness from both parties. While he was quite pleased with the unknown spirit beast, it appeared the beast was far from satisfied with him as a contract partner. In light of this, the thunder god did not wish to force the issue. He promptly stated, "Grandmother, since this esteemed elder is unwilling, let us not push it." However, the grandmother's tone remained firm. "This creature was summoned by you, so it is your spirit beast. There is no question of reluctance. Am I right, you rascal?" Once defiant, the spirit beast immediately complied, saying, "Grandmother is right. I will sign the contract with this young friend now." The thunder god opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. The surrounding players, watching with great interest, urged him, "Hey, brother, what are you still hesitating for? Such an excellent spirit beast. If you don't want it, then just pass it to me. Are you foolish? Spirit beasts come because of their summoner. How could they be transferred?" Another player chimed in, "Brother, are you really going to be picky about a spirit beast of this caliber? If you miss this opportunity, you might not get another chance." Everyone encouraged the thunder god to hurry and sign the contract with the magnificent creature before him. However, the thunder god remained unmoved. To this day, he still upheld the principles and rules from the Naruto series. With a serious expression, he looked up at the towering creature and asked, "Elder, please tell me truthfully. Are you willing?" Before the massive, unknown spirit beast could respond, the grandmother's voice echoed once more from the hut. "How could it not be willing? Isn't that right, you rascal?" At this moment, the grandmother was no longer hard of hearing. Yet, her constant use of the term rascal left the players somewhat astonished. From the moment the spirit beast appeared, it was evident that the colossal creature held deep respect for the grandmother of the spirit summoning hut. What kind of power must she possess to command such reverence from a spirit beast of this caliber? The enormous, unknown spirit beast glanced at the cramped spirit summoning hut, then turned its gaze back to the diminutive thunder god. "I am naturally willing." With that, the thunder god could say no more. To refuse to sign a contract with a spirit beast of such stature would indeed be foolish. The contract was swiftly completed, and the spirit beast's information clearly appeared in the thunder god's mind. Name, Qingniao, Laming. Level, S-rank spirit beast. Type, combat. Stage, adult. Related information, Qingniao, Laming was originally a descendant of an ancient immortal beast from Qiansui Mountain, but its bloodline had been severed, resulting in its talents being locked. The thunder god was astonished by the illustrious lineage of his spirit partner. However, he was also filled with questions. How could a high-tier spirit beast of this caliber possibly take an interest in him? The thunder god was not one to underestimate himself. Yet he was not overly arrogant either. He had a very clear understanding of his own position. Chapter 91. The Legion headquarters. It is precisely due to the clarity of his position that the thunder god grows increasingly suspicious. He finds it hard to believe that a spirit beast of such caliber would voluntarily enter into a contract with him. No matter how extraordinary his talents may be, they cannot possibly reach such heights. Unless, of course, someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Within the spirit hut, the old woman negotiates with the spirit beasts outside, as well as with the thunder god, while addressing an empty corner, saying, "You have seen it. It's not just you and me who are skeptical. The bluebird, thunderclap, and that little villager of yours also doubt it. Interfering with the cycle of reincarnation is inherently improper. What exactly are you planning, village chief?" At that moment, a voice emerges from the corner. Yichun. Naturally, only the two of them are permitted to hear it. I don't care whether they believe it or not. I just need them to sign the contract. As for the issue of reincarnation, whoever raises a fuss will be sent packing. His domineering words starkly contrast with his usual refined demeanor, leaving others struggling to reconcile the two. The old woman chuckles softly. "Very well. It's time for some change." Shifting her tone, she becomes exceedingly earnest. "Village chief, when will you fulfill those promises you made?" Yichun pauses for a moment before responding. "Granny Qianin, please don't rush. I assure you, The promised conditions will be met, though it is merely a matter of time. As for you at your age, it would be best to enjoy your twilight years. Do not fret over those conflicts. Granny Qianin, an elderly spirit beast, has reached the later stages of life. Her age is considerable, and her encounter with Yi Chun can only be described as a twist of fate. Ultimately, her settlement in Junin village signifies a certain collaboration with Yi Chun. Suddenly, Granny Qianin gazes at him with affection, saying, "As long as you wish. I am always ready to fight for you." Yi Chun's voice abruptly fades, clearly startled by her enticing suggestion. Granny Qianin's laughter grows more joyful. "What a delightful little fellow you are." Yi Chun wipes the beads of sweat from his forehead, regretting his earlier decision. Meeting Granny Qianin was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. During the recent game updates, he had been far from idle. He was not only planning a new layout for Junin Village, but also overseeing the pace of other content updates. Initially, everything was managed by the system, requiring little of his concern. However, being a perfectionist, he felt compelled to ensure that every detail was impeccable. Thus, he kept a close watch on the progress of the Spirit Beast feature's activation. The thought of the magnificent spirit beasts from the original Naruto series stirred his curiosity. After all, what man could resist the allure of having a battle spirit beast by his side? Driven by curiosity, Yi Chun was the first to attempt summoning a spirit beast once the related updates were complete. He was eager to see what level of spirit beast he could summon based on his own strength. However, upon completing the summoning, an exceedingly awkward situation unfolded. Instead of conjuring a magnificent and awe-inspiring battle spirit beast, he was faced with a short, ancient-looking old woman. They stared at each other in stunned silence. This was how Granny Qianin entered this new world. Upon her arrival, she chose not to leave, opting instead to settle in Junin village, ensuring she could torment Yi Chun day and night. Yi Chun felt utterly helpless, realizing that he had no authority to expel such a formidable being from the village. He began to suspect whether the system was playing tricks on him, deliberately setting him up for mischief. Yet, after spending considerable time with the system, he found it hard to believe it could be so mischievous. Regardless, Granny Qianin firmly established her roots in Junin village. Upon learning of her past strength, Yi Chun was reluctant to drive her away. At the very least, he would no longer need to worry about the village facing threats whenever he ventured out. With a deep sigh, Yi Chun collected his thoughts and turned his gaze elsewhere. The Legion headquarters is a unique establishment designed by Yi Chun, modeled after the Umbu of Grass Hidden Village. This independent institution integrates functions such as intelligence gathering, assassination, military planning, and Legion registration. Due to its special nature, Yi Chun designated it as a separate area, characterized by stringent security and strict discipline, creating a clear boundary from the other regions of Junin village. At that moment, a player hurriedly made his way toward the headquarters. It was none other than the Master of Strategies. Prior to the game update, he had formed a loosely organized legion, serving as its leader. To his surprise, this update actually activated the Legion registration feature. This delighted the Master of Strategies, as official recognition would solidify his status. Thus, while others marveled at the dramatic changes in the game environment, he rushed straight to the Legion headquarters marked on the map. Upon nearing the headquarters, he heard unusual sounds from a distance. Turning to investigate, he spotted a dark cloud hovering over a specific area of the village. Moments later, lightning flashed, and a massive shadow descended from the sky. Although the Master of Strategies did not know exactly what it was, he recognized it as yet another fortunate individual triggering a stroke of luck that enhanced their power. Each person's fortune is unique, and the Master of Strategies believed his own luck lay within the proximity of the Legion headquarters. However, just as he approached the headquarters, he encountered several guards clad in elaborate ninja attire who blocked his path. This is a military-restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. The Master of Strategies hurriedly explained. "Big brother, there has been a misunderstanding. I'm not just anyone. I'm here to register a legion." The guards scrutinized him from head to toe before replying. To register a legion, at least 15 individuals must come together. You cannot complete the registration alone. The Master of Strategies gaped, rendered speechless. He had not seen any announcements prior to his arrival, and had no way of knowing the necessary procedures for registration. Fortunately, communication within the game was seamless. He promptly began gathering his loyal followers. Assembling 15 people should be a simple task. However, the subsequent registration process left him utterly dumbfounded. While he had managed to gather the required number of individuals who could have anticipated the exorbitant fees for Legion registration, a staggering 50,000 contribution points, and that was merely the monthly fee, the master of strategies could not help but curse. What a ripoff!